mechanics, for example, like telescopic observations, laws of physics, etc.
No, I'm
No.
talking about entropy. I'm talking about the laws of nature, like I already told you. Talking about every single gas law, right? So if there is gas pressure, there is a container. There is gas pressure, therefore there is a container, because the container is the antecedent for gas pressure. It's required unless somebody can demonstrate some mechanism for containing gas that isn't a physical container. That statement will be false, but hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, again, can you do me a favor and write this down with some valid inference rules? I want to see.
No, I'm not going to write anything down for you. Just try to follow along.
Well, just look up the definition for gas pressure.
You're not using any valid inference rules to actually make your argument. You're just spouting
bullshit. Do you know what the definition?
Spouting bullshit. Great argument, bro. Yeah. You know what the definition for gas pressure is?
What? I've asked you to write down your claim, and you're not even willing to write down your claim, like in a valid syllogism. Like, what are you doing?
I already did. I gave you a modus ponens. I guess it went over your head. So the rhetoric you're using isn't working for you. The script that you have, I guess you aren't comprehending that well because you're not really tracking after you throw it out there.
Okay.
Yeah, I gave you the modus ponens. I guess you missed it, right? Yeah, so I guess you don't really know what you're asking for because you don't recognize the answer once you get it. So anyway, Cyclone, what was your question? Go ahead.
What?
No, I mean, I was just pointing out to him. It's simple. It comes down to gas pressure. Do you know what gas pressure is?
Alkynes, you know what gas pressure is?
Yeah. Force exerted by gas.
What is it?
By gas molecule. Gas pressure is not force exerted by gas molecules.
What's the definition?
Huh?
On what?
Force exerted by gas molecules.
On
what?
Well, I guess on the walls of their container.
Oh,
thank you.
Right. Okay, so if we have gas pressure, then the gas is exerting force on the walls of a container. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Right. And the air we breathe is a pressurized gas. Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah. So what container is that pressurized gas exerting force upon?
Uh-oh.
Well,
looks like Alkynes learned physics today.
So the Earth's atmosphere is what the gas pressure.
That's the gas. That's the gas.
So just backpedal. Just backpedal on everything you just agreed to, huh?
How did I backpedal? I'm saying that the pressure of the gas is exerted against the Earth's atmosphere.
Excuse me. What's the atmosphere
weight
made
of the air above us, right?
Excuse me.
This
What's the
decreases
atmosphere
with
made of?
like atmospheric altitude.
Excuse me. What's the atmosphere made of?
Well, it's made of gas, but it's not relevant.
Okay, so the atmosphere is the gas then. So we can take out the word atmosphere like it's got some kind of magical property, because we're just talking about oxygen and nitrogen, which take up 99% of the gas that's around us.
Oxygen is O2.
Hold on. Anita, hold on. We're in the middle of a conversation here.
It's 16. The number
hold on, just listen. Just listen, Hanika, and then you can jump in. So you agreed.
So oxygen is O2.
Shut the fuck up.
We're in the middle of a conversation with Alkynes here. So Alkynes, you agreed. The gas pressure is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. You agreed that the air that we breathe, the atmo, is a pressurized gas. So the question is, what container is that gas exerting its force upon?
Well, I mean, I feel like I've explained. So the Earth's atmosphere exerts pressure because gravity pulls the atmospheric gases.
On what? It exerts pressure on what?
Are you going to interrupt me every time? Are you going to interrupt me?
Yeah, because you're not. Because you're trying to skip past the container.
I'm answering your question. That's like directly.
Well, what container is it pressing off? Answer directly.
So the atmosphere exerts pressure because gravity pulls the atmospheric gases towards the Earth's surface.
So what container is it exerting its force upon?
Well, I guess it'd be gravity then.
So, okay, could you look up the definition? Could you tell me the definition of container?
Fuck. Dude, an enclosed space, I guess.
Well, look it up. Yeah. Let's see if it says gravity.
Like a vessel or an object that encloses something. And that would...
Okay, so a physical object or a vessel.
What do you mean a
Like, so not
physical? Did I
gravity.
say sorry? Did I say physical object? Is that something I said?
Oh, okay. So can you look up the definition for object,
Oh,
please?
you said object, but you didn't necessarily mean physical object. Yeah, you make a lot of sense, bro.
You meant the object
Container.
gravity. So
Container is
does
just no.
gravity fall under the definition of object? Will you see
Can I give?
gravity in that definition?
I actually think I gave the definition, right? I mean, I said that it's a vessel or
You said
object.
object or vessel. Yeah, those are physical objects. Yeah.
I didn't use the word physical.
No, you didn't. That's what those words mean. Okay, you don't know what those words mean.
Hey,
Okay,
Cyclone.
look up the word.
You can have an object that's not physical. You
Yeah,
understand that,
he
right?
didn't use the word physical, so he may have meant non-physical object. I mean, give him the benefit of the doubt.
I definitely didn't say physical, so I don't know why you would assume that I'm saying
Okay,
that.
so you said
Can you
object.
give me
Can
an
you look up
object
the
that's not
definition?
physical?
Oh my
What's the
god.
definition of object? What's the definition of object? Since you don't seem
And
to
then
know.
give me an object that's not physical.
If you guys are truth seekers, why are you dogpiling him?
Exactly. I can't even speak. Like, I don't know what you want from me. You're asking me for definitions.
We just want you not to obfuscate.
Because at the moment you seem to be violating laws of nature when you say that gravity affects the entropy of a system. I've posted for you in the live stream the formula for the ideal gas law. PV equals nRT. You'll notice that there's no G in there.
All right, so
V must be a fixed volume.
Can I answer the question, please? I haven't even answered the question properly. Like, I keep getting cut off every time I speak.
Well, do you know what the question was that was asked of you? Could you tell us
how
what
can
the
Earth's atmosphere exert pressure when it's gas itself?
No, the question was what?
Okay, that was the previous question. That's the main question that was asked.
Gas pressure. What container is the gas exerting its pressure on?
Right, and I said it was the atmosphere of the Earth, right?
Right. No, but that's the gas that is exerting the pressure.
Yeah, and that's why I'm explaining to you that gravity.
So the gas that's exerting the pressure is not the container.
Listen to me, right? So our atmosphere exerts pressure because gravity.
Sorry,
can I fucking speak? Shut up.
No, 2 seconds. Are you the guy who came in asking for logical syllogisms? About 5-10 minutes ago, was that you?
Here I am trying to argue what I'm arguing for.
I'm trying to point out that there's nothing that you've said that's been logical for the last 10 minutes.
Right,
nothing.
And you haven't even let me speak or say what I'm going to say. So what the fuck are you talking about?
You said gravity. You said gravity is keeping the atmosphere here.
Right. So
that's all that we needed.
So
that's all we needed. We didn't need anything else. I asked you a question. I asked you a question. Within PV equals nRT, can you show me where the G is, please?
You guys don't.
PV equals nRT, the ideal gas law?
You don't let people speak.
I'm waiting for you to show me where the G is in the ideal gas law.
How is that relevant?
Because we're talking about gas, how it moves and behaves.
So P is the pressure of gas, V is the volume of gas, N is the number of moles in a gas.
How is that volume defined? How is V defined? How is the volume defined?
Oh my god! So a volume would be like how much of something it like in a certain space, right? The density
in a certain space. What defines that certain space?
It would just be the container.
Oh, the container. Wow.
Right.
So there must be a container in the ideal gas law.
Can I give what the container is, or are you going to keep interrupting me? Because that was the main thing I was explaining.
Oh, a qualifier container. Ooh, qualify your container for us. This should be good.
Right. So the Earth's atmosphere exerts. Okay, am I going to keep getting interrupted? Please. The Earth's atmosphere exerts pressure because gravity pulls down the atmospheric gases towards the Earth's surface, right? So the atmosphere is composed of gases, and the force of force of gravity causes these gases to be attracted and compressed towards the Earth, which is why when you go into outer space, the oxygen, for example, is less.
Cool story, bro.
Okay, so in PV equals nRT, can you show me where the G is, please?
Show you where the G is. I've explained to you what all those.
You're just making an explanation. You're saying that gravity, whatever the fuck that is pulling the gas downwards. According to kinetic molecular theory, Brownian motion, Dalton's law, Gay-Lussac's law, all of the gas laws when dealing with ideal gases. So
do you want me to explain the equation then? Is that what you want? Is that what you want from me? I can do that.
No, dude, this is the time to sit and listen because you're out of your fucking depth. Just shut up.
I'm giving the opportunity to explain the equation.
No, you don't need to explain explain anything. You're the least well-poised person to explain shit here. Just
I
listen
can't
to
explain
Jedi.
anything. Wow, this is
No, you're an
disgusting.
idiot. That's what I'm saying. You're not capable of explaining. He's in the midst of explaining to you what you need to know right now, and you're cutting him off to ask if you
I can explain it. I can explain it.
No, just shut the fuck up and let him get through his point. What the fuck's the matter with you? Why would you try to be explaining in the middle of what he's already saying?
Right, because he's asking me questions. He's asking me what the G is, and I can't even answer what the G is.
No, he wasn't. You weren't listening. You were talking through it. Sit down, boy.
Within the ideal gas laws, gravity doesn't affect the entropy of a system.
Right, so that equation decides the relationship between the pressure, volume, temperature, and quantity of gas, assuming the gas behaves ideally, right? It understands the predicted behavior, how gases work under conditions. Doesn't necessitate that the atmosphere can't contain gases. That's not what it is at all.
The atmosphere is the gas, you moron. How many times do we have to tell you this?
Yeah, and I've already explained the model by which
so the gas has to be pressing against something. It's like us saying, okay, what container is the air pressing off? The air. That's the air, not the container.
Is that what I said? Is that what my explanation said?
Yes, you're saying the atmosphere. The atmosphere.
Can you repeat what I said for me, please? Can you repeat what I said?
The atmosphere is the container.
Can you repeat what I said? Like exactly what I
you
said?
The atmosphere is the container.
Right, so I said that atmospheric gases pull towards the Earth's surface, right?
Do they?
Yes, because it exerts pressure.
What's your demonstration of this? What's your demonstration?
What do you mean my demonstration? This is basic physics.
Show us air pooling to the ground.
You learn in primary school. How do you want me to demonstrate? Do you want me to whip out my cock on camera and show you how to do it?
Yeah, you're saying the air's going down, pulled down by gravity.
Why don't you search up the YouTube video and you'd literally see it absolutely anywhere. It's a common experiment.
Answer me this. Does air go up?
Does air go up?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I guess in general it means vertically, so
Doesn't fall down, does it?
So does air go up?
No,
I think saying it goes up is an idiotic way to describe it. Like I said, it means vertically.
You have a problem with answering the question, eh?
Yeah, it does. Can you try and answer the question?
Yeah, I guess it would move up.
Okay, so not down then.
Well, it moves vertically.
Right.
Which way's gravity?
But you're saying it's being pulled down.
It moves vertically dependent upon temperature and pressure.
Right, but it doesn't just move down, right? It doesn't just move down, right?
You understand what convection is,
so it goes up. Yeah, so it goes up.
Yes. Can you describe what convection means real quick?
So it goes up, so not just down.
Can you describe what convection means?
Yeah, hot air rises, cold air descends.
Right.
Working in a circular pattern over time, you will have a convection current. Energy inputted into the system.
Yeah, so cooler, denser air tends to sink, creating an area of high pressure. Right, it's vertical movement. It's a key factor in various atmospheric processes, like formation of clouds.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Inside of a container, which way is the gas going?
Oh my god!
If you've got a football or something, which way is the gas pressing?
If I get a football, which way is the gas pressing? Well, I guess outwards.
Yeah, inside the football. Yeah, so omnidirectional, outwards in all directions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good. So gravity is which direction now?
So gravity would be the thing bringing it down. Like it would be the container.
So gas moves in all direction, as described within kinetic molecular theory. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, having physical collisions with other gas molecules and the walls of its container.
Mm-hmm.
Gravity does not, by observation, affect the direction of a gas.
What? Where are you getting this from?
Gravity, I'll give you gravity, I don't have to. I'll give you it, and when I give it to you and I look around at all the gas moving in all directions, I understand that gravity is not affecting the motion of gases.
Again, you keep making this claim. What are you basing it off of? Again, as far as I understand, gravity affecting
kinetic
gases.
molecular theory, which I posted in the live stream for you. Would you like me to post it again?
Go on, post it again.
I also posted you 6 gas laws: Boyle's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Dalton's law, Brownian motion. I posted all of those and the second law of thermodynamics.
The second law of thermodynamics. How is that relevant?
Yeah. So we're going to be talking about energy.
How is
How
energy relevant
moves?
to this conversation? We're talking about gravity, right?
Because we've got high pressure, my friend. We have high pressure. Let's call that energy. And how it is not increasing in entropy and dispersing with all that energy into the available space.
Okay, so I keep hearing
goes low.
Keep hearing the use of the word entropy here. So, like, what do you mean by that?
Well, but at the moment, I'm talking about the direction of energy.
Right. We can so why do you keep saying the word entropy? Do you know what it means, or?
Yes, I do. So entropy will increase when gas is uncontained from a volume. The entropy of the system will increase, disperse, increase into the next available volume.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what will happen to a hot? Do you understand what will happen to a hot cup of coffee over time if I impart no more energy into that system?
Right, so it will eventually, it eventually destroy its container. Yeah, it eventually destroys containers due to the pressure.
No, it'll get cold. It'll get cold.
When you say applying energy, do you not mean heat?
If I do not apply any more energy to my cup of coffee, heat, what will happen to the cup of coffee?
Well, it'll get cold. I thought you said apply more energy.
Awesome. So when I burst a tire or a balloon or a football, what happens to the high pressure?
The high pressure comes out of the specific area that you burst out.
Yes. We can describe this as a direction, can't we?
Right, again, but this isn't relevant though.
It is, because we have an uncontained gas pressure system not increasing in entropy and dispersing into the vacuum space.
I explained how it was contained. Like, I've literally explained
you said gravity. We don't have the observation of gravity affecting the motion of gas molecules, do we? I've already posted kinetic molecular theory, all of the gas laws, and the second law of thermodynamics.
So you don't believe
gravity is not mentioned.
So you don't believe gravity pulls atmospheric gases towards Earth's
gravity's not mentioned in anything that we're talking about at the moment, Sunshine. There's no mention of gravity until you bring it up.
This is the main area of contention here of how gases remain within a container. When I'm explaining,
well, when we talk about the ideal gas laws, when we talk about what gases do and how they behave, we understand that this is within a system that is contained. You understand what volume is and how that affects the system,
I explained
right?
what
How
volume
much pressure?
Before. I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, good. So what happens if I keep increasing the volume? What happens if I have an infinite volume?
Eventually, it will explode.
Yeah, good. Explode. Now you're just using words that aren't following.
How? What do you mean? If you increase the volume of something,
if I have an infinite volume, what will happen to the gas?
It will increase, obviously, or become more dense.
Thank you.
Again, not relevant.
It is, because the Earth does not have a volume. It's an open system.
So, what do you mean by it's an open system?
It's an open system. We're talking about thermodynamics. You know the three different types of system: isolated, closed, open.
Of course, yeah. But do you want to explain how that's relevant?
So we understand an isolated system doesn't let energy transfer or matter transfer. A closed system will let energy transfer, but not let matter transfer. An open system will let both energy and matter transfer. Being as the Earth's an open system, the gas will fuck off.
That doesn't follow. That's not relevant.
Yes, it does. Entropy
It's not relevant. And it's not even true either.
Yes, it is. The Earth's an uncontained ball of gas in a vacuum, which will mean that, one, if there's no physical boundary, we won't be able to achieve gas pressure because the gas has got nothing physical to press upon. And two, the gas will fuck off.
Maybe he just doesn't know that gases matter. Is that the problem, Alekines?
Not a problem. My problem is what.
Hey, Alekines, is gas matter, Alekines?
Can I answer his question, please?
Hey, Alekines, is gas matter?
So first of all, the Earth is not an uncontained ball of gas.
Is gas matter? Hey,
the Earth is not an.
Hey, Alekines, is gas matter?
Yes, it is.
Jesus Christ.
Is it
yes,
is it matter?
It's open.
Is it matter, Alekines, mister?
It's an idiotic question.
Cannon.
It's an idiotic question. I'm not even going to answer it.
Okay, so
the Earth is an open system, by the way.
Pretty baseline,
No,
idiotic question,
remote
right?
control.
Gas is clearly matter, isn't it? So
Obviously.
an open system allows for the transfer of matter, right? So that would allow for the transfer of the gas that's here, wouldn't it?
So can I
That's what you think
explain
you're-
something? Can I
So a
explain
closed
something?
system would not, right? How are you going to achieve that without a physical
Good.
barrier? Anyway, go ahead and explain whatever you think you're going to explain your way out of here.
All right, so the Earth is an open system, right, in the context of energy exchange.
Oh,
but,
so
like,
gas can transfer then?
I can't answer the question. I can't
gas
answer the
can
question. I can't finish the fucking point. I can't
So
finish
gas
the
can
point.
transfer then. Matter can transfer in an open system, in and out of it, right? So gas,
I
the
can't
gas can
speak.
leave.
I can't speak. This fuckwit's gonna keep interrupting me.
I don't think so. I don't think so because you've already contradicted yourself.
How have I haven't? I haven't even explained my point.
You're going to tell me that matter.
He's going to tell us that the Earth's an open system with regards to energy, but a closed system with regards to matter. Is that what you were going to tell us?
That would just be a closed.
Is that what you were going to say? Is that what you were
going
to
say? If I can answer the question, then like that would be great.
Is that what you were going to say? Is that what you were going to say?
So can I speak now, or am I going to keep getting?
Is that what you were going to say?
So what I was going to say. So what I was going to say is the Earth is an open system in the context of energy exchange, but matter such as gases, water. So can I speak?
So a closed system. You don't know what you're talking about. You're describing a closed system, you idiot. Jedi just gave you the 3 states of systems, and that would be a closed system that you're now describing. It's gone over your head twice now. That's a closed system, not an open system. You're out of your fucking element, and this is why I'm butting in. I'm actually helping you. You should save yourself and shut the fuck up.
If I can't speak, I'm just going to leave at this point. Like this guy keeps
it's for your own benefit that you don't speak, because every time you do, you're hanging yourself. You're an idiot. You call it an open system, and then the next thing you do is describe a closed one. You clearly know the difference between either. Shut up.
Can I answer the question then? Or?
No, you're a waste of time, dude. You're a pseudo-intellectual, armchair so-called physicist not knowing the difference between the 3 systems. You don't know anything. Bullshit.
I know the difference between the 3 systems. I was just explaining how it works in the context of Earth, and you just can't let me speak.
No, you just described a closed system and called it an open system.
I didn't describe anything.
After he told you what all 3 systems were in excruciating detail 2 or 3 times. That's how stupid you are.
I didn't describe anything.
Hang yourself. Okay, you're determined to hang yourself after everything I've said. Go ahead and do it.
So, can I? All right, just to be clear, can I speak now? Am I allowed, or
yes, you can speak and hang yourself now after everything.
All right, so the Earth is an open system in the context of energy exchange, right? But matter such as gases, water, minerals cycle within the Earth system, right? Energy can enter or leave Earth, but the primary
That's a closed system, you moron. Continue.
So a closed system then.
So how is that relevant?
Can you please just let him speak to the concepts, even if he's getting the terms right?
You need him to
hear
speak further.
He wants to
he's describing. I just told you what he has to say, Stuart. He's describing a closed system.
No, what I listened to for the past 3 minutes is you saying you're so smart and he's so stupid.
Shut the fuck up. You're as dumb as he is.
It's like you get people that like didn't finish.
So
like,
I waited.
I waited a while. School, telling me how physics works.
Okay,
that's ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah, you apparently didn't finish high school. You don't know how any of this stuff works.
Yeah, 18 is actually
what they teach in high school, that the Earth is like a self-contained thing and space doesn't exist, right? Is that what they teach in high school? Is that why absolutely no physicists at all believe that the Earth is a contained fucking thing? You idiot!
That's not.
See, you know, if the Nazis would have won, and
yeah, that's fine. You do understand that you are never ever going to be able to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. I don't care how you feel about it.
Carla, I've never seen anything like this. Like, I can't even speak most of the time.
Are you going to be able to demonstrate gas pressure without a container or not?
Guys, if I was such an idiot, you would let me speak and hang myself.
Are you going to be able to demonstrate gas pressure without a container or not?
The very fact that interrupts me every time I make a point demonstrates that I'm not actually chatting shit.
No, they are letting you embarrass yourself, guy. That's what you've been doing for the last half hour.
I haven't finished a point at all.
You did.
You finished many points which have all been retarded. They've been laughed at. And you're still going. You couldn't tell us. You think an object is not physical. You couldn't define an object. You told us V was defined as the volume of the vessel or the object. You don't have a vessel or an object.
That's not what I said. That's not how I defined it.
What is the V on Earth? What's the volume we're dealing with in a number?
Volume of gas.
Yeah, so what would that be on Earth for any gas law that requires V? Would it be infinite?
Probably not, no.
So what would that volume be if you're going to work out or use a gas law calculation on Earth? You need to know V. What's V?
What do you mean, what's V? I've explained what V is. The volume of gas.
No,
Right, so what's
that's
that?
the N bit. Sorry, incorrect. That's the N bit. PV equals N. N, the amount of substance in the space defined as a mole.
So N is the number of moles of gas, right?
Yeah,
V is the volume of
the
gas.
amount of substance in the space.
Sorry, so yeah, V is the volume of gas. N is the number of moles of gas, right?
And how is that V?
So the volume defines the container.
And R is the ideal gas constant.
The V is the size of the container for the gas.
No, it's not. The V is the volume of gas. Absolutely.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
I'll go and get it for you. I've already done this.
See, this is what we mean with you embarrassing yourself. The volume of gas is going to be the volume within the container.
It's the volume of gas. He said it's the container itself, right?
Defines the volume of gas.
What will happen? Sorry, do apologise. I asked you this earlier. What will happen if I increase the volume of the container?
Whatever
to the amount of gas
would become more
in
dense.
that container.
Whatever.
If I increase the size of the container, keeping the same amount of gas in there,
the volume would decrease.
There will be a decrease in pressure.
I know this. Yes, I know this.
Good. It's all dependent on the size of the container.
Yes, we know this. This is basic stuff, right? You fill a balloon. Right, you fill a balloon. I understand how density works within an enclosed space.
So that's the volume then.
Yes, I am aware of what the volume is.
The area that the gas is allowed to move in.
So multiplying the pressure of gas.
The volume of the container then.
Right. So multiplying the pressure of gas by the volume of gas equates to the number of moles of gas, the ideal gas constant, and the temperature of gas in kelvins. I understand how the equation works. This is basic stuff.
Earlier.
Right, so I don't know why you keep asking me the same fucking question, like I'm an idiot or something.
Because the volume's the size of the container.
The volume is the size of the container.
Yeah.
The volume is the size of the container.
No, the volume is not just the size of the container, because you can decrease the density.
Right, so this is a relationship between the amount of gas, the temperature of the gas, and the volume the gas is in.
Oh my god.
I've already given you Boyle's
not just
law,
the size of the container.
Gay-Lussac's law, Brownian motion.
It's not just the size of the container.
Oh,
you can
really? You able? You
if I increase the size of the container? Do we need to go around in this little fucking circle again?
So you can decrease the density within the container without actually making the container higher. They would both decrease volume, right?
Gas pressure is.
It's dependent upon two things. It's not just one thing, right?
What's the definition of gas pressure? What is the definition of gas pressure?
I gave this definition already. I'm not gonna go around in circles.
Okay.
I defined gas pressure in my bathroom earlier.
That's good. Gas pressure is defined as the force exerted by the gas upon the walls of its container.
I've explained this already.
Yeah. Yeah, you've removed your container and said that gravity, whatever the fuck that is changing the path of gas molecules and decreasing the entropy of the system.
I don't think I used violation. I didn't even speak about entropy. I didn't even finish what I was saying. That's the worst bit about it. You don't even know what I said.
I did. Because you were probably the dumbest person in the room.
Sure. I mean, I'm the one that actually passed school, right? You just
I love this. I love this sedated Australian aggression. Or maybe you're not Australian. I could be misnomering.
Yeah, he's not even Australian.
I'm from the UK, so we actually learn stuff here instead of like the US American system.
You guys are Aussies, or neither of you are Aussies, or what's going on?
Yeah, you haven't learned shit at all.
Because if you guys are
everything that you've spoken of,
automatic
you've been
brothers.
completely misinformed on. You keep claiming that you can achieve a volume without physical containment. You fail to provide any physical demonstration. You fail to realize that you fall on your sword at that point every single time.
Wait. Can I ask a linguistic question?
Hey, can you shut the fuck up? How about instead of your linguistic question, you just sit down and shut up? How about
Can't ask a question. Why?
Yeah, so you can't, and you're on mute, and you can't ask why you can't either, because you're now on mute. So anyway, about that volume that you said you could achieve without physical containment, how are you going to go about that?
No, I said.
Oh, okay, so you can't achieve a volume without physical containment. Okay, I guess there's no contention.
No, I said.
Oh, you didn't say either of those. Okay, so what did you say?
So can I say what I said?
Yeah.
So he was saying that volume is entirely dependent upon the container, and I was saying that wasn't the case.
Okay, what's it dependent on besides the container?
Well, it's also dependent upon the density of particles within the container.
Well, the volume itself is, huh?
Yes, volume is dependent upon the density of particles inside the container. Do you understand this, right? So the volume is
citation.
So volume would be
define volume.
Volume would be the area, right, and the density of particles.
We asked for a citation, not your random bullshit.
I don't think the definition of volume says anything about densities of gas. Try again, scholar.
Well, I didn't say gas, I said particles, but again.
Yeah, no, I don't think the definition of volume has much to do with that. Try again, scholar.
So can you define volume for me then, or?
No, that's your claim. You're the one that's supposed to provide the citation for this claim that you just made. So go and do it or shut the fuck up.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, flipping it around on me shows that you don't have the goods, boy.
Right, so volume...
I think it has something to do with the amount of space. Yeah. How are you going to confine gas to a particular amount of space if it's not with a physical enclosure? I'd really, really like to know.
All right, so listen. So density equals mass plus volume. I'll put the equation for you in chat. Hold on.
Oh, yeah? So how are you going to confine how are you going to confine gas?
You said citation needed, right? This is basic.
How are you going to confine some gas to a volume that is an amount of space, if not with a physical enclosure?
1 minute. Let me put this equation for you in chat, because obviously, again, this is basic physics, by the way. Like you learn.
Yeah, you're gonna post. Yeah. So you're gonna post an equation with V in it, a volume.
Well, no, I'm gonna write it out for you. I'm not gonna put D equals M divided by V.
Oh yeah, so a volume. So again, back to this question: where are you gonna get the space for the gas to occupy without a physical enclosure?
So can I already explained what the physics.
That's a volume, right? That's a volume. The space that something occupies, right? And we know that gas fills the limitations of its volume and space, right? So how are you going to provide that space for a gas without physical containment? Still wondering.
So did you not listen to the way I explained it before?
So it doesn't sound like you listened to what I said, or you're trying to evade the question, because that doesn't sound like an answer. Want to try again? Want to try again? Do you want to try again?
Right, so as I was saying, right, the Earth's atmosphere exerts pressure because gravity pulls atmospheric gases towards the Earth.
Gravity does. Okay, so gravity. Can you demonstrate that?
So can I speak?
No, not yet. Not yet, because you made a claim. We're still awaiting the demonstration.
I haven't even finished the claim.
Yeah, no, you made the claim. You made the claim.
How it doesn't do that?
No, that would be a burden reversal. That's irrelevant. So demonstrate gravity containing gas, please.
1 minute. Hold on.
Yeah.
Because I didn't even get to finish my claim there, but let me.
No, we already know your claim. We don't need you to continue monologuing the fucking claim we've been talking about for 8 or whatever many years here.
No, but you don't know.
Show us the demonstration to support it. That's the one thing we're waiting for still. We don't need you to stall on the demonstration by continuing to lecture on about your claim we all already know. Yeah, gravity. Could you even start by defining gravity? Gravity contains gas. You think you're going to demonstrate that? No, you're just going to claim it, and you're going to chase your tail looking for a citation that supports the claim endlessly till you realize you'll never find a demonstration.
Every day, though, like I'm kind of missing that.
Shut up.
As I was saying, I provided a citation, by the way, so I'll continue with what I was saying.
No, you provided a link. You provided a link. There's no citation because there's no quotation to support it.
So can you read what I was saying? Can I finish my point? Right.
Force over what now?
So what I was saying was the atmosphere exerts pressure because gravity pulls atmospheric gases towards the Earth's surface, right? I got past that bit. Right, so while atmosphere is indeed composed of gases, the force of gravity causes these gases to get attracted.
Hey, listen, Mr. Google Scholar there, do you realize what you've done? You've Googled a source a source that repeated the claim that you made. So this is just a repetition of the claim. They didn't actually provide any evidence or demonstration to support it. They just made the same claim that you did. So this is just somebody else saying the thing that you said. We're still awaiting the demonstration. Try again.
Maybe we should get off this roundabout.
YouTube video? Should I find a YouTube video for you? All right, let me do that.
Nah, fuck it. Tell us what gravity is. Tell us all about it. We've asked you like 5 times, what's gravity? What's that then? What's gravity?
You're asking what gravity is? It's just the force of nature that attracts objects with mass towards each other.
Force of nature? With mass? Does gas have mass?
What are you talking about? Listen to my definition.
Does gas have mass? Does gas have mass? Fuck me. Well upset, aren't you? Does gas have mass? Does gas have mass?
What do you think?
Does gas have
it's
mass?
matter, so of course it has mass.
I'm asking, okay, so does gas attract gas then?
What are you... did I say gas attracts mass?
What, you said that mass attracts mass. The gravity is a force. Mass attracts mass. Gas has mass. So does gas attract gas?
That's actually not what I said. I said that gravity, is the attraction of objects to mass,
force.
right? Attraction of objects to mass.
To mass. So
you didn't say objects. Mass? Why do you have to lie so much?
Of course I did, man. Oh my god, I'm literally reading
recorded. Stop lying.
So this guy has his own special definition of gravity: attraction of objects. Wow, didn't hear that one from Einstein or Newton. It's a new one from Alekhine's, whatever the fuck his face is, on Discord.
Yeah, it's a force of nature in which it attracts objects to mass.
That's fine. You've repeated your statement. You've made yourself clear.
I'm so glad that I'm able to listen to this conversation, and I'm not disagreeing with anybody at all.
Good. You've now made your point very clear, and I will now readjust my question to fit what you've just said. Does gas attract gas?
Thermal exchange is gas attracting gas.
No, that's thermal exchange. Does gas attract gas? It's got mass, right? Hello?
Bricked.
No, I'm just getting ahead. I haven't even been able to finish one point.
Gravity is a force. You said mass. Does gas attract gas? Do you not want to answer the question?
It's an idiotic question. I'm not answering stupid basic physics questions.
Does gas attract gas then? I mean, it's an idiotic. Then humour me. Does gas attract gas? Humour me.
Why the fuck would I humour you? You haven't even let me finish a point since I've been.
Mass attracts mass, apparently, according to you. Gravity is a force, apparently, according to you, and hasn't been since 1915. But I digress. Mass attracts mass.
What do you mean it hasn't been since 1915?
Since Einstein came along, general and special theories of relativity, bending and warping of space-time. Not mass attracting mass.
You're telling me my definition of gravity was wrong.
What, you said it was a force. That's been out of date since 1950.
It was a force in nature that attracts objects with mass towards each other.
Yes, you said it was a force. Yes.
Right.
So what is it then? Is it mass attracting mass, or is the gas bending and warping space-time? Which one is it?
I've already given the definition. It should be within the definition.
So it is mass attracting mass then. So it is mass attracting mass then.
I said objects being attracted to mass. It's a force.
So mass attracting mass then. Objects have mass, don't they? According to you.
You would be suggesting a dimensional difference, wouldn't you then? If you're saying objects and mass are different, you're suggesting a dimensional difference, which means you're changing That's why he's correcting you on that. Why you keep saying objects and mass if they're not the same, which they should be. Why do you keep differentiating?
I'm wrong here?
Yeah. Why do you keep differentiating? Yes. Because
why is he trying to definitionally claim what I'm saying? Or change what I'm saying?
Well, anyway, you've already fucked yourself because you've said you've said objects attracting one another. So you've excluded gas from the scenario. Right. Your gravity claim, even though your entire claim is gravity causing air pressure attracting gases being attracted. Gas isn't an object. So, I mean, this is just a jumble of things that you've said that just don't amount to anything.
No, you just don't understand, which is perfectly fine.
Oh, you just don't understand. Yeah, you've personally redefined gravity into objects attracting one another. Gas is not an object, so that would exclude gas. Yeah, that's what you said. You said objects attracting. You tried to disclude all masses and just make it about objects. So that would exclude gas, which is the thing that you claimed.
No, I claimed it all. That's completely strong, man. But fine.
Does mass attract objects?
Right, that's my question. Yeah, does it, Ed?
Like you see, like how all the planets in the solar system are attracted to the sun.
Objects. Could you tell us that?
Right, so you see how all the planets in the solar system are attracted to the sun. You see that?
What solar system? No, I don't see that. I don't even see the planets at the same time as I see the sun. So what are you talking about? See things in the sky attracted to the sun?
Right, so I wasn't actually saying you see with your naked eye. I was saying, oh my god, I was saying you see in models, for example.
Not mass attracting mass, then. You're not going to be talking about Einstein when you start going about orbits and space and shit, because you've got a problem. It's called a three-body one. You can only apply Newton's mass attracting mass to two bodies in orbit. You can't add any more. So we won't be talking about
you keep referencing Einstein. Do you think Einstein believed that the Earth was flat?
It's got fuck all to do with the Earth being flat and your claim about what gravity is.
So I'm asking you, do you think Einstein
couldn't give a flying fuck about what they thought the Earth was?
So you're referencing Einstein. You're referencing Einstein incorrectly, and he doesn't even agree with
so I will reference Einstein and Newton and everybody's postulated gravity when referencing gravity. Yes, so I will
but none of them agree with you.
Couldn't give a flying fuck.
So you're a retard,
they're talking about agreeing with
just
you.
repurposing their beliefs, and you're not even doing it correctly.
No, Alec Haynes, you're just reaffirming the end of your argument for some reason when they're just asking physics questions. It's kind of strange. Like, I'm just an observer here, and you're saying, oh, so Einstein thought the Earth was flat. It's like, no, they've just asked you kind of consistent question. Like, I'm not taking a side on this issue, but you're the one that is you're elevating. Let me put it this way: you're telescoping in and then zooming way out selectively. They are not. They are consistently remaining in the play field that you've laid out with your terminology, your lexicon. So you keep changing like your answer to what you believe. I mean, I think Kindergarten hit it on the nose. You're excluding gases from objects. I mean, and that's why I said you're suggesting a dimensional shift or something. Then, right? I mean, you must have.
I mean, excluding gases, it undermines his entire point, which is gases being contained by gravity. The thing he's excluding gas from. What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Is that what I said?
Yeah, it is. You said objects. You qualified it as objects, not mass. Mass is too broad. It needs to be objects. That's what you did. Now you're going to try to weasel out of it because you're a fucking idiot. You got nothing to show for your little religious belief.
I'm not religious. I'm atheist.
Yeah, you are. You have a blind belief.
He's calling your belief He's calling your belief religious because it's blind. You're according to your lack of knowledge or demonstrable lexical wherewithal. I'm not going to say you don't know. You may know and not be able to articulate. So I won't even do that to you. You're arguing with them, but they're saying you're religious because it seems you're blindly echoing this thing. It doesn't seem like you know why you know what you know.
I've tried to articulate my points on multiple occasions, and I keep getting interrupted. So I haven't even made my overall point here. You guys have just asked me the definition, but I've given the definition
exact
correctly.
Same thing to him.
No, I'm not.
No,
I'm not.
No, not you. I'm saying they're doing it to you.
Okay, explain.
What do you mean? You want to imprint your beliefs of how these things are structured onto him without explaining how they are.
Really? Give a give a
So
specific example.
Explain your part.
No, give a specific example of how we've. No, you won't. Okay, well, you'll just go on mute then. Yeah, you're wasting our time. Yeah, no. If you want to give a specific example to support what you just said, then you're welcome to speak. I'll take you off mute and give you a chance to do that. But if not, then we're not going to talk to you. Go ahead.
Okay, is it we're you? Now, you're talking about gases, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so how are gases contained?
With a container, physical container.
Made out of what?
Anything. Solid barriers, whatever you can use. A solid physical enclosure.
How do you make that?
Good question.
How is this created? What created this container?
Oh, the container that encloses the earth. You mean?
How was it created?
Yeah, by the creator, by God.
Yeah, I don't know. See, it was already here when I got here. So the whole point is that the antecedent for gas pressure is a container. It will be required if you want to contain and enclose gas, stop it from dispersing into a broader area. You're going to require a container for that every single time. Yes?
I mean, if you think that would work from whatever, sure, but like, how was it created?
Well, listen.
Maybe it was created by a Big Bang, dude.
You're going to contain the gas pressure in your car tire with gravity, or are you just going to use a solid enclosure? Which one is it going to be?
I'm genuinely just asking how it was created, and you can't even answer that simple question.
Why don't you explain to me how oceans were created?
According to Copernicus, God did it. He put a firmament right outside of Saturn, a glass firmament where all the stars were attached. So if you think that's a dumb idea and you've debunked that, would you just cut the legs out from under your model? The first 16 models.
About? Shut the fuck up, bro.
You're making a God argument, is what I'm hearing.
Copernicus made the God argument that it's too perfect.
We could talk about God and it can go either way, right?
No, but you're asking who created something.
Listen, yeah, but what we're talking about is the natural behavior of gas. It's going to fill the limitations of its volume, and that volume for gas is going to require a physical container every single time. There's no way to confine gas to a space by any other means. You can't use gravity. This guy can't even define gravity. It's the bending and warping of space-time within his paradigm of the globe going around the sun. The bending and warping of space-time is not something that anybody can manipulate and demonstrate it actually confining gas to an area. It's never going to happen. It's just something that exists in the imaginations of globe trolls, religious zealots, like this guy. I just told you. It went over your head. You should already know.
Globe trolls.
I mean, honestly, though, if what you're saying is true, wouldn't you want people to or like actual like funding and research into how this was created so we could better understand how everything around us?
I don't know, dude. I'm just talking about the physics of gas. That's all.
Yeah, but like, how do you know that though?
Because that's what's required every single time you want to contain gas and close it to a volume. It's going to require a physical container to do it. Obviously.
But how do we know that's up there though without the proper research?
Because it's the only way you can contain gas. There has to be something enclosing it. It has to be a physical barrier. Must be. It could be the extent of reality itself. Perhaps that's a possibility. But what you can't have is a vacuum out there with no barrier separating us from it and the gas pressure being here still, because it would fill that volume, period, because that's what gas does.
Okay,
which is actually usually, by the way, this is the reason, Oppo, this is actually the point that flat earthers usually make. It's not just this flat earth, cookie-shaped earth argument. It's that vacuum is a lie. And it's not too far out to say that some physicists could be wrong about vacuum being a lie.
Jesus Christ! Every physicist would have to be wrong for this model to be correct. But anyway,
they're not physicists, dude.
No, vacuum. No. Us believing that vacuum exists and writing about models where we incorporate it that happen to comport, which is the case, which is how we come about our conclusions because the models work and we say they fit. That could be, yes, and is in the history of science, a perceptive issue. Sometimes you have to turn your view of something, kind of like the cover of the Pink Floyd album. You have to look at it from a different angle to see the depth of what you're looking at. And that's happened in science many times. This isn't unheard of. This is why I don't shit all over flat earthers, because some of what they say could very well be true. How do you know there's an infinite vacuum out there? It does sound improbable, doesn't it?
Listen, I'm okay.
Does that sound improbable to you?
I'm okay with it if they can support the claim with physical demonstration, but we asked for that, and you see what happens is this conversation here that's been going around and around, and he hasn't provided anything.
You know, infinite vacuum. Does that sound feasible?
Do you want
that sounds kind of insane
piece of
to me.
research involving space and time and gas and gravity? Because like he can easily go on Google and bring you all these sources, right? But you know what you're gonna do when he does that? Oh, it's all bullshit. This is what you're doing.
Jedi just went on Google. Yeah, go ahead, Jedi.
No worries. If you want to come back and bring us Einstein, that's fine. What we'll do is we'll point out that this is, in its entirety, a reification fallacy. Given space.
No, it isn't.
Oh man.
No, it isn't.
Yeah,
Do you know what reification fallacy is?
Yes, taking non-physical things. Excuse me. Taking non-physical things and giving them physical attributes, also known as the fallacy of non-concretism.
Right. So how
I'll
is
ask you
using
this.
gravity?
Excuse me. I'll ask you this: is 3 dimensions, height, width, length, physical?
Are the 3 dimensions? Yeah, physical.
Height, width, length.
Yes.
3 dimensions. Is it physical?
I'm just taking a shot in the dark for your sake. Yes.
I'm speaking to this English guy.
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, yeah.
No problem. Yeah.
Yes.
3 dimensions, height, width, length is not physical. Right. That's just 3-dimensional space or coordinate systems where physical things reside. My table, for example, will be the physical object in the 3-dimensional space coordinate system. So I'll ask you again: is a 3-dimensional coordinate system physical?
Yes.
Okay. Can I bend a 3-dimensional coordinate system?
Yeah.
That's not what I'm referring to when I say physical. I mean, like
you brought up Einstein, dude. You brought up Einstein.
In the context of physical space, they are indeed physical.
Oh my goodness me! So you brought up Einstein. You said that it proved gravity, probably with some kind of science behind it. Awesome. In natural science, all things must be physical, correct?
In natural science, what do you mean by all things must be physical?
In natural science, the study of the physical natural world that will abide by the scientific method, a hypothesis construction, a prediction of cause and effect relationship that you demonstrate with a physical experiment where you vary and manipulate your presupposition of cause. In physics, natural science, all things must be physical. Yes?
Physicalism, so yeah.
Yes, good. So when we understand space, a 3-dimensional coordinate system, an aspect, not actual physicality, we understand that 3-dimensional coordinate system isn't physical. Next question: is time physical?
Why are you asserting that though?
I didn't even get to respond to what he said.
Is time physical?
Well, we don't know. I'm agnostic about that.
Is time physical? Don't tell me
I don't know.
we don't know.
I don't know.
Okay, let's put it like this. Can you give me some time so I can paint it red and set fire to it?
This isn't relevant.
It is.
It's not. I'm agnostic about it. I don't know.
Is time physical?
Listen, I don't know. What do you want from me? I don't know if time's
cool. Problem. No worries. I've tried to explain it to you. You didn't get it with me not being able to burn time demonstrating to you that it wasn't physical. Okay, not a problem. I'll tell you. Time is not physical. This is why this is a reification fallacy. Taking non-physical things, giving them physical attributes. Like a 4-dimensional... Excuse me?
Reification is when you take an abstract concept and you use it to make a concrete argument.
There you go.
Right, so time isn't an abstract concept.
The fallacy of non-concretism, taking non-physical things and giving them physical attributes, like love or hate. So a concept, 3-dimensional space and time, making a 4-dimensional coordinate system that's bent with mass because your mathematics says so. That's all that Einstein did. There's no science here. It's a reification fallacy.
It's not reification, but fine.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely not. I don't think you know what an abstract concept actually means.
Yeah. Abstract concept, what, like time that's not physical?
Right, that's not an abstract concept.
Is time physical?
And we don't even know whether time is physical or not. We don't even know.
Time's not physical.
Who ever said in history that time is physical? Did Einstein say that?
Can you give me can you give me time so I can paint it red and impart energy into it, maybe catch fire?
Okay, well, like who's making
the argument
that time's physical?
I don't know. We can't then. Otherwise we would know. And we could or we couldn't. We have or we haven't.
I think that's a spectacular
I'm just very
argument.
confused. I mean, who's making that argument right now? Like,
no one said that.
At the moment we're trying to figure out if time and space are actual physical things that can be bent by mass in a reification of fabric.
I don't think time can be physical just because of time dilation. So, like, I mean, it's a whole different thing. Time has nothing to do with physical. Like
a computer.
Space is another thing where, like, as far as like whether it's physical or not, is like
a 4-dimensional space-time coordinate system isn't going to stop the entropy of gases increasing into space.
How's that relevant? Was that my
gravity? Gravity?
I mean, it's different everywhere, though. Like, if you want to talk about, like, in our solar system, sure. But, like, if you go talk about around a black hole, it's a whole different argument, right? Like, it's completely different in space. Space could be different.
Neither of those exist. Solar system doesn't exist. Black hole. There's no direct physical evidence for that either. There's no solar system. By the way. Vacuum of space can exist based on everything we're talking about, with gas pressure needing physical containment of some kind. The bending and warping in space-time can't contain gas. You can't have an open system of gas pressure like that next to a vacuum. Plus, the Earth doesn't move unless anybody wants to provide a measurement of the motion of the Earth. Without it moving, there's no way it can go around the sun.
So do you
Alright, you guys be safe. I'm out.
Like, do you believe our sun can explode?
Who cares?
So relevant to whether or not the Earth moves, which it doesn't. Therefore, there can't be a. Hey, do you think that there can be a solar system if the Earth doesn't move?
I mean, there are other planets in our vicinity.
Give me a break, dude.
I'm not giving you a break. There are other planets.
No, we're not. Listen, I guess I'll rephrase it like this: can the Earth be going around the sun if it doesn't move?
Let me try something with this guy. I feel like you want to Google stuff and just present a lot of Google it. I invite you to use the sharpest tool you have. Is it your noodle or is it your Google? Because right now you just feel like you can just fall back to whatever Google says, and somehow you don't have any cause, any dog in the fight. There's nothing going on upstairs.
You're talking to me?
Yeah, the lights are out.
Okay. All right.
So how I invite you to think this out. Just put down your Google.
Yeah, I could think.
And use your noodle.
I don't have Google pulled up. Like I've learned about this over my time in education, academia, and like I just know like what I know, right? I don't even have to Google anything. So what's your question?
I don't think anyone learns in education that the Earth is flat, but fine.
No, I'm not a flat earther. I wouldn't believe that, but
I know, that's what I'm saying in general. Like, we don't learn this at school because it's complete bullshit.
You're talking about the Earth moving, right? Because you want to talk
doesn't move. There can't be a solar system, right? Because the solar system is a system with the sun at the center, with the Earth going around it, and the other so-called planets, right?
Okay, so where's the sun located?
In the sky.
Yeah.
I'm trying to learn, man. If you want to educate me and swing me to your side, you have to educate me, and you have to convince me, correct? And
you don't know where the sun is?
Well, I'm trying to help you.
Right?
You invoke the motion of the Earth around the sun when you said solar system, so I am trying to help you with that education, so bear with it.
I mean, I never even brought up rotation. You did. I asked you about supernovas, talking about the sun specifically, and you dodged the question. You started talking about the Earth.
Supernovas. Dude, an exploding sun, a star, that's just conjecture. It's fucking philosophy and just fantasy, dude. Forget about that.
So what's keeping our sun powered?
Who knows?
Who knows?
My dick.
Okay.
Well
I
done,
just
mate.
can't learn anything from you guys because you guys don't have the answers, right? You don't know how anything works. Like,
well, you don't have answers either. That's why you've got the questions.
Depends what the question is, though. We might have an answer. When you say supernova, that's something within your paradigm, though. this outer space cosmology, the planets going around the sun and this Big Bang universe and all these solar systems, trillions and trillions of them, or whatever they're supposed to be. That's your paradigm. So,
you think it's all bullshit?
Yeah,
we're begging the question.
Yeah, we don't think that paradigm actually exists in the real world. So I mean, why would I be going into the minutia of it, answering questions about supernovas and so forth? Like,
so do you know how
just
solar
to be clear,
power
you
works,
think
or how we extract energy from the sun? Do you understand the concept of that?
Solar energy.
The type of radiation and solar flares that our sun produces, right? You understand that exists?
What's the sun? Great. What's the sun?
Because essentially, the sun is one giant nuclear reactor. If you think about
How do you know that?
Chemical. Well, I mean, it's just how the amount of radiation.
You know the chemical composition of the sun. How do you know that? How do you even know it has a chemical composition? How do you know it's not some kind of effect?
We know it gives off radiation, so that's one.
Okay, but you don't know its chemical composition based on that.
It gives off radiation, right? You agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
What is the sun?
It is one big gas ball producing constant energy.
Back to the claim again.
Right. That's what the sun is.
That's interesting.
The very simple answer to a very complex entity
I know.
in the sky. Okay.
Very simple way of looking at things.
Just like how you guys describe stuff, right? So
you understand
next question.
Okay. So you understand that according to quite a lot of Nobel laureates, that sun can't be a gas in the vacuum of space. That will be Max Planck, Neil Bohr, Professor Marie Robertal, lots of PhDs, Dr. Odzucker, all demonstrate that with the spectral, that all demonstrate with the spectral lines that the sun gives off, which is a continuous spectral line, then that can't be given by a gas. So that thing in the sky, according to the spectral lines number 2 of the solar spectrum, it can't be a gas. Would you like the citations and references for that?
It's not just the gas.
Think that nuclear fusion's going on up there?
No, you said it was a gas. I just want you to understand that it can't be a gas according to Nobel laureates and well-known physicists. That's just the standard model of the sun, which has been challenged. It'll probably change in 5 years' time.
What would you classify the chemical composition of a nuclear fission, like whether it's like atoms or anything? What do you classify this fusion as? Then, if you don't want to call it a gas, what are you going to call it?
I don't know. I don't know what the sun is. I just know what it can't be.
Can I explain what the sun is, or?
I mean, if you want to, but if you want to say it's a gas, then I'll hold contention with that.
Well, it's not really a single state of matter, really. It's just like for example, in the core, that's like, as he explained before, that's where nuclear fusion occurs. So it's primarily plasma, right?
Okay. So according to the spectral lines given off by the sun cannot be a gas or plasma. Has to be a physical body like solid matter or
hydrogen and helium as well, which are gases.
Has to be a liquid or a solid. Can't be a gas or a plasma. Would you like me to show you the spectral lines?
Go on.
Yeah.
I mean, even if like the claim of it not having gas inside of it is false, which I highly doubt, it doesn't dispute the fact that there's a nuclear fission going on up there, and we can extract energy from it, and it could explode. So
really, you're gonna have nuclear fission without the gas, eh? Without fusing those molecules together, you're gonna have that still.
Well, yeah, that's why it's hydrogen and helium and a bunch of other shit, right?
Yeah, so without that atomic structure, you're still going to have the fission, you're saying?
Well, that's according to you. You guys are denying this.
No, I said that perhaps the sun is some kind of effect. Maybe it's not even an object with a chemical composition like you're describing. Maybe. How do you know?
Okay, well, I think you and Jedi are arguing two different things then.
Okay.
Because he says that there's no gas, so...
No, I don't think there is, because your claim is that it's a ball of gas in a vacuum. And again, we're still awaiting the demonstration of gas being contained by something other than a physical enclosure. To you, that would be the bending and warping of space-time. I just would love to see it.
Okay, so based on how we can extract energy from our sun, because like I said, it's like a giant nuclear reactor up there, right?
Yeah. Okay.
You
keep repeating your claim. It gives energy. That doesn't mean that it's a nuclear reactor.
Gas up there, right?
No, because it gives energy doesn't mean that it's a nuclear reactor with gas molecules fusing and whatnot. It's a leap in logic because something gives off energy. It's a nuclear reactor, dude. Give me a break.
Specifically about the sun, specifically.
Yeah, well, my teapot gives off energy. Is it a nuclear reactor?
This isn't about anything technically related, technical knowledge. This is about how you've come to knowledge. So you keep making these logical assertions that are fallacious.
Based off of what? What's fallacious about it?
You're presuming that there's a nuclear reaction taking place. You have to establish that in the first instance. Well, it's not my claim.
Well, I'm saying, all right, so they're presuming that there isn't, but yet they're not refuting. They are saying, oh, I don't know, maybe something.
No, I want proof that there is. It's a positive claim.
Yeah, it's a positive claim, and now what you're doing is a burden reversal. You're just making the claim, you expect it to stand as is without supporting it at all, and then you want to put it on to us to prove something to the contrary.
What was the first thing I asked you, Kindergarten?
I have no clue.
How is this container holding everything in? How is this container created? Right? You have yet
How was it I don't know. I don't know. The antecedent for gas pressure was a container before I got here, dude.
You're asserting it's there.
How was it created? I don't know. Crick gave you the answer of a creator. I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
I was here when I got here.
Look, this is the same thing, right? You are asserting it's there, right?
Yeah. It's the nature of
an assertion. And you're asking us about the attributes of a thing instead of the thing itself.
It's the nature of gas, though. Hey, listen. Gas fills the limitations of its volume, yeah?
Yeah, Paul, according to who, when, where, why did they say the sun is there?
Dude, I'm not going to go down this meme rabbit hole.
You learned it. Right? Okay, you got knowledge, right? Who told you this? Who told you the story? The sun is there because of a Big Bang, right?
No.
Okay, why is the sun there? See, you're asking questions that you think you've got answers to. You're already in some sort of weird
you can go against the scientific theory of how a star is created.
Okay, how is that?
Over that. Okay,
go ahead.
Let's go look at the exact way a star is created.
See, now you're Googling again.
Yes, because this is the common.
Okay, remember. Okay, hold on. I invited you earlier to put down your Google and use your noodle. And you're not going to do it.
So
you're just simply not.
You want me to just like.
Think it through. Yeah, think it out.
Gases slamming against each other with the help of gravity, right?
That's okay.
Generates a star.
Can you show that?
Can I show that?
Yeah, demonstrate gas attraction.
So do you want me to turn on my camera and fly up to space right now, like I'm Omni-Man?
I don't know who that is.
This is based off scientific theory over the last how many hundreds of years, right? They've come to the conclusion that stars are created with gas.
Okay. Validated by
who?
Observation or experiment or a person? Where do you get this from?
I mean, you could talk about observation and experiment now in recent history, sure. I can't speak to hundreds of years ago, but in recent history, yes, we can go to actual experimentation because we could see the solar flares, we could see the type of radiation the sun's giving off, and we have stuff in high orbit that can see more nowadays compared to hundreds of years ago.
And you're using this we, so that's something you did?
I'm speaking like we as in humanity.
So all of humanity's in on it?
No, dude, not all of humanity. All right?
Okay, who?
Scientists, engineers, astronauts, whatever you want to call them.
Okay, I got something for you here. Let me find it real quick.
Okay.
Gases aren't formed. Sorry, stars aren't formed like gases. What are you talking about?
Based off of what?
Based off of the 3 citations and videos that I've put in from a PhD spectroscoper. They're in the side chat if you want to watch. Interesting titles. Spectroscopy lines and the solar atmosphere. That's not a gas or a plasma according to the spectroscopy lines. Nuclear reactions inside the sun, when you were talking about your fusion just a moment ago. That's not a plasma or a gas, the sun. Does gravitational collapse occur? We're talking about nebula contracting upon itself and formulating a star.
Interesting channel.
Yeah, it does. Everything you're saying, he's going to
call the
disappear.
sun? Like, what does he think the sun's comprised of? What does he say?
He says it's some kind of. He says it's a condensed matter. So a liquid. Because the spectroscopy lines demonstrate it can't be a plasma or a gas. It shows a continuous spectrum. Gases and plasmas don't display continuous spectrums.
Yeah, that's your opinion, bro.
No, that's not my opinion. That's the opinion that I cited in the chat room. Dr. Pierre Ratelli.
Here you go, Apo. Here's NASA spokesperson William Shatner, an astronaut, demonstrating why they failed to explain to you the proper way to articulate these ideas.
Well, listen, spectroscopy and it's just a matter of opinion.
I mean,
spectroscopic lines are just a matter of opinion.
Look, all this is a matter of opinion, right? Like, you can believe whatever you want to believe, because there's always been a division in the scientific community when it comes to things, whether it's like Planet X, whether it's like all these things in recent years specifically of like our understanding of our own solar system. So like, it's actively changing. But my issue with your guys' arguments is how, what do you call it? There isn't going to be a single astronaut, aerospace engineer, scientist, physicist, astrophysicist that will say that the Earth is flat.
Appeal to popularity. Yeah, but you're wrong about that, though.
No, you're not gonna do this 4chan meme, bro.
You're actually wrong about that, Apo. First of all, it's an appeal to popularity. Hey, hold on a second. You've said something that we can rebut. Why do you want to keep going past it?
It's a 4chan meme, your rebuttal. So
what are you talking about? It's not. You don't know what it is. Why would you say that? Why would you prejudge it before we've even had the chance to show it to you? So first of all, we can show you astronauts who have said to the contrary. Second of all, we don't really even need to rebut it because it's fallacious in the first place and that it's an appeal to popularity.
Your entire argument isn't fallacious in any form or way at all. It's perfectly coherent and not a misbelief.
Say what? You're just asking. Okay, so you're just asking me if my argument is fallacious or not. I don't know. Call it the fallacy if it is. But what I'm saying is what you just said was fallacious.
How's it a misbelief?
It's an appeal to popularity. Plus, we can also show you that it's wrong.
Popularity. All right. What is this popularity based off of?
Every scientist, every astronaut, every this, every that. You're appealing to popularity, appealing to consensus.
Come to the same opinion.
Is it based on evidence that they do?
Okay. If there are thousands of people, millions actually, that study
this. Okay. He's just going to do it again. Yeah, he's just going to do it again. Is there evidence that opinion of millions of people is based on?
Why is Dodge, man?
Is there evidence? What, evidence is a dodge? No, I think you'd be dodging by saying that. No, I asked you, is there evidence that these millions of people you suppose have based their opinions on?
Evidence, what, scientific data actually being up there? Like, what
nice dodge, man. Nice dodge. You don't know what evidence is all of a sudden. All you can do is vaguely appeal to the opinions of millions of people that you've never met and know nothing about. You can't actually support this belief of millions of people with the evidence that belief would be based on, can you?
I mean, dude, I could bring up not even just about space. I could talk about our own in-atmosphere things that it's not millions. It's
okay, I'll make it. I'll streamline it for you. Can you provide any evidence of the Earth's curvature?
Yes. I'm gonna do one very simple thing for you.
Great.
Yeah. Are you familiar with how radar works?
How familiar do I need to be for your proof?
Okay, so I'm an aerospace engineer, right?
Okay.
Bullshit.
Bullshit. Oh, really? Okay. Add me on Discord. The way radar works, whether it's ground-based or air-based, it essentially sends out waves and hoping to get sent back signals.
I got
right?
that much. Yeah, go
got
on.
that much. Right. Now, in military applications specifically, the reason why, if you hop on a plane, you quote unquote can't see the curvature of the Earth. You believe that, right?
Of course, there is no curvature to
Do you
see.
know
Period.
why you can't see it that well?
Because it's not there.
Because of the height you are at 30 to 35,000 feet, right? If you speak to, and there's some in this Discord, military aviators that fly fighters. There are a few in the server, right? I hope you can meet one. They fly at double that ceiling, right?
Yeah.
And now you have these thousands of pilots, like, that actually fly at that height. That suggests, yeah, that shit is more curvy than your mom's butt. You know?
Really?
Yeah.
You'd be at odds with
people saying this in the military alone.
You'd be at odds with the geometry of your claim with that.
Now, with the whole radar.
Yeah, just whistle past what I just said, right?
Now, with the whole radar argument.
Yeah, just whistle past what I just said, right?
I'm trying to finish my thing and then I'll.
Yeah, but you just made the claim that I'm going to see more curvature than my mama's butt at twice the altitude of a commercial aircraft, when at 128,000 feet, we still have a perfectly flat horizontal horizon. According to Neil deGrasse Tyson and the Felix Baumgartner Red Bull jump, according to Paul Larson, director of the planetarium, even from the ISS's altitude, 250 miles, that's the claim, 250 miles altitude, you'd still have a flat horizontal horizon. So what are you talking about? More curvature than your mom's
spy
butt?
plane at 85,000 feet took a picture of the Chinese spy balloon and we saw the curve of the Earth. So, like, I don't know what you're talking
Really?
about. Yeah.
So then how come we have planetarium directors telling us that mathematically we would not expect to see any kind of curved horizon from even 250 goddamn miles altitude?
Dude. Cite it. Okay, and you're probably misunderstood.
Sure thing.
Like how this
Can
guy
do.
misunderstood this guy's physics YouTube channel.
So, okay, who are we going to go with? We've got you on Discord making an unbacked claim. We've never had anybody show us any sort of physical evidence of curvature from 80,000 feet altitude, but we've got Neil deGrasse Tyson, top astrophysicist, science communicator, telling us that at 128,000 feet, that stuff is flat because the ball is too big to notice any kind of discernible curvature at that altitude. So who do we go with? Do we throw Neil under the bus or you? Which one?
I mean, Neil never said that the Earth was flat, so try again.
No, he didn't. But he said that even with it being the same ball that you think it is, that even from a higher altitude than you're talking about, it's still going to look like it's flat. So who do we throw under the bus, you or him?
Yeah, so I just posted a picture in the side chat. This was taken in February this year at 85,000 feet.
It doesn't really look very curved.
Do you not see the angle?
Tell you what.
Hello?
I'll post you an image from the Chinese space station if you want. Shall I do that?
Doesn't really look
curved. Will be higher. That'll be higher than your aeroplane. That'll be higher than your aeroplane, won't it? Chinese space station. So when we observe the horizon from the Chinese space station, that horizon's very flat, horizontal in nature. Don't see any curved horizon there from the Chinese space station. Because maybe the Chinese can do math better than you.
Video, please?
Yeah, I've just posted the shot in the live stream. You do understand math, don't you?
Jed, I have a question. I waited like 40 minutes for us to get to the space object, and I posted like a Red Bull video in chat. I think you've all seen it before. But it's about a guy who basically travels all the way up to the atmosphere, and then he jumps off free fall with a parachute, and he lands, right? It was a whole like worldwide event, and it's YouTubed as well. We have multiple sources filming this, right? And in the video, when he goes up, you see the curvature of Earth.
Okay.
So
just a couple of questions on that. One, did you listen to a goddamn word Heretic said no less than 2 minutes ago?
Yeah, and I don't take for a good word what Neil deGrasse.
If you were to complete that circle that you are shown, how big do you think the Earth would be?
I have no idea how big it would be.
Probably we could maybe call it, planet New Mexico?
New Mexico looks way bigger than that.
Yeah. Well, it's not very big, is it?
Yes it is. Looks like it.
Not really. Not really.
Yes, really.
If we were to complete that circle, we would have a radius just slightly bigger than the moon?
Not really, no.
Yeah, if we were to
Which one are
complete
you
the
talking
circle,
about? The video or the screenshot I posted from another video?
Felix Baumgartner jump.
Right. So I posted like a full-length video, right? I jumped from space, world record, supersonic free fall, Red Bull.
Okay. You didn't listen to what Heretic said then. You didn't listen to the mathematics. Paul Larson, you didn't listen
did.
to that.
I didn't
Okay,
agree
so
on it though.
according to the mathematics, we're not high enough above the surface of the Earth at 120,000 feet to perceive the left to right curvature, according to the math.
Well, the math must be wrong then. Otherwise, this is another
So
height.
yeah, because
Yeah.
I guess the Earth's got to be a fucking ball then. The math must be wrong, but the Earth is definitely a ball. Okay. Even though the math that's
you
associated
haven't
with
like really responded to the video. You've just been
couldn't really give a shit at this point, mate.
Well, this is
You've
proof
decided,
against your whole guy's
no, it's
position
not.
and room, and you don't want to
No.
engage with it.
How many cameras were there on the gondola?
Okay. Hold on.
How many cameras were there on the gondola? How many cameras?
Oh, did he leave? Damn.
At least one, but probably multiple.
Yeah, so there was one inside the capsule. If you were to watch the entirety of the video, you will notice that you can actually see the video in the capsule whilst you're looking at the horizon with the camera that you're looking through at exactly the same time. Now, in the capsule, the horizon's horizontal. Through the camera that you're looking through, the horizon is curved. Which one's true?
What timestamp?
Oh, mate, it's a long time ago since I've seen this video, dude.
Well, I mean, if I'm gonna like look at it, I've seen the whole video. So the one that I
Cool.
posted.
Okay, so if you've seen the whole video, then you must be able to understand the point that I'm referencing.
Well, it sounds like you're trying to appeal to some form of perspective illusion, but
No,
I don't see how it
the other
holds
camera
any
angle.
weight here in this conversation.
I'm appealing to the other camera angle where the camera angle shows a horizontal horizon. That's what I'm appealing to.
So I think I need a timestamp for you to like.
It's not on your video, son. I watched the Felix Baumgartner jump years ago. It's not something that I've looked at for a while. But
No
within
offense,
the footage,
but it would be fair to say that your memory might be, playing tricks on you then, right?
Yeah, I'm probably getting old, and the Earth must be.
No, but like, who can remember details 3 years ago?
You don't want to go through the math. You don't want to go through the observation. You just want to go the Earth is a ball. That's
I want to
fine.
go
No
through
problem.
the evidence, video evidence.
Okay, so how far above the surface of the Earth would we have to be to perceive Earth curvature on the horizon from left to right?
No idea, but in this video we can see it.
No
So
idea. So you don't even have a standard to hold. Can I ask you another?
Why would I make myself an expert on these things?
Okay.
I'm not
Do you
gonna
understand what barrel distortion? Do you understand what barrel distortion is?
I have a rough understanding. Yeah.
Cool. So straight lines can be bent because of barrel distortion, correct?
They can appear as such, I'd say, yeah.
Good. They're awesome stuff. Brilliant.
So the image of the U-2 spy plane that was capturing the Chinese spy balloon was actually almost 20,000 feet higher than the Red Bull jump, by the way.
That's lovely. And the Chinese space station is higher than that, and that's a flat horizon.
I'm still waiting for that video, by the way.
That's the edge of space, is it?
That's not the
I'll
edge of
just
space.
give you the
So I'm confused. You
Anyways,
guys are
when I was
often
bringing up, I was
saying
talking about radar, right? Why is it that you have airborne platforms like AWACS planes and stuff that go?
Okay, this is another question that you also claim you're an expert in. You know how I know you're not an expert? Is you're asking me about your expertise. Dude, you sunk your battleship.
I don't know why you're muting me. I was talking about radar before.
You sunk your own battleship here. See, if you're an expert in a topic, you don't need to tell anyone. It's painfully obvious you're an expert because you would have the knowledge. You wouldn't be asking a bunch of lay people to explain your expertise to you.
Well, I mean, yeah.
So cut the shit. All right, cut the shit. Your LARP failed. Your Reddit Andy
I'm
kind of
trying to explain to you how it works.
No one asked you. and you asked, and no one cares.
Also, you're making an argument about a curvature that you haven't evidenced yet. You're saying we observe curvature or don't observe curvature from these altitudes, but you haven't presented any measurement of this claimed curvature to begin with.
So am I allowed to talk about radar, or am I going to get muted again for talking about radar?
Any of the guys who are claiming the globe, the question of, well, who's measured that curvature that you're assuming can be addressed to you.
I mean, I can't even speak about it because if I bring up radar, I'm going to get muted. So,
well, why don't you bring up how radar determines elevation instead?
This is honestly, the problem. I think there is a difference between
hold
proving...
on a second.
Okay.
AT, hold on.
Yeah.
Like April, the problem is no one asked you. You asked the question, try to divert the topic to something you want to talk about that no one else cares about. Not even you. You really don't care about it. Because I invited you earlier to use your own expertise, not to Google it, to think it out. And you just won't do it. No matter how many times people request that you stay with the conversation, follow along, you just think you're some kind of expert in the room that wants to stop what they're doing and listen to you. No, fuck that. Fuck that noise. Just stay on mute until you got something to say. All right, go ahead, AT.
Yeah, I was just addressing the other guy. So I think you're correct. There is like a difference between giving like an exact number of the size and then just giving a rough estimate of an approximate, right? That we can look at, but perhaps not calculate. Now, I'm not a mathematician, right? I'm a computer guy. So this is outside of my field of expertise. But what I can say is, well, when I look at the evidence, we have pretty clear-cut evidence that we have been able to send people at least as high as 120,000 plus feet, and maybe even more than that, right?
And that stuff
is all documented
flat.
on video.
And that stuff is flat, documented on video
flat if you watch
at
the video.
120,000 feet. Okay, then, AT, who's going under the bus? Okay, AT, who's going under the bus? You or Neil deGrasse Tyson? Which one is it? One of them's got to go.
This is an appeal to.
I'm just wondering which one's got to go. Is it going to be you or him?
Well, you can't really appeal to authority.
Well, you're wrong,
remember, you just said you're a computer guy, whereas Neil deGrasse Tyson, he specializes in the globe fantasy, right? So he would know better.
Yeah, I know
than
who he is, but but you should know that.
So his opinion is probably more qualified than yours.
Not be TikTok, please.
So AT is wrong, or the astrophysicist is wrong. Which one's it going to be, AT? It's got to be one.
But I'm not making a claim. I'm making an observation.
You just made the claim.
No, I'm making.
Yeah, you said, "Oh shit, we're gonna see some curve. It's gonna be curvy up there."
You claim there's curvature present. Do you know how much of Earth's surface is visible from 132,000 feet?
132,000 feet. What are you talking
Yeah, I've got the answer. I just want to see. I mean, you said you aren't a math guy, but I'll give you the answer. It's 0.32% of Earth's surface is visible from 132,000 feet. And you tell us that curvature is visible from 132,000 feet. That's fantastic.
So that's my problem.
That's a good chunk of that circumference there that you're seeing. Yeah,
you're 0.32% of the total circumference.
You're trying to refute an observation with mathematics that you haven't even proven to be right.
You know what I can do, AT?
It's flow mathematics, not mine.
I can settle right now which one of you is going under the bus. I got a way to do it. So if you've seen Earth curvature, even though it's what he said, 0.32% of the circumference, yeah, it's nonsense on its face. But even if you did see the curvature of this circumference from that altitude, that would mean then that the Earth would have a geometric horizon at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. That's the horizon distance that we're going to have as a result of that rate of curvature. Do you think the Earth has that?
And now you want me to display curvature over water or something like that?
Well, it all goes hand in hand. The curve that you say that you saw or that people see from that altitude will result in a geometric horizon distance of 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. It's the same thing that you said that you saw. You think the Earth has that?
So again, right, I'm not going to default to the I see flat, therefore flat, prove the curve.
Okay, so do you think that the Earth has that, was the question. It seems like you're squeamish to answer.
Any position on
it seems like you're a little bit squeamish to answer, so maybe you're trapped here, huh?
I'm not really trapped. I have an
observation. I think you are.
You guys aren't really.
Yeah.
refuting
Okay.
the
So I'm
observation.
rebutting your observation
got
right
muted
now,
3
and you're
times there.
squirming right now to get out of it. So
How is
you
that
said that
squirming?
you've seen
I'm
the
perfectly
you've
calm.
seen the circumference at 24,901 mile circumference. You've seen the curvature of that, which you wouldn't from that altitude anyway. But let's just humor you. If that's the case that you actually did, then that circumference would result in a 1.2 mile times square root of observer height
Please
in
prove that.
feet. Yeah, you just go over to any Earth curve calculator on the internet, Google Walter
So you
Bislam's
can't
Earth
prove
curve
that.
calculator. Yeah,
I
we
could provide at least 2 university citations. One from the University of Washington.
Yeah. Are they
No,
okay?
no, no, no.
Do you
I
think
think
that they
you
know
got
their
You don't
math
want a
well enough?
citation? Okay, then shut the hell up.
Ooh, look
I
at
do
them
want a
squirming
citation.
and
You should
just
listen.
squirming to get out of
listen,
it.
So
I've
Heretic,
heard
did
you
you want to
speak.
answer my question from earlier?
Okay,
or no?
well, anyway, you're obviously done for. You're in the corner. You're trapped. You know it. You're trying really desperately to get out. You're looking for any exit possible. It's pathetic, bro. What do you have to say for yourself?
Can we talk about the radar now or no?
Okay, because he's done for. At doesn't have anything. Because I mean.
So you
'cause
guys had nothing against it, okay?
Yeah, we're gonna talk to the other guy because you knew that you were done for when it came down to the geometric horizon consequent of your curvature claim, and you had to squirm to get out of it. You're a fucking weasel.
So
Piece
the
of
whole
shit.
reason
Let's talk to
why
this other guy.
I wanted to bring up radar was because, like I said, I'm in aerospace and like I'm working on like that type of technology is what I'm going into, right?
All right, good. I got one question that cuts to the chase. How does radar determine elevation height?
Okay. Now, can I please say my thing first, and I'll answer your question? Please. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I
Very
just want to know how radar determines
I'll get
elevation
to
height.
that. You have ground-based radars that have a limited range, right? According to the people that make the radars, whether it's Raytheon, right, or whatever company, it's because of the Earth's curvature. There's a reason why it's limited, right? Compared to why we have several E2 Hawkeye, AWACS platforms, whether it's the Navy or the Air Force, they put radar domes on planes at a higher altitude to have double or almost triple the range because of the lack of curvature. Or like when it's
How do you know path loss is due to curvature and not terrain, not other things, especially wavelength?
Because the radar is pointed upwards, not flat. That's why terrain has something to do with it.
What about horizontally mounted dipoles inside of like F-16s?
Are you talking about the ASA radars? Those are different. It's airborne.
Okay.
Yeah, it's airborne. I'm talking ground compared to airborne with the range differences. This is the big thing here. Especially when it comes to hypersonic missiles, I posted this very nice graph here, right? The reason why our military is so scared of them is because of how low they fly and how they can avoid our radar systems, right?
All right, so tell
use
us,
the
how do they
Earth's
determine
curvature-
elevation height around a ball?
They use the Earth's curvature to dodge radar. This is why they're such a threat, and they are real.
All right, how do they determine elevation height with radar?
Elevation height of an aircraft?
Yeah.
Is what you're saying? Because it bounces back.
How do they determine the height of it? I mean, you know, if I was in an airplane, let's say with a radar, not on the ground, shooting straight out, and there's another airplane, and I don't know how far away it is, how do I determine the height around a ball?
Electronically scanned array.
Because if it's at my eye level, perfect center of vision, it's going to be at way higher altitude from me, isn't it?
It depends
if Earth
on
is
the
a
type of
ball.
radar and the type of plane. You need to look at it, or you need to be on a different frequency to detect stealth aircraft, right? For example.
Okay, this has nothing to do with the question at hand. We're talking about how radar determines elevation height. Because you got to have that, right?
What's in the air is what you're saying, like a plane?
Well, yeah, I just gave one example.
Okay, so you're bringing up a plane.
Hey, where do they put radar in a normal civil aircraft? In a normal commercial aircraft, where do they put the radar dome? Where is the radar
It's
dome?
not a dome. There's no dome. They're little like.
Oh, it's not
like
a radar dome. So the radar that's under the radar dome in front of the nose of the aircraft is not called a dome. It's literally you can literally, dude. I'm gonna post a picture.
Yeah, this isn't going anywhere.
Oh, it doesn't matter what it's called. I'm just saying, listen. I'm just saying the radar is in front of the nose of the aircraft and it's pointing mostly in a downward direction. Second of all, when you look at the same aircraft, when you look at the same aircraft of the Airbus A320, you look at where the VOR antenna is, which is a ground-based navigation system. It is on the highest tail of the aircraft. So your whole premise is
And
just
with
going...
the F-35, it's pointed up.
There's a reason why I asked about radar elevation, guys.
And it doesn't mean anything.
This has nothing to do with anything.
It means
we
nothing.
talk to radar technicians and engineers all day long. We have some on our panel. The reason why I brought up elevation is because it cuts right to the heart of the matter. We've had similar discussions and storytelling from other people before. We just want to know how elevation height is determined with radar on a ball.
Oh, so you're talking about how it detects how high it is.
Yeah, that's what I've been asking.
Okay. For a civilian airliner, right, I don't think it even uses a radar to detect height, by the way.
Yeah, it's a radar for weather. It's a radar for weather and a radar for other aircrafts. And 1 second, and the VOR antenna that is on the highest tail of the A320 is literally a ground-based navigation system that I just posted there with my last picture.
These are different applications. I was talking military.
Okay.
If you want
how about ground-based radar, upward
yeah,
looking?
now it's a different application.
I was talking about AWACS platforms and airborne radars, like actual.
All right, so guys,
you wanted to talk about.
Hold on.
You wanted to talk about ground-based radar. Let's stick with that. Tell us how ground-based radar determines elevation height on a ball.
Okay. It would send out the frequencies and the radio waves, right? Hit it and then bounce back. Very simple fucking concept, right?
Yeah, but how does it determine height? You design this stuff, right?
Okay, I don't design radars.
By the time.
Look, dude.
I thought you were the expert.
Running out. If you're lobbing a signal wave up there, right? Trying to get a read on something. How does it get the information back? It detects it and it bounces back.
Sure, I could be in freaking space and there's no height above anything.
But it bounces back, okay?
So how do I determine height?
It would ping where it is, specifically. This is like how radar works. How do you think they shoot stuff down, my guy?
Well, how do they determine its height above the surface? That's all I want to know.
With fire control, with computer systems on the radar? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Bro,
how do they shoot stuff down? How do you think the Navy just shot down Houthi missiles, my guy? Like, come on.
Sorry. Excuse me. How does the radar know the altitude of the thing that's been targeted?
This guy's so clueless.
Because of how it gets pinged, where it gets pinged. The moment it gets pinged, it gets pinged. Do you understand that?
Okay, so the time it takes to come back is going to tell me the elevation of this thing above the surface of the Earth?
Yes, because technology has progressed really far.
No.
Yes.
No, that would just give me a distance.
You've got a magical black box called a computer attached to your radar that you do not understand, do you, boy?
Okay. So when an F-35 gets a lock on a target at 90 miles away with its radar, right? How does it lob a missile?
You were talking about, dude.
No. Answer the fucking question.
Dude.
Don't dodge it. Answer the question. How does it get a fire?
You were talking about a ground-based system. You were talking about a ground-based system.
In general, dude. This all
no, you were talking. You specifically brought up, my friend. You specifically brought up a ground-based system that, because of altitude, was encumbered by the curvature of the Earth. The question is really simple, right? We understand that the time that it takes for the signal to return to the receiver is going to give us an approximate distance, right? Now, how do we determine the elevation of the object?
How do we determine the elevation?
Yes.
How did the Soviets launch missiles at the SR-71 at 80,000 feet, how high it went? How did they do it? They did it by tracking it on radar, getting a return on it at the elevation, right? And trying to...
How do you determine that elevation, dude?
Oh my god, it sends the fucking signals out and it bounces back to the radar. What's so hard to understand about
do you determine Earth is... Okay, do you assume Earth is flat for ease of simplicity?
My issue with this is radar, it can go up, it can't go horizontal. You understand?
It does. It experiences path loss when it does.
Then why isn't radar infinite?
Well, because of absorption and scattering, especially of the atmosphere.
Why isn't radar?
Yeah, and you can change the wavelength of radar and get different. So you can change what's called K factor, right? You know all about K factor, bolt factor.
We can detect these.
Do you want to talk about radar refraction, microwave?
Dude.
4/3 R.
You're telling me we can track these low-flying hypersonic missiles by your logic, by the way, right? If this were true, that means we could track hypersonic missiles at that low.
On flat Earth, yeah.
But we can't. So,
well, when they go hypersonic, they can't because they're wrapped in a plasma sheath, which is a black body and doesn't return a radar signal.
4,000, 5,000 miles per hour, my guy. It's
it's surrounded in a plasma sheet.
No, it's not. Plasma sheets.
I've got university articles. I've got mainstream articles in freaking Forbes about this.
The Kinzel, the DF-21, the DF-17, they do not travel more than 5,000 miles per hour or create plasma.
Yeah, they do. Do you want a Wikipedia article on plasma sheath and stealth technology with hypersonic missiles?
Yeah, but those, dude, oh my god.
At the moment, we've got radars that are situated on fucking airplanes, which is most definitely not showing or demonstrating curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, and they are mostly based on the cone of the aircraft, in front of the aircraft, and the nose cone. Even with military aircraft, they're in the nose cone.
Hold on one second. I think I completely missed something for you guys. I could talk about these radars, but I'm talking about these planes. Compared to ground-based, I was more talking about those specifically with the triple the range of anything, right? There's a reason why they're put up there.
Yes,
early
this
warning.
is
Exact.
Yes,
airborne early.
What
warning
these
system,
aircrafts
right?
do is they can enhance a signal when there is a low coverage area.
No,
that's it. That's basically a huge satellite with 4 engines. What you're seeing there.
It's a massive radar dome that has double or triple the range of any ground-based radar, and it can move, which makes it even better. Right? That's why we use them. Back to the whole.
They in range. They make when there's an area that is not covered well enough. They use these aircrafts.
Okay. The reason why it's not covered is because of the curvature of the Earth. It being higher negates that.
Yeah,
It negates
exactly.
that.
Heavy
Really?
fantasies.
Yes. This is why they're.
So what's the
created.
distance to the radar horizon?
It depends on the system. You want to talk Russian S-400, 300 to 400 miles. Patriot, 200. It depends on the exact
wait a
system.
minute.
And I'm
It'll
talking
be
about,
based on your height. So what do you mean 300 to 400 miles?
I'm talking about the range of the radar.
Sorry to interrupt. 1 minute past the hour. I'd like a concession about plasma, please.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was talking about you.
What's the radius
So
value?
there
Then you
are-
can continue.
Hold on. There are several hypersonic weapon systems that are in development by several countries. This is a very, very good article, or not. It's just a publication on it, discussing the different weapons. Now, the thing with plasma is there are a few missile concepts, right? Like people doubt like the DF-21 can travel at that speed because of the plasma, because the onboard radar would not be able to turn on or see anything, and it would need to be like guided with some like AI type of camera, which it doesn't have, which is why people don't believe it.
It can't see it because it's a black body or near black body at that point. That is my entire
this is why
point.
people
And this has
don't
nothing to
believe
do with
that it can go
determining
that fast,
elevation height with the radar.
But look, this is the thing. A hypersonic missile going that fast, you're talking 13, 14, 15,000 miles per hour. There's no missile in service that's a hypersonic missile that can do that yet. Like it's impractical because of the plasma. But what they have now, the low flying hypersonic boost glide vehicles don't create plasma because they're not traveling as fast. They're going 6,000 miles per hour, which will not.
Yeah, I said you can detect them earlier, and you told me no.
You can't because they fly.
And then I said they're not going fast enough, and then you told me no, and now you're confirming exactly what I told you. I'd still like a concession, please.
Okay, dude. It's flying low. This is why it can't be detected.
Path loss.
Later.
You've got a very low, you've got a very oblique angle between the surface and the radar angle height, don't you?
Look what I just posted in the side chat. This is a perfect example.
Yep, and you've also got frequency consideration.
Take a look at it. Seriously, like this is why it doesn't work. Even in airborne radar platforms, you can't see it because it's
Okay, I know that's the claim. I see bendy crap on the ground all the time in diagrams. I also see diagrams if it's straight. I want you to tell me how they determine elevation height with the radar. We haven't gotten to that yet in this entire time. You told me how they determine distance with pings.
I feel like, all right, elevation.
I know what I'm talking about, and that's your problem.
I'm so confused. Like, what does it have anything to do with it? It's such a small.
Yeah, you are confused. You're very
I'm confused on his claim. Like, why is he bringing up elevation height?
Well, this is what happens when you claim to be an expert in something and you don't really know.
Why are you claiming that? Like, why are you bringing up elevation height?
Reasons?
Well, I mean, this is a flat Earth channel, isn't it?
Why are you bringing it up? What does this have anything to do with?
Because radars work on flat Earth.
Because you claim there is a curve. A curve 360 degrees in every direction.
And I claim what you think is K factor or Earth bulge is really radar absorption and scattering due to wavelength and path loss from terrain.
Why do cruise missiles exist?
As well as a medium that the wavelength is traveling through.
Why do they travel so?
Why would?
Look at the last graphic he posted. It's like, look at the text on it is like the same color as Discord background.
Yeah, it's literally.
I always notice like once they're trapped, they start flailing and they get all squeamish and they want to like jump off to like 10 other topics. Like,
and so an honest answer would be, I don't know how radar determines elevation height. You could have said that.
Yeah, why do you have to try to run away from the topic once you've failed? Like, why can't you just be like, oh, okay, maybe I learned something here. Maybe I didn't know as well as I thought I did. Like, why this need to, like, hide from reality like that?
I don't know why I'm being muted for no reason, but okay.
Can I ask you a question about radar? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, hold on, Sasha.
In
Yeah,
this
hold on.
argument,
We're gonna see the address the first thing first.
Okay.
I'm not dodging his question. I'm asking him why he's asking it. Can I get an answer, please?
Oh, so you're asking why I'm asking about elevation height?
Yes.
Because you'd have to have a means to determine elevation height if you're going to claim that there's a ball. Because if your elevation height and the position of your target is going to be determined by the surface that you're standing on. And if the surface is flat, it's going to have one elevation height. If it's a ball, it's going to have a different elevation height than you'd expect if it was flat. Am I correct?
Well, yeah, radars are created to determine what's up there and seeing everything, right? That's why
a
they're
way
made.
to
This
determine
is why
elevation
planes don't
height.
crash into each other. So, again, why? Are you
Yeah,
bringing
that's
up
my
elevation?
greater point.
There's another way to determine it.
I'm just saying, like, why is he bringing up elevation? It has no context to this fucking
Well,
conversation.
it's because Earth supposedly curves at 8 inches per mile squared on, is a very short metric over at least 1,000 miles to some, pretty good degree of accuracy.
Okay.
Okay, so if it's curving away from your feet, if it's curving below down away from your feet, then any object that is horizontally out from you in any distance could be at some unknown height.
So
And the further it is, the higher it is, even though it's straight ahead.
Very long
Yeah,
ruler.
so civilian radar things, like whether it's airports to traffic planes and stuff, there are a shit ton of them, right? It doesn't even take into the account the Earth's curvature because there's so many of them and there's thousands of
Yeah,
planes
we
in the
know.
air once.
Radar doesn't determine
This
Earth
is why
curvature.
I'm
It can't
bringing up
detect
military
it.
platforms. This is why I'm talking about military platforms, because these are different things. These coherently go side and side with the Earth's curvature because of how our military operates, right?
Different lengths of
why
radar see
cruise
further
missiles
than
exist.
other different wavelengths of radar.
Yes, and some wavelengths see stealth, some don't. Yes.
Yeah,
Is a very large ruler to determine elevation.
Because you're talking about systems that are designed to track things in a fast-paced, right? Like,
Hello.
like the F-35 one that I posted. It could track 15 different objects in less than 2 seconds. ASA, right? It's insane. Okay? This technology's there, right? It exists. And there's a reason why we develop the technologies the way we do. Whether it's countering our adversaries or not. Right? This is why I'm bringing up military platforms, is because they're more relevant to the Earth's curvature, because we have to strike targets across the planet. Okay? I don't know
Well,
why
I can prove for that curvature, man. And
Yeah,
radar isn't
exactly.
going to give it to us.
the Tomahawk missile exists, the Caliber missile exists. Like, you could talk about all
Dude,
these
just
missiles that fly
because
low to
missiles
dodge
exist,
radars.
it has
Yes, this is
nothing.
what they're
It's
created
not
for, man.
proving your curve, bro.
This
Yeah,
is
tell
why
us
they
how
fly
those
low.
missiles
Why do
determine
cruise
their own
missiles fly
elevation
low?
height.
They fly
These
slow
things
and they
have
can shoot
telemetry
missiles.
systems, right?
Why?
They have automated telemetry systems. How does a Tomahawk missile know how high it is?
GPS actually. It could determine it.
Okay.
Like
And
it's a lot of stuff here, man. Like it's
All right,
it's a
cool.
very
So
intricate
GPS
question.
uses Cartesian coordinates, like east, north, up, or east, north, down, based off of an ECEF
And the
reference
reason
frame.
why cruise missiles fly low is to avoid radar tracks because of the curvature of the Earth. This is why they were made, bro. There's no
Ugh.
argument in this. There's no argument at all. All right.
Yeah, they'd have to nose
If it
down
was
pretty
the Earth,
quickly
we
at their
would
speeds,
have
right?
completely different weapon systems in place, my guy.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
just
think about a
factual.
hypersonic missile. How fast it has to nose down over the curvature of the globe Earth, going 15,000 miles per hour.
Those don't exist. Those are
Do you want
new
to show
curves.
that curvature, that geometric horizon that cruise missiles hide behind? Would you be able to go ahead and do that?
It's the low altitude.
Because, hey, your radar can't detect it because it's hiding behind the geometric horizon. So I would hope that my eyeballs or a camera wouldn't be able to detect
no,
it
it's
either.
because
So
the radar doesn't go around the curvature; it goes up. goes up. It doesn't go around, right? If the
Yeah.
Earth was
Well, it's
flat, it
line
would
of
just go
sight, right?
straight, and they would see the cruise missiles.
It doesn't
This is
go
the issue
around.
here.
All right. So are you able to show me that curvature, that geometric horizon that the cruise missile hides behind?
It doesn't hide behind any horizon. It just flies low.
You know what's funny?
Right.
Microwave is so line of sight that they have to pretend that Earth is about 33% bigger in radius because it can see so far.
I'm sorry, did you repeat that?
Yeah, so microwave radar sees so far, like Earth is so flat, that people basically say, to account for this, Earth's radius must be about 33% bigger. The radar horizon for microwave is calculated as 4/3 times R.
One second.
4/3 times R. That's bigger than what they say the visual horizon is, which would be 7/6 R.
Right. So as the wavelength increases, you've got a flatter Earth bulge, and eventually you get to like lower frequencies, and it's like 20/3 R. It's effectively flat.
So your radar horizon, yeah, all right, that's a little bit bigger than the visual horizon, so it's going to be a little bit further out. We see way, way, way further than either of those metrics claim, so I think you're pretty much fucked.
I mean, you're looking at 373 miles. Okay, if you want to talk about the most advanced radar system on the planet, or air defense, I want to say, you're looking at the Russian S-500. Okay, it's a Russian system.
You're still clinging on,
It
eh?
goes 300.
You want to just show us? You want to just show us the horizon that cruise missiles hide behind? How about just doing that?
They fly low to avoid radar waves.
Yeah. So they're hiding behind the curvature, right? So why don't you just show us the curvature?
Yeah, they're just flying low. I mean,
yeah, so they're hiding behind a curve, right? Okay, so they're not hiding behind a curve.
No, they're just flying low to avoid.
Okay, so the entire thing was completely irrelevant to the whole discussion.
Well, I mean,
we're
why do
trying
you
to
think
have.
the radar waves don't detect them at low altitude?
Oh, okay, so it is because they're hiding behind a curve.
If you want to interpret it that way, you can.
Okay, well, I don't want to.
Avoid radar
I don't want to. So you're not saying that you're not saying that they necessarily. Okay, so you're not saying that they necessarily.
The radar would detect the tomahawks. You fucking retard.
Oh well, how do you know that? Can you show me the curve that the tomahawks are hiding
And
behind?
tomahawks
then?
wouldn't even exist if they're.
Hey, listen, little boy, don't spiral out
Little
now.
boy.
Can you just show us the curvature that the tomahawks hide behind?
I posted in chat. There's a picture in chat of that.
This is what happens every single time I talk to one of you morons. Is you
just
wig
don't know
the
what you're
fuck
talking
out.
about, my guy. You're not college educated. You're unemployed, and you're on Discord.
Yeah, okay, so now a bunch of ad homs don't make you sound like you know what you're talking about. They make you sound like you're a triggered, spastic little boy.
Look at you. You called me boy 4 times, man.
Yeah, wow, he's really mad, eh? I got this guy
I called you
really
boy
upset
first.
in a hurry.
Man. Like,
I got this guy really upset in a hurry. All
Well,
I
if
wanted
you-
to do
if-
was see the curve that these tomahawks are hiding behind, and you went, well, they don't hide behind a curve. Well, if you want to say they do, they do. Okay, yeah, well, what the fuck do you think they're hiding behind? Then you started to melt down.
Why do tomahawks fly low?
Yeah, why do they? Your claim was that they fly low because they're hidden by a curve, correct?
I gave you an answer. Why do they fly low?
Because they're hidden by a curve, right?
No. Why do they fly low? I'm asking you.
Because
you know the fucking answer more than me.
according to you, they're hidden by a
According to you,
curve.
why do they fly low?
Because there's a geometric radar horizon that does that obscures them from radar.
That makes no sense.
Correct? Oh, so your claim
That
makes no
what
sense.
you're
I
saying
agree
makes
with
no
you.
sense, dude.
Yeah, I agree with you. Your claim makes no fucking sense.
Oh, so now you're wait. Hold on. You just
How are these missiles guided? How are these missiles guided?
This guy said that his own claim makes no sense. He's retarded. Just dismiss him.
Yeah,
heretic.
He said that his life has no sense.
But I already figured that when he had no clue about aviation red domes and so forth.
He heard his own claim. He heard his own claim put back to him, and he said that makes no sense. He's a retard.
what's
Might
it
as well
called?
just be done with
GPS
him.
inertial navigation? Is that what you want
Can
the
I
answer to? I'm
run
so
with
confused.
on good faith and ask for you guys to educate me on this flat Earth?
Well,
like genuinely, man.
There's no geometric horizon. There's no curvature of the surface of the Earth. This guy just tried to prove it with cruise missiles. He said that they fly low to avoid detection. So there's supposed to be this thing called a geometric horizon, a radar horizon, etc. So radar can't detect these cruise missiles that are flying low because they're obscured by the curve. Apo got really confused at that point. He didn't know whether or not.
Actually, you're not answering my questions.
Yeah, he didn't know whether or not the cruise missiles should be or should not be obscured by this curve that he was trying to prove. He's very not bright, and this is where we're at now.
I mean, they fly low. I don't know why you're trying to you're not refuting
Why
anything.
do they?
Why
Sorry,
do they fly
why
low?
do they fly? Why do they fly?
Okay, they fly low, and that doesn't prove
To
anything. They
avoid
fly low.
radar
That's all.
contact. This is why they fly low.
To avoid radar contact, what, under the radar?
And then you have the LRAS, long-range anti-ship missile, that's stealthier, like a Tomahawk, but stealthier, to get even more closer and fly through these radar waves.
That's awesome. That's awesome
it is
stuff.
awesome, right?
So
They
at any
exist.
point,
Why do they exist?
any point, my friend, at any point is the radar signal interrupted by the curvature of the Earth?
Yes.
Good. So that would be at 1.225 times the square root of the radar antenna in feet.
It depends on the type of platform.
It depends on the altitude of the platform.
Altitude. What does altitude have anything to do with it?
Well, because that's going to show where the geometric horizon is going to be, isn't it?
Let's be consistent here. I want to talk about the Russian S-500. Are you
Why?
Dude, the platform? Wait.
You don't know anything about your claim, Apo. You're obviously, listen, you're very confused and you're trying to squirm out of it now. Jedi asked you some really pertinent questions to your claim and you were instantly bewildered by them. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about or how to go about proving it. And all you do is expose your ass every time you try to.
I too can read Jane's Defense Weekly.
Jedi. Like I said, let's talk about this one specific radar platform to be consistent. Let's not talk about civilian. Let's talk about one thing so that we're not bouncing all over the place, right? Like how he says we are. Your question about, let's say, this S-500. It has a horizontal range of 373 miles and an altitude of up to 124 miles. Okay? This is the range on this missile defense system for the Russian military.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I do apologise, but did you say how much horizontal?
Oh, wait, hold
300 and what?
1 second, let me get the article. I want to read up on it.
300.
1 second.
A lot for the flatness.
Reaching out to
real quick.
100 kilometers. Here's a copy and paste.
And so horizontal, yeah? That's a horizontal range. Did you say it has a horizontal range? Awesome. We don't need to listen anymore.
373 miles. This is
awesome.
One
horizontal range.
Yeah.
Horizontal range.
Yeah, so ask yourself, how much Earth curve is there in those 374 miles?
Of horizontal range.
Obviously not enough.
Obviously not enough.
That's why it's able to detect in that bubble specifically, right?
Let's see how much.
Because guess
I mean,
what?
I reckon it's going to be well over 100 miles of drop.
Okay? We are.
Well, I kind of agree. I mean,
there is a
0 is not enough. I would agree with you.
Like seriously, like why aren't these things like infinite? Because they do go over terrain. This is bullshit. That claim that doesn't go over terrain.
Sorry, is horizontal referred to as 0 rate of change of slope?
Like if you want to argue when does the curve begin, that's a whole different thing. Right?
Well, no, we want to figure out when this radar is interrupted by the curvature of the Earth,
which is around 373 miles.
What's the altitude of the radar station?
Like 10 feet off the ground, I want to say.
10 foot. So the geometric horizon for a 10-foot platform, is that 10 foot above sea level?
It depends where they put it. It's mobile. It's not
yeah, so above sea level. We're going to have the altitude above sea level because that's going to give us our geometric horizon limitation.
Like in St. Petersburg and Crimea, they try to put them on higher
What's the square root of 10? Do you know what the square root of 10 is?
What? Sorry, Jedi, what is the distance also only?
On the S-500, 373 miles.
Okay, thank you.
Depending on altitude, range. If it's higher, it can be more because
because of
altitude. This is why when you put these radars on planes and they fly higher, you get more range.
So not curvature of the Earth then.
Okay.
Not curvature of the Earth.
Hold on.
We're like seriously, Sunshine.
That's an 18-mile drop from the observation point.
We're waiting for the cowbell of curvature of the Earth. Where's that then?
Yeah, 18 miles of drop over that curvature.
It's 9,000 feet. 9,000 feet of drop.
1 second.
Yeah, about 92,000 feet.
1 second, dude. On this graph.
92,000 feet of hidden height behind that radar horizon.
Well, I mean, he did say there's not enough curvature really to obscure it, which I agree with, because 0 wouldn't be enough.
Yeah, that's a good point.
This is graph. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to use a civilian application here. Oh, here we go. See the graph right here.
Observer height 10 feet, you said.
Okay, so here's a. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you put a radar, or if you drive this S500 radar truck up a hill, right, and you activate the radar again, it's going to have a little bit more range because of the height.
Okay, right? But from 10 foot, from 10 foot above sea level, what's the range?
I'm just gonna take it at face value at this article, which it could even be more. I don't know. It's a Russian system. It's classified. Like I said, around 350 to 400 miles.
Going somewhere.
If we're gonna be consistent, we can go on those numbers. 350 to 400 miles to be safe.
Okay, cool. And it's not interrupted by the curvature of the Earth.
I mean, yeah, Dan, I could talk about the E5 or the E2 Hawkeye or other planes as well. But
would you require physical obstruction of the curvature of the Earth to interrupt the radar? Yeah, that would impede the radar because the curve of the Earth is in the way, right?
It depends because if it's a cruise missile, yes. If there's a cruise missile coming at you, yes. But if it's
talking about the radar, talking about the radar.
Yeah, I'm talking about the radar. It depends on what it's looking for and the altitude of the object.
Okay, so the physical geometric horizon for the 10-foot radar station is 3.8 miles away.
Yep.
You said 3.8 miles away. Would you say? I'm sorry. Repeat it.
3.8.
Yep. Repeat what you
said. 3.8. Yeah, the physical geometric horizon for the radar station at 10 foot above sea level, using the calculation 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, to draw a tangent line from the radar station to the apex of that curve. That curve would start and be observed at 3.8 miles away before it would interrupt any signal that would go beyond it. You've said that the radar station has a limitation of 350 miles horizontal. Okay.
Well, maybe horizontal is not the right term for this type of radar.
Maybe it's curving better, Bert.
Hold on, 1 second.
Does radar curving 8 inch per mile square?
Because you understand that if you've got a distance to something that's 350 miles away, and the curvature of the Earth, I think, was quoted just a moment ago, is about 3 miles of descent, then you understand that that's a two-way signal propagation from sender to receiver, ping, then back again, twice over a curved surface.
I think it's more of a, how would you put it? It's more worried about looking up than horizontally.
It's more worried about...
Which is why it's a mobile platform a few feet off the ground.
Right, and this is why you brought up the radar return being incongruent with your claim.
Incongruent.
Well, yeah, because it has to go back the way it came.
Up would be the wrong direction. We're talking about the surface of the Earth, not away from it, so better start over. You got nowhere. It's been over an hour of this obfuscation. You got absolutely nowhere. Do you think that you came anywhere near proving the curvature of the surface of the Earth? Really? On a scale of 1 to 10, how close do you think you got?
Bro, I don't really think any of our technology would work if it wasn't. So
yeah, but you haven't given absolutely any justification for that claim. You just keep repeating it, and that's as far as you got.
I brought up different systems.
Sorry, I've got to address that. Sorry.
If you want to go learn more on it, you can go read up on those systems.
You don't think that this technology wouldn't work if the surface was flat? I'd put it to you that it would be a much simpler operation to use this radar on a flat surface than a fucking curved one.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I think a radar would be way more effective if it was flat.
Yes,
At the same time, I was more talking about the Tomahawks or these other cruise missiles we were talking about. They would not exist.
Definitely not.
Can I ask you now, Jedi?
You can't even be sure if they hide behind a curve or not, man. You don't even have your claim figured out.
Avoid radar rapes.
Yeah, what? What are they avoiding them behind? Are they hiding behind a curve?
Intercepted and they hit their target.
Right. So what? So what is the curve blocking the radar?
Nothing's blocking the radar. The radar is just not going that way.
Yeah, whatever. No shit. Gotcha.
Nothing's blocking the radar. Brilliant.
Yeah, so you got absolutely nowhere.
because
The
it
whole
goes right
point
off of
was
the
the curvature of the surface of the
going
Earth.
up. It goes
That
up,
would
it
have been
doesn't
the
go
thing
horizontal.
that would have been blocking the radar, and you tell us nothing's blocking it. So why did we even have this discussion?
Dude, holy shit. Did you not see the graph I just posted? At 9:19. That's the
Apo,
exact
do you
image
know
of
that
it.
people?
That's the exact
Apo,
image
do you
of
know?
it.
Apo, do you know that people here
So
using
what
the
curve
radars?
is hiding it?
Dude.
So curve is
Apo,
hiding
You're
it. Why are you
interpreting
so
it the way you
confused,
want.
dude?
You're
Your own
interpreting it any
graph,
way you want, bro. Like, go
your own
interpret it the way you
graph
want.
makes your claim for you, but you're not
Alright, if
sure
that's what
what
that
to
means, that's
say.
what it means. I don't know what the fuck you're speaking at this point.
Okay, well that curvature that you're showing in your graph blocking the Tomahawk doesn't
Lots of fighter
exist.
aircraft. That's why 4th gen fighters fly lower.
Doesn't
It's the
exist
radar.
because the geometric radar horizon is 4/3R. That's an equivalent in the visual spectrum to 7/6R. That would be a 1.3 mile
Depends on the
distant
radar
horizon.
platform.
Okay, yeah, cut me off. You don't want to hear this, I know.
Depends on the radar platform.
You don't want to hear this, I know.
And the range.
You really shouldn't have told us to look at your picture that you gave us.
Why?
But
We don't
I'm
look at
also
it, man.
quite
That's
glad.
the factual image.
I'm also
you know?
quite
It's
glad.
something you're not
I'm
really
also
used
quite.
to.
I'm also quite glad that you did, because this further demonstrates that the physical geometric horizon would be the tangent line. You see your little radar installation on the left-hand side. You see the horizontal line that intersects the curved line at a tangent. Yeah, that's at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So the airplane's hiding behind that physical geometric curve that you've demonstrated would be happening with your little picture, thanks. But
Yeah,
you've
and if the
got
Earth was flat, that radar would see that plane.
would go 350 mark. No, that's because of
It would see the plane.
why do missiles and airplanes fly close to the surface of the Earth, and why do radars try to avoid the surface of the Earth? Why is that?
They fly low to remain
Because-
undetected for a longer period of time.
Because the
Because
radar
if they fly
isn't.
higher, the radar will see it.
Because the radar is pointing. Wants to avoid the turbulence that it's going to have interacting with the radar signals as they bounce off the surface of the Earth now, isn't it?
Have you ever heard of an A280
Or at least tell us that things disappear bottom up with radar. That was a joke.
Here, look. This is another decent image to understand a little bit more.
Oh no, I love this one.
Oh yeah, you should, bro.
Yeah,
How old are you, by the way?
48.
Yeah, explains it. Take a
Explains
look at this
what?
image.
Sorry, explains what?
This is what a radar bubble is.
Explains what?
Yeah, okay, we gotta stop. That's a claim right there. Explains what?
Explains the ignorance, dude. Ignorance
How?
comes with age.
Okay, let's go. How's that explained?
Projection, bro. You're
Oh, it's
such a
projection,
projector.
bro. Yes, bro. Yes, bro. It's projection, bro.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
mad
you're such
again.
a
He's
projector.
getting
Yeah.
upset again. He's starting to throw the insults because he keeps getting crushed here. Poor guy. Yeah, your
See,
own
that's what-
diagram refuted. You didn't even know what your diagram was demonstrating because over the last hour I've been asking you, they hide behind a curve. That's what your diagram shows, but you didn't even know the fucking answer. So if anybody doesn't know what's going on here and is an ignorant asshole, it's you.
Yeah, this ageism stuff ain't gonna fly either. You can test this, right? You think you're a scientific minded person. Just go up to all the other channels and start making fun of people's age and what they should do and what they shouldn't do. And see how that works out for you.
Seems to be people younger than me always asking what my age is.
Now he's showing a radar bubble over what looks to be a flat Earth. How stupid is this guy? I mean, that's the better question at this point. Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, like, where do we place you on the stupidity spectrum? That's what I'm more interested in this point.
All right,
I don't think he knows what elevation heights are.
If you want to be adults, how about we stop muting?
No.
Can we do that?
How about you stop
do that?
flinging insults at people every single time
I
you
never
say
saw- I
something
never started
stupid
the
and
insults
get
here, man.
clowned over it? Yeah, you did. You just insulted a guy over his age, right? What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
All I said was explain it. So how about we stop muting? Right?
No, I'll stop meeting you when you stop being a little
No, we
prick.
just should. Right?
No,
Be
no, no. Fuck yourself. You're not going to set any terms here. When you stop being a little prick, you'll stop getting muted. So why don't you respond to the conversation? Actually deal with the subject matter. Stop whining about being muted because you're a crybaby little melt. getting mad about not knowing what you're talking about and then having to throw insults at people's age and shit.
Hey man, you're still muting.
Yeah, I am.
Can I talk now?
I don't know. Can you stop being a whiny little
Heretic,
bitch?
what was the first thing I asked you when I joined this call?
I don't fucking know. I don't track with
Explain
you
how
like
that container was made and you couldn't do it, right?
Why?
So don't bring me this shit.
Did I ever have any claim? Yeah, okay, you piece of shit. Did I ever have any claim? Did I ever have any claim about how a container was made?
Goodbye, dude.
Yeah, we are done because you're spiraling, fucking idiot.
Why is he giving us a picture of a flat Earth?
It's retarded. So Dan, you're up now. You've been whining and spiraling in the chat, just like your sidekick there was in the VC.
Oh no, sorry. I've been because I was coming in with questions, right? And I'm not here to argue. I'm here to inquire. I was just confused because I'm not trying to analyze everything but the flat Earth right now. Sorry. So I apologize for that. But yeah, I come as an open mind and just wanted to learn. This isn't some LARP, by the way. I legitimately don't really do math that well, and I don't understand the shapes that come next. But I had gotten 14 hours and then Professor Q said ICBMs have never flown from continent to continent. And then I just gave up because, well, that was the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So it was.
Sure, you verified this, right?
Sorry?
So you know for a fact that ICBMs go from continent to continent?
Well, yes, they have to, right? That's
intercontinental.
But the thing that stumped me about it was he could have convinced me that the world was flat for like a day maybe, but then they all thought I was like some NASA 007, which was hilarious because I don't know, I think that's funny. And then that's just who I am. I cried. They didn't believe me on a lot of stuff I said. I was like, all right. And then it just took a long time. And this guy said the most retarded thing. I was like, oh my God.
Have you ever seen
can
an
we stop the
ICBM?
LARP?
Stop what LARP?
Stop the LARP.
What LARP? What?
Yeah, if someone's behavior causes you to somehow not understand flat as flat, that's bricked. Okay, that's literally bricked.
Here is how I'm actually, persuasion is a powerful tool no matter what you believe, right? And so I think it's fun to have people try to persuade me. I'm like, really, I have no
Okay, you're in the
preconceived
wrong
notion.
forum.
Oh, really? I'm trying to learn about the flat Earth, and then you don't want to teach about it? What?
No one's trying to persuade you. Yeah, no one's trying to persuade you. Okay?
I'm not even persuaded. I'm curious. I'm curious.
The only person who should be trying to persuade you of you is you if you.
Yeah, this is not about who makes the best mating call.
Yeah, no, I know. Like, what the fuck's up with this dude? Like, we're over here giving, like, caca, and Dan's, like, looking around for the best, speed dating internet thing. Dude, you're super cringe. That's probably what happened. Okay,
Yeah,
you probably misread the situation. Okay, you came in, you wanted to get convinced or wanted someone to swoon you. They're like, wow, dude, this dude's fucking cringe, and they muted and kicked you out, and suddenly now you don't know what the word flat means. You're bricked, dude.
Yeah. We don't give a shit what you think, man.
I agree with him, actually.
If you want to be deluded about the world, you
If
can
what he
go right
says
ahead.
is true, then I agree with everything.
I don't give a shit what y'all think. I was curious. But if you want to be sassy, then that's one thing for sure.
Dan,
I like this.
Holy
Dan,
moly.
Dan,
It's not the
Dan,
end of the world that you guys don't
Dan,
want to.
Dan,
try
are
to
you
persuade.
open mind? Dan, are you
Yes.
open mind?
Yes,
Good. Now
legitimately.
the next thing. Okay, good. I will help you. The next thing will be this. You came here inside. Now your curious thing will be this. Why?
Well, yeah, whenever
Why?
there's people here a lot, right? I thought maybe they
Okay,
would be
good.
somebody
Good.
to.
If you don't have any kind of assumption, or if you want to listen, somebody will tell you.
Hey, Ian, well, I just thought of a question. So how about, can I ask it? Is that okay?
Okay, what will be your first question?
Okay, first off, my first question would be for you to speak in a proper English accent. So
That's not a question.
Oh no.
Oh, Jesus Christ! What?
The second one would be.
Man, sorry, I want to tell you something. My language is. Why are you telling me shut up? I wanted to speak nicely with you.
Well, I muted him, so we can talk to someone else.
Jesus Christ. He came like I'm open-minded, and now I wanted to speak with him, and he said, "Can you change your language? Can you be English? Why you Croatian? Why
Yeah,
what?"
Crit caught the LARP. Crit gets it. He snatched that wig right off.
I will give you another guy, Michael for Jedi, or somebody will tell you why they think that Earth is not a globe. If you're interested in that, if you're not interested in that, that's another thing.
What's the best reason to think the Earth is not a globe?
Water
lack
is level
Earth
up on the surface.
Exactly. Water is by far the simplest thing. Even an infant can understand it.
But water makes sense on the real model as well. So
model.
Level water makes sense on a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness, where 78% of it is covered in water. Level water on a globe. That makes sense.
Are you reading something, or?
No, I'm not reading something. I'm asking you a question. Golly, like... man, these people are so bricked.
Are you interested? Why did
you even ask that question there? Like, what?
Because if you were reading something, then you could have just sent that to me instead. That's why I'm asking.
Are you interested why these people think that Earth is not a globe?
Man, you don't always have to assume the worst of people. Come on.
Are you interested?
Are you able to answer my question? How does it make sense to have sea level water on a spherical surface that flies from ever expanding void of darkness? Okay, I simplified it a little bit.
Because that depends on your position, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of obvious when you actually look at the real model.
It depends on my position. It's kind
of
obvious.
If you're in Australia, and you look down, you're gonna look towards the center of the Earth, just the same as on the other side of the globe.
Now
and the sea level is always.
We look down the center of
the
Earth.
You see the center of the Earth?
He was going to say that sea level is curved because of gravity and it isn't level. Okay.
But if you look down, you see the center of the Earth. Is that correct?
Golly.
Well, if you draw lines, oh my god! So you guys are just like pointing out semantic issues. Like, is that what it is?
If you draw the line in Australia, Clay, can I ask him a question?
I don't know. I'm just asking a simple question. You're throwing all of this at me, and then like, are you stupid or something? Never mind. Forget about it.
Water is level when laid out and when it adheres to its containment. Mm-hmm. What is not simple about this? I already said.
It's okay. I ask a simple. I actually asked this to see how you would react. That's the only reason.
Wow.
So you're not actually sincere and you want to learn anything. You're just here to
I wanted to see what your position is, when you attacked me.
And what is our position?
Can you explain that is not really there unto us. It's interesting.
Did you find out our position?
No, instead I got attacked.
Okay.
No, you didn't.
Do you want to know our position? Clay, can I ask him? Do you want to know our position?
I mean, I am kind of curious, but not in this kind of format. No thanks.
Okay.
Am I allowed to play Minecraft in here?
Okay. If you're not interested, why you're here?
Maybe somebody else has something interesting to say. That's why.
Okay. If you want, some Clay can tell you. Clay know why he doesn't believe that Earth is a globe. Do you want to listen?
Yeah. You know why I don't believe the Earth is spinning, wobbling tilted space ball flying from ever expanding void of darkness? Because there's literally no evidence for it. Everything I can observe in reality, so that means everything the Earth is representing itself to be when explored and observed within the realms and framework of our reality, I can obviously see and acknowledge that the Earth is not curving 360 degrees in every direction. And to easily understand this without doing any, work of measuring the surface, you can look at water, understand what the physics behind water is, and then you can draw your conclusions, right? It's not just a magical Narnia land where large bodies of water at some extent start to curve around a ball. That's just stupidity by its purest form. Whoever wants to believe this is okay. I'm not here to convince you. You can believe in a Narnia world where water bends around it while it's spinning and wobbling and tilted, flying from ever expanding world of darkness. That's your fault. If you want to believe in that without any evidence that backs it up, that's okay.
Thanks for sharing your position.
Yep. Yeah, no problem. What's your position? Have you ever actually analyzed and critically discerned what you have accepted since childhood about this Earth?
Well, that would fall under the category of Narnia land for you, right? Science. Like that would when you analyze something, you would have to use science for that, and you would rather take the look at it and see this is the simplest explanation. That's what it is.
Dig deeper, man. Shovel your own grave. You're doing good so far.
Science would most definitely not.
I didn't make a statement. I just wondered what your position is. Now you ask me what mine is. I tell you what my position is, and you say, "Go ahead, dig your own grave." Like, what kind of conversation is this even?
Your position is I'm going to use a word and I call it science. That's your position so far. Anyways,
you think that science, natural science, I'd hope you'd be referring to, would be Narnia land for us? Why'd you say that? Was that another social experiment? See how we'd react.
Did you already dip?
Probably.
You talking to me?
Yes.
I was answering, but then you interrupted and muted yourself, so I was even more confused.
No, I didn't mute you.
No, not you did. Never mind.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that was me. I muted
why would you say that?
Yeah, so I think if you're asking me, have I analyzed it or anything like that, does that answer even matter to you since you don't believe in the science and analysis?
See, this is the thing again. Why do you say that we don't believe in science? Again, I hope you're referring to natural science.
Well, I'm asking him that because he referred to it as Narnia land.
Pseudoscience would be Narnia land, wouldn't it?
Well, when he described what is the gravity and the Earth spinning, he described it as Narnia land, right?
If you would have actually listened, you would have figured that I called the specific belief in large bodies of water starting to bend around a 360-degree bendy surface. I called that Narnia land belief because I said there is no sufficient scientific evidence naturally be found in the world in order to support that claim that large bodies of water at some scale start to be bending around the ball. That's what I called Narnia. Please, next time, listen carefully when you have a conversation with someone.
So that is, though, backed by science, right? This straw man that you're drawing from.
Sorry.
What science actually says. This is backed by science, and this is why you call it Narnia.
Backed by science? What are you even saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay. Doesn't speak.
What does science say?
Well, science doesn't say anything, right? I'm just trying to use simple words because it's easier.
No, that's fine. So obviously science doesn't say anything. So how does science prove the shape of the Earth then?
Well, there are early.
So it all comes down to gravity. Then, do you guys believe in gravity?
Okay. So would there be a scientific experiment, a hypothesis that I can test to demonstrate gravity?
Well, there is an experiment, yeah.
Okay, what's that then?
Wait, let me look.
More than an experiment, I'll allow you to.
Just a moment. Cavendish experiment.
Hold on, what's the time?
Have you heard of it?
Late. It's 2:45 in the afternoon for me, so it's the first time I've had Cavendish today, but I knew you were going to roll around at some point. Hello.
Excuse me?
Cavendish, mass attraction.
Cavendish.
Yeah, right.
Awesome stuff. So pre-1915, before Einstein. you're going to go with mass attracts mass. Does mass attract mass deal with?
So you asked me if you asked me if there's an experiment if it demonstrates gravity. Okay, well if we say that this doesn't demonstrate gravity, it just proves that mass attracts mass. I guess we can say.
Doesn't work.
Okay, but that is gravity.
This isn't a scientific experiment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let's put it like this. So it's going to fall apart on all 4 steps of the scientific method. We're going to start.
Well, I posted a whole mess of gravity experiments in chat.
That's lovely. Every single one of them, if they're going to be experiments, will follow the scientific method, I would hope. A hypothesis that can be tested. So what's the dependent variable in Cavendish, please?
Man, you use a words I don't understand. I'm sorry.
Scientific method. We need the phenomena that's observed in the physical and natural world. The dependent variable.
All right.
So the phenomenon is that mass is attracted by mass, right?
Okay, what's mass?
So mass is. I guess there's different theories about it, like what actually is mass, right? I don't know how it's made, but it's basically what gives particles their weight.
Okay. So what gives particles their weight? So only a direction downwards. So gas doesn't have weight. Sorry, gas doesn't have mass because it goes in all directions then? What do you mean?
So I don't think it depends on the position, no.
No, weight's a vector downwards, isn't it?
Well, I guess I used the wrong word then. I don't know how to explain it then.
Okay. Mass attracts mass isn't a dependent variable unless you can point to me in the physical natural world where that's happening. Where's that happening?
A soccer ball goes down, not up.
A soccer ball goes down, not up. Yeah, you're right. But I'm still not understanding. I'm sorry. Maybe it's just language barrier.
No worries then.
You know, there are early warning aircraft that operate in high enough altitudes with capable enough radar they can tell there is curvature to the Earth, and not only that, they have to do these types of exercises and operations frequently, where they're having to identify targets, and the curvature of the Earth is involved. I mean, like,
can I see the evidence, please? Maybe like a flight log and some calculations.
You should have been around about 15 minutes ago.
All these operators on these early warning aircraft,
that's awesome.
You know, this basic science is dependent on them acknowledging.
Great, lots of claims. Now back it up. Let's see the citation that actually shows that any of this takes place.
Can I see the science, the flight log, and the experiments they did, and how they actually accounted for the curve? That would be nice, please.
Where's that little diagram that we had earlier? Is the aeroplanes and stuff being hidden by
enough radar? The radar has enough range that.
Can I see this radar?
Not only that, I'm pretty lines? Just go fly. Like, you guys could take a flight and you'd be like, oh, okay.
My flight usually goes straight. I don't know about yours.
You sound like a pussy, bro. You probably don't even smoke weed, bro.
That's cool, man.
You probably
Y'all are the ones who still go back to science because you don't want to get into the nitty gritty of the whole theory.
Bro, you said planes accounted for curvature. I don't want to hear nitty gritty.
Well, you know what? Yeah, we just asked for evidence. We asked for citations. Listen, you're just going to get muted because we asked for evidence. We asked for citations. And instead of giving us either, you're just bullshitting in the chat about how we don't want to get into the nitty gritty. You're a fucking idiot, dude. Shut up.
You don't want to get into the implications.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. We want to substantiate your fucking claim first with the evidence.
I know you're like weirdo occult liars.
Listen, I don't
want another one of these retards fucking spiraling. Another one spiraling. Dude, you made a claim. Provide the goddamn evidence. That's the nitty gritty that we're asking for.
The evidence is that there would be an entire network for you to investigate if any of this were true.
Okay, so go ahead and provide the evidence for the claim that you made. That's the nitty gritty. We want to get into it, so put up or shut up.
What I just said is the nitty gritty.
No, it's not. It's just the claim, you fucking idiot. The nitty-gritty would be the substantiation for it.
It's not just a claim. The
Yes, it
entire
is.
theory, it's the implication.
My entire theory, I haven't stated any
it's
theory.
still
You've come in
standing.
here and made a bunch of claims that are not standing because you can't back them up.
No, dude, there's obvious. You refuse to go after anyone.
Repeat your claim again.
You guys aren't professionals. That's the bottom line.
Can you repeat your claim again?
Shut up. Just an idiot.
You took things too quickly with the guy. He was just being a bit slow.
Fucking retard. I should probably sign off. I've had enough of these guys.
Nah, fuck it. Stick around, man. It's funny.
Enough's enough.
Don't allow this fucking guy who has an accent to speak more. Only that.
Let's go with Donald. I'm sure he's got another round around the carousel. Dance clown.
So yeah, I just checked my physics toolbox thing again. Yeah, it's like 18 and a half. It's like 18 to 19 degrees per hour.
Can I ask you something, Donald, about something that you said yesterday? You said that you see a cluster of stars in the sky that you're inside of.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
So that cluster of stars would include the sun, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you see the sun being clustered together with these stars in the sky?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you do? Can you show that?
Yeah, it's in my PTR, or it's in my little avatar photo right there.
Oh, that's
an artist rendition of our galaxy that we live in.
Artist rendition, yeah. Would you be able to show it in reality?
Well, there was a picture posted yesterday that showed it very well. You want me to post it?
Showed the sun, a photograph from reality that showed the sun clustered together with stars in the sky.
Wait, how big do you think our galaxy is?
So I'm going to take that as a no.
No. How big do you think our galaxy is?
It doesn't really matter as to whether or not you can show. It doesn't really matter as to whether
it matters a lot.
As to whether you can show the sun clustered together with stars in the sky doesn't really matter.
Yes, it does, because clustered is relevant. It's relative. Sorry, it's relative. So four and a half light years is really far away unless you're in the middle of. Unless you're. Jesus, dude, can I finish? Would it be okay if I finished? That'd be alright if I finished a sentence. One sentence. One sentence. One sentence.
I'm going to take this as a qualified no. Okay, go ahead.
No, this is not This is not a no at all. This is you interrupting my answer.
No, it's a no.
You're being rude. You're being rude.
It's a no. I cannot show the sun clustered together because of the scale. That's what it is. But okay, carry on.
It would have been easier if you I could have been finished already.
I finished for you.
You didn't. You misrepresented my position because you didn't allow me to finish. So allow me to finish.
Yeah,
so
sure thing.
4.5 light years seems like a really far distance until you realize that our galaxy is 100 million light years across.
Meaning you cannot show the sun being clustered together with these stars in the sky.
No, I can. You just won't accept it as clustered because you don't understand scale.
Can you show it?
I'm about to, yes.
Okay.
Oh. I still want to know if one sentence is actually by itself one sentence.
What did you say?
The phrase one sentence. Is the phrase one sentence by itself?
I have no idea. I'm not a grammar expert.
Okay. Be interesting, because you said it like 5 times.
Well, that was 2 words of a larger sentence. You're misrepresenting me again. You're taking what I said out of context. Don't do that, please.
No, I'm just very lightly trolling you. Just very lightly.
Okay, well,
go and get
that's fine.
Do you know how galaxy? Donald, do you know how big is galaxy?
How big is the galaxy? I think the Milky Way is 100 million light years across.
Ooh.
I think it's 373 million miles across.
Okay, well, it's early. I haven't had my coffee yet. But here, let me.
Where did you get 100? I think. No, where did you go 100?
Guys, I can only do one thing at a time. Okay, here is a picture. Here's a picture.
Why are you using the wrong numbers? The real, real numbers is 373 million light years. Why are you using 100? Why are you using wrong numbers?
It's remembered. Oh my God, it's early.
Which measurement you take? I take from the John Smith 1978.
Years. I got it right. The Milky Way is about 100 million light years across. I got it right.
No,
don't tell me I was wrong if I'm right.
You're wrong with that. John Smith 78, man.
The Milky Way is 100 million light years across.
Are you sure?
The sun does not lie near the center of the galaxy. It lies about 8 kiloparsecs from the center on what is known as the Orion arm of the Milky Way. So, yes, I was right. Don't tell me I'm wrong when I'm right.
No, you're wrong, man.
Except I'm right. The Milky Way is 100 million light years across.
This is like the same. It's the same like a Neil deGrasse Tyson. You know the Neil deGrasse Tyson said you cannot see the curvature from the. You throw the bus.
What does it have to do with the size of the Milky Way? You're changing the subject. Why are you changing the subject? 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 Why are you changing the subject?
No, it's not changing.
Why are you changing the subject?
No, man.
How am I wrong about the size of the Milky Way if the Milky Way is what I said it is?
A real number. Who measures that? Who measures that in your case?
Astronomers measure that.
How did they do that?
Who? Which one?
All of them.
How did they do that?
All of them.
Well, we do it through parallax.
Well, Voyager 1 and 2 are a good thing. I mean...
Voyager 1 and 2 left our solar system. Isn't that cool? We have man-made vehicles outside of our solar system. Isn't that cool?
That's amazing, friend.
I think so too.
Yeah, man.
There's no solar system.
We have telemetry.
There's no solar system, so that's impossible.
Well, that's the claim. How do you demonstrate there's no solar system?
Well, the Earth isn't moving, and for there to be a solar system, the Earth would have to be in motion around the sun.
I am actively measuring the movement of the Earth right now.
How?
How are you? How are you
With
doing
my
that?
cell phone.
Oh my fucking goodness. Are you?
Yeah, right here.
Which direction are we going? How fast?
Well, I see movement in actually 3 axes. All 3 axes are moving right now. And then there's an acceleration due to gravity that equals about 1g.
Is there?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I'm measuring it. Actively measuring it right now.
No, you're not.
Which direction are we going?
We're moving in many directions all at the same time. All 3 axes on Earth, on the surface of Earth, are moving at the same time.
What's your method for measuring any of those motions?
I use the accelerometer on my cell phone.
How's it detecting any of those motions?
The Earth
is an accelerometer. It measures acceleration.
Globe. It's a globe.
So how is it measuring that?
Okay, so there's a little membrane on the inside that is very, very sensitive to movement. And it works the same way as like your motion activated controllers on video games. So if something moves in a particular direction, then the membranes on the inside touch one particular side of the detector or the other or another.
So it's detecting the motion of what precisely?
The thing that it's sitting on. The surface of the planet.
You put it on. Okay. Well, why don't you just show us what you're talking about? Take a video or something and just provide it to us, because Einstein didn't think that there was any terrestrial experiment possible to actually demonstrate the motions of the Earth. No, he said optical and terrestrial. I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. Wrong. Cite your source. Cite your source.
There's 2 quotes. So
how do I turn on my camera?
You don't.
Okay, well, how am I supposed to show you a video of my phone if I can't turn on my camera?
Post it in chat.
It's on my phone. How am I supposed to post it in chat?
You're on your phone.
Well, I was going to show you a picture of my phone measuring the stuff, but I can't turn on my camera. You could just look at my phone on the camera.
Make a video, come tomorrow.
What?
Make a video, come tomorrow, use another phone,
How many phones do you think I have?
Ask some friend to record that fucking shit.
Or you could just use your cell phone. Your cell phone has an accelerometer. You can do it yourself.
I don't need, man, because, I don't need phones for
So you want someone else to do your homework for you? What happened to do your own research? You've got the thing in your hand.
No,
if you have a cell phone, you can make this measurement yourself. Do your own homework.
I go to the beach. Of course, I go to the beach. I go for the curvature. There is no curvature in any distance.
No, we're not talking about curvature. Why are you changing the subject? Why are you changing the subject? Why? Why are you changing the subject? We're talking about rotation, not curvature. Rotation. We're talking about you measuring rotation on your own cell phone. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you.
Sphere or cube? What is rotating? What is rotating? Which object is rotating?
The planet Earth is what we're talking about rotating right now. Everything is rotating everywhere.
And which shape is that planet? And which shape is that planet Earth?
Well, it's a sphere. It's an oblate spheroid.
Okay, Donald, hey, try to focus, okay? Your job right now is to say which model phone and what's the app's called.
It's an LG. The app is called Physics Toolbox. It's an LG K20.
I'm gonna see if I can download that.
Yeah, go to if you have an Android, go to Google Play, and you should be able to type in Physics Toolbox Suite, I think, and download it for free. And you can measure the rotation of the planet on your own cell phone. It's not even hard.
What's its mechanism for doing that?
An accelerometer. I've already said that.
Okay, it's detecting the acceleration of the Earth.
It's detecting. Okay, so what accelerometers do is detect linear motion, and on the surface of the planet.
What the fuck, dude? Linear motion.
Linear motion.
Okay, so it's not even claimed to be linear motion. It's angular motion, you idiot.
Just a couple words left, man.
Angular motion you're trying to be showing.
Just a couple words left, and you would understand.
You already fucked yourself. It's supposed to be angular motion.
Because you haven't let me finish. If you let me finish, it'll all be very clear. It'll all be very clear. It'll all be very clear if you just let me finish. So, on the surface, you can measure rotation as linear velocity.
And how do you do that?
Because you're
angular
moving
velocity.
in a tangent. You're moving in a tangent. It can be represented as a tangent that you're moving.
But you're really not moving in a tangent, right?
Well, it can be measured as linear velocity, is what I'm saying. The rotation of the planet can be measured as linear velocity.
How many vectors?
Well, right now I'm measuring 3 vectors plus 3 axes plus gravity.
You got to be kidding me.
No.
Yeah, I need to know the mechanism for this.
Yeah, you can look at the YouTube video. It shows it varies wildly. It's all over. There's no constant, like G-force.
No, I'm looking at it right now. It's a straight line. When I don't move my cell phone, it's a straight line. Straight line. Straight line, which means it's constant. When I move my cell phone, it jumps around, but when I let it be there, it just has the 18 to 19 degrees. Then it's got like a 6 to 7 degree motion. Then it's got a 1 degree motion. Then it's got a 1 G-force.
It's not even the right numbers.
No.
It is the right numbers.
No, it's way off, Donald.
Not way off.
You need just over 15. You need like 15.04.
Clipcord posted the equation in chat just a few minutes ago. Check out Clipcord's.
All right, I got a really good question about this. On which axes are measuring which degrees of rotation?
Well, it depends on how you have your cell phone oriented. I've got the back of the phone facing the center of gravity, and on the
how many axes is a gyro?
What is wrong with you? Ask me a question. In the middle of me answering the question, you interrupt me. Why are you talking when I'm trying to answer? Why are you talking when I'm trying to answer? Why are you talking when I'm trying? Why are you talking when I'm trying to answer the question you asked? Let me answer the question you asked.
I'm still providing clarification.
I don't need any more clarification. I was answering the question.
How many axes are you measuring of rotation, and provide the values on each axis?
I was trying, but you kept talking. So,
start with the x-axis.
On the x-axis, I am reading between 18 and 19 degrees. And on the y-axis, it's 14 to 15 degrees. And on the z-axis, it's 1.
Earth is flat, niggas. Earth is flat.
Fuck you.
So you're measuring like 18 degrees on one axis and 19 degrees on another axis?
Well, hang on, I don't have my glasses.
Are you on planet Earth, bro?
Will you give me 1 second? Will you give me 1 fucking second? Jesus. Okay.
I mean, You've already said that you can measure angular velocity as linear velocity.
No,
You're
I said
talking about straight
rotational.
lines.
I said rotation. I never said anything about angular velocity.
You said linear. Angular is rotation, you fucking idiot. You don't know what's going on here.
That's not what I said. You're saying what I said. Say what I said, not something I didn't say.
Well, I mean, rotation is angular velocity, Donald. You might want to learn that.
Let me tell you what I said. Let me tell you what I said.
Yeah, I know you
said that on the surface.
I know you didn't say. I know you didn't say angular because you don't even know that that's the sort of motion that you're trying to show. You keep saying linear.
No, what I said was, my God, can you shut the fuck up for 30 seconds?
If you're in the vicinity of 45 degrees north latitude, you're going to have about 7.5 degrees rotation on each of two axes.
Can you shut your face? So, what I said was, on the surface, rotation can be measured as linear velocity. That's what I said. Everything else that y'all said, I did not say.
Okay, so you're actually just measuring some sort of linear velocity.
No, I said that on the surface, rotation can be measured as linear velocity.
No, it can't. It's not linear velocity. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's how we calculate.
It's not. You're not trying to measure linear velocity, you idiot. You're trying to measure angular velocity.
No, I'm trying to measure rotation.
That is angular velocity.
It's not velocity because it's not changing speed.
Yes, it's changing direction. That's why it's angular velocity.
Rotation.
So it is acceleration. What the fuck are you talking about? You said an accelerometer. Now you're just describing a constant velocity, which is an acceleration. Donald, you're just an idiot.
No, you misunderstand how laws of physics work. That's all.
Yeah, good one.
And because you guys won't let me finish an entire thought, I can't actually explain this shit to you because
you don't have a coherent thought to fucking finish anyway. You don't even know what you're talking about.
You cannot shut your face for 30 seconds.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
He's cute, but he's angry, isn't he?
Could you shout some more? That's really funny when you do that.
I mean, holy crap, like 18 degrees of rotation on each axis? Are you freaking kidding me? Do you even know what you're looking at, kid?
Wait a minute. He said degrees. Would that not be angular? An angular measurement?
I was about to go there, too. Are you measuring in degrees and calling it not an angular measurement in a linear?
Yeah. You're measuring angles, but then saying it's measured linear. What the fuck? I wish he was still here.
Yeah, imagine trying to measure linear velocity using angles only. Like, that's all you got. Is you're measuring angular speed.
I'm measuring these angles linearly, not angular. It's not
It's so hard to pretend to be a Baltard, isn't it?
I don't even know what he's even thinking.
Freaking Baltard logic is hard to untangle sometimes. He spurgs out the best of anyone, though. I mean, that's for sure. That was great.
Yeah, it was funny.
Is he gone?
I like it.
It's over.
I hope he comes back for viewership. That was awesome.
He said he saw the sun clustered together with the stars.
He sounded like the type of guy.
Did you see what he posted as evidence for the claim that the sun was in the cluster with the galaxy? He just posted a picture of the galaxy. Brilliant.
He charges for his class. People pay money to learn about that.
He sounded like the Glober that would have like Lego models and other models of rockets behind him. And some other.
Are you serious? He's like some kind of online tutor?
What?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but somebody was saying he's like some kind of online science tutor.
No, he's not.
That's Brandon. Disregard Brandon.
He definitely sounded like a space fan that got very hurt.
What a joker.
About the fact that Why is it actually that we always know their things better than they do? Is it maybe because they're still Globers?
Yeah. Or that's how they're still Globers, perhaps.
Yep. Because if they would know the same thing we would know, they wouldn't be Globers anymore.
I wish I saw his picture of the Milky Way. I would have asked him to just point out the sun in that.
That's funny. I was going to ask him how he calibrates his accelerometer in the inertial reference frame.
His cell phone, you mean? He downloaded an app and measured the Earth's rotation. In angles, but he was measuring linear velocity.
Yeah, it's all jacked up.
Weird.
At least he got clipped this time. You know, the bot was recording.
He spazzed.
I was having so much fun, I found myself trying to talk over everybody, trying to get a word in. It was so crazy and hilarious. Hey, Donald Boo Boo, why don't you come on back?
Is he back?
I wish.
I actually went by him. I could text him. What should I tell? Tell him that you miss him to come back.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. Hold on, I'll get him.
Just came in here to be entertained by his antics.
This is great. I love it.
But is she getting Donald back?
Baby,
So she says.
back.
Like,
Come on,
made
Donald.
one of the best screams I heard for a long time.
The other one where they had him where he's like, Earth's not a planet. He just starts cackling like uncontrollably.
All right, there you go. So give him a little leeway. Like make like you're like believing it just for a little bit to give him some satisfaction.
Oh, okay.
You hear that, guys? He can have all the rope he wants.
Yeah, give him some space.
£50, 5 minutes. I'm gonna go well after that.
I've been wanting to talk to him a while about his whole God thing too. Like you need to prove God exists to him. And there's a book that one of the astronauts wrote about finding Jesus in space. I'm like, so what do you think? Do you think this guy's did he find Jesus in space or is he delusional?
I wonder about this kind of thing when I drive past churches during the summertime and they're offering like vacation Bible school. They incorporate space and dinosaurs with it all the time.
Yeah, it's really quite interesting how they got this like these concepts of the young Earth creationist, and they get all mad, like the atheists get all mad at the young Earth creationist, and then the young Earth creationist is like, and that's why God made space for us to explore, and then they start clapping, like. I'm like, which one is it, dude? Okay, are you mad at the young Earth creationist, or you accept the young Earth creationist worldview? Because right now it seems like you just can't seem to grasp like which one you want to listen to.
What do you guys think of Santos Bonacci?
Oh, I missed it. Say it again.
Do you guys listen to Santos Bonacci?
No, I never heard of him.
Oh, he's a big flat Earth guy. David Weiss. Who do you listen to? Daniel Fallenbeck. Flat Earth Sub Genius. These are my guys. Look them up or tell me who to watch.
Is he the University of Truth School?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah. Well, we're going back to the moon. What do you guys think about that?
No, they kicked it.
For real?
Yeah. All last year they were talking about all these problems that kept coming up. Heat shield problem. Then there was like a landing gear problem. Then there was like a parachute problem. Then they had no spacesuit. the spacesuit was not up to snuff. And the whole year I kept posting an article one after on a different server that they're really into space travel. They play this Kerbal Space Program and all this other crap. So like all last year, just one article after another. Hey, you guys need to look what's going on here. They're dropping the ball. And they go, oh, they're not dropping the ball. By this time next year, there won't be any flat earthers. And I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. Okay, just look at what's going on here. Till eventually, at some point, they showed like, hey, there's this article. It says lunar mission in jeopardy, heat shield failure. And I posted the article, and they got really mad at that one. Said like, you're trying to tell me it can't get fixed, and all this other stuff. And so then finally, just at the beginning of the year, they said, yeah, it's completely kicked. It's 2017, maybe longer than that. And then now people are doing podcasts. We look at some of these like really big space podcasts. The question is, does America have the political will to have a return of manned spaceflight? They're saying so. Pretty much now, it's like, hey, if it gets canceled again, this is it. They are out of money and they are out of time. See, it's really interesting. You look up like past articles on forums, like dating back to 2015. Talking about by now and like in 10 years, or 2014, 2015, they talk about like a gateway station on the moon. They talk about all these amazing things that will be happening, like taking trips to Mars and shit. They don't even have a heat shield or a parachute. Yeah, here it is. NASA's return mission to the moon is in peril due to politics. Okay, let's factor the politics out. Take out NASA, privatize it, sell it off to the highest bidder. Now you've got rid of the top-down federal bureaucracy. It should work. Because if your claim is it's not working because of government, just take the government out. What happens then? Oh, it doesn't work either. Okay, so now what? Here's a good Science Direct. America is experiencing space nationalism, some sort of space chauvinism about how space is for everybody, but America wants to go to the moon alone. It's not going to happen. Don't worry about that. Here, there's another article just July 1st on why we haven't gone back to the moon. We don't have the political will. What? Like Trump gave you like $19 billion, just wrote a blank check and said, how much money do you need? NASA's like, all of it. Like what federal spending program? I mean, like FBI gets like $5 billion a year, and they can do all these amazing things, research crimes and whatnot. NASA got a lump sum on top of what they get already, the $26 billion a year. They got another $19 billion. And it's the problem is political will, definitely. I mean, how much of political will is $19 billion get you? How much does that go for? Here's Scientific America, dated 9 July 2019. President Trump has basically spent that money, but it's unclear as how the space agency will respond. This is a formidable technical, political, and financial endeavor. See, my take is that no one's going to sell you a ticket to Mars or Moon or wherever. It's not like you need money to make that happen. There's zero money involved here. All it is people pooling their time, resources, and expertise together to make something happen. If everyone's looking for a cut of the action, then you're going to run out of money. It's just that simple. Here, the City Journal. Does America still have the right stuff, in quotation marks, to have American astronauts leave low orbit? It has been over half a century. If they don't have the right stuff anymore, why are you putting 19 billion, 26 billion into this program if it doesn't have it? A year ago, 9 January 2023. There's a lot more space to explore, but can we do it? The United States has completely reversed course. Ouch. Look at this meth-fueled symposium. Northeastern College. We need space diplomats. Why the fuck do you need that? Do Americans
to negotiate with the asteroids?
Yeah, I know. Like with here's a good one. The American Enterprise Institute. Do Americans even care about space? Not really. What time's are Kardashians on? That's what they care about.
So these globe trolls, these zealots, they're a minority. Because people don't really care about this shit. Just a few weirdos.
Is people like
myself included, of course.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm gonna say it's like what Copernicus had said. It's like if you use space to make an Earth-based claim, you're going to exit that process a greater fool than you entered. Because they think that all this other space shit proves is their intellectual firepower for nihilism. It's just I like Bill Nye. I suck. Like he comes out with this idea that because space is so large and he's so small, he's completely irrelevant. But yet this guy has the ego of a planet. Like he could be a Marvel villain for fuck's sake. Apparently now, according to Georgetown Journal, there's a second space race going on, and America is losing.
They're losing the race to nowhere?
The bridge to nowhere, yeah. Like,
how do you lose a race to go nowhere? How do you win it? Whoever pretends to go there first wins, is that it? I mean...
Look at that. This is probably the best article yet. Science Direct. The relationship between the public opinion and NASA is, it's basically dividing. That now 68% of Americans believe that it should be defunded or canceled. Oh no, the other way around. Yeah. 68% still like it. Here, check this out. People are losing faith in the bullshit. 68%.
Yeah, no shit.
Oh,
look at us. No, go ahead. That's all I had to say. Keep going.
Okay. Yeah, here's what the their introduction. Do you agree with this statement? I approve of America's current space program. 68% said they agree. Then they asked you, is NASA doing a good job? 60% agree.
Is that down?
Oh yeah, yeah. That's like down from like 90%.
Wow. It's over. It's not like they're going to get it back to 90. At this point, with these conversations going on the internet, no. It's never coming back. This is it. This is as good as it gets, and it's only going to get worse from here. Enjoy it.
Yeah, flat earthers, they ask, what are you going to do next? Like, what's your goal? Nothing. I just got to sit back and watch the fall. The house of cards is coming down. This level of spending isn't mathematically possible. Math will fix this. Math alone will fix this.
Watching it come down is seeing people like Donald spiral in here. It's absolutely hilarious. It's hard to look away from. It's a problem. It's too entertaining.
Here, the conclusion here is fucking hilarious. That NASA needs to do more to spread awareness. Basically, I'm just paraphrasing. The public interest has faded in the space program, and NASA needs to do more to inspire public.
NASA so what? Jack up public awareness of space. Yeah, totally.
So they start printing buttons or pins that say "not flat." We checked. That'll fix it.
You know, they're always trying to push space on people, though, through all sorts of ways. It's always in TV, media, movies, entertainment, constantly. And this is the best they can do. They're failing to keep people interested, even though they're doing absolutely everything they can to keep them focused on it. And if it wasn't constantly pushed at us, the outer space theme, nobody would ever have thought of it at all. Just wouldn't be part of the conversation. Wouldn't be a thought that people had if it weren't inserted.
There's a cited article in here, Public Opinion in Space Travel. They compare it to, paraphrasing again here, they're comparing it to like how NCIS or CIS has made people give a false interpretation of how criminal investigations go. Like people think it's all science, it's all forensic data collection. There's no real investigation or interrogations going on. It's all the science proves who did the crime. They're saying here in this article that people are confused by space opera type crap, like Star Trek, Star Wars, Star Commander, Star Universe of Tomorrow, or whatever. That is what they're thinking space is like. And then when they see, Starlink, they're like, what the fuck? Like, why is garbage in orbit? It doesn't match their concepts of, like sci-fi, fantasy sci-fi, and what's really going on. This is always hilarious too when they say NASA only gets about almost 1% of the federal budget. Like they have to get a cut, an exact cut of the federal budget, or they can't. That's it. They're done. So another war starts, another entitlement program, something more federal. So a direct increase in federal spending has to be a direct increase in NASA spending, or they just fucking belly flop. What does that matter? Like if federal spending goes up or federal spending goes down. Like right now, if they just slash half the federal budget, and then by their logic, NASA spending doubled, but yet they still can't do what they said they can do. So it's not about the percentage. It's not about somehow NASA isn't getting a big enough slice of the pie. It's like a red herring. It has nothing to do with they're getting the amount of money they say they need and they want, but yet they can't get it because they said, well, I know you're given a huge portion of federal spending for an executive branch agency, but it's not a big enough slice of the pie. It's almost like diminishing returns. Like as you increase NASA spending, the federal budget also increases, but they're getting a less portion of it. Here, this is pretty good. They have a citation from Neil deGrasse Tyson about the third age of American discovery. But I would say, yeah, the third age abruptly ends in 1972, and we get the fourth age, the information age, which is marked by disinformation. Here, Dr. Vonhan, the challenge of space flight is not technological, it's cultural. Get the fuck out of here. NASA gets, okay, in terms of space programs, there's NASA and about 7 others that almost equal one more NASA in terms of spending. It's not cultural. Get the fuck out of here.
Everybody behaving today?
Oh, you missed Donald. And then astroastronomer or astrophysics aerospace engineer who had no fucking clue how radar works.
Been fun times, mate. Fun times.
Yeah, another guy who said that mass attracts mass, and mass is stuff or things or objects, but gas is not an object.
So what did Donald do?
Showered a lot.
Oh, this is so lame. Okay, here, check this one out. Elon Musk, they have a press release today. So what happened in November 18th when the Starship blew up? He said it was a propellant setback. Okay, whatever. So this mega rocket will have a scheduled flight for February, which was canceled. And his next performance test will be the 20th of April. God, he thinks he's fooling anybody, you know? Like, seriously, dude.
Why not the 1st of April?
No, because 20 April is kind of like that drug use day. Like,
yeah, 420. That's why they're doing it. It's just to slap everybody around. Say, we can do whatever the fuck we want. You guys don't even catch on.
It's crazy.
oh, geez, whatever. If it had a payload, it would have been to orbit. Elon Musk reveals why Starship exploded. So it worked because it didn't work. You could tell how successful the launch was because it wasn't successful.
They just have writers writing this shit.
And someone's going to believe that too. Like someone will actually believe that, oh yeah, if it had a payload, it would have been balanced differently and it would have worked out. Just, yeah, but since it didn't have the correct, payload. Here, look at this quote. Okay, we got to sort out version 2. It will be more reliable, better performance, even better endurance. But we've got version 3 will be designed as a sketch. It'll be even taller. Probably end up being, I don't know, 140, 150 meters from end to length. Dude, your sketch is off by 30 feet.
So let me ask a question. Since the first one blew up, we're going to be pretty confident the other ones aren't going to blow up, so we'll be safe to travel on those, right?
Yeah, pretty much. All you need to do is add a payload and it'll be okay.
That's good. Because if I go on it, it's going to blow up. It's a guaranteed 100%, so don't go on it if I'm there.
Before 20, man. Apparently, there's 2 Navy SEALs missing in action.
Don't sign up for that kind of work.
Bud Light, Anheuser-Busch are going on strike. They voted to strike in March. Looks like Donald ain't coming back.
Oh. Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Hello, hello.
Yo, hello. Are you guys flat earthers?
Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude. I'm not, but like, I appreciate the hustle. Do you genuinely believe in these beliefs, or are you just playing devil's advocate most of the time?
No, we don't believe. We know.
Well, that's quite obnoxious. You know that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, it's horizontal, a plane, level.
And what makes you think that?
What makes you
It's
think it's
observed.
not?
It's observed and measured that way. That's why.
What makes you think it's a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying from ever expanding void of darkness? What makes you thinking that?
Because it corresponds with science.
What do you mean by that?
Well, what I mean by that is like we can send like red lights, no, I mean lasers into the atmosphere and calculate based off the time. Once they bounce off in the atmosphere and come back to us, we can see how far away the solar system is right now. That's a way to like gauge how long has passed. You can also take how long it's been since the Big Bang, because the expansion of the atmosphere is somewhat, not exactly calculated, but estimated.
It's
Amazing.
level
So
flat.
that makes the Earth a spinning ball. Can you provide some paper for your claim there?
Yeah, I could probably yeah. Give me a
Nice.
second. It's level flat. Is my mic working?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. I was just wondering because I'm using a new wireless headset to see if that works or not. It's level flat.
Is level flat?
Yeah, does level mean flat?
I don't get the question.
It says there are two precise measurements of the expansion of the universe. It's either the Hubble constant, calculations from nearby observations of supernova, and using cosmic microwave background, like radiation, that began to stream like shortly after the Big Bang. That can be measured as well. I'm assuming they take the nuclear halftime and they probably go reverse to find
Yeah,
how long it's been.
just post it in the chat. What you're referring to?
Yeah, I'll give you this. It's Stony Brook University. Who wanted it?
Just post it in chat.
Yeah, I'll put it.
Scientists use new technique to measure universe expansion. A new technique measuring. So they're utilizing images from the Hubble Space Telescope and of the supernova Refstar discovered in 2014. How can you verify that the images made by the Hubble Space Telescope are actually legit to be used as a reference?
Are you questioning the validity of the picture?
Yeah, 100%.
Well, you can't really.
Well, can you prove that they are invalid then?
Yes,
you can't really prove if a picture is real or not, right? Like, unless unless you were there to understand it.
If you take the latest Hubble image and you put it through a forensic test for photography, then you can see that it has been manipulated in Photoshop. I mean, a normal human eye can also realize that it's obviously a rendition, an artist. It's not silly, it is an artist rendition. If you think that these are real images, then I'm not sure if I can help you. Anyways, the technique is based on analyzing time delays between multiple images of supernova Refstar, which was gravitationally lensed by a galaxy cluster. So literally just looking at pictures. Allows for measurement of the Hubble constant, a crucial factor in determining the universe's age. The study results lean towards the value indicated by the cosmic microwave background, though not entirely dismissed the supernova value. It contributes to the... Okay, so for you, the Earth is a spinning wobbling tilted spaceball flying through an ever-expanding void of darkness because of some people using Hubble telescope pictures and looking at differences in the pictures. That's amazing. You're laughing, man, but actually you should realize how ridiculous that is.
You're being a little silly now.
No,
are you
I'm
arguing
not silly,
that? Are you arguing that we can't measure the end of time?
Am I arguing if we can't measure the end of time?
Time
what
as
are you
in
even
space.
saying?
Time
I'm saying
and space are correlated.
Yeah. I'm saying that the observations that these people are doing is they look at pictures of the Hubble telescope.
Yeah.
And that's it. They're analyzing time delays between multiple images of supernova Refstar made by the Hubble telescope.
Yeah,
so
they
again,
probably.
how can I verify? How can I verify if these images are real at all? Like
well, I don't know about the.
Officially,
I don't know about the images, but the numbers are probably real. No.
Bro, everybody can make numbers about something. I can draw 2 pictures of Superman and numbers of how he's flying, man. Yeah, you're laughing, but that's the truth. There's nothing verifiable about this stuff. And on the other hand, it's just based on the sky. How about you actually look at if there's any measurable curvature to first of all understand?
So you don't believe in the expansion in the universe?
Bro, I don't just accept pictures of a Hubble telescope.
So that's what. So just say you don't believe in the expansion of the universe. Is that
Why
what you're
should
saying?
I believe in that? Dude, I don't believe stuff. Believing is boring. When I can be certain of something, that is way more interesting. So
You're
what I
so
can be
scientifically dishonest.
No, I am not.
Yes.
I'm actually not. For me, it's not a requirement of pseudoscience that I believe in order to make my.
If you're saying the
worldview.
expansion of Earth is questionable, that's just crazy talk. Because we know the Big Bang and what
Okay,
did that do?
How is it questionable?
It's crazy talk because you're the consequence of that theory. So what's your theory?
How is it questionable?
What was the event that made the universe? What's that according to you?
Where's the proof for a universe in the first place?
How can you be the consequence of a theory? For fuck's sake. How can you be the consequence of a theory? A person.
What? I don't get
He's
what you're
asking
saying.
how you can be a consequence of a theory, the
You
Big
said
Bang theory.
To Clay, you
Well,
are
it's
the
called
consequence
the
of
Big
that
Bang
theory.
theory, but it's mostly taken as fact. It's just a name because some
Fuck's
people
sake.
said
So
fake
far, what you
God.
provided as fact
But
are images of
It's
Hubble.
called the Big Bang theory, but it's a fact.
just because images of Hubble that can 100% be computer
Are
manipulated.
you arguing against a fact here, like a scientifically proven
Bro,
fact?
you haven't established any fact, man. Are you gonna tell me this is? You're gonna tell me this right here, for example?
Bro, you're not a
Hubble
scientist. Bro, you're not a scientist.
James Webb Telescope, for example. Is this? Do you think this is a real picture?
But we're not even talking about like that one.
You can
is
literally
correct,
see how things are copy and pasted, bro. Same with the yeah, you're laughing, but literally, if I look at the what is ridiculous about that?
Everything.
Dude, you think that these images are real, man? While NASA also claims that all the images of Earth are composites. They themselves say
I
that.
know you're saying they lied to us. Yes, I believe they also that they lied to us in some ways. But like this, like when you're talking about the Big Bang, like I can't. That's something I.
Bro, what is your
can't
proof
say
for
you're
a
wrong.
Big Bang, man? Nothing exploded suddenly. How do you know that?
Well, what's your proof of oxygen?
Don't change the subject. Answer that question because that's important.
Well,
The
it's
background
the same.
radiation.
It's a comeback because he's asking a similar type of question. It's dumb.
No, it's not. It's absolutely
No,
not
actually,
similar.
you are asking a silly question because we can see the background radiation. Radiation, yes.
Yeah, like.
How do you know
Remains
that
from
nothing
the Big Bang.
exploded? Can
Bro,
you can you give an example of how nothing can explode?
If you don't believe in anything that you haven't seen, that makes you a retard.
Bro, I don't want to believe, man. You're stuck in a religion, not me. I'm arguing with a religious
I'm not
person right
religious.
now.
I'm not religious.
Yeah, you just
at all.
you just say if you don't believe this, if you don't believe my cultish thinking.
No, I'm
then,
just talking
you're
about
non
history
secular.
in general, for example.
Bro, you're just
History.
talking about your
Oh,
beliefs, bro.
who-
I don't care about your
who's
beliefs.
got-
I'm challenging your beliefs right now. So how do you know that nothing
Who's
can
gonna
explode?
verify
How
this
do
picture
you
wasn't AI? Who's gonna verify that this picture wasn't made up? Like, obviously, we're not gonna get anywhere.
How
if we use
do
that.
you know? I'm not gonna adhere to your beliefs.
And
once again.
Mr.
So I'm
Clay
challenging your
under
beliefs.
seal, may I ask you something?
I'm not talking to
Yeah.
you. Not
It's
talking
just
to you.
semantics
Again,
at
the
this point.
question is how do you know that nothing can suddenly explode? And how can it be nothing if it can explode?
Look, you can question it. Well, there is scientific theories, right, seen as fact these days because we have measured it in so many ways. If you're
Bro,
gonna
your
deny
faith-
that,
the miracles and coincidences that your faith is requiring is so insane. I could never have the faith that you have, man. That's why I'm such a simple man. I believe in one book and I believe in one creator.
listen,
And for
this
me,
is
it
what
all
you
lines
do.
up.
You
Where did that creator come from?
You
What?
believe nothing. You
I
believe
don't know,
nothing.
man. I
You
can say
believe in
I don't know.
nothing.
He can't say that. He can't say that. He can't
I
be
believe
intellectually honest and just say
I
I don't
believe
know.
something,
He
you
can't be.
believe nothing.
I see. That's the
I
difference.
believe
That's the
something,
difference
you believe
between
nothing.
two believers right here, right? This is the difference between two believers, right? Even though I don't want to invoke it at all, but I give it as an example.
The exception is that we have the evidence for our beliefs and you don't.
You don't have any evidence. You need to
Yes, we do.
exactly
Sure,
like
we do.
me. Okay, how does
We have
nothing
evidence
explode?
for the Big Bang.
How does nothing explode?
We
How does
believe
nothing
in the Big
explode?
Bang. You
How
don't
does
have a
nothing
theory
explode?
for it.
How does
You have-
nothing explode? How does nothing explode?
You don't have the answer
How does
to that
nothing
either,
explode?
right? You don't
How
have
does
the
nothing?
answer.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I don't know.
we
I
believe
don't
in-
know where the creator comes
Shut up.
from. I can be
We believe in
intellectually honest.
something,
I
you
can
believe
say
in
I don't
nothing,
know. I don't know where the
We
creator
believe in
comes from. So
something, you
how does
believe in
nothing
nothing.
explode? How does nothing explode?
You believe in nothing, so you should answer.
How does nothing explode?
You believe in nothing, so you
How
should
does nothing
answer.
explode?
Actually, you do believe that our world. Listen. You believe that God created our world from nothing, right?
Yeah, he was before creation, so
Well,
he was
that
already
might
established.
You do believe that God created our world from nothing.
He didn't
Yeah, I
create
believe
this
that.
world. He created the world with a flat planet.
So you have no problem with our world coming from nothing, but you have problem if if there is no God.
Even your religion detests what you're preaching.
Yeah.
Even your religion, like, probably has some correlation with
I
the
already
round
told
earth.
you, I can be intellectually honest. I can say I don't know where the creator comes from, right? I can say
Yeah,
that.
okay, sure, fair.
Okay, if you would be intellectually honest, you would say, if I ask you, how does nothing explode? You would say, I don't know. and then I would be happy. But because you're so arrogant and ignorant within your own belief system, and not even acknowledging that it's a belief system, you cannot be intellectually honest. Therefore, I can literally dismiss any conversation with you guys because you cannot be acknowledging your religion.
Listen, one day we will find out about this. Perhaps we cannot. All right now.
One day you will find out. One day you will find out if God's word is true or your 300-year-old science.
The same place is literally proof. Like literally the
fact that one day you will find out if God's word is true or
that's one we will never find out. No, that's one we will never find out.
You will find out, trust me.
I was trying to de-illusion you. But medicine tastes bad.
You need to take it in turns, guys.
One day, we used to not know...
No, shush, listen. Kian, give each other some basic respect and not turn it into a shit show. Wait till the other person's finished speaking. Go ahead.
One day we didn't know if what was the sun. Now we do. One day we didn't know that, the earth is not flat. Now we know. One day we will find out, what happened that resulted in the Big Bang. Right now we don't. But this God thing, you will never find out.
You can believe that, man. If you want to put your faith and trust into that belief, that's okay. If you want to not believe in a creator, but believe that nothing exploded, that's okay. If that's going to give you peace when you die, that's okay. I want to be at peace. I want to be at peace with the one who put me here. I want to be at peace with the one who put me here. And I think it's self-evident that someone put us here, and that he gave us a very unique spirit, and that we're not just created from a primordial soup. If you want to believe something else, right? This is based on my beliefs. If you want to believe that it's not this way, and it's a complete other belief, you can believe that. If you can die in peace upon that belief that nothing exploded and you're just a speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe, that's okay. I just can't... I could never accept such a belief because it requires so much faith and miracles and coincidences that that would be insane for me to believe in. I don't have the faith to do that.
Okay, this Big Bang one is like the most difficult question, right? But do you believe in evolution or not?
No, 100% not.
Okay, that one is why not? I mean, for that one we have
evidence. I don't believe in it, man. You believe in it.
I don't believe in it.
Because there's no evidence that one species can transform into another species. The only evidence we have, the only evidence that you have is epigenetic gene expression. That's it. There is no natural selection.
What do you call it in English? Like a fossil? The remains of the, creatures.
Yeah.
What, you're going to quote dinosaurs?
Have you ever asked yourself what every fossil that was found is always a perfectly round up being with all the function that it needed to survive?
No.
So if evolution exists and your body, your heart will not function without a brain, without a lung, without your heart. Listen. One organ will not function without the other. Your brain will not function without a heart, without lungs, without a bloodstream, and so many other things, without the nervous system. So what was first? Every fossil we have found so far throughout history always shows a perfectly finished creature. So again,
not exactly.
No, okay. Some creatures didn't have that. Give me one proof of a fossil that shows a half-finished creature.
You mean like bacteria and stuff like that?
Like a creature
bacteria does not have a heart.
That doesn't have a heart, for example, because
bacteria doesn't have a heart. That's one example. Bacteria, for example, does not have a heart, We can.
But bacteria actually have a rotary system.
It has like mitochondria. It has a mitochondria, but it does not have a heart.
Listen, even the bacteria is so complex that if one part is missing, the whole thing wouldn't work. There's another problem you have. It's already a perfectly working symbiosis of many functions within that bacteria. So again, the question is, when was this bacteria developed where one part was missing? Can you give any proof of that?
Well, I mean, even bacteria comes from simpler creatures, you know that, right?
Bro, golly.
I mean, you can simplify it and go back further back, until, and you end up with the self-replicating RNA, basically.
No, you end up in a belief system.
Yeah, giant bones being found in the ground it doesn't prove evolution. You can't connect those to the human being, my friend. Yes, there were giant bones, but that doesn't prove evolution or natural selection. Just an assumption.
I disagree with you.
You can disagree, but it's still not proof. You don't have any proof of evolution or natural selection. And the only proof in science is epigenetic gene expression, which is not natural selection. One species cannot change into another species. Prove me wrong.
Actually, listen, how can you, you do realize that we have like genes in our bodies, and I don't mean just humans, animals too. We have basically useless genes in our bodies that come from, back in the day, but they are useless. For example, chickens, they have the gene for the teeth, they can grow tooth, and if one gene switches on, they can grow tooth, literally, and that they would die.
Yeah, you could have grew a pussy, mate. You could have grew a pussy when you were born, but you grew a dick. So what? That's not evolution.
No, I mean, we can find chickens who die because this genome turns on in their body.
Do you realize that the modern chickens are hybridized animals that have been genetically changed from their original? Do you know that?
Yeah, but they didn't breed. They didn't breed out the teeth genome.
You can't breed things out. It's just gene expression adapting to environments and whatever's happening.
Why do chickens have this gene that for the teeth? Why do they have it? Explain this.
Well, I haven't looked into that individually, but why do many animals have genetic compatibility for things that they don't produce? This doesn't mean it's evolution, my friend. This means that the genome is way more complicated and way more sensitive to environment with capabilities that you're not giving the correct attention to. At the end of the day, it doesn't prove that natural selection, one species can turn into another.
But it's an evidence for it. I mean, a lot. This one, and if you add this one and the fossils and other things, these are many evidences for it.
No, there are pre-assumptions based on a story that you've bought into. Yes, there are giant bones, and yes, there are animals that have genetic information. I mean, we share a lot of genetic information with trees. Does that mean we were a tree? No.
No, but we share the same ancestor as the trees did, as the trees do.
My friend, we have
if
no
we go
evidence.
Back far enough, perhaps billions of years, we share the same ancestor, basically.
That's just a belief, when in reality we cannot replicate or observe natural selection, evolution. But what we can see is epigenetic gene expression, and that's what is being funded at the moment in science.
We can do that, because if you take a couple of, if you take a mouse, and you breed it, we can end up with a mouse that has a shorter tail or a longer tail, You can literally change its evolutionary direction.
Yeah, you can change a lot with changing the environment, but you can have the same rat with the exact same genes look completely different. Anyway, I was just chiming in just to make sure that you don't claim evolution, natural selection is evidenced in science, because it's not.
It definitely is. I mean, you didn't disprove anything. Of course it is. What do you mean that it is not?
We have no evidence that one species can transform into another species. We don't have any of these transitional animals.
Inside chat. We do.
No, we don't.
You're just lying, yes. Have you ever heard of ring species? Have you ever heard of the phenomenon ring species?
Ring species? No.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, then, I'll not be too harsh on you. You should read into it. Basically, what it is we have observed ourselves and in the past seen species that, because of a geographical barrier, end up diverting to two branches, one going around one side of the barrier, the other one around the other side. That's why it's called ring species, because it makes a circle. And what ends up happening is, because the genetical distance due to mutation and natural selection becomes so different from each other that when they get together again on the other side of the barrier, they cannot interbreed. They in fact are incapable of interbreeding. Why it's called ring species. This is an active case of speciation, and we have multiple cases of these.
I'll look into it, but it sounds like bottlenecking.
You may call it what you want to, but the thing is that it originates from one species. It causes, it goes down a path where geographical barrier is on the way, and they end up diverting to two paths, the same species. Once they reach the other side of the barrier, where they get together again, and both of the paths unite, they are incapable of reproducing. Having offspring.
Yeah, that's. I'm pretty sure that's called genetic bottlenecking. You don't need natural selection for that.
That is speciation. Sorry, sir. You either don't know what speciation means or what species means. That is in fact speciation, because how we define species is the capability of reproducing with one of the same and being capable of having offspring that is also fertile. If you cannot reproduce with it, it is not part of the same species. In this instance, it roots from a group that could have offspring with each other and was in fact one species, but because of the geographical border and the time passing by, they end up not being capable of interbreeding with each other. What is interesting though, they are capable of interbreeding with the predecessor. So like, if they would take one from 100,000 years ago, they can breed with one of them. But if you take one from the future, they cannot. They will, in fact, not be able to reproduce.
And is this something you can evidence in mammals, or is it just reptiles?
Yes, mammals, reptiles, everything. Well,
so
what does it matter?
What mammals? What mammals have you seen this in?
I'm sorry, how is it relevant what type of species it is? Your claim of speciation does not occur. It doesn't matter what type of species.
Well, if it's about geckos and lizards
irrelevant,
and stuff,
irrelevant.
Then
your claim is still
it's not evidenced in biology of animals. We don't have
reptiles are not animals now. What?
No, we have genetic. Listen, we have genetic bottlenecking, and we have a situation
what is
where
genetical bottlenecking? Would you mind elaborating?
Where isolation happens, happens, and then they have genetic gene expression, yeah, and then when they go back to the out of their isolation, there are problems. There are problems within
is one of these problems not being capable of reproducing?
Yes, there is reproduction.
Well, then
problems.
that is called speciation.
It's called genetic bottlenecking.
Okay, you may call it whatever name you want. There's a species that cannot fuck the same thing anymore and has a different people or group of animals that it has to fuck to be able to reproduce. That is speciation. Nothing more, nothing less. If you want to
see this in humans. We see this in humans. Genetic bottlenecking.
What human is not capable of reproducing with other humans? I have not heard of that.
In Aboriginal communities, we find that they can't reproduce with certain blood types and certain sickle cell diseases. We see this in humans. Yeah, we see this.
Aboriginals are not capable of reproducing with Europeans. Is that the claim?
There are examples in some of the older blood types of some, not necessarily sickle cell, but
what blood type would be the cause? This is so nonsensical. What blood type do the Aboriginals have that humans in Europe don't have, or the other way around?
No, I'm not saying it's because of their blood. I'm saying some Aboriginals who have been isolated for longer do have reproduction problems.
They all have been isolated for the same amount of time. They migrated through the South Asian territories round about 110,000 years ago.
Not all. But when you're dealing in the black communities, you will find that some of these issues show themselves. And you do have issues.
The point
with
that has to be made, okay, please. The point that would be equivalent to ring species would be if none of them could reproduce with Europeans, not some due to whatever fucking reason. I'm not gonna fucking talk about two people who have problems reproducing. This is evident within every fucking group. All Europeans, all Africans, all Asians, some of them have problems reproducing, either male or woman. That has nothing to do with them being a different species. What I'm referring to is that none of the said species can reproduce with the same species anymore, because they are not part of the same species anymore. They just went through speciation. This has happened plenty of times, even within our lifetime. Yes, I can give you the examples.
That was the biggest lie you've told. Nothing like that has happened within our
examples.
lifetime.
You didn't even know what ring species are a second ago. So we have
It's
the
genetic
Acanthasia,
bottlenecking.
we have
I know what you're talking
Acacia,
about.
Karoo, Alauda, Allospheux, Allostaumus, Camarhynchus, Ensatina, Europhiria. This just keeps on going. The list is very long. You can look into it, my man. These are active cases from within our lifetime of speciation occurring, and not just one salamander not being. I already did. It's inside it.
Okay.
It's not about just one animal having difficulties reproducing. No, it's the whole species not being capable of reproducing with their own species anymore, quote unquote, their own species, because they just went through speciation.
They just leveled up one day. Come on, mate.
It's not within one day.
This is supposed to happen over thousands of years.
It is not within
you're
one day.
lying. You're lying and saying that we can evidence this in,
It is not within one day. It is not within one day.
Don't have that in the real world.
It is not within one day. You're misrepresenting what I said. You're lying. Don't lie when you talk to me.
Stop repeating yourself.
Well, it is not within one day, and you didn't know what ring species is, so who is the one that is the idiot? Anyways, the point is very simple, that the fact, that's okay. If you don't want to buy into it, then don't, but we are talking about science, and you were saying that science doesn't make the claim that this in fact occurs. I am giving you the counter evidence. If you do not want it, if you don't like it, that's a different topic. You, sir, made the claim that speciation has never been in account. It has. I just showed you. I just did. There's at least 30 cases of it in there. One of the most famous one is the Ensatina salamanders. This is what coined the term of ring species. And no, it doesn't happen overnight. Again, there's a geographical barrier, and the migration of two paths that is being chosen by the species leads to them being disconnected from each other for such a long time that they in fact end up becoming two species due to mutation and natural selections. When they reoccur on the other side of the barrier, the same species, they cannot interbreed anymore with the other species, quote unquote, now, which used to be the same one or rooted in the same one.
No, they're not ring species. They're just different species, and assumptions have been
that's
made.
bullshit.
It's ridiculous.
No, you don't know what you're talking about.
No, you're the one who believes in evolution, my friend. You're the one who doesn't know what he's talking about.
You're just denying evidence at this point. You're being anti-scientific. Not talking.
No, there is no ring species. In reality, there is genetic bottlenecking.
Read the Wikipedia.
That's what you're trying to misrepresent.
If you want to read into them, but I'm not just listening to no, they didn't root in the same species. That's just low IQ conversation. Sorry, I'm not doing that.
No, I'm reading plenty of articles here, and there was plenty saying that the whole ring species idea is a hoax.
Can you give me one of those articles, please? I would like to see the validity of it, the credibility. Can I please see those articles that you're reading right now? The one shouldn't be too difficult, right? Copy paste it to say.
Yeah. Let me just read. Let me just continue reading before I know what I'm sending.
No, please just copy the source. I would like to read it too. Let's see what antiscience.com is saying. Come on, don't hide your source now. You said there's plenty of articles that talk about it. Give me one.
Bear with
How
me.
long do I have to wait? How long do I have to wait? Look, I'll give you my source again.
I'll make you wait longer if you carry on with that attitude, mate.
I think you will have to make me wait until the never-ending fucking time end, my man. You will not show it because you are ashamed of your source. You know it's a fucking retarded source. No fucking body in academia denies the existence of ring species. You have to be on some fucking like site that was made in 1999.
No, we have no. You may have this one salamander example, but you don't have any real mammal examples of this. And I believe salamanders.
Why are you just lying?
Salamanders are so different. Salamanders go through changes. They shed their skin. They are so different to us.
Why are you just lying?
Because I know genetic bottlenecking has nothing to do with natural selection.
Yeah, you don't know what genetic bottlenecking is, first of all. Second of all, you don't know what speciation is. Third of all, your claim was not about specifically that mammals don't go through speciation. Your claim was speciation does not occur in general. So I don't understand what this rebuttal is with this is not a mammal, this is in fact a reptilian. Who cares? Your claim was not about mammals or reptilians, it was in general. Unless you want to walk it back and say, yeah, actually reptilians do go through speciation, but mammals don't. Which is even more lunatic position, to be honest.
Yeah, see, there's lots. See, you're talking about some theory that isn't even fully accepted. Yeah, it's not even fully accepted in science, my friend.
Well, would you mind telling me where you're getting this information from that it is not accepted, please? You're reading plenty of sources, but you don't want to share them. It's kind of coincidental. And also, you said that there's no mammals in it, and I already told you that you are lying. No, there is mammals within it. I just showed you again another source inside chat.
I'm even on Wikipedia right now.
This mouse is a mammal that went through speciation, ring speciation. Sorry. Are you going to still stick on the claim that it's only reptilians? It's not. I already told you.
I never even said it is in reptilians. I'm saying there is a phenomena with a salamander that's being claimed as this ring species.
Yeah, but I said it's not the only occurrence. You are, again, just misrepresenting what I said because it occurs in mammals as well. There's multiple mouses that this has happened to. Well, they cannot fucking interbreed anymore.
However, it is unclear whether any of the examples of ring species cited by scientists actually permit gene flow from end to end with many
cited by scientists. So the source that you're reading from does not include themselves as a scientist. It's referring to scientists in third person. Isn't it interesting?
Wikipedia.
Wow,
crazy. I'm on Wikipedia, my friend.
That's crazy.
I'm on Wikipedia.
I'm sure you are.
You have a theory, but you have no actual evidence.
Sure. There is no evidence. Only like the fucking mountains of evidence for it. Just like when you said earlier, there is no evidence for speciation, and I presented you merely one out of the fucking hundreds. And your fucking NPC Dialogue 3 is failing you. It's failing you. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, you've got some claims, my friend, but like I said, you don't have.
I gave you evidence and claims. Would you mind to give me now the fucking evidence for your claim that scientists do not agree upon this? Thank you. The source that you were reading from.
I'm at the moment. I'm just on the ring species page on Wikipedia where it says that there is a debate. And it is unclear whether any examples of ring species cited by scientists actually permit gene flow from end to end, with many being debated and contested. That's the state of your ring species.
Mm-hmm. Can you now show me the source that you were reading from, that you said articles were denying it? I'm still waiting for that. You said you're going to make me wait, but it's been now like 10 minutes, and I kind of have to admit eventually I will not wait anymore. I'll just turn you down and not engage. Are you gonna give me those?
No, I'm gonna find the mother article that cannot be debunked from a scientific source.
Gotcha.
So I'm just reading through these. So you've cited Wikipedia 3 times, right? For ring species. So is Wikipedia an acceptable source for you?
Wikipedia is not the source, but usually they cite acceptable sources.
It's a collection of sources, sure.
Yeah. Usually their citations are respectable, yeah.
Okay, but why don't you just go ahead and post those instead?
You want me to do what? Sorry, I didn't understand you.
Well, I'm trying to follow the debate, but I'm not really seeing any sources for anyone.
I did. What the fuck? Like, I post every single source.
You just said that Wikipedia isn't a source, and that's all you posted.
No, I never said Wikipedia is not a source. I said Wikipedia is not... God. Okay, well, I did say that. You're correct. I said Wikipedia is not the source, but usually it cites sources that are reliable. That's exactly what they said. And they do in this instance.
So I'm waiting for that, because you've both just quoted Wikipedia.
Okay, so. Sure, I can give you
I'm trying to follow the debate, but it's like... There's something I'm interested in.
I can give you the actual study, no problem, if that is what you want. There you go. This is an actual source. And this guy can clearly not read. I'm still waiting for this guy to post his evidence for his articles that he was claiming would deny the existence of ring species. And you also claimed that it were done by scientists. So they probably are peer-reviewed and published on a journal, right?
I quoted from Wikipedia like you did.
I didn't quote anything from Wikipedia. I was giving you that off the top of my head, to be honest. So? That's it? You're done? You're not going to give me your source? Okay. Well, then I'm done talking to you.
I don't
Next
need
time,
to.
please
I
don't
don't
claim...
need to.
Yeah, that's fine. I know you
I don't need to, and I'll
Next
tell
time,
you why.
please don't claim that you have
Because-
actual evidence that speciation never has occurred.
I'll tell you why. Because genetic bottlenecking is what you're describing.
You don't know what genetic bottlenecking is.
And after a quick look, speciation is a theory that is being questioned by your own scientists, and it is nothing more than a theory. And all these examples that you're showing are assumptions to fit the theory, but this is not proven. This is not evidenced. We can't prove this. This is just a theory. And there's lots of articles that will say,
I really
speciation.
appreciate your intellectualism by claiming something is just a theory.
Well, it is, and your own scientists are not happy, not in agreement with
it. You really are. What do you do as a living? Like, did you study anything in STEM? Have you ever experienced anything in STEM?
Nope.
Well, do you know that a theory?
I just have enough common sense to know the difference between.
But your common sense is failing you.
A theory and evidence.
That's okay. You can appeal to common sense, but you should be a little bit more humble, because the problem is that a theory is the highest fucking degree we have in science for something to be true.
I just posted some in chat. You guys should read.
It's not an hypothesis. Many people like you who like to use common sense and your vocabulary through the day, you misuse the word theory as something that is a hypothesis. A hypothesis is not a theory. A theory is established science. It's the highest level you can reach in science, but that's something that you will not comprehend, because you are smarter by appealing to common sense. And I'm the stupid retard.
No, you just claim you have real world evidence when you don't. You just have a theory.
I gave you a study, and again, saying just a theory and claiming that to not be evidence is the most ludicrous shit I've ever heard. A theory, right, means it's established in science. There's no debate about it anymore. Do you comprehend that? What you are referring to is an hypothesis. If something is being given forward and we don't know if it's true or not, it's an hypothesis. If a hypothesis is given forward and we have evidence for the hypothesis to be true, it becomes, guess what? A theory. And it's the highest level that you can obtain in fucking science, please.
Yeah, it sounds great, but the problem is there are alternative theories to speciation, my friend.
Like
bottlenecking.
Okay, can you please cite me a study on bottlenecking? Oh, I gave you a peer-reviewed study.
I gave you a
peer-reviewed study published on a fucking journal, which was referring to speciation and ring species. Would you please give me a study, peer-reviewed, published in any journal, which talks about bottlenecking? Or are you again just gonna go hush mode and give me absolutely nothing?
Do you not know what genetic bottlenecking is?
Are you gonna give me a source for once and back up your claims or not? Because I'm not interested in a fucking shit show like Woman Talk. You make your claims and like back and forth. I don't do this. Listen, man, I'm European. We have actual constructive conversations. I gave you my sources. I gave you my claims. I backed them all up. I would desire for you to do the same.
Listen, I
will not listen. I'm looking into side chat, man.
Oh, shut up. Shut up for a minute.
No.
Shut up for a minute. You talk too much.
I'm going to deafen myself and I'm going to give you 5 minutes to back up your claims.
No, I'm logging off in a minute, mate. You don't need to worry about me, mate. All you need to know is what genetic bottlenecking is. Yeah, and how that resembles what you're claiming is speciation.
Thing is, it doesn't, though. Genetic bottlenecking is when the population of a species dwindles to a very small amount and stays there for a minute or so, and then expands again. That's what a bottleneck is. That's the triangle. The clue's in the word.
Yeah,
that's
right. But he has no way to prove that his so-called speciation isn't just genetic bottlenecking, and we don't have the time.
Different phenomenon.
Prove that.
We do, and they're different. So there's that. Because, I mean, you could look up I'll post it in chat if you want me to, but the definition for genetic bottlenecking and speciation are different.
Well, of course they're different because they come from different, absolutely, completely different areas of study. But genetic bottlenecking is the only phenomenon that we can actually prove exists that resembles what he's describing.
No, ring species is not genetic bottlenecking. Ring species are a population of creatures that have been separated by geology or some other force, and then they mutate in different ways, and when they get around the obstruction, they can no longer interbreed, making it speciation.
Yeah, but there's no proof or evidence that exists.
Yeah, there is. We got a lizard that did that right here in the United States.
No, you say, this is what I mean. There's this one gecko lizard or whatever, and
that's just one example of it. There's
salamander or whatever, but that doesn't. No, I'm sorry, but that is completely different to interspecies evolution. I'm sorry, that's not what we're. That's not. You're not able to follow that.
Speciation is the divergence of species. I don't understand what you don't understand.
There's no evidence of one species changing to another. If you want to use this salamander as your proof,
how do we get whales?
I get what he's saying. He's saying a dog has never given birth to a not dog.
Well, a wolf turned into a dog, so there's that.
We're not talking about interbreeding. We're talking about evolution, natural selection.
It's literally not.
Not the same thing.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm telling you. What you're quoting isn't in nature and doesn't exist to be able to prove it. What we can prove is temporary genetic bottlenecking, and this salamander thing.
My God,
I don't
that's
think is
not
interspecies.
Even close to the same thing. They're not the same thing.
It's the closest thing to reality to your speciation claim.
No, it's not. It's not even close.
No, not really.
So I've got 5,629,000 peer-reviewed articles about speciation. Which one do you want? about ring species being speciation.
I bet you've got some on space as well, yeah?
Well, I mean, sure, I can find some on space
Sure.
too if you want.
And dinosaurs and space.
Sure, because all these things exist.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, that's what you think. So you think because there's
No, I've seen the
peer-reviewed articles that it's the truth. But if it can't be
That's not the
demonstrated
only-
in nature,
Jesus
it's a
Christ.
belief.
No, it's not. I've looked at the
Hey,
evidence.
wait a minute. Birds are all dinosaurs, dude.
What?
Birds are all dinosaurs, right? Don't they all?
Yes, birds are dinosaurs.
Technically, they are. Yes.
I can demonstrate that if you want me to. I can give you all the facts
you
that
can't.
that birds are dinosaurs.
You can't prove that. You can theorize that, and yeah, but
Right,
no,
so you need to
can't
click
prove
on
that.
the link that I posted that says, what is a theory? It very adequately explains what a scientific theory is, and you have a misconception of what that is.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, 5 minutes overruled. Do you have your article for journal peer-reviewed ready? Yes or no?
I think
No, I don't have
that
any article
the
for you, I'm
Balkan
afraid.
people are bad people.
Good. I desire to be bad. Anyways, so I'm asking you again, do you have your source now or not that would explain another theory that was published in any journal, peer-reviewed?
No, I'd
You
need to get off my
desire
work
to be
computer.
bad?
I'd need to get off my work
I'm done
computer and get
talking to you.
onto a
I'm done
browser.
talking to you. Have a good
And get
time.
onto a browser that doesn't feed
What?
me the mainstream narrative, yeah? And I'd need
I
to
accept
have
your
a bit of
submission.
time.
It's okay. I'm done
So,
talking.
so what makes you think just because the mainstream says it that it's false? That's a genetic fallacy, you understand that, right?
Because there's no natural evidence, there's no real world examples of this.
There is. I
No,
can
there
give you
isn't.
5 million peer-reviewed papers about it.
No.
Papers are not real world evidence. I'm sorry,
Yes, they
you
are.
can't.
They explain real-world evidence.
Use some peer-reviewed papers on the COVID-19 vaccine. Donald says that's pretty good for you too.
Well, yeah, it saved millions of lives. Good
Sure, you
job.
chose not to get that though, right? Don't say that natural immunity. You chose not to get
What?
that. Right?
What?
Your natural immunity was far better than that vaccine, even though the peer-reviewed paper said it was.
Well, no, see, I've explained this. You guys don't listen to things that are said. So when I was exposed, the vaccine was still very limited, so I chose not to get it.
Wow.
Yeah, don't talk about
guys don't listen to
medical
shit, do you?
information,
Don't
please.
talk about.
Just change the subject.
Not our rules.
2 words left. I had 2
Talk
words
about
left.
it.
Yeah, but I
Don't
don't know.
talk about
You
medical
let me finish
information.
Talk about
fucking
it,
words.
mate.
I don't know if we can talk about this in here though, guys. Let's just move on.
Talk
No, we
about
Yeah,
it.
medical information
It
is
doesn't take long for
touchy
him to
because
spiral. Holy shit.
yeah, it's
Talk about what?
What, 5 seconds? I had 2 words about sentence. Why you didn't let me keep going?
What do you want me to talk about?
Hey man, we can talk about whatever you like.
Dinosaur
Oh.
birds.
How
birds
evolution's a
are
hoax.
dinosaurs.
Why'd you guys have to mute me, man? Holy shit.
Dude,
It's
you're
fucking
They're big on that,
tyranny.
man. I hate that shit. That's bonkers.
Tyranny,
Being muted
bro.
for no reason.
English guys.
That's
Not
stupid.
cool.
It's called
Literal
moderation.
tyranny.
Grow up,
Well, for
Donald
no
C.
reason. I said for no reason. You guys muted him for no reason.
Nah.
Oh no, it was for a reason.
It's
There's
cool.
always reasons.
I wasn't supposed to bring it up. My
In fact,
bad.
I'm gonna mute him again just because it's funny.
I know the rules.
Donald, are you gonna cry because I muted him?
I don't care what you do. It's just I think it's silly.
So, are you gonna cry that I muted him?
No, because I don't care. I just think it's silly.
Awesome. But so you go, oh, I don't care, but actually I do care because I think it's silly. Like, okay.
I don't care what you do is what I said. I don't care what you do. I just think it's silly.
So you're contradicting yourself. That's fine.
No, that's not what I said at all. You don't understand how words work, do you? You should really read up on how
my
words
people
work.
invented the language you're speaking, so yes, I think we probably do.
You didn't invent it. You just learned it.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes, I did.
So then why
I
are
said
you
the British
strawmanning
people
me?
invented English, but you know it was actually the Germanic people that invented English. It's a Germanic language, so it was the Germans that did that. Good job.
No, that's not actually how that works.
So if it's based on German, who invented it?
So let me get this right. Everything that's based on something else was invented by the first person who invented something.
So
Because that's your
English was invented by the
anything even remotely like that, dude.
Dude, that's your argument.
No, it wasn't an argument. I asked a question. A question is not an argument. I asked a question. A question is not an argument. You don't know how words work.
In the question.
Also, there's the birds or dinosaur evidence
I don't
in the
think you
chat.
know how arguments work or language works, but that's fine.
Yeah, you clearly don't understand things because a question cannot be an argument because an argument is a premise, and conclusion. A question has none of those.
You've never heard of a loaded question?
What I asked was not a loaded question.
Yeah, but that contradicts what you just said. Everything you say is wrong, basically, in the last 2 minutes.
Oh, I mean, you got to demonstrate that's a meaningful way.
Well, I have, and you've just gone,
nah! You've just spouted nonsense.
You said a bunch of nah, and then accused me of spouting nonsense.
I didn't do that.
Yeah, you did.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
Are we on a schoolyard in 4th grade again? I mean, this is like I feel like there should be like one of those rusty old playhouses in front of us.
Nah, this is too soy for me, this conversation. Come back when you've dropped your soy levels. So should we get back onto some sort of meaningful conversation? Preferably about the flat earth, because that's what the room's about.
Oh, Donald knows how to copy, paste, and spam that.
That guy is so unbelievably soy.
So he said
soy road is unreal.
Dinosaurs look like birds and vice versa. That's how you know dinosaurs existed, right?
He also thinks that Germans invented English. Fucking retarded.
I guarantee you.
Because it's a Germanic language, it's like, bro, you have no idea how this works.
Yeah, Donald, it's so peaceful without you nagging over the mic.
Look at this. Won't even answer a question. I'll unmute him because it's funny. But I can't.
Probably talking right now.
Probably. Donald, are you still chugging Soylent?
Aw.
What? What a pussy.
Yeah, so the way that worked, obviously, is that the Angles and the Saxons were originally Germanic tribes, and they ended up in Britain. And then those people obviously stopped speaking German at some point. That's not the same thing as Germans invented English, which is what he thinks. I mean, the equivalent would be like if Americans stopped speaking English at some point and then had their own language, like American, and then you said, "Oh, English people invented American." Mind you, he would probably just say the Germans invented it because it's Germanic. Do we have any globe champions in the room?
Bring the story, boys.
Here who believe in speciation. Oh.
Wow, this VC is popping.
Yeah, I can deny it.
Wait, what?
I can deny it.
Deny what? The truth? Nah.
I think she might be a filthy North European.
How dare you?
I would never be from the northwest of Europe. That wouldn't dream of it.
So what's she talking about? She denying what?
She was just saying that the Earth's flat.
Oh. Well. No, a problem. If she wants to deny it.
I mean, it is true, so.
You can stick to your water ball spinning in space if you believe in it. No?
I think that she might actually be Peter Griffin. Oh, she left.
That was all? That was it? Damn.
Yeah. Shame.
Like a fart in space. Didn't make any significance.
If you think the Earth is a globe, speak now.
I think the Earth is a globe.
So Dave thinks the Earth is a globe, but Goob and Manufactotum do not. Fair enough.
Everybody else thinks it's a globe, so why shouldn't I think it's a globe? Prove me wrong.
That's a good. Yeah, it's a good idea. Definitely, you always want to agree with what everyone else says without thinking about it. That's a really, really good approach to life.
I thought so. Thank you, sir. Now, mind you, I don't have any practical, empirical evidence of any physical reality of this globe, but it is a globe, though. Trust me. Just trust me, man.
Yeah, it's always a good idea to just believe what people say, especially authorities that don't present you any evidence. Definitely just believe them without question. That's a really good idea.
Especially when they ridicule an opposite straw man position that nobody actually holds. But anyway.
It's a fantastic idea, yeah. I agree.
So I'm guessing no Globey enthusiasts in here right now. Come on, we need some globe evidence. That would be great. Come on.
I got a new rap name.
What's that?
What do you think of it?
Little Glober. I like it.
I can rhyme about curvature for days.
Who was that guy like 3 or 4 years ago? Little Dicky or something had a song like "We Love the Globe" or something stupid like that.
That was it. Well, he is Jewish, so what do you expect?
Yeah.
What was that? What's up, Explosion K9? Oh, he left. Oh, he...
Oh yeah, it's just called Earth. Oh, how cringe. I have to watch this now, back in a minute.
I just think it's funny how everybody thinks it's a globe, obviously, but nobody can actually prove it. That's kind of funny.
So just a few moments ago, I was hearing Dave Hinkle, the Sam Elliott of the 24/7 Flat Earth. Always a pleasure to hear your voice.
Sam Elliott sounds like me. He stole my voice, man.
All right, one of the two. All I want to know is, do you have a mustache?
Currently going sans mustache, but I have had them in the past.
So how you been doing, Dave? I haven't talked to you in a while.
I still exist in whatever this is, sir. How you doing?
Well, I'm still existing on a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth that was specifically made for all of us here.
There seems to be intelligent design behind every little intricate detail of our existence, doesn't there? Is that just me?
Well, I don't see how there's any doubt about it. So, if you take a box of matchsticks, okay, and you dump it upside down on the floor, I think about the only word that you might be able to spell. You might be able to spell an I, or you might be able to make an X or an L, but you're not going to be able to spell out a word. No way you'd be able to spell out anti-disestablishmentarianism, which probably would be much more simple than creating the DNA that all of us are made from.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Having bodies that can heal themselves. I mean, we weren't just some random spitball floating through space.
Seems like a coincidence to me. I don't know, man.
Well, yeah, or something created us and left us here. That's pretty depressing. So let's cope with religion, and the earth. But Palestine's flat because they're terrorists.
Well, you don't have.
I'll be back.
Wrong room for Palestine. Just saying. We need empirical globe evidence. Does anyone have that? Thank you. All right, y'all continue. I'm going to start driving and roboting. Let's have the empirical globe evidence. Somebody's got it somewhere. Got it stuck in a drawer somewhere or something. Come on. Come on, man.
Drive safe, my brother, and you keep your eyes open looking for that curb. Who knows? Maybe someday you might find it.
I experience curvature every day because it appears so flat. You know.
Just like Elon said, it's curved because it looks so flat.
Yeah, you can tell it's moving by the total lack of any feeling of any motion. So there's that. Yeah, just my opinion. It seems like this whole globe idea thing is pretty much run its course. I mean, it peaked when they thought they went to the moon, took pictures and all that shit. I get that, but there's nothing backing this thing up. People just realize it and get on with it. It's not our fault. The Earth is just not a spinning ball in a vacuum of space. I'll shut up. Good to see Dead Air Dave hasn't lost his touch, and I'm probably robot. Somebody else talk. Let's see if Crit's there real quick. What's the current negative temperature in Minnesota, Crit? -6. Not at his mic, okay. This is wide open. Any globe believer can pop in here and provide us with evidence for this globe thing. Feel free to try. My mic's still working.
Yeah, they have. It's still working.
Thanks, Quiz. You're part of the plane still level and stationary, I assume.
As far as I know, yeah.
That's right, as far as we can tell. It's actually not the exact opposite of what we experienced, but okay, is that just us? All right.
Hello? Is there dead air or my Discord bugged?
We got dead air. What do you want to bring to the table? Go ahead.
Oh, nothing, nothing. I was worried why I can't hear anyone. My bad. Thank you.
We're just patiently, silently waiting for proof of the globe. Do you have that? Hello, did you hear the question? I guess he has no
Yeah,
proof.
I heard you. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here. Did you say crit? Or I have my headset off.
Meow.
Woof.
Man.
Did I get log into gems all of a sudden?
I think so, yeah.
That's kind of their thing, the random animal sounds.
Yep.
Well, nobody was saying anything. Oh.
What do you want to hear about?
Nothing, man. I actually joined to listen to a conversation about Flat Earth, but nothing.
Yeah, we can start one. What's the topic you want to hear about?
Well,
All right.
Maybe he should have went with a chicken sound. Bakak.
Maybe he just acted it out.
Okay, I am.
Leo.
Hey. Hey. It's just you here? Goddamn.
Oh, maybe.
Did you say maybe?
Yeah.
Who else is here? See? It's just you. Goddamn. I can't type in chat. I can't stream. Goddamn. Always muted. Yes, that's trolls.
How many feet?
I don't
10,
care.
12 feet, right?
I don't care.
Use a collimator.
Yeah, that's not an answer to the question.
No way to measure. It is.
I don't get it.
It absolutely is, because you're asking for a direct measurement. Okay, you're asking for a direct measurement of curvature.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And even if you were trying to, I'm telling you, even if you were trying to show direct measurement of flatness, you would not be able to.
It's a reversal. I'm just asking for the measurement.
A measurement of the ball in the first place if light is always refracting.
To actually, like, precisely measure flatness with the laser.
Dude, how did you get the measurement of the ball that you're claiming is there in the first place if light is always refracting?
He's a lunatic, man.
Hold on, let him answer.
I'm
just
trying.
Answer what?
How'd you get the measurement of the ball if the light is always refracting?
A measurement of the pole?
The ball.
Oh, what?
Oh, the balls.
Wait.
No.
Yeah.
I'm talking about measurement in general.
What?
No.
Why?
How did
I
you
asked
get
you a
the
question about
measurement
a
of the
specific
ball?
measurement.
You want me
So
to
why
do
are you
what?
answering with measurement in general? Just give us the specific
Because
measurement. Does it not exist?
that's the
Is
nature
it
of
that
the problem.
hard to directly answer the question, the very specific question I asked? Is there no specific answer for it? Is that why you're tap dancing around it?
What question?
No, because you're being kind of a hard ass about this question, but really, when you apply it to things of the flat Earth nature, the flat Earth community, it's the same issue.
Why are you doing
Meaning
that?
What?
Because you're asking for something even more ridiculous, right? And I'm saying, I'm strongman you saying,
I agree with you.
But they gave us a measurement, though. They gave us a measurement.
That can prove that it's flat, right? You can't, because
I just sent you. I sent you laser tests over 120
And
kilometers.
I don't have to anyway, because axiomatically it's not what anybody experiences. When we go to the beach, we don't see the geometric horizon that should arise from that globe that we've been told we live on, right? And that's why you guys have to start talking about refraction. So we just don't see that globe in reality. So I don't really have to do anything, because you're the one in here telling us that what we see isn't what it actually is. So you got any proof of that or not?
no, because I was saying the same exact thing as you. I was saying, go look with your eyes,
Taking
right?
the middle ground fallacy, dude.
What you're seeing, right?
You're
is light
leaving the
being
compromise between two positions, dude.
Just let him
It's
answer.
light being refracted, but it's light being refracted around a curve, and you see it as, a straight line of sight, perpendicular direction. But it's not.
Yep.
The light is actually
So
coming
where's-
from a place where it's tangential to where it curved from.
How do you know that?
Where is the
That's
curve
everything.
measured that it's going around?
All mirages work.
How do you know
It's
that?
like saying-
How do you,
It's like saying, oh, I've got this zigzag. I haven't proved the zigzag, but I know the light is going over the zigzag because I can see it.
No, it's like saying, right, if light were being curved, right, you would only see the top of that curve. That's the light that would reach your eye.
Can we have a demonstration of this?
Now, that's all that I'm saying. So you could say that.
Can we have a demonstration of it? You're making a claim. You're making a big claim. So do you have a demonstration actually proving this point?
I think that light is being curved based on these principles.
Hey, dude, what's your proof that the light is being curved over a curve?
What's your proof, man?
That's a burden reversal.
Yeah.
You're the one saying that what we see isn't what we actually get. You're saying that what we see is something other than what it actually is, right? And then every single time we ask you, well, how do you know that? You just go, well, prove it is what we see it as. That's stupid.
Well, no, I'm saying that this is the nature of light, right? This is how it behaves. Right?
Yeah, we're not asking about light. We're asking about the physical ball that it's going around.
No. I'm talking about the physical nature of light, right? Which you guys are using for your own purposes when you want to, and in other circumstances, you're totally disregarding it.
No.
No. All as we're asking for is the physical ball that you're claiming the light goes around. That's all. I don't care about the light.
Yeah, dude. You haven't given us anything to disregard. Listen, I've been asking you for the measurements that validate the things that you are saying about what light does over the Earth, right? And you haven't given me anything to disregard. So what are you talking about?
I'm not an angry person here, okay? I don't want to get into
No one's getting angry, man.
Look, every answer you give.
I don't like these I personally don't. I'm not interested in these types of conversations. I've done them for months. They're not interesting.
Then why do you do them for months, and why are you still here doing them? Just fuck off if it's not interesting. Because we just want one thing that you can't seem to provide us. So I don't know.
I didn't mean to get into this topic, or to this type of argument. But it's it's reacting to like a lot of you guys' attacks, right? That has led me to this.
So it's another feel. Hey, the feeling server's down the road.
Classic Flag, you've been pretty good. You've been pretty good.
Here's the thing. Yeah, but Santiago, you haven't been very good, though, because you keep saying things and then you try to bullshit your way around it when we just go, well, how do you know that? That's all we're asking is, well, how do you know that? You say that light was tangential to the curve of the Earth where it traveled from to reach your eye. Right? Okay, so there's supposed to be, geometrically speaking, a tangent point at 1.2 miles for a 1-foot observer. Instead, I see what you're calling a tangent point out at 10 miles, right? So I'm just asking how you know that 10-mile tangent point is an illusion and there's actually a physical, geometric 1.2-mile one there. I'm just wondering how you know that.
Heretic, I tried to explain my view of it, right, based on my knowledge of physics, but I was interrupted over and over and over again by more attacks, more questions, right? So I wasn't even able to make that point.
You're not answering.
Again, like what you're saying right now.
That's not an answer.
Can I go back and try to explain the point that I tried to explain 10 minutes ago?
No, can you just answer the questions that we're asking? Because I'm interrupting you right now because once again you're responding completely non sequitur to what I just said.
Because I'm making a point that you are interrupting me, right? With
no, you're not making a point. I asked you a pointed question. You went off on a ramble, not answering it, right? Okay, that's why I keep cutting in. If you just answered the questions I'm asking, I would just shut up and listen.
I'm going to answer it. Okay. There's a 130-mile distance. Okay. There is a slight curvature over those 130 miles. Okay. Something is viewing from one end, and there's an object at the other end. Okay. Now, with just pure imagination, if this imagination was going out in a straight line, it would not be able to see what's 130 miles away underneath the curve, okay? Because the Earth drops a little bit, you can't really see what's there, okay? But the way that light behaves is that object is shooting light out in all directions, and some of those light waves are going perpendicular for it, tangent to the Earth, right? Which means that for the other person, they're going up at this obtuse angle into the sky. Okay,
dude, this isn't an answer.
You're doing it again.
You're doing it again.
No, you're doing it again. Be quiet, Santiago. Be quiet, Santiago. You're doing it again. Because I asked you a pointed, specific question. Like, for example, I see a 10-mile horizon where, geometrically speaking, according to you, if the Earth is what you say it is, there should be a 1.2-mile horizon. You say that light took a deflected or diverted path around that curve, so I saw it as something other than what it is. All I asked you is how you know that.
He said, just imagine, bro.
I'm explaining the model, right, which is knowledge. Which knowledge, I understand that knowledge can be wrong.
How do you know what I just said?
I'm trying to explain it to you.
How do you know that things are something other than what they appear to be to us? How do you know that? How do you know what they actually are instead of what we see them as?
I don't.
Okay, thank you.
After all that.
Okay, are we ready to switch topics now, or what?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, Santiago, for just answering.
I think so. Yeah. He just admitted after an hour that he doesn't know.
Well, I appreciate it nonetheless.
No, I question knowledge at all, but you guys aren't really even interested in any knowledge whatsoever.
Well, I am. If you would have just given me the answer, I would have been really interested in that. But you did give me an answer. I don't know it's valid.
Your own subjective point of view, whatever the hell that may be.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
It's completely backwards. That's you've got it completely backwards. I just
looking into it, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, Santiago. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. I'm looking into it. I'm seeking the objective knowledge that you claim to have. That's what I'm doing. That's why I'm asking you these questions, and that's why I keep interrupting when I get an answer that isn't actually an answer.
All right. Yeah, let's move on.
Are we ready to switch topics?
Conversation. You're not.
Yeah, let's move on, guys.
Any other thing other than what you want to say.
You don't need to psychoanalyze me. Okay, he left.
I'm just going to
Did he
summarize.
leave just now?
Yeah.
I'll just summarize what happened. So he's trying to explain light around a curve that the curve he hasn't proved yet, but keeps on explaining light bends. But it bends around a curve because we can see it at a further distance than what it is predicted. Therefore, light curves around a ball because we can see further than is predicted.
What is your profession?
Yeah.
Friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
Holy. There's a reason why we do this stuff, folks. I barely listen to recordings, but honestly, you should probably study this stuff. Notice their behaviors. Please let me talk. Can you speak? Okay, bro, we let you speak for like a half hour straight. Are you gonna get to the point finally? But you're interrupting me. Can you just get to the part where you answer the question? But I'm just explaining how it would work. Well, we already understand how it would work. Now we just want to know whether it's true or not. You guys are probably, I don't think checkbooks are a thing anymore, but like you imagine a checkbook, right? You can open up the checkbook and just start writing in it if you want to. Heck, you could just write a check out that says $1 million. Do you think someone's going to cash that for you? No. So when he's giving these examples, like, well, if you just imagine and it would work like this, maybe, and possibly, that's taking out a checkbook and writing down a bunch of numbers. Where are you going to go with that? Who is going to cash that in for you? Who is going to see value in that? Not me. And so when you say things like, well, just imagine how it could possibly work, right? Okay, well, let's establish what you're saying is true. Well, maybe we're all wrong. So it's good to see how they act. You don't want to be caught up in the midst of that. Not know what's going on. Chasing him around. And he did this thing that I see on pressure at all. Homegirl will be like, she'll say something, they'll address it very specifically, just how homeboy in the clip here was like talking about these two mountains. Oh, we have this test, we did this. Oh, okay, well, give me a specific more detail. Like, how did this work? Well, you're interrupting, you're not letting me finish. You're like, we're just holding you accountable to what you said, homeboy. What's the problem here? Well, what happens is they flip. They'll be like, well, what about you then? What about the flat earthers? Like, whoa. You just gave us a specific test. You did this thing on a mountain. So if I'm just asking you more details, like what's the distance between the two mountains? Well, what about the flat earthers? What did they do? Okay, so we're not allowed to address the thing you just said then, or what? So this is what happens on Fresh and Fit all the time. And this guy, Andrew Wilson, he was on the Whatever podcast. I heard him say this for the first time. It was awesome. He's like, they were doing exactly that. Some girl says something, they try to address it, and she goes, "But what about the Mendo?" And he's like, he brought up, he's like, "Listen, we don't need you to do the." He like turned it into a martial art. He's like, "We know you like your martial arts. What about the Mendo?" But so I need to come up with one for the flat Earth context. Like Glober's like, "What about the flat earther though?" Or something like that. But yeah, they do that a lot. When you try to pin them down to a point, they'll be like, "Yeah, but what about the flat earther?" Yeah, I see that from a mile away. You're not slick. just like these 304s on F and F. What about the men, though? We're not talking about men right now. We're talking about you. So we're not talking about flat earthers and not being able to understand things. We're talking about your mountain test. Well, I scrutinized the data. I went through it all. Okay, well, how many feet between the two mountains? Well, I don't know. I don't have it on hand. Well, can you get it out of your DMs? I'll look for it, but don't expect anything. I don't know if y'all were listening to the conversation, but this type of behavior is actually unfortunately common. And so it's good to study this behavior, just like with Fresh and Fit, right? Why would you watch these people? Well, you better know that nature, because it ain't going away, right? Globies are going to continue coming in here with that same mentality, so you better be prepared for it. Why should I sit down and listen to this Donald C. or Santiago? Why would I do this? Yeah, well, you're going to deal with another 45 of them coming soon. So if you ain't ready, you're not going to be able to handle them like Timbo did, or Heretic did, or Kim did. And we do need y'all to be prepared for that. So, I mean, we talked about this last night, right? We were going full misogyny headquarters up in here. Homeboy was like, well, why do I need to have experience with women? Well, because if you want to engage in this field, in this arena, well, you better freaking be ready, man. You better be prepared. So, yeah. Anyway, does anyone else want to react to the clip there? I'll let it breathe for a second, and let's see if anyone wants to react to the previous sound clip. I'll give y'all a second. The YouTube bot is back in the room, guys. So we're back on YouTube. Boo. Nah, we rock with YouTube. But just keep that in mind. Yes, we are live, folks. Looks like the panel's starting to fill up a little bit. Wave Mixer, Andy It's Flat, Archie. We got Dynamic and Blues Movers. We got Gears, Miguel, Morvis, Sky Lies, Johannes. So it's actually a pretty decent panel, although it's nice and calm in here. So what I'll try to do is keep the panel going. I got some stuff on the side I want to work on here. And it's also sunny outside, so I want to try to get some sun as well. So yeah, man, if anyone has anything for the panel, just throw it out there, the chat. If you guys want to throw things in the chat, we can just read from there. But it's up to you guys where this panel goes from here, boy. We can stick that bot back on, but it's up to y'all. So don't be shy now. Let's see. Do. Yeah, just that clip was really interesting. And it shows their nature in real time. So I'd be studying, man. I see what they're doing from a mile away. Well, I don't believe it. I just scrutinized it. That is cap. That's a lie. I didn't believe that for a second. He's in here pushing back on the flat earth. Oh, well, you flat earthers. Bro, well, first of all, we're not even talking flat earth right now. We're trying to address your mountain bullshit. But every time we get closer and closer to actually addressing it specifically, you tap dance away. Well, what about the flat earthers then? What about them? We're not even talking about that right now, dude. So they ain't slick, man. Y'all need to be ready for this. So all right. So see if I get some content for you guys. I'll be shy. Shit. So everyone hop in CB's backpack. Carry you. Don't worry. All right. This was a clip from FNF. Right. Somebody donates to the panel. Hey, what do you ladies think of the moon landing? So I caught my attention. Whoa. And let's take a listen to what they had to say. There's, I believe, 7 girls on this panel.
All right. Why now? We got why now goes. What are your thoughts on the moon landing, real or fake, or y'all don't have the brain cells to answer? Okay. How many of you think that the moon landing was real? Raise your hands.
It was real.
Okay. One. Only one. The rest of you guys don't think the moon landing was real?
No. What?
I believe it happened, but I don't believe the pictures were real.
Oh my god.
I don't believe it happened, and I don't believe.
Why
it
would they
was
fake
real.
the pictures?
You know, TikTok be explaining the shit. They explain the whole of how the shadow is off and da 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 da.
They're going into detail. Why would they fake it?
Okay. All right.
Moving on.
Yeah, next.
Because
Five.
they don't want y'all to know what the real moon looks like.
Only one person think the moon landing was real.
Yes.
Well, one girl on the panel.
They trash souls on there.
Mom, bitch.
Okay.
Yo, I love that. She, the one girl's like, you can hear the normie. She's like, yes, it's real. And then when the girls don't agree, and they're like, nah, I don't believe it. She's like, what? Why would they fake it? And everyone starts laughing. I think there's some understanding there that like, why faking it's not far fetched to think that someone would fake something. So I do like the fact that the panel kind of erupted into laughter when she was like, why would they fake it? They're like, what do you mean, why would they fake it? So I do love that clip. But so I think it's seven gals on the panel. Let me just count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I guess one of them was the normie. She's the girl in the middle there. I dropped the visual in the pink. She's like, yes, it happened. It's real. Yes. And she starts kind of getting surprised at the other girls. Wait, what? It's fake? Huh? So I'm probably play it one more time. Just catch I want you to notice how quickly, no hesitation, she answers it. Yes, yeah, it's real for sure, 100%. But then the second girl applies a little bit more critical thinking. She's like, yeah, I think it's real, but the pictures are fake. Okay. And then the third girl's like, nah, it's fake all around. So let's listen one more time.
All right. Why now? We got why now goes. What are your thoughts on the moon landing, real or fake, or y'all don't have the brain cells to answer? Okay. How many of you think that the moon landing was real? Raise your hands.
It was real.
Okay. One. Only one. The rest of you guys don't think the moon landing was real?
No. What? I believe it happened, but I don't believe the pictures were real.
Oh my god.
I don't believe it happened, and I don't believe.
Why
it
would they
was
fake
real.
the pictures?
You know, TikTok be explaining shit. They explain the whole of how the shadow is off and da 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 da.
They're going into detail. Why would they fake it?
Okay. All right.
Moving
So
on.
yeah, next.
Because they
Five.
don't want y'all to know what the real moon looks like.
Only one person think the moon landing was real.
Yes.
Well, one girl on the panel.
They trash souls on there.
Mom, bitch.
I also forgot to notice too, like Chris, the producer, hits the soundboard when she's like, yeah, it's fake. And Chris hits the, no, DeMarco. That's funny shit, man. That's some funny shit. Oh, man. I love that stuff, man. So I love clips like that where we see that it just goes to show not everyone is on board with the mainstream ideas. Like, people want to try to make it seem like it's this default position. Everyone already agrees. Not everyone agrees. I don't know what the percentage is, but I know there's quite a few people that don't believe in moon landing that still are staunch about the globe Earth. And so this is a great clip that shows that like not everyone out here is just towing the party line when it comes to like NASA and all these things. So I liked to see that. I was happy to see that. These other girls are like, nah, it's cap. Even that one girl was like, you know how TikTok be explaining shit and the shadows is off and da 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 da. So like she might not be fully, truther or whatever, but she understands that, well, okay, somebody's saying there's an issue here. And so she's somewhat able to see that. So I can respect that. That's good. So shout out to whoever donated. That was a great question. There's another one where someone donated and asked about Antarctica. And I don't think they took the question. I think Zerka did. Ran with it. Actually, I'll see if I can find it because that clip is mad funny. Because it's got Sneeko, Zerka, and Chris all chiming in. That someone donates, hey, what about Antarctica? Why are we not able to explore Antarctica? And Chris goes, oh shit, that's some deep shit right there. Oh, flat Earth? And then Sneeko goes, oh wait, hold on. Do we have some globetards on the panel? So all this happened on FNF like a couple months ago. I'll see if I can get it for you guys. I should have it here. FE, this should be it. Let me copy that. Yeah, so again, the context, as long as this is the right clip. Yeah, someone donates to the show. Hey, what are your thoughts on the Antarctica? Why can't we explore Antarctica, the treaty? And it gets really funny from that point. Let's go ahead and take a listen here.
Tisua, I want to hear the panel's thoughts about international agreement to not explore Antarctica. Ooh, that's some deep shit right there.
Yo, are there any globetards on this panel?
Yeah, facts. The
Earth is flat.
Globalism is great. Globalism is great.
There's a firmament.
That might be too much.
This is like an heart attack over here.
This fucking homosexual believes in the Mars. Yo, every picture of Mars, lander, and space, and Pluto, and Planet X, it's all computer-generated pictures. That's why it's called sea level, because the sea is level. That's why it's called tectonic plates, because they're plates. That's why it's called horizon, because it's horizontal. At 120 plane, the Earth is an observable, motionless plane. The Earth is flat. There's a firmament. Read page 1 of Genesis.
Destiny, don't worry. He's going to be fine tomorrow. Thank you for defending us, by the way, against this.
Yeah, that's it. I love that. I love that clip, man. He's like, Sneeko says, do we have any globetards on the panel? And Chris is like, yeah, facts. Oh, man. The Earth is flat. So, shout out to Zerka, man. It's funny how they let him cook about flat Earth on there. They don't like, no, like, you can't talk about this. Next. They did that with the moon landing, actually. Chris was like, next. So, all right, let's see what else we have.
Good evening.
Hey, what's up, Dev?
Good.
I think we red pilled Homeboy earlier. I think we actually dropped a few red pills on Homeboy.
Yeah, we got him to think a little bit and see the difference in what he was trying to say or what he was trying to reach and what he was actually doing. That's a big difference.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it all sounds good, right? Well, what you were saying sounds great, but it's like you have to. You want to know your own nature and the people you're dealing with. So if you don't understand your own nature, well, probably not going to understand their nature very well either.
Yep.
So, It was really interesting because he was saying a lot of the things that you would hear from like a post wall. Like, no, I'm different. I'm not like the other ones. I go for these things. No, you don't, or at least you didn't for a long time, and now you're realizing that I want to be different now. We've seen that so many times. That's why I was kind of surprised. I was like, wow, man, this is really interesting. These are like kind of like femme talking points, but.
Mhm. It's a funny observation you made because when you say these are the talking points from the post-war women, that is exactly the type of women who started, spreading this bullshit in the 60s. This is
Right.
in Western cultures.
Right.
Ugly, unattractive, post-wall, no personality. They got dumped by guys that they wanted to have a relationship with, but they were hoeing around. And they started leading this movement of, yo, you can be a hoe in your 20s, no problem. And then in your 30s, then you can start complaining why there's no more good men.
Yep. Yep. And then once you get to that state, you're like, well, no, I'm not like the other girls. I go for personality, and he doesn't need to have a six pack. He doesn't need to be like this. That's all cap. You're only saying that now, right? And so I was
Yep.
just surprised to hear that from Homeboy. No, I'm not like the other guys. I'm different. If she's like a really awesome girl, like with a great mindset, then I don't even care. Well, we can show you how that's not true. And we did. So that's why Myron does that all the time, right? The girls will be like, no, I'm different. I like guys for who they are. Okay, well, there's a bunch of homeless dudes down at the 7-Eleven. You want to give them a shot? Well, no. Well, so then what you say doesn't match what your behavior. So
Yep,
you have
that's
to.
the biggest thing I tell guys. Don't listen to what women say. Look at what they
Yes.
do. This is the
Yes.
most important.
Yeah, and honestly, for the flat earthers in here, it's the same thing for like dealing with the globe earther. Don't listen to only what they say. You have to watch how they move, because they're gonna sell you a dream. They're gonna say a bunch of things that don't really align. Here's an example. Oh, 99%. I might not be on Discord. I'm not sitting in a chair right now. So he's saying that, but do you really think he moves that way? Does he actually believe that? No. It's like in the clip earlier we listened to this morning, way earlier, where Sneeko was talking to the girl on Fresh and Fit, and they're giving her examples like, oh, so would you date a Lizzo? Yeah. Oh, well, what if Lizzo was a robot? Yeah, I'd still date her. Oh, well, what if Lizzo had a pee-pee? Yeah, I'd still do it. So like she's saying things that doesn't really match her behavior. So that's why you watch how they move and don't only listen to what they say. So you have to be like that with globe earthers, because they're going to say a bunch of stuff. You might not be on Discord right now, flat earther. I don't think they actually move that way in reality. So that's definitely a good piece of advice. I can get the clip about the robo thing for anyone that's not familiar. It's not very long. This is it. Yeah. So yeah, the point again before I play is just watch how they move. You can't only listen to what they say. Here we go. Oh.
Why do you want to be different so bad?
Because
what do you mean?
Dude, because they're girls, Sneeko, and every girl thinks she's fucking special.
You wanted to date a Transformer, now you think Lizzo's hot.
I didn't say that I wanted to date a trans man. You asked me if I would, and I said yeah, I would.
So you would date? Okay, what if Lizzo was a Transformer? Would you date Transformer Lizzo with the mechanical pee-pee?
Yeah, if we were compatible and I had chemistry with Transformer Lizzo, hell yeah, why not?
Why are you lying?
God.
But no matter what I say, Sneeko, you're gonna say I'm fucking lying.
Yes, because you are lying. He just gave you the craziest scenario. Would you date a Transformer Lizzo with a robo pee-pee? And she said she would. That's crazy. You're just giving answers to try to win an argument. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so that's just something to be on the lookout for. It just comes up a lot, man. So
yep,
it made for a really good discussion, and honestly, I'm sure there's some flat earthers in here like, holy, what's going on in here? Misogyny. So. But I think a lot of people do get it, and that's one of the cool things about flat Earth that I've come to realize is like we're like, people put it in the context of red pill, blue pill, this topic, but also obviously that the dating discussions and the female male dynamic and stuff like that also gets thrown under like the red pill umbrella. And so what I've come to realize is that like we might not be next door neighbors. You guys might not be like, if the Fresh and Fit Discord is like, if we're in the same town, we might be on the same block somewhere. We might not be neighbors next door, but y'all are somewhere on the street, adjacent somewhere, the red pill community. So it's like, that's what's really cool to me is when we went over there, oh, there's a bunch of flat earthers over here already, so like, which makes sense, red pill adjacent. So yeah, man, there's a lot of parallels, which is something that's interesting to me. And Crypto's joined the panel. Nice. You missed a good discussion earlier. We were going we were just dropping red pill bombs on this homeboy earlier.
Nice.
Well,
I asked the guy to steal Mandy earlier, and he started making random animal noises. That was fun.
Wow. Dude, that adds more credence to what Crit says about going to these other servers. Like, he always tells stories about how like he'll go into other servers and they start making zoo animal noises and stuff. Like, what? How?
Yeah, legit happened to me like yesterday. It's just like, this guy's crazy, man.
Like, the optics are so bad of that too.
Yeah. Imagine the story he's going to tell other people. Oh yeah, I was talking to these crazy flat earthers. Oh, what happened? Well, when I started talking to them, I started making animal noises. Are you sure they're the crazy ones?
Yeah. It's in it. The fact that they try to say pigeon chess. Oh, you flat earthers just play pigeon chess. That's the biggest projection.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like, you literally turned into a pigeon and started squawking at me. And then flew away. Where were you at?
Cringe, man. The amount of ego involved in these globers is so cringe.
Yeah, I would say that's probably one of the most cringe parts of it is their ego doesn't really match their support system, their knowledge, their evidence.
Yeah.
The scales are way out of balance. They're overly ego filled with ego, but then they have zero evidence to support this confidence. Is that Dunning-Kruger?
That is, yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say it's ironic because they'll use Dunning-Kruger as an insult when it's actually them suffering from that.
Right.
And also, obviously, you've heard my rant the other day, so I'm not going to go into that again. But it's kind of funny that they don't know. Like, a lot of them don't know that Dunning-Kruger goes two ways.
The people that I've talked to with the most knowledge about their globe theory, and then when we were debating, they were actually presenting, quote unquote, good arguments. I can see they know the physics. I can see they know the chemistry. They can relate things logically. They were always the calm people. They were always the people that never freaked out when I opened the subject. They were just like, nah, I think you're wrong. Here's my arguments. I was like, no, you are wrong. Here's my arguments. You know what I mean? The ones that keep freaking out, like you guys just said, definitely the Dunning-Kruger effect, definitely the ego, and it's as soon as you start confronting them, they crumble immediately for the lack of knowledge about their own theory.
Ooh, yeah, I have clips for that too. We saw that in the clip with Santiago that was playing earlier, and I can play a clip where we can see that in real time, where you press someone on when they claim they have the knowledge, and you just hold them accountable. You're not even really being rude or mean, in my opinion. Just, oh, okay, well, let's put a pin on that. You said this, right? Okay, so if that's true, then this. But people, like you said, they get, they get defensive and try to run away from their own claims. That was XO's saying, you're running from your own claim. That was a great line.
Someone yesterday, I asked him, you get the why would they lie question, so I like to flip it on them sometimes and say, if you believe them without question, why would they tell the truth, right? Which is a fair question.
Yeah.
This guy freaking out yesterday. Oh, that's a loaded question. Oh, you're saying they would lie to me, blah, blah, blah. It's just like, the only reason you're freaking out is because you can't give me an incentive for them to tell you the truth if you believe them anyway, because he knows that like they don't have one. So instead of just saying they don't have one, he flips out and diverts. It's the coping mechanism.
Mm-hmm. They're not even slick about it too. So if you want, I can throw the clip on. It's not very long. It's like maybe less than a minute. It's actually a pretty interesting clip, and you guys can kind of see in real time like how flat Earth Jiu-Jitsu works. You almost have to never throw a single punch. They'll make the first mistake, and all you have to do is capitalize. So you can see that in real time here. Let's take a listen.
Tell me that I don't know about these wars, though, just off one detail.
But if you don't
like,
even
I know about the Axis
ranges...
powers and the ally power. Like, I know about that.
No, actually, I'm just for fun. I'm just curious. 3 Axis powers, 3 allied powers.
I get the names mixed up, but I know it was
into the mic. 3 axis powers.
I know who was together. I don't know
3 axis powers. 3 axis powers.
Well, if I say the wrong team, you're gonna
just go ahead.
Like, see, when I know a bunch of information about it, I'm not studied up on this like you are because you're a professional debate guy, So I don't think that's a fair comparison. That because you have like statistics and you like I took I learned about these things and I knew them, I can tell you shit that I know, but I don't think that's fair.
That's fine. I mean, I'm sure we could go back and forth for a very long time. I don't think it's worth really lingering.
It's also 12:28 a.m. and you're trying to get me to name Axis powers.
Yeah, that's
fuck you.
That's fucking based.
You're a fuckhead for that.
Okay.
I think there's advantages to being women and disadvantages, and there's advantages to men and disadvantages.
So I know things. You can't say I don't know things. Like I know Axis powers. I know Outlied powers. Okay, great. Name 3. Well, I would.
There are only 3. It's like
I would, but I might get it wrong. And you're a debate guy, and you know statistics, and I took history class, and I know things, and you're an asshole for asking me. Like, what the fuck? This is y'all need to be aware of this behavior because Globers do the same thing. Sorry, my bad. You said you know Outlied powers, and I asked you to support that. Now I'm the jerk. Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking actually, just as soon as he said name 3 allied, 3 Axis powers, I named them in my head immediately. I was like, I know that if I was on that show and he asked me that, I'd have been like, yeah, cool. So you got these 3 and these 3. And then that would be the end of the discussion, right? But this is the thing, isn't it? It's like, this would be the end of the discussion if Globers acted normally because they actually had arguments. But that's why that isn't the nature of the discussion, because they don't have arguments.
Yeah. Well, I took classes. I know things. Okay. Well, I'm just asking.
The best part is the typical strategy. You're gonna see this a lot from women. Is when they say, no, I'm not going to go into this with you because you're a professional debater, so you're just going to argue and going to win because you're good at arguing. They always do this or resort to this when they know that they are, their argument is wrong or they know they are wrong, but don't want to go into it and be proven wrong because it feels bad. So they cut it off immediately at the beginning. No, you're just going to win because you're good at arguing. Don't ever let that be an acceptable excuse. I literally had that yesterday. One of the people, I'm not going to mention, but got on her feelings. And then I was like, okay, and accused me of something in Discord. I was like, okay, no, you're wrong. Here's the facts. Prove your claim. No, you're just a professional debater. You're not gonna you're the Mike Tyson of debating. So I'm not gonna introduce you. And I was like, yeah, okay, that's very convenient.
Yeah. Well, you're the professional debate guy, and you have statistics, but I do know things. Man, the whole point of knowing things is being able to support the things that you say you know. So I mean, just take notes, guys. That's all you have to do when you're dealing with a globe earther. They're gonna come in here and say they know things. They know Outlied powers, Axis powers. Just ask them. All right, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but this is what happens is this is where I learned about the what about the Mendo? Right? They'll try to flip it. Oh, deflect. Yeah, but what about the flat earther? Don't let them do that, right? It's not even, like I said earlier, it's not even a slick deflection tactic. She did it at the end of that clip, right? Oh, you're a jerk for asking me this. It's 1 a.m. You're the bad person, actually. So they're gonna try to flip it around on you. Don't let them do that. So yeah, the reason why these clips even are relevant, or why you play them, because the behavior is the same. Like Crypto said, if they were regular people, like they would understand. Okay, that would be the end of the discussion. But instead, it's like, yeah, well, but I know things, and you're a jerk. Do you know things, Glober? Am I a jerk? So awesome. It's actually scary how the whole it's 1 a.m. That's like a meme for me now, because that has come up even here. Globers do that too. Well, I would, but look at the time. Even though they've been in the call for like, 4 hours straight, they've been in the chat even longer. And then when we actually start getting to somewhere where the rubber starts meeting the road, oh, look at the time. Oh, I gotta go. I've seen that so many times. I would not be surprised if you've seen it as well. Actually, in the clip with Santiago that we listened to, it almost happened there. We started getting somewhere, and he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go. You guys are interrupting me now." While he was doing most of the interrupting, from what I saw. Hilarious, bro.
Yeah, I had this
they do this a
interaction
lot.
with the Glober yesterday where he was like interrupted me 3 or 4 times, so I interrupted him once, and then predictably a couple of the Globe cheerleaders then said, "Oh, stop interrupting! You're interrupting!" And so then I called out to the 2 Globe cheerleaders and I said, "Next time he interrupts me, you're going to call that out as well." And I got one of them to agree to it, and he had to tell the other guy about 3 or 4 times to stop interrupting me. I was like, "Yep."
Got him.
Well, at least he went along with it. I mean, normally they would just be like, "Nah," or like
Right.
say, "Oh, but you're talking rubbish, so you should be change the subject.
Right. Tap dancing weasels.
Look how fast I can move these goalposts."
Yeah. Yeah.
This is why I always let them speak, regardless of how that I know what they're gonna say. I know how dumb it's gonna be, but I'm still gonna let them speak because they're gonna use this as an out. Oh, now you're talking over me. You're interrupting me. I'm not gonna listen to you. You're wrong. So it's like, okay, say your dumb shit, finish it, and I'm gonna destroy it. No problem.
I will say that is a skill that you have that I may lack, or I'm like less patient or something. But like, yeah, you are pretty good about that. You're like, just let him get it out, man. It ain't hurting nothing.
I used to be the same way before. I was like, okay, if he's doing this, then I'm allowed to do this as well. With technically, like in a fair, fight type of rules, it is correct. But I've learned from like doing this a lot as well, that it's just they end up using it against you, whether it's a flat Earth debate or whether it's a red pill or whether it's just a normal debating that I used to do before. So they always gonna use it against you. So I might as well just practice, like any skill, just practice. And it still annoys me, but I have to like force myself. No. I know it's stupid. Just let it go. Let them finish. So it's yeah.
Yeah, I think Crypto, you're probably pretty good at that too. Very patient. So I could get my notepad out, take a page out of your guys' book there, because I'll like just cut them. Nope, that's wrong. So, but yeah, I mean, it probably is good to let them just take as much rope as you need, my boy. Go ahead.
Seemed like Santiago wanted a globe, but he also wanted to have his own version of refraction to where you can't measure for globe. So it's like, just leave it alone. I don't have to prove anything.
It's like dealing with children. I don't know, like about you guys, but when you were little, you'd have these friends or certain people in your class, like real young, and people would say things like, I'm older than you, or like those type of things, right? Or like, um, only I'm allowed, right? Like, I get those types of vibes from Glovers all the time. But he's saying things like, "Oh, well, you can't know things, Flat Earther. You're not able to, figure it out. But me, like, only I'm allowed to know it's a Glover." That type of mentality comes up. To me, I see it all the time. That's where I came up with this crabs in a bucket mentality saying. They're like, "Oh, well, 99%, we might not be on Discord right now." Do you think they really believe that deep down? No. They believe 100% it's a globe, 100% it's not flat, 100% we're wrong. But they're going to try to tell you and sell you, "Oh, well, you know what? Only I'm allowed to know things. You're not allowed." So it's funny. I don't.
Oh no, it's more like if you know things, they have to be the same things that they know, or else you can't know them.
Yeah. It's like dealing with grown ass children. It's weird. Like your brain is not developed from a 5-year-old.
It's like the information has increased since 5 years old, but the ability to think hasn't.
I've been working on these issues, these syndromes. Like the medicine over the years they've had to develop um, a log for these different types of issues and syndromes that people can have. But like, it's not like we didn't spawn with that information. We didn't spawn knowing about certain diseases. We had to like study them and then give it a name, try to find a cure for it, whatever. So that's sort of one of my mission. That's like one of my goals for 2024 is to continue working on understanding like these issues that they have. We've done a good job, like some of them. Everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome, or flat earthers can't be right syndrome. I know you guys have seen this many times. It comes up in like this. You say 2 + 2 is 4, and they'll start arguing with you. Well, it might not be. Why are you even saying that? Like, if any other group of people, if they weren't flat earthers and they said that, would you be going against them? No, probably not. So that's a syndrome they have. Everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. But there are many, many more, and we'll still find them as time goes on. There's also phantom expert syndrome. How many people do you go, "So where's the answers?" And they go, "Well, someone else has it. There's an expert out there. He's got the answers." Well, who? There's definitely all of them. So can you name one? Well, why would they all be lying? That's phantom expert syndrome. You've imagined a panel of experts in your head. A lot of them have that issue. So, boom, great. Now we're 2 syndromes down. What else? So that's what I've been working on lately.
There's also the usual appeal to authority. They love appeal to authority. Like
Mhm.
one of their most go-to. Oh yeah, there's a scientist who told me. So who the fuck are you?
Yeah. So, yeah, man, just figuring out the nature of the globe earther. Just like that's why why does anyone watch FNF? Well, we're trying to study the nature of these people. And so, yeah, it's only going to get easier from here, I think, but you better stay in the gyms, better stay training, because it's not an easy discussion, I will say. All right, what else do we have for the panel? Reach out to Plum Bob, Skylize, Stop the Cut, Mark J, Gears, Dynamic Drums, Devly Germany, Crypto. We got Blues Movers, Archie, Andy It's Flat, and Shekel. And we're live on YouTube and Rumble, guys. Chat's pretty calm at the moment. Shout out to Crypto. It's good to see you over here as well. Um, one of the OGs, Roger, popped in last night too. We were like, "Yeah, Roger, we love you."
Oh shit! What, the Dutch guy?
Yes. It was really good. He was listening to us on YouTube and popped in because of our discussion. And then we started talking about like full on. We went full on like misogyny mode there after that. But like, not. It was good to hear from Roger though.
W.
Yeah. So it's good to see you guys. 'Cause I've had my criticism, not at you directly, but of the. It seems like a lot of people have sort of abandoned their post or like given up on this place, and I hate to see that. And I know other people have things going on, and there's we're doing like expeditions other places and things like that, so that's cool. But man, don't forget where it all started, bro. Like not at you, Crypto, but I do feel like there's so many people that have like abandoned ship, and if there's reasons for that, I'm open minded. But I hate to see it, man. I hate to see it. So it's good to see y'all back in here.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably many different reasons. Like for me, I generally don't like to flat Earth now unless it's dead time, and that's not because I don't care about the subject, but it's more because I used to spend so much of my free time debating with these hard-headed knob ends that I got to a point one day where I was like, well, they're never going to be convinced anyway, so I need to treat it more as a hobby than as a not you know what I mean. I'm not saying it's not a serious subject, but the way I treat it with regards to the time in my life needs to be reconsidered, you know? And
Absolutely.
so that's kind of why I kind of treat it the way I treat it now. But that's not to say that, you know, I take the subject any less seriously.
Yeah.
And a lot of the OGs have probably got kids, and they're probably like, you know, got promotions at work or whatever, and it's just these things happen, don't they?
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. I'm aware of that big time. And it's cool. It also gives the vibe of like a high school or something, right? Like when I was a freshman, I got to witness like the seniors, the Chads, right? And take notes. But then you're not a freshman forever, clearly.
Yeah, exactly.
So I do like the fact that people tend to like graduate, and then there's all, you know, the idea of a high school. There's alumni, so you guys are always welcome back in here. Like when Roger popped in, you know, hey Roger, what up, boy? So
yeah.
So I do like that aspect, but it's just I hate to see there was a little while there, couple months when like it was really dead in here. Like the bot was just always playing. Nobody would come and join the VC and stuff. It was like sad, man. I was like, fuck, I need to go in there and like this thing up how this place. And a lot of you guys, like the Jedis, the Rogers, you and all these OGs, like have set the tone and inspired guys like me to. Oh shit! I plugged my headphones in. It's guys like you that inspired me to come and jump on the mic and do what I do today. And so, you know, I like this place, man. I just want to keep it going. I want other people to enjoy it the way I was. So that's why I do what I do. And I will say this too, Crypto, you're right. Like I hit a point too where I'm like, you know what? I'm not here for this person really. I'm here for the YouTube audience, the Rumble. Some of y'all in here, right? So
The community, yeah.
Well, it's just like in a courtroom. I always use the courtroom idea. You're not, even if me and the lawyer for the defendant, or if I'm the plaintiff as representative, me and the lawyer, like we could maybe talk some shit in the elevator, or we could get beers afterwards. But neither of us are there for each other, are we? Right? We're there to make a case for the judge, the jury. Your judge is who. You believe in a creator, or are you agnostic, or what? But like that, you can deal with your judge that way. Don't lie to the judge, right? So, and then you have your jury. Well, so we're trying to appeal to them. There's sincere people out here listening on Rumble, YouTube. That I'd say that most people that join these calls are doing the listening thing. They're not speaking. So those are your jury, your panel And so address them. I genuinely don't care oftentimes about the person unless they're sincere. But like if you're in here just as a sparring partner, well, I'm doing it for the audience at this point. It's a performance for them. So, but yeah, no, I mean, these are all good points. We're definitely giving out your whole damn heart and soul and blood and sweat and time and losing sleep for what? Like sometimes you are giving it out to somebody that is probably there just to waste your time. So I don't blame you for wanting to be more careful with your time and energy and stuff like that, for sure. And you already got the reps in crypto, so there's no critique. You already been doing this, so I understand.
Yeah, man.
You got your 10,000 hours.
I wish it was only that much.
I know, right? Who is that laughed? Who is that?
Yeah, I think some of it is like people may get frustrated with 24/7, and then they go to all these other servers, and they realize it's even worse on these other servers.
Mhm.
So they'll eventually all come back. I think.
Well,
something
if you
special
leave me,
here.
I ain't taking you back. Right, Dev?
W frame.
You. No, I'm just joking. But yeah, man, there is something about this place too. I'm not sure if you guys see it, but I recognized it. I think the first time I joined this VC years ago, I was like, whoa, what's going on in here? And I think like even the Globies come back day to day. They're here more than us. The Globies are here more than Crypto, more than me, more than Dev, more than Plumbob, all y'all. Those guys they're here more than us. So there must be something about it that keeps them coming too, right? So what is that? So I do think it's good to take breaks though. Like, so you should recharge your batteries and stuff like that. That's important.
Yeah. And also a very good skill to have or to practice is knowing the point of diminishing returns with somebody when you're talking with them and then it's been a while. There's a point where you go like, okay, there's never gonna get it no matter what. I can present everything in the best way possible, in the best tone possible. They're just
Right.
not gonna get it. So it's time to move on from that person.
That's one of the
Yeah, I
critiques
mean-
that. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say it's why I like this server because y'all don't just pander to the anti-flat earthers who are just gonna run y'all in circles with the same arguments.
Right.
Y'all actually are reaching out to people who have not heard all the arguments and aren't anti-flat earthers. They're actual real people who half the time at least will admit when they're wrong. So that's why I'm here.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's
You're
a
right.
good point.
Hold on, I gotta mute it for 1 second. Boys, I'll be right back. I'll say this real quick before I mute up. So, Dev, you might understand this. One of the critiques that some people have of Myron, like Sneeko will even say this, like he'll what's the saying? You beat a horse or something like that, or you beat a horse
Beating
to
a dead
death.
horse. Yeah.
Yeah,
he does
yeah.
that.
Well, Sneeko will be like, dude, you already killed the horse. Now you're just shooting it in the face and this, that, and the other, right? And so I think you're right. Like knowing to like not what did you say? You said basically kind of knowing where there's
the
diminishing
point
returns.
of diminishing returns. Yeah.
Yeah. So like I there's definitely times when I notice I'm like, no, I'm not letting this one go. Like, And I think Myron, there's times because even Fresh, he'll be like, all right, let's move on, or Sneeko, let's move on. And Myron's like, no. So like, I think what he's trying to do there is more for the audience, though, right? He's not trying to fix this person or change them, or I mean, if they see it, that's great. But oftentimes
little
it's
bit of
for
both.
the audience. Yeah.
Yeah. There's definitely an audience part to it, but there's also an enjoyment part to it because I'm sometimes, or before I used to be like this a lot. When I know I'm right and I'm debating and I know I'm winning the debate, it feels good. So I'm not gonna lie. So I kind of do it more, or beat the dead horse because it feels nice, But at the end of the day, it's a waste of time. So it's just pointless and not the smartest move.
I'm just picturing it now. What did I tell you about? Yeah, you're right. You do get to a point where I think probably you chill out, like crypto, man. You can clearly see homeboys chilled out over the years. Don't know nothing rattles crypto these days, or like if anyone's getting rattled first, it's me. You know what I mean? So it is good to like chill out and calm down and stuff like that for sure. I do see the benefit to that.
You probably noticed that I like feign being annoyed sometimes. Like if someone's talking over me relentlessly, I'll get very, very loud very quickly, and then I'll just go straight back to being calm straight afterwards because I wasn't actually annoyed, and I'm just trying to, get the effect of annoyance over to the other person. It's like, stop being a prick, But when you're like very, very chilled, I think people think they can just walk all over you. So there is disadvantages to that. It's just being able to switch between the two modes, and be able to control your emotions during a debate,
Yep. I call it controlled aggression. I will use aggression in a certain manner at a certain level to, like you said, to stop them from doing the interruption or to stop them from doing the attack. And then once they realize it, I'll get back to normal because I'm not actually angry. I'm just using the increased voice and the increased sternness to let them know you're fucking up. Get back to normal, please.
Just give them a bit of discomfort until they realize what they're doing, because they're not responding to logic or to arguments or to requests. So discomfort has to be the next step, right?
Yeah.
That's the work of a good cop. A skilled good cop. And I noticed that you were playing the good cop role last night or whatever throughout Dev, whereas like maybe I was being the more the bad cop. You would come in, be like, okay, here's this, and this. And I do think that does help people. And it seems like at first he was getting a little upset by me. You called me a liar. I'm not lying.
Yeah.
But then you would kind of say it in another way, and he'd be like, you know what? I agree with you.
Yep.
I'm sitting over here like, bro. But
hold on, I am lying.
So there is definitely a benefit to like being calm and chill. I have a saying I'll throw it to you guys. I've been saying this for a long time, and this might be my own saying. The calmest one in the room wins. Now that doesn't always apply, but it is a great mindset to have if you're maybe stressed or your mind's not like settled. Can you be the calmest one in the room here? So I do think that's something to work on or think about.
Yeah, and I look at it from the audience point of view, which is something you said earlier. I imagine if I'm in front of 1,000 people and I'm debating this person instead of 1,000 people, and these people don't have any clue about who's right or who's wrong, don't know anything, and they're judging everything objectively. If I'm the one who's screaming and lashing out, they are definitely going to be more inclined to believe the other guy, even though I know the other guy is not based on facts, but they may be able to present their case in such a calm, normal manner that I'm going to lose the debate even though the facts are on my side. So I can't let them have this advantage.
Yeah. And honestly, I will say, hearing you say that makes me reflect on how there's times when, like even last night in our discussion with Homeboy, I'm so in the zone that I do forget the audience, right? That I might actually be rubbing the audience the wrong way. So being calm can prevent that from happening, where you're so like tunnel vision on your opponent that now you don't even remember like the audience's their input on this thing. So yeah, that's one of the things I could definitely work on. Because I say that, I'm always saying like it's the audience. But when I was talking to Homeboy, I was like, no, bro, you want to date a 30-year-old with a kid? What? Like,
Yeah, he was explaining the thing with the pussy, and you were like, "What? That just means you're gay. You're a fag. That just means you're gay." It's like, no, hang on.
Yeah, exactly. So he was like, no, I said it the other way. I'm like, oh, phew, all right then. So yeah. So this is all really good advice, guys. You're getting the real, you're hearing it from the horse's mouth here, guys. So if you don't speak on the mic a lot, get your notepad out, take some notes. And welcome Flatloyd Wright, Gears, Plumbob, Mark J, Udo, welcome back.
Thank you, my man.
Yeah, man. So and we have Archie as well. We had a hilarious discussion with Udo last night. Y'all kind of missed it. Shit was funny as hell. But
Huh?
exactly. Nothing, man. It's good to see you. It's good to see you, Udo.
Thank you, bro.
Nice. So does anybody got something on the mind, or should we move on to the next topic, or go ahead and get it off your chest, boys? If not, I can throw another like 30-second clip on and we can react to it. Let's see. Trying to think of a good one here. Ooh, okay. I like this clip here. So y'all know I rock with anime. Now, I think top 3, I'll just be quick. Top 3 anime all time. Full Metal Alchemist is up there. Like for me at least. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Crazy. In the show, and this happens really early on too. They meet this priest, and there's a town, and it's like kind of based around this church, like that's like the hub of the city or something. And the priest has kind of won over a lot of people. They believe him, they trust him. What he says, he can just pretty much say anything, and they'll go with it, right? So he tells this girl, her boyfriend died or something, and she wants to bring him back to life or something, right? She misses him so much, the priest promises he'll bring her back to life, and she believes it. Yes, no, Father Cornelio, he'll save him. I believe him. I trust him. And what I love that the show highlights kind of the truther's angle. He's like, really? Why would you trust him? Let's look at the facts. And so I'm going to play this clip here, and I hope you guys can hear the kind of what I heard in the clip as well. So let's take a listen here, and we can react to it afterwards.
Water, 35 liters. Carbon, 20 kilograms. Ammonia, 4 liters. Lime, 1.5 kilograms. Phosphorus, 800 grams. Salt, 250 grams. Saltpeter, 100 grams. Sulfur, 80 grams. Fluorine, 7.5. Iron, 5. Silicon, 3 grams. And trace amounts of 15 other elements.
What's that?
It's all the ingredients of the average adult human body, down to the last specks of protein in your eyelashes. And even though science has given us the entire physical breakdown, there's never been a successful attempt at bringing a human to life. There's still something missing, something scientists haven't been able to find in centuries of research. So what makes you think that hack job priest with his parlor tricks is going to be able to?
Oh, boy. Yo, to me, that's so perfect. We understand as flat earthers, there's more mystery, and these, quote, priests don't have all the answers that they claim to have. That line is so perfect. What makes you think that hack job priest has the answers? Yeah, that's how I feel. And so that show is awesome. Full Metal Alchemist. Like it shows you, like, you get to be right in the truther hot seat there with that show. It's awesome. So, but yeah, that I love that clip. You know, we know all these things, but we don't know these other things. Okay, go ahead.
It's a good argument against the hardcore atheist people that will do anything and everything just to deny the possibility that there might be an intelligent designer. And I'm not even speaking on a specific religion, just the idea of intelligent designer. And they want to bring down everything to a material, to a scientific level. They call it a scientific level, material level, but like the guy just said, you can scientify about it as much as you want and have all the measurements, you still can't make a human. So there's something there for sure.
Yeah, and in Cuddy in the chat, he's like, Amir Politrick. Yeah, that he says, what makes you think that your hack job priest and his parlor tricks? Well, what are they putting forward to these globe heads? Parlor tricks, Cavendish, pendulum. What else? You know, they have a bunch of them. Oh, Eratosthenes. All parlor tricks.
Yeah.
And
That's the
so
biggest, well, that's not even a parlor trick. That's just a misunderstanding of trig. That's all it is. The amount of times I've explained the whole you can do it in your bedroom, and then people either nah or or they need to be told like 5 to 10 times the same piece of information until they get it. And Globers have now got like a second layer to that Eratosthenes argument, which is just incorrect. They'll say, yeah, it's but if there's 3 points, then it's still proof of globe. And so then when you say, well, can you produce that maths? They can't. They never do. Someone did try and present that before, and when we compared the maths for a curve, a flat surface, and the real world data wasn't really a good fit for either. So there's clearly something else going on, like some sort of atmospheric effect or something that hasn't been accounted for.
One of the recent things that I've been hearing, which back in the day they were not saying it a lot, or at least very minimum level, they keep throwing around the word refraction and light bending without actually having an argument. And I'm trying to think, like, what are you trying to say with refraction and light bending? Like, first of all, we used to be the ones who are saying, you know, sometimes things are going to look higher or lower than they are by a little bit margin because of, you know, atmospheric condition. Why are you using, you know, these terms right now to tell me that the reason I saw the ship is quote unquote refraction? Like, how much are you thinking exists?
What's his name? Somebody here in the server has a question. I think it's Mimus. When they say things like how the weather should be, or he's like, well, then what should it be like then? Right? Because I'm sorry, I'm fumbling this point here, but they often say like how reality should be, or it would be like this. How do you know how reality should be like then? I think as flat earthers, we're just dealing with the way it is and not saying it should be like these other things, and we'd expect this and that doesn't happen, therefore. And so they'll talk about like no Atmo day, right? Or something like that. Oh, on a day where there's no atmospheric conditions, then we'd see these things. How do you know what that would be like? That's not even...
That's not possible, no.
Yeah, that's not... You're basing reality off of a non-realistic situation where there's no air or something like... I don't know how that's the basis of your argument. Well, on a no Atmo day, this is how it would be. How do you know that?
I was having this talk a couple of weeks ago with a person in politics server in the VC, and they were kind of listening. They were, you know, processing the information that I'm telling him, and he got to the point where I'm saying, look, it's really simple. Go out and do the test. This is the math. The globe math tells you that after this distance, this thing should not be visible. And go out and do the test, and here's videos, but they are visible. So that's where he got triggered and started throwing the word refraction and light bending around and everything. And I still backed him into a corner. Like I was like, okay, tell me, what do you mean by refraction? How much percentage of refraction? Show me an experiment or a test that shows me that this level of refraction that you're talking about, how long it's gonna take, what's the distance that's gonna be, refracting or bending this light. And once you do that, then we can talk about this atmospheric condition and why you think that's the reason you're seeing that object that's supposed to be hidden. And he couldn't come back. So this is why I'm struggling to find out, like, what are they trying to use this argument for? This completely useless argument to say, refraction.
I think a lot of it stems from that they don't want you to be right. A lot of their presentation isn't based in, I think it's a globe, here are the reasons why. They're basically coming more like, I think you guys are wrong, and here's why flat Earth can't be right. All right, here's a straw man, and it can't work. And they'll give you a bunch of bullshit like refraction is the reason. So they're not even really making an argument for their own case. So
no,
I have an issue with what they do like this because, number one, we're not even putting forward a position. So they'll be like, well, on a flat Earth, this and this couldn't work. And almost every single time you just ask them, well, what flat Earth are you referring to? Oh, well, and they just come up with some random bullshit. So it's like, well, what are you debunking then? So it's just a complete waste of time to let them sit here and tell us how it's not flat and how so-and-so refraction would work like this on a flat Earth. You see, so I think that's one of my bigger gripes is like, they're not really sitting here from the position that I think it's a globe and here's why. Here are the reasons why. They're coming up with a bunch of bullshit why it can't be flat the way they've imagined, which is frustrating to listen to. So it's partly why I don't really feel bad about interrupting them sometimes, because they don't know where the conversation is going. It's like how they say, like, if you let her lead the relationship, she's going to lead you to the end. Type of thing. So it's like, if he's in here saying, well, let me just speak about why refraction doesn't work on a flat Earth. Well, you're not taking us anywhere.
Yeah.
That's going to go somewhere
I do
productive.
give a grace period, but I understand your point. There's a lot of times where I would also say, okay, get to your point, land the plane, and get to a point you're not going to repeat like 5-6 different points in a row and then expect me to then go back to each and every one of them. Say your point, land it quickly, but you can have your time, and then I will reply to it. And this is part of controlling the flow of the conversation, which is, I agree, it's important.
Right. I do wish they would spend more time trying to make a case for the globe, but so they don't have one. I guess that's where we're at, is they don't have an argument. So what they have to do is come up with let me just imagine a sloppy flat Earth and tell you why that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't think most of us are here for that. But anyway. Refraction destroys the globe, says Cuddy. He says, flat Earther, where's the curve, glober, refraction? It's not the curve, bro, you lose. Yeah. And that's the other thing. They're not even making, when they say things like refraction, because that's why we brought this up, right? Because you said I don't know what argument they're making. Like, are they really even making one? When you say refraction, how does that help the curve? Because when you're saying refraction, you're basically telling us, well, there's no curve because of refraction. Well, isn't that our argument? Isn't that what the flat earthers are saying? That there's no curve because X, Y, and Z? That's our whole point. So if they bring up refraction, they don't understand.
Pretend, I guess, what they're trying to do, I never heard that from them directly, but now I'm thinking about it. I guess what they're trying to say is like, because of refraction, this imaginary length or distance of refraction that they imagine in their head, then light will continue reflecting from below the curvature, so I can see that ship, so I can see that oil rig. But this is why it's so easy to pin them down in a corner after this, because like, okay, what's the distance then? How long is it gonna take? After which point this refraction stops being relevant? Are you gonna claim this refraction is gonna go over the entire ball? Because if that's the case, then there will never be night, and you can clearly see there's night. You can also claim, oh, the sun hits the ball from one side, and refraction will take the light all the way from the left side to the right side, and now the whole ball is lit. Is this what you're gonna claim? This is what I was saying. Like, it's really stupid argument to even try to attempt.
I completely agree. It just shows they don't understand the context of the conversation. And it's really frustrating because as a flat earther who joined in 2017, the whole argument was about the horizon. And the flat earthers were saying things like, the reason why boats don't go over the curve is due to variables like refraction, your observer's height, and weather. There's a lot of reasons why we don't see curvature. Refraction even being one of those. And so what we were told is like, you're stupid, you don't understand, that's just perspective, yada yada yada. But now in 2017 or in 2024, they're saying the exact same thing that I was saying as a flat earther. Oh, you don't see curvature because of refraction. Hello? Like, when is it going to set in? When is it going to finally click? You're saying what I'm saying. There is no curve. So if you want to make an argument for a curve, make an argument for a curve, not variables that don't allow you to see curvature, which is our whole argument. There is no curvature because of these things. So what are they saying? Oh, there is no curvature because of refraction. Yeah, no shit. So where's the curve then? You know, so they don't have an
lose
argument.
on both sides. Yeah.
Yeah. They don't really have an argument. Like, I'm not the biggest math nerd, but I know how you can kind of like subtract out variables, right? X plus 3, you can like subtract the 3 and right, etc. Right? So you can remove variables and move them over here or whatever. So what we've done is we've essentially subtracted out the curvature variable. That's out of the equation now. And like, as a globe earther, if you want to add it in, we have to add it in, the curvature variable, not these other variables that are already included. Refraction. It's so cringe because they'll literally come in here and go, you flat earthers haven't even considered refraction. It just makes me lose hair follicles. It's like that's been our argument from day one. Your argument is that boats go over the physical curve of the earth. So when you say, but there's refraction, okay, well, that's my point. There's no curvature of the earth then. So if you want to have that as a variable, you better show us that variable. What they can't. That's when they start, well, refraction and all these other things. Okay, great. I win then. That was easy.
Yep.
And so that's why we spend so much time in here, guys, like watching clips and studying other different media, as to be aware of this type of behavior when it comes up, because it will. There's only so many archetypes out here. I don't think there's really a lot of new archetypes under the sun. You're not really going to deal with someone that you haven't seen before, or an archetype. So we've seen it all. We've seen it all. So you better be prepared for it all. And that's the goal of listening to these recordings and all that stuff, is to train and prepare yourself for, when this actually happens. Because I can't always be in here. Dev can't always be in here. Crypto can't always be in here. So there's going to be a time when it's, one of you guys. It'll be Plum Bob or Gears. You'll be stuck in here with a globe earther. What are you going to do? Ping me? No. Like, we're not gonna let you fail, but also we're not gonna hold your hand like Globies do. We're not gonna DM you, hey bro, say this. You're on your own. So like just be ready. You know, that's the ultimate point, is be prepared. Prepare yourself.
Well, I mean, if you keep them pinned down to, the Earth is a physical thing that you can measure. It's not some, concept, some philosophical idea. Like, you can measure it. So, and they try to weasel away from it with refraction. I mean, but like, at the end of the day, it's not about the glober. Like, it's about people waking up to the flat Earth. I mean, that's why I'm here. I'm not here to argue with ballers all day. I mean, it happens, but I just like hanging out with you all, because it's crazy out there. I mean, I'm surrounded, like in my family, all of them are globers, and like I can't talk to them about this. They're not open to it, and like it is what it is. But I mean, I just like being around people who get it.
That's the same reason I'm here, Gears.
Like after a long week, yeah. Like, I mean, it's like on YouTube, I'm constantly surrounded by. It's like so many videos that are not about Earth constantly reference Earth as the planet, and I can only handle so much before I come here, and I love hearing a glober get dismantled and then he rage quits or whatever. It's just it's like poetry to me. I love it.
We might be able to see that in real time. I see Captain Cook has joined the panel. Rest, welcome, or Reet, welcome. Is that L from?
Yeah.
Nice. W. All right, man. Well, welcome, guys. I often throw out a plea deal for the Cogdis folks. Like, we can release you from Cogdis with a I'll trade you.
I do want to
go ahead.
Start helping out more with
All
the
right,
live
go now.
stream and everything. So, thank.
Did that cut out?
Yeah, he cut out for me as well.
All right, Gears. Well, you're up then. You're up, my boy. So yeah, we have Reet and Captain Cook. What's up, guys? How are you?
Amazing. What about you?
Amazing. Yeah, shout out to Jesse Lee Peterson. He had a conversation with John Zerka about flat Earth. Are you familiar with John Zerka?
Yeah, I've seen their interview. I love Zerka.
Yeah, that was an interesting discussion. I saved the 8-minute clip for when they were discussing flat Earth. So, what are your thoughts on the subject?
You know, I was a flat earther, and then this guy said that he flew planes.
Stop the cap.
And he said that he could see the curvature of the Earth 45,000 feet in the air. And I trust him. I seen his license.
He'll be the first one ever.
He said he said he took flat earthers up there, and he disproved them like every time, and they were amazed. Have you guys ever been on a plane?
It sounds like you haven't.
No, not yet.
You're
I believe
No way.
I believe him just because he said it.
I've been on a plane.
I can respect
I've been
that
on a
acting.
plane. I've been up around 40,000 feet going from North American continent to Central America. We were up pretty high.
No. It's 45,000 feet. You weren't high enough.
This guy.
Oh, man.
It is.
W. The acting's pretty good,
It's
though. I'm not
funny at a
gonna lie.
certain angle.
Yeah.
Most people can't act very well. But
What am I
45. So have you heard of the Red Bull jump?
No. Oh, yes.
Yeah. Do you know the altitude off the top of your head for that?
It was like, no, I don't.
So it was about three times the size of the 45,000 feet altitude. It's about 3 times that high.
There was no curve on that. I think there was a curve in the video.
There was a curve on the video. That is true, but one of the experts that teaches everyone how it's a globe came out and said, you actually aren't high enough to see curvature from that altitude. Let's take a listen here. He says it here.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface?
Oh, I've seen this.
Wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
What are your thoughts? Quick reaction?
Was that a soundboard? Do you have that saved?
Oh my god.
Yeah, facts, Reed. We can definitely get you the full length version. It's I think it's called A Conversation with Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's like an hour and 30 minutes or something like that. Let me see if I can get it for you. I used to just play the full clip. It's not that long. Like the part where he talks about the Red Bull jump is pretty short. If someone has the short version of that, we can play it for him. Because I know people are like, "Oh, you're just missing context clues." Not really. He says it pretty clearly there. You're not high enough to see curvature. Period. It's that simple. So being in an airplane isn't high enough either, brother.
So do you believe the Earth is like flat, or does it look like one of those like yoga ball type things? In the gym, it's like half a yoga ball.
Oh, interesting. But that would be a flat. That would be a flat baseline, right?
Yeah, the bottom's flat.
But here's the thing, though. Like, do you have a view of reality from that outside point of view?
Well, not from any sort. I don't trust NASA because they're liberals.
No. Okay. Regardless of NASA, though, like, let's say the Earth is a globe. That's not all of it. That's not all of reality. We understand there would be more to it. There's a galaxy, a solar system, right? There's much more to reality than just a globe Earth. Does that make sense? So, like, what we could do is we could launch off the surface of the Earth, go to space, turn around, take selfies. Boom. We can see the Earth from this outside point of view. But my question is, can you do that with reality? If you keep going, can you eventually get to a point where you can pop out of a reality and then take pictures with that? Do you think that's something you could do?
The edge of space, the reason it's black, because a void is like, it's not a color, right? A void is not black, it's just like invisible. So what's the blackness in space? That's the edge of space. So what's beyond the blackness?
No, it's not how color works.
Yes, it is.
Black is the lack of color. When something's dark is because there's or the lack of light, sorry. It's black because there's no light. You should know that. If you turn off the light, it's black in your room.
There's so many stars in the universe. There's a bunch of light.
Oh, hold on.
Okay, but if you believe the Earth
focus.
is round,
We gotta focus.
You would also think that they're really far away.
Hold on, boys. We gotta focus because the point we're trying to get to at this junction is, can you see reality from some outside point of view?
Not unless you're God now.
There you go. Exactly. So when you asked me about, like, do I think it's a one of those like flat yoga balls, or is it this type of yoga ball? Like, you don't have that view of reality.
Are you a Christian?
No.
Oh, no wonder.
That doesn't.
Christians will believe it.
Not really. I mean, I'd say most people are. I mean, can't we all agree that most people in the world are religious? And so, but also most people in the world are also globe earthers. So, like, Christians, a lot of people are Christians, but they're not all they're not all flat earthers or anything like that.
And then they also do drugs and have a bunch of sex. So they're not really.
So then it's irrelevant for you to bring up, like, if anyone being Christian, then.
No, I was just asking if you were an actual Christian.
But it's irrelevant. So
the Bible
no, but
says the firmament is above the earth.
But it's still irrelevant. It's still irrelevant, though, because what we're trying to help you understand is, like, you don't get that view of reality, so no one can tell you what reality looks like. Not a yoga ball or any of those things.
What reality is.
Huh?
The Bible tells me what reality is.
But if you believe it's a globe, then doesn't
I
seem to
don't.
match, does it?
I don't believe it's a globe.
But most people
Honestly,
do, and most people are also Christians.
but they haven't read the Bible. Most Christians don't read the Bible.
Okay, well, this is going off the rails pretty quickly. But are you what is it that got you put in the cog dis room? Because it seems like you.
Because I cussed.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I said you can suck my dick, and I got put in there.
Damn.
That's not very Christian of you.
No, I had to break free for a second, and I came back.
Are you friends with Leet or Yeet or whatever? Reet?
No.
Okay. So what about you, Ree? Are you Are you on the globe side or what?
I
What's
don't
your
care.
what's your deal?
I've already like had the full conversation in the server multiple times. I don't really care.
Okay. Is there something that you do care about, maybe?
No, I mean, not really. Like
in general, like in
to
life,
be
like
specific.
just like get to know you a little better. Like what is something that you're passionate about, or something you do care about, or something that you think is more important?
I don't know.
What the hell, man? He a leaf in the wind. Anything like relationships, diet, your exercise, your mind, like reading.
Sure. Yeah, exercise. Yeah, relationships. Yeah.
Come on, man. Stand on business, man.
I love going to the gym. I'm 6 foot 125.
I want to go check on that.
Bro, you gotta go bulk, bro.
125 kilo or 125 pounds?
125,000 pounds. Sorry, I should have been more specific.
See.
All right, Creation Bear, can I ask you if a globe, like let's say Bill Nye came up to me right now, how would I disprove globe Earth the best? What's like the Clob Stomper?
Well, why don't you try it? Like, give me what you think you would try out.
All right, this is what I use. So the moon gets its light from the sun, supposedly, right? When it's reflecting the sunlight.
Yeah, that's the story.
Right. So then, how can you see the moon and the sun out in daytime at the same time on different sides of the sky?
Okay.
Does
that make the Earth? Does that make the Earth flat?
No, but it ruins their whole orbit. The moon orbits around the Earth thing, which would mean it's not a globe. So
What
it's
if they just said
orbiting above us.
refraction?
It's not a mirror. The moon isn't a mirror. It doesn't reflect. It's not like a laser reflecting off a mirror. It's a rock.
I'll tell you what they say. They say that's the shadow of the moon. That's not the real moon. Even though if you continue staring at it, it's literally the same thing. It becomes the real moon at night. But that's what they reply to this argument.
Right. And even if that was true, you'd only be able to see half of it lit up, which is facing the sun, and the other half would be dark. But we could see a full moon during the daytime.
I would say.
It's not,
Go ahead.
It's not the full versus half. It's the fact that it's supposed to be a rock object. It's not, like you said earlier, it's not supposed to be a mirror, even according to their own theory. So how are you going to tell me this object made out of rock is reflecting a light, shadow?
What?
I would say you don't have to go into the weeds like that. Imagine someone comes up to me and they're arguing like, "No, I think Vegeta is stronger than Goku." Like, well, that's you're just arguing lore. No. The lore says that Goku is actually like you're just arguing in their territory now. It's in their weeds. So you don't need to go.
Weeds.
You're not really though, because in their mind it all works perfectly. That's why they'll say things like refraction. They'll literally just say, "Oh, the moon looks different. Refraction." So for them, it worked. You're not disproving. You're not disproving anything for them because it already works, and the experts have it all figured out.
Then what's the Clob Stomper, bro? If Bill Nye came up to me, how do I debunk him?
All right. Well, go again. Go for another shot. Pretend you're there. You're live in real time, and you're trying like, you know what? I got a chance. Bill Nye's right here. What do you say?
All right, Bill Nye. Oh, when you're looking in the sky, have you ever seen a star trail? You know how they stay perfectly in like that circular thing? If the earth is always moving, the stars would not be perfectly still like that. They would be like shifting to the right every so like a few centimeters in the sky every like second or whatever.
L. That's an elbow. It's the
That's
same
a
thing as
L?
the first thing. You're pointing up at the sky. Look up there. The answers aren't up there, dude.
All
And
right,
that doesn't make the Earth not. That doesn't make the Earth like flat either.
planes use a flat Earth model. I know this. I had to study aircraft. They use a
Bro,
flat Earth
I
model.
can
to
just
do
go
that.
full Glober mode right now and smash all this.
But you can't because that's literally in their aircraft like guiding systems. They use a flat Earth thing.
Yeah, but it's simplified.
What?
It's a simplified for the pilots.
But if they use flat Earth math. That would make you land
Yeah.
somewhere completely different if it was a globe.
No, it's just simplified.
That's all I got.
It's locally flat. Like you don't understand. It's still a sphere.
But if you're
They're
traveling
simplifying the
from
math.
New York to Britain, and you use that math, you land up in like Africa.
No, it's not enough to see curvature. And
It
you
is.
know, we have like flight control towers, and you think those are flat earthers? Exactly.
Well, I guess I'll have to. Well, if they're well, I guess Bill Nye's not a Christian. He's a transgender supporter. So never mind. I have nothing then.
Okay. How long have you been around this discussion? Couple
Ever
years,
since
couple
I saw
months.
Zerka.
Okay. Okay. What do you think Zerka would say to Bill Nye? And we're on YouTube,
I've
so be
watched his
careful.
debates, but I don't remember a lot of it. I think he made a picture. He said there's a picture of Antarctica from space or something. I don't know.
Zerka said there's pictures from space.
No, like the photo NASA gave us for Antarctica from space is so CGI.
Oh,
They're making
okay.
it up.
Okay. Does anyone want to hit him with some, like, if you were talking to Bill Nye, what would you say? Anybody? Wave Mixer or John Rivera, Plum Bob, Flat Lloyd, Dynamic Drums? Anybody?
Be like, yeah, what's up, Bill Nye? Do you know who's measured the curve, say, drop over distance? And if you say Eratosthenes, I'm going to smack you.
He said, yes, me, I've done it before.
Okay. What was your method?
I used a telescope and I looked at the ships, and the bottom of the ships were not visible after a while.
Classic.
But Bill Nye, aren't you familiar with perspective?
What?
I suppose
that's
not.
But that actually makes sense. How can you not see the bottom of the ship?
Well, it's not going over a hill of water.
Yeah, so what is that? It must be curve or no?
Yeah, the curve is blocking the bottom of it.
So a hill of water.
No, like a curve.
Yeah,
wait,
of water.
wait, okay. That makes sense because how's the water curving?
Yeah, that's my point, dude. Yeah.
Gravity.
That was awesome. It clicked for him in 30
Actually,
seconds. That's great.
gravity, if you look at the gravity of the Earth, it keeps it still. It keeps it like circular.
All right, Obama. So let me ask you this: at what point? At what point? So if we have a pool, does it happen in a pool?
On a mini scale.
So in a pool?
Where can I get one of those mini scales, man? I've been looking.
Yeah, and I've been looking for that hill of water too.
You don't think it happens on a minute
pool? No.
Are you talking about a meniscus?
No.
Talking about a raindrop?
Also, water forms hydrogen bonds naturally that look like circles.
Hold on, G.
Even when you,
'Cause we're talking about bodies of water, my dude. So like,
right, they're all formed by hydrogen bonds. And the
okay.
hydrogen
So are
bonds
they?
keep it in-
Let's ask you this, because water does behave differently in small examples. Raindrop, drop top. All right. So you got the raindrops are sitting on a surface,
Welcome
kind
to
of
Building the
convex.
Hot Pot.
Yeah, exactly. I was waiting for someone to do it. Then you have maybe you put water in a beaker. Now you've got a meniscus. So, but what we are referring to is bodies of water. It's something you could go and put your body in. So, like a swimming pool, for example, is the swimming pool convex at the surface? Is it humped up at the top, bulge, a hill, a mound, whatever you want to call it? Is that what the pool is doing? That's my question.
The pool is not large enough to do that. If it was like
okay,
a long
great.
pool,
Perfect. So let's just increase. Let's go to a bigger object or a bigger sized body of water. Maybe like let's say like is a pond, like, is that big enough? Like a pond?
no, like an Olympic
Okay.
swimming pool that's like times 200.
So how about like a lake, like one of the Great Lakes?
Yes.
So also lakes, that's when they have to be big enough, like a lake size, and then it starts curving.
Yes.
Okay. Why?
Because he's gonna bring up some math. It can only be brought up at a certain distance.
No, I'm
So
asking
that's
you.
why-
I'm asking you why you think that.
I don't think that, but I don't
Oh.
know how to refute it.
Well, Matthew's here. Like, well, Matthew, and I think he would say that actually all
Holy shit,
bodies of
that's my
water are
name.
curved.
That's
Oh,
right.
really?
That's what I would say.
But so, Matthew, could you acknowledge that not everyone says that? Like, not that that's a problem, I guess, but I have spoke to globe earthers that say things like, no, it only curves at a certain size. Once it gets big enough, then this happens. Like, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't think that's true. I think maybe after a certain size, it becomes noticeable.
Okay.
So you brought up an Olympic-sized swimming pool. At the swimming pool size, the hump would be about the thickness of a piece of paper.
Well, why is it only observed in the ocean if it's not over long distances?
Because you're not going to
Because
be
it's so
able to
big.
tell the difference between the height of the swimming pool that's at one height versus the height plus the thickness of a piece of paper.
I don't think that's what I asked, but thank you.
Oh, sorry, I tried. Could you say what you asked again?
No.
No, tell him, Lee, one more time.
I wasn't really asking him. I'm saying like you're trying to bring up like ponds, lakes, and pools
Oh,
when
that's
the phenomenon that we are talking about or y'all are talking about is observed on the ocean.
Wait.
So how is that relevant?
Wait. Whoa. It's most certainly not observed.
Okay.
Wait. Do you see hills of water? You see curved water?
I didn't say I see curved water. I didn't say I see
Wait.
hills of water. I
Yeah,
didn't
you
make a
did.
joke either. I literally just said the
You said it's
phenomenon
observed
that we're
at the
talking about.
oceans.
The not seeing the bottom of the boats, the phenomenon that you're talking
Okay.
about.
Okay.
Is
That's
seen
cool.
on the ocean. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
but that can absolutely take place in a small example that's not the ocean as well. We can show that
Okay.
on happening on a table, a driveway, just like a river.
I've never
So
seen
it doesn't take place only on the ocean. So when you said only on the ocean, I thought you were referring to like seeing curved water. And I was just going to say like that is not an observation that anyone has. No one sees that except for these space selfies. Right. So you see the pictures quote from space.
Well, I
which
have
show
seen curved water, but not on the ocean. I've seen it from a flowing water interacting with electricity.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, sure, but what you were specifically asking is, why does the bottom disappear first? Right.
That's not what I asked.
You were referring to the phenomenon of the boat disappearing bottom up.
Yeah, I said how is using a lake or a pond like relevant in that?
Oh, well, you might have missed the context. The only reason I was bringing those up is because remember he said like the boat's going over the curve, right? And I was like, so a hill of water? And he's like, well, I'm not sure if water does that. So we just started talking about, well, when does water behave this way? Does it behave this way in a pond or a lake, etc.? And so the reason why this is important, you'll notice, is that we actually had a variety in our answers here. I'm not sure what Captain Cook's true intentions are, what his true thoughts are on the subject, but he said that the person he was speaking to in that example would say that the lakes curve, not smaller examples. Whereas when we're speaking to Matthew Learns, which we like, Matthew comes and hangs out with us, he says that all bodies of water are curving. Like even like in a cup of water, a sink, the toilet bowl.
Right.
So, but you realize how like the reason why it's important to ask people about that. Like, does this take place in a pond or a lake, etc.? It's because you'll notice their variety and answers. Not all people agree that the water behaves the same here.
Oh, so okay, bro. I gotta go to a meeting real quick. I got like 5 minutes, but can you give me the Clob Stomper answer?
Clob Stomper answer. Ask him if you can contain gas pressure without a container.
What is that gonna do?
I mean, the foundation for the globe Earth is it has to. Where does the globe exist? It's not just on its own, right? It's in. Where is it?
Space.
So if you take space away, do you still have a globe left, or what?
But you
Where
can't
is the
take-
globe if you take space away? Where is the globe at then?
Space is literally nothingness. You can't. You're taking away nothingness.
It doesn't exist. Outer space is
Right.
an
doesn't
idea.
exist.
What we're saying is like the idea that you're saying the void and all these, that's not real.
So do you think? Can I get? Do you think the Earth is like a realm, and then the what's above us, the sky at night, is just like a projection or something?
What? What?
Like the Earth is just like a realm, and then
Like a
the
video
sky-
game. Okay.
No, not like a video game. Like heaven and hell are realms.
You're adding
and
extra
Earth-
details. I'm not saying the sky's a TV or anything like that.
What is the sky then? How do you
Look.
explain the stars?
We all see the sky. I see the same thing as you. Here's the difference. There's a bunch of stories attached. Like you can write an email and then attach a file. Basically, there's a bunch of files attached to all these things. Oh, moon, that's a rock. Sun, that's this. Stars, those are those. Blackness, that's because you're looking at in these distances.
Okay,
No one
what
knows.
do
The
you
sky is mysterious. I don't know, dude.
What's
I
your
would
best
say,
guess?
welcome to the club. Right? I didn't make the Earth. I found it this way. So
Alright.
if you have questions about how reality works or how life was created, go ask the creator. Go ask your God. Because I don't
You
know,
told
dude.
me-
I'm
you
sorry.
told me that it's a realm.
I have the same questions as you do. You know what I mean? I don't have those answers. Just because I understand the
gas
Earth
pressure thing.
is flat doesn't
Yeah.
mean I unlocked life's mysteries.
If I go up against a Globie, they're probably not gonna understand what the gas pressure question means.
That's
And
an
if
easy
they do,
one. They will.
they're
A
gonna-
I
child
totally
can
understand it, and I have a good answer.
Okay,
Hold on.
what is like? Can you explain to me like I'm 5?
I don't think he does understand it, and he doesn't have a good answer. But even a child can understand this. It's not that difficult.
Yeah, the atmospheric pressure is caused by the weight of the air. It doesn't need a container.
No, it doesn't contain itself. That's what Matthew's saying. You'd have to demonstrate that.
So how can you contain gas pressure without a container? Is the Earth the container?
No. So the weight of the air keeps it down, and the higher you go in the mountains, the less gas pressure there is. That's proof of what I'm saying.
No, it's not proof of what you're saying. Because Matthew, what you're trying to say is there's no container between those two layers, which isn't the
Right.
challenge. We don't care about that. We understand there's a gradient. You seem to think that the gradient is evidence for lack of containment. You seem to think that we're saying there must be a container between each layer, which is not what we're saying. We understand that there's a gradient that's not in contention. So using the gradient as evidence is not going to work. So that's not a good answer. We would need a
you concede
demonstration
that
of
you
gas
don't need
pressure
a
being
container
contained.
between different levels.
No, that again, I just addressed that already. That's not even the challenge. No one's saying that you can't have a gradient without containers between each layer. This isn't what do they call it, like Russian dolls or whatever, where you stack a bunch of eggs on top of each other. That we're not saying that you have to have each layer has to be contained. So your response is non sequitur. We're talking about a gas pressure existing without a container, period, not just a gradient.
I'm gonna stay in the call, but I gotta go to a meeting. I don't know if you guys are still gonna be doing this in like 20 minutes. But,
cezası.
yeah.
Geri zekalı. Bana SMS at.
What was that?
We didn't
Yeah.
hear you,
Sorry
Udo.
guys,
Can you repeat?
I forget the microphone.
Oh, okay, no problem. What I mean, you understand that we're not saying that we need to have a layer between each slice of the atmosphere, right, Matthew?
Yeah, I'm saying that if you don't need a container for pressure differential of 100 degrees at sea level, I don't see why you need it at above.
No, I don't know. You're hearing me properly, right? My mic's working.
These
Yeah,
are
you
two
see the-
different things. You
You see
cannot
the thing that I
claim.
posted?
You cannot claim that weight or gravity is the reason why the pressure is happening without demonstrating it. That's the whole point.
Sure, you take a barometer and put it at the floor of the room you're in and at the ceiling of the room you're in. And
It's a container. The
That's a
barometer is a
container.
container.
No,
Wait, he's not-
My
he's
room
not-
is a container.
I did
He's
post
not
a
understand-
citation from NASA, and he's just he doesn't like to even watch that.
Wait, Matthew, how are you? You keep responding with something that I've already addressed. So you're saying, look, there's no container between these two layers.
Right.
You understand we're not challenging and saying there must be a container at each layer of the atmosphere.
Right.
You understand that, right?
Yeah, and I just extend it one layer farther from 50 kilometers up to 1,000 kilometers. That right there doesn't need a container either.
No, but what you're doing is you're pointing at the gradient, which isn't claimed to need a container at each layer.
Now you're getting it.
No, hold
No,
on. No,
We're
That's
talking
not
about
true.
gas
It's-
pressure, Matthew.
At
Your
sea
response is
level, we
saying,
have
well,
one pressure.
look, you have-
As you going up, you have less pressure, but you still have pressure.
Okay, do you see the diagram in the 52 past the hour?
Yes,
Yeah,
but we've already addressed this, Matthew. Let me say this one more time, right?
You need
You're
a
saying,
container
look,
in the second one, but not the first one. So
No. That's what you
My
see.
God.
That's what you're missing here. You seem to be under the impression that that's what we're saying, which is kind of shocking. You seem like a smart guy. You know, we're not saying there needs to be if let's say there's like 30 different layers of the atmosphere. Flat earthers aren't saying there needs to be 31 containers.
just one at the top.
Yes.
Why?
Overall,
Why do you need
big
one at
one
the
Well,
top?
because
and not the other 39?
you can't even demonstrate having gradient without it.
Yeah, you can. I
Go
say
do
the
it.
atmosphere.
Well, go ahead.
atmosphere is a
Demonstrate.
perfect
No.
example.
No,
You
no,
Matthew.
can't use. That's the thing in question. You can't use the thing in question as the evidence.
So
Well,
you
one
want me to
Circular
question.
arguing.
the atmosphere is contained, therefore that's proof. that
That's the
atmosphere
thing in
contains-
question.
That's circular argument.
Exactly.
Begging the
You're
question.
using your own theory, Matthew. Listen, you're using the own globe theory, which has the premise that gravity is only needed to have this pressure with the gradient to prove that gravity is the only reason needed to have this pressure and the gradient. That's circular argument. You have to demonstrate it away from gravity. You have to demonstrate it away from the globe model.
I haven't brought up gravity this whole conversation.
That's fine. And so we actually are not saying
brought
the Earth is
weight.
flat.
Oh my
Well,
god.
here. Matthew, can you demonstrate a gas bubble without a container in a vacuum?
No.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay.
Welcome to
Now, when
something.
you ask a flat earther to demonstrate what they're saying, can they demonstrate what they're saying, Matthew? You said, well, you flat earthers are saying this. No, we're
Yeah.
simply saying if the claim is that you can have gas pressure without a container, every time you go to demonstrate gas pressure, it involves a container. So we definitely are not.
Let me
Hold
get
on,
this
wait.
right.
Let me just.
Pressure
we're not-
requires a
hold on, wait.
container.
What we're not doing is pointing at the sky and going, see, look, container. That's not what's happening. You're doing the opposite. You're pointing at the sky and saying, see, look, no container. You would never accept that from us. Just pointing at the sky and saying, see, look, contained. You
Right,
just
because
said
there's-
that you had an
because
issue with
there's
that, and we're not even doing that.
Yeah, I'm saying you don't
So-
need one. That's all.
Relax with the double standards. Don't need what?
I mean, you could say it, but you can't demonstrate it, so there's no point.
We know you don't think you need a container, but you definitely can't back that up.
He doesn't know that gases have different densities, you know?
Okay,
And
so we all agree you don't need a container
On your
between-
diagram, show me zero.
Matthew, that's
pressure.
that's not even being challenged, dude. I don't know why you keep going back to the gradient. Look gradient, look gradient, look
Right,
gradient,
right.
look gradient. That can we just rip the bandit off? We all agree there's a gas pressure gradient. So there's no need for you to continue to point out and say, guys, flat earthers, look, there's a gradient. We know that. It's not being challenged even in the slightest. The challenge is that you can't even get a gradient unless you have some sort of containment for the gas pressure to begin with. If you want to say that, no, you don't need a container, we'll go ahead and show us. Pointing at the gradient isn't evidence of that claim.
I agree that you don't need a gradient. You don't need a container for the gradient. I'm just saying that also applies between the gradient from 50 kilometers up to
You'd have to show us.
1,000 kilometers.
No, that's just pointing at the gradient and saying, see, look, there's no container between these two slices. That's not.
So there's
no
certain
one's
slices
pushing.
that do require a container and some
no
don't?
one's push. No, Matthew. How many
Which
times do we have to say it?
all requires a single container. You said it yourself earlier. Don't be disingenuous. You're a smart guy. You're doing this on purpose. You're not fooling anybody.
You don't need a container.
Yeah. Show us then. Show us. You can say that. You can have that as your position.
He's not God,
But you can't
though.
sit here. You can't sit here and say, well, hold on. What is he? I'm not God either, but I can back up what I'm saying. What does being God have to do with anything?
Okay, but it's a completely different. It's a giant scale, though. That you're
Whoa,
asking
whoa,
to
whoa,
demonstrate.
whoa. Hold on.
He can't get his
At
Legos
what
out
point?
on
Hold
his
on.
table to demonstrate that to
One
you.
second. At what point does this take place? At what point does this transition happen where you seem to need a container for gas pressure and then it switches over to now you don't need it? So at what point does that happen? Is it exactly of a radius of 3959, or can that happen at a smaller scale by a few miles, or at what point does this transition take place?
At what point did I claim that it was?
No, I'm
contained?
asking. I'm just asking because you're saying on a planetary scale, right? This is taking place on a planetary scale. Okay, fine. I understand that's the claim. My challenge to you now is then,
is that the truth on both? Is that not the truth on both sides?
Hold on, you're
That's
not
on a
letting me
planetary
ask.
scale?
Let him finish.
You're not letting me ask.
Let him finish.
At what point does this now take place? Because if I wanted to demonstrate gas pressure here, I'll pick up a can of soda. Boom. Tire. Boom. Right. You understand that those are small examples. Your pushback was, well, this is such a different scale. It's big. It takes place differently on a big scale. Fine. I'll give you that. But I need to know now, at what point does that change take place? Where if I have a car tire, right? You know how like hood niggas riding around on 24s? Let's just increase that to let's just start increasing the size of the rim. Right, it's getting bigger. We're at like, I don't know, couple hundred miles radius. Okay, now we're getting bigger. We're getting closer and closer to the size of a planet. So at what point does now you can take the tire off, and the gas pressure is going to stay? At what point does that happen? At what size? I understand the claim is that this happens on a planetary scale, but there needs to be somewhere. It doesn't just go from, okay, you need a container, we're going to increase the size of a rim, and then as soon as it gets to the size of the planet Earth, boom, you can take the tire off, and now you don't need the tire. That doesn't seem to make sense. We would need to see a demonstration of anyone claiming that you just can increase the size of the rim and then take the tire off. To me, that's crazy. You'd have to demonstrate that. And so I'm asking, at what size does this change take place? I don't think you're going to be able to answer that.
And so you're asking me. So let me get this straight. Just let me get it straight before I give an answer.
Okay.
Are you trying to say that the gas that is on the Earth, in the Earth, however you see it, you're trying to say it is contained? Like it is being contained?
The claim on the table is that it's uncontained. So we're trying to address that claim specifically.
Okay, but do you believe that it has to be contained?
And not belief. So what I try to do is go around and demonstrate the behavior of gas pressure. My understanding is that seems to be every time you want to demonstrate gas pressure, you're going to have to involve some sort of containment. Let's say I owned a business and I sell propane, butane, different types of gases, right? Do you think I can conduct that business without, can I sell you some propane, some butane? Obviously, we're going to have to conduct this. You're going to have to put it in a container. You're going to have to purchase it. I ship it to you in a container. You have it in the container when you're ready to use it. You take it out of the container, etc. So, everyone understands you need a container to deal with gas pressure. But what you guys are saying is well, if you just increase the size of that butane tank.
I didn't say that.
Okay, well, what I'm not. Okay, sorry. The claim is that you don't need a container. So we're simply saying, okay, fine. You can believe that, but I would like to see evidence of that because everywhere I look around, if I ever wanted to demonstrate gas pressure, well, it seems like I have to have a container. But when you say things like, well, it's a planet size. Okay, but that's like going to a judge and saying, well, Your Honor,
but
I would show you my evidence, but I can't bring it it's too big to wheel it into the courthouse.
When did I say that on a larger scale?
Okay, fine. If you didn't say it, it's fine. This comes up a lot. It's fine if you didn't say it, but it comes up a lot. They're saying it's different on a planetary
But you're putting that
scale.
in my mouth and using it against me. You're not letting me talk.
No, wait, wait, let me say. You didn't actually, maybe you didn't mean to say it, but you kind of did say it because we were talking with Matthew and we specifically hang on, let me finish. We were talking to Matthew, and we specifically asked him to demonstrate any sort of gas pressure or gas gradient without a container, and then you jumped in his defense and said, "Yeah, but it has to be big enough like the planet."
I didn't say it had to be. I said it's a completely
Well, you
different
said he's
scale.
not
It's
God.
impossible to
You said he's not God.
demonstrate something on that scale.
Right, which would be
But that's-
planetary scale.
Yeah, that's you assuming that the only way to demonstrate it is it has to be on the planet scale.
No, it
which
isn't.
what we're
No, it isn't.
Okay, then fine. Then give us again. At what point does this take place? Then, if it takes place
belief-
before planetary scale,
Okay.
then when?
The belief on this side, on the globe side, involves gravity, and your side doesn't involve
That's fine.
gravity.
That's fine.
And that's why that's where this can't be taught to you.
Hold on. Wait. That's fine. What we're not. What the difference really is this. It's not about belief. It's demonstration versus lack of demonstration.
He doesn't have a planet to demonstrate gravity to you.
Okay. Wait. I've addressed that. At what point? Okay, I've already asked you. Does this only take place at exactly a 3959 mile radius sized object, or does this take place before that?
I don't know how you expect me to know that. I'm just saying.
So how
that-
are you?
Why do you
saying
believe
that,
in it
oh,
then?
on a planetary scale, this
Are
only
you gonna
happens
let
on
me
a planetary
talk?
scale?
You keep asking me questions and then interrupting me after the first word I get out of my mouth. Are you gonna let me talk, or are you just gonna keep asking me and then getting one word out and
Sounds
then
like you're getting
working with that word?
exposed. I'm gonna be honest. It sounds like you're getting
It
exposed. 'cause
sounds like you don't
said-
want me to talk because you're
I'm
not
gonna let
letting
you
me.
finish. I'm gonna let you finish. But you said
Are
he's
you?
not God. Why does he need to be God?
You're asking him to demonstrate something.
Yes.
Which on
And
our
you're saying
side
this can
of the-
only take place on a planetary scale.
Let
you're
us
saying
finish.
a lot for me. I'm not saying a lot of anything. You're saying a lot for me.
Let's wait. Let's calm down. What are you actually saying, Reed? You have the floor.
Okay, you're trying to tell me to explain to you at what scale does gas contain itself? At what point would you have to increase the size of a balloon to where you could just remove the rubber part and then the gas would be sitting there? That's what you're asking me. I'm telling you that you're asking him to demonstrate that. You're asking me to explain what I'm saying. You told him to demonstrate on like the planetary scale. He can't do that. He can't just pull out a planet and show you.
No, I
it.
get that. That's
you
why I'm
don't
asking
believe
for
in
a smaller
gravity
example.
either.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's why I'm asking for
So
a
there's nowhere
smaller
to
example.
work
Well,
with.
can you answer the first side of that question? You understood what I was saying, that I'm asking for. At what point can you take the balloon off? Can you answer that for us, please?
When the gravity's strong enough to.
Which is when? I
hold the
understand
water.
that, but at what point? Give us a specific size, or something. Give us a rough estimate.
I don't have like a
So
fucking,
sounds
a bunch
like
of
you're sort
planets
of just bullshitting planets. Well, how do you like? So you're starting at planet size. I'm trying to ask you, like, when does it start at planet size or before?
Let me ask you differently. What if the planet is half the size of the Earth? Would your theory still hold true that gravity will hold the gas down? What if it's half the size of the Earth?
I don't know. I don't
Alright.
like. I just. I don't have.
Fine.
You should think
okay,
about
but
that.
if you don't know, why are you believing when they're doing it? When they're selling you this idea or this explanation, quote
No
unquote.
one's selling me the idea.
Wait, no, but you said
when
you're
they're
not
telling
God,
you,
right?
don't interrupt me. When NASA is telling you this is the case, and you're repeating what they're telling you to us, even though they never demonstrated it to you, they didn't tell you that it has to be perfectly the size of Earth before gravity can take hold of the pressure. They're not telling you it has to be 90% of size of the Earth or 70%, or they're not telling you or demonstrating any of that. But you're taking their word for it. Why?
No, I'm not. I don't believe the Earth is round or flat or anything because of anyone.
Well, listen, the only reason we're addressing
None
a
of my
lot this at the
beliefs
moment-
are based on anyone else's word. I don't.
Okay.
That's like I don't.
Okay,
I don't
that's
get
fine.
why
Listen,
that's
what
like,
we're trying to
so
do is
set in
address
stone
how
for
you're. Okay, that's fine. What we're trying to do is just address how you were saying. The reason we're having this brief conversation is just because you said he's not God. He can't show you a planet-sized evidence. That's fine. I'm not requiring him to be God, and I do not require him to bring in a planet-sized evidence. What I am asking for is any evidence whatsoever. So that's why I'm asking. If there is a point when you can increase the size of a balloon, let's say that we increase it the size of a car or a building, okay, now we can take it off. I'd like to at least understand how you guys are able to say Well, on a planetary scale, it works like this. How do you know that? And can we even demonstrate that? Can we take something and just increase its size and
Because on
show,
a
well, at this
planetary
point,
scale, there's gravity, which you don't believe in.
hold on one second, because
But you do.
there's a couple things to address here before we, because it's not a default auto position when you say planetary scale. To even reference a scale, you would need what? Measurements, right? Because I can reference a scale to human beings in a doll because I have measurements of human beings, so I can scale that up or down. No one has any measurements of any globe or planet to even reference scale like that. Number two, I could probably just ask you, what is gravity? Do you feel like you have a good understanding of that?
No.
Okay, so when you
Then why
say
do
you
you
flat
believe in
earthers,
it?
well, it's even worse though, Dev. Is he's saying you flat earthers don't agree and you don't believe in gravity. But if you're gonna punt that into the conversation, you should at least know what that is. Like, you're accusing me of not believing something that you don't even know what that is.
My belief on the
So you don't
Earth
believe it either.
being a disc or not has nothing to do with gravity.
Whoa.
We're talking about gravity. Do you believe gravity exists?
Do you think anyone in here thinks the Earth is a disk?
I cannot read minds.
Why did you say that?
I'm so sorry. Did I hurt your feelings?
No, it shows you don't know who we are. Like, no one in here thinks the Earth is a disk, bro. So if that's what you were thinking 2 seconds ago, you got to kind of like reassess where you're at. That's one of the mainstream media's ideas
Don't
about flat
remember
Earth that most people
saying
fall
everyone
for.
in here thinks that the Earth is a disc. I remember me saying that I don't think it's a disc.
Yeah. Who does?
I didn't say anyone did.
So why bring it up? Why do you think anyone thinks it's a disk?
Probably.
Flat Earthers?
There's probably someone.
No, I'm here to tell you.
room.
I'm here to tell you, bro. The answer is no. The fact that you said it was the moment the wig fell off. I don't think it's a disc. Yeah, neither does anyone else. So it seems like you have some homework to do. We can teach you more about flat Earth. But listen, let's get back to this planetary scale and I'm not God type of thing, right? If you're in front of a judge, you have a claim or hey, I have an evidence. Well, you have to present that evidence. If you're like, well, Your Honor, I would show it to you. It's just too big to bring it into the courtroom. I can't show it to you. You just have to kind of believe me. What, do you not believe? Like, that wouldn't work. That's not acceptable. If you have evidence, you have to present it. I don't care what scale it is on. It's this happens a lot. Oh, Your Honor, I would bring my evidence in, but it's too big. You think the judge would accept that?
I don't think that's related
Well,
to
we're
what
not
I'm
accepting
saying.
it either. Yeah, you're saying I'm not God. I can't demonstrate my
I don't
claims.
think
It's too big.
that's a similar enough analogy.
Yeah, no, it's exactly the same.
It's a very good analogy because the judge will require evidence or will not take you on belief. And this is why what we're trying to tell you is, maybe not you directly, but in general,
Okay, but the judge
we
probably
require
believes in
we require evidence and demonstration. We do not just accept belief. You can believe in gravity, that's great. Even though you don't know what even gravity is, you've never seen a demonstration, neither from NASA nor from anybody. You believe it, that's great. That's your religion. I'm happy for you. But you can't demonstrate it, and sadly we can't accept that. So you have to demonstrate something to us, and then you can convince us. I will happily become a globe earther if you demonstrate gravity for me.
Yeah, that's the difference. It's that these two sides it's not that one side believes and another side doesn't believe. It's that one side can demonstrate and the other side can't. So who are you going to go
Well,
with?
the way one side demonstrates is on a table with Legos and shit like that. That's the
Wait,
difference.
with Legos, I mean, again, I can give you many, many examples, right? I conduct a business where I sell gases. Is that with like playing with toys and Legos? I own a business. I'm sure there's some pretty big businesses out here that do sell gases, right? Like NASA purchases gases and things like that. So people are conducting business. They're not playing games. They're conducting business. Their lives are on the line. This is where their money is and stuff like that. So I don't think it's just toys and games and Legos. But the opposite side, what are they doing? Do you feel like the globe earthers are appropriately demonstrating, hey, yeah, we don't need a container in here. I'll show you.
The globe earthers aren't trying to prove everyone that the Earth is round. Is the
That's
difference.
That's coke.
That's the problem. That's the problem. They're claiming a theory, they're claiming a model, they're claiming all the stuff without actually trying to prove it or proving it.
Why did
Don't
they
you
need to
see
prove
how?
it, though? Is my question.
Because everybody needs to prove whatever claim they make. There's very simple facts of life. Like if I'm gonna claim that I'm 9 foot tall and I'm behind the screen, sure, you can believe me. Maybe you like the way I speak, or you think, oh, this guy is cool. I'm just gonna believe him. Great, but I could still be a liar unless I prove it. You should not believe me.
Are these things default automatically true for you? Read.
Are what things automatically true?
Yeah, we're talking about the globe Earth, gravity, etc. Are these things default automatically true for you?
No. When I was younger, I didn't know either way, and I saw things myself that couldn't possibly work the way they do. If it was
Can you give me an example?
when I go outside and it's sunset or sunrise, and you can't see the sun, you can
Mhm.
still see the light hitting the
Mhm.
bottom of clouds.
Okay. And you say that can't work on flat Earth?
If the Earth was flat, then the sun would have to go underneath the Earth for that to happen. Or the sun would have to be invisible.
So you
Wrong.
realize, yeah, I'm just gonna say this is why folks like yourself haven't quite got to an understanding yet. It's because you're stuck dealing with things like this. You don't know what flat Earth is. So I'm not sure if we should go into that just yet. But
I mean, we can give him the quick answer. Give him the quick answer so he understands why it's actually happening on a flat model.
yeah, I mean, it's difficult for me to answer this because 30 seconds ago you brought up the Earth, flat Earth being a disk, and now you're saying, well, the sun would have to do this. It'd have to be invisible. What you might not realize, friend, is that every flat earther in here is a flat earther because of the way the Earth behaves currently. So the Earth behaves currently with sunsets, eclipses, boats appearing to disappear bottom up. Right. So we all experience the same Earth. I'm a flat earther. I live on the same Earth as you do. Me and you go to the beach, we see a boat disappear. Oh, that's the Earth that I think is flat. You think it's curved. So when you say things like, no, if it's flat, it'd be a disk and the sun should go under the ground and all these things, like you're only debunking your sloppy ideas of flat Earth that you came up with. And I don't feel bad. I mean, I'm going to help you debunk those ideas. That's great. But we're not talking about your ideas of a flat Earth here. We're just talking about reality where you go outside and there's sunsets. Okay, so that's one thing you should understand. The flat Earth, that's just the Earth outside the way it is right now.
Sure.
And I mean, I know that you probably don't like that, but you have to understand that I am a flat earther not because, well, I think the Earth should be like this, and I don't see that happening, so I'm going to close my eyes and just imagine something else.
I know why you're a flat earther.
Well, not for the reasons you
I
just
get it.
said. I don't think it's a disc. No, I don't think you do.
I
get
didn't
it
say you
because,
think it's a disc.
Yeah, you did.
You
did.
Okay, well, clip it and show me why I said you think it's a disc.
I mean, it's recorded, bro. You said I don't think it's a disc. Well,
That's not what I said either.
That means you think that there are
Now he's
people who
denying
do. Yeah. Now
I'm
that
not
means you
denying
think there are
anything.
folks.
You're just wrong.
Wrong how? You said I don't think it's a disc.
No, I
We
didn't.
had a whole conversation about you saying you don't think it's a disc.
I said that there are things outside that I see that lead me
To not think it's a disc.
I can't think it's a disc. That was just an
Yeah,
example.
so that's exactly what I just said, almost verbatim. I don't think it's a disc. I don't see a disc. Yeah, that's what I just said, bro. So what I'm saying is,
Yeah, but I didn't say it with
You-
the
you-
tone of my voice that implies that you think it's a disc the way you just said it. You said, I don't think it's a disc.
yeah,
That's
no, that's
not what I said.
That was me speaking in your voice. You saying I don't see a disc. I don't think it's a disc. That means you think that there are folks like myself who do think it is, which is part of the problem. When you say things like, "Well, if it was flat, the sun should be invisible," or "If it's flat,
You can
the sun
keep
should
telling
go
me what
under
I
your feet."
think
We heard you.
while I'm
This
not
is
here.
recorded. It's all live. Like this guy, we got him from the cognitive dissonance room. I can see why he ended up in there. So the reason, I don't know, folks, he only spoke up to say, well, he's not God. There's no requirement for anyone to be God, number one. So no point of even saying that. Number two, well, he doesn't have a planet to bring you. let's translate that. Let's translate that real quick, and I'll throw it to Dev. The translation is this: if I could poof my proof into existence, I would. Go ahead, Dev. They can't. They don't have the existence of the proof.
I wanted to say, or at least to show him a meme and try to poke a little bit deeper to understand what exactly did he see, because he clearly has not been explained to, or nobody explained to him before, the laws of perspective. That when the sun is far away and it's hitting the clouds, it's gonna look like it's going down, it's gonna look like below, but it's not actually is. So just explaining the laws of perspective to him, how things converge down, quote unquote, when they are far away, is what he wanted, or like is what debunks his claim. Like he doesn't believe it's a disk because he saw the sun hitting the clouds from the bottom.
He left, but good point.
Well, thank you.
He was saying that nobody taught him anything about like his feelings on the shape of the earth, and I'm just wondering, like, where did he learn those words from about like the word earth and gravity? Like, where did he learn those? Someone had to teach him that. You can't learn anything, you know, without other people, or you can learn stuff without other people, but like not about the globe Earth.
Because he's lying. He's pretending to be open-minded. He wants to have this, oh, I'm a cool open-minded person. I only believe the stuff because I saw it. But in reality, he's just another, person who took whatever they told him in school, in the media, and his new YouTube videos and whatever, and he just accepted them. So, and then when he went out, he looked at the sun and already, searched for something that already confirms what they told him. And then he was like, oh yeah, it's hitting from below, so that must be a ball. Okay, cool, I'm done. So it's being disingenuous.
I just wanted to mention it to him, like, words means things and have definitions, and you learn them from someone, especially those ones. But I mean, he left already anyway, so no worries.
Hello, is anyone home? I see all these people in the room, but I see nobody speaking. So what's going on, guys?
Shit, I was muted for the last fucking 30 seconds I was talking.
All right.
Yeah.
So what was it then?
I was just I forgot what I was saying, but yeah, Reet, if you can hear us, man, just join the panel. I know you're listening, so just rejoin. That was a good discussion. And listen, they say things like this all the time. Oh, well, I would show you my evidence, but I don't have a planet. What they're saying is I don't have evidence. I would poof it into existence and then show you, but I can't. I don't have any. So don't when you hear folks say like, "Oh, well, I don't have a planet size to show you." That's not what they're really saying.
That's bullshit. He's standing on it. What the hell does he think he's standing on?
Well, the problem is because they're saying like, "This is how gas behaves," and we say, "How? Show me." What they do is they raise their arm up to the sky and point. Look, see,
Well,
look, right there.
I think the best way to understand how gas behaves is go study the gas laws. They tell you how they behave.
Yeah, but on a planetary scale, they behave differently.
Oh no, they don't.
Yeah, well, I'd like to see that myself.
Yeah, the gas laws are gas laws. You cannot change them. It's just how it is. Just like all the other laws, it's just something that happens. It happens every time. There's just
Well,
that's all there is to it.
let's ask Matthew because he's trying to introduce that we don't need if we have 30 layers of gases, right? He's saying, well, look, we don't have 31 containers. See, you're wrong, flat earthers. It's like, wait, we're not saying you need to have 30 containers for each layer. Like, we're saying you don't even get that gradient in the first place unless there's some sort of containment.
Right. Exactly right. Without containment, the gas cannot stabilize into layers.
And I don't know why you're saying like, oh well, how come you only need one? Like, bro, no one's saying you need to have. You go to the top of a mountain and there's like, oh, you're gonna hit another container. There's 30 domes. Like,
no. Why is there
things-
only one? Why is there only one container on a propane tank or whatever?
Right.
There's one.
Right.
One. Period.
Yeah,
And
that's a good point.
Yeah, there could be a gradient inside the propane tank,
Right.
but without the tank, there's no pressure, and there's no. You got to have pressure to begin with to have a gradient. Pressure comes first. The containment comes first. The pressure comes second, and beyond that, there is nothing else.
Facts. And listen, guys. I stayed up like late, like a week ago, thinking about this. That question that I asked Homeboy. Okay, fine. Planets behave this way. Okay. At what point does it start behaving like that? And then I really appreciate Dev. He's like, all right, let's cut the globe in half. Does it behave like that still? He's like, well, I don't know. That's the point. They're willing confidently to say gas behaves like this at this size. Okay, great. When does that start happening? Well, I don't know. Just definitely at a planet size, though. How do you know that? Can you even demonstrate? Well, here I have this object. I've increased its size, and now it started behaving differently. They can't even do that. So
yeah, that's a straw man. We don't say that there's some magic size that some rules start to take effect.
Okay, no. It's not a straw man. I'm asking you, at what point does this behavior take place?
There is no specific point. It's gradual all the time, no matter the size.
Oh my God. So wait, it's not gradual because on a small scale, you guys always say I can't demonstrate it on a small scale. So it's not gradual. At a small scale, no, it's not gradual. At a small scale, you require a container. Even you will say that.
At a small scale, the difference is the gradient. That's the whole point. The gradient is enough to take care of the container.
Wait. What? So wait. On a small scale, do you need a container or not?
Gas contains gas.
Hold on. Wait. I need an answer. Small scale container, yes or no?
A small scale for a gradient, no. For
no. I'm asking about a container.
Like a tire or a balloon, yes.
This pressure. Okay. Now my question is, I'm asking because you're saying at a certain point, at a planet size, there's no need for a container. So I'm simply trying to pin you down and be accountable to, okay, when does this take place? Because clearly, with a balloon, right, as you increase the size of the balloon, is there going to be a certain point where you can just take the latex off and the gas will stay?
No, I'm saying that there's two different things that cause pressure. One is put it in a container. Another is the weight of the air. And so on the planet-wide scale, the weight of the air is enough without a container. On smaller scales, you need a container.
Can you demonstrate on any scale what you're saying? Any scale whatsoever?
A pressure gradient is enough to demonstrate.
No. I'm asking for a demonstration. Not you pointing at your claim.
It must be in a vacuum as well, too.
Sure, but he can't even do the first part. So, but on any scale can you demonstrate this?
No, not physically. This is
Well, I know
based
that's the
on
Thank you.
problem.
explanation.
You don't
Thank
you,
you.
you don't see the
You
problem
just lost the
here?
argument.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, yeah, you did.
It's
Yes,
a
you did.
belief.
Can you demonstrate what it would be like to that
We're
the
not
human
making
being-
claims here.
Okay.
You have the claim
There's no
here. You
comeback
said
from this. Just you have to learn to take to concede points, brother. It's not the end of the world. You lost the argument. It is what it is. You cannot demonstrate it, so it's a belief. Fine, you can have it. We're not forcing you not to have it. Just acknowledge it's a belief. That's all we want.
Oh, I acknowledge it's a belief, of course. I also say that it's a true belief based on evidence and reason.
no, it's not evidence.
No.
No. We're not gonna play female word semantics. It is a belief because you just admitted that you can't demonstrate it. End of discussion.
I even post a citation from NASA, but these NASA lovers don't like it, you know. They like to just make it up, you know.
Yeah, I'm using
If you cannot
logic.
if you cannot do an experiment to show it, so then you know we don't care about your beliefs
or your logic.
I actually think that's a good thing to ignore logic and reason when in this argument for you guys. That's the only
Good
way
thing
you
we're
can
not
get
doing
to
that.
hang on.
You haven't applied any
show us the
logic or reason or
experiment.
evidence, Matthew. No, you haven't applied any logic or reason. What you've done is you've raised your pinkly dinkly little finger up to the sky and said, look, there's no container. But you would not accept flat earthers doing that to you. If I raised my arm up and said, look, Matthew, it's contained, see? You would never accept that. We already know that. So
Yeah,
why do you think
I would look at the evidence?
Yeah. So why do you think we would accept you raising your pinkly dinky little arm to the sky and saying, look, no container? We would need some
What
actual
evidence
evidence, which you haven't put forward. You most
What
certainly
evidence are you
haven't.
talking about, Matthew? A gradient?
Yes, a gradient.
No, that's not evidence. That's not in contention. That's not in contention. So we
Yeah,
both
you know-
agree that there is a gradient. So it's not evidence of anything anyone's saying.
Yes,
Well, I'll bet
you say that you don't need a gradient from sea level up to 30 feet. I
No.
agree.
We don't say that. We don't say that.
Don't straw man.
We understand there's a gradient, so it's not even worth discussing. There's no point in saying, look, there's a gradient, flat earthers. You didn't realize? We're sitting here saying, yeah, gradient. Move on. We know that.
We all
We're not-
agree there is a gradient. And
Yeah,
we all
so
agree
that's
that
not
you don't,
evidence.
That you don't
so
need
it's
a
not
container.
evidence. So,
And
no,
how do you
I don't
get-
agree on
Suppose
that.
I might
we don't
need
agree
two
on that.
sentences in a row to get a
No,
point
you don't.
across,
No, but you don't get to use the second sentence to say we all agree we don't need a container.
It
We
did
don't agree on that.
It did set a
Let me
barometer.
ask it then. Do we need a container for a gradient
Matthew,
between zero?
Matthew. You don't get to listen. You understand
get
the
to ask
claim on the table. Yeah, no, you don't. You understand that the claim on the table, which you've said in this panel, you're lying to our panel members, and you
He
left.
ran away. He left.
Yeah.
He's doing. He did this yesterday. You know.
This is why we don't let him in here.
Yeah, we need to start doing that more often. Just start cutting them off. Tell them, nope, not for your freaking lies. Either present some evidence or beat feet. That's exactly what we need to do because I'm sick and tired of listening to these guys bullshit their way up and around all this stuff when they've got no evidence whatsoever. And it's annoying and it's ridiculous. They shouldn't even be allowed to speak until they present some evidence, in my opinion.
Yeah, in that case, I would argue for muting instead of interrupting because he's always going to use interrupting against us. So if he continues like the circular arguing, which we called him out on several times, and he just want to take attention for the sake of taking attention, then he can be muted. That's fine.
Yeah, I just think Matthew's been here so long, over and over and over. It's the same bullshit from him every time.
Yeah.
It's almost everybody's got his rhetoric memorized, and it's all horse.
I'm agree with you though, Dev. You're right. Like, and what's interesting about him is in God Rockin', he's getting more and more salty because he wasn't always like this. You know, he wasn't always like this. He's getting more and more salty over time. We all agree there's no container. No, we don't all agree on that. Hell no.
The guy is contradicting himself. You know, he did talk about the barometer. So to get the pressure
all I'm saying is
gradient,
there's a
he
few
needs a
people,
barometer.
and Matthew's one of them. You know, he's been here for a long, long time, and he just makes it. You know, he's got this all figured out. Where the gradient is the weight, and there's no evidence for that. There's no evidence that that gravity holds these gases or the way that the gases hold it down, especially in a vacuum. You know what I mean? Come on, dude. We're supposed to be floating around in this huge 17 to the minus negative torr whatever vacuum, and that's a very powerful thing to try and maintain gas against. I just don't think it's possible.
Bro, he's sitting here lying to our panel. Like, no, we all agree we don't need a container. And you're not gonna lie to our panel like that. Like,
This is what happens when you go against the truth long enough. Like nobody's gonna come in here and go against true things like over and over, and just he's trying to find like a little crack to get into. It doesn't work, man. When you're going against real shit, you're just gonna lose. And I know he realizes it. I wonder if the
yeah.
boy once he retires from his teaching job, is he gonna be like, finally I can freaking come out? Like
I've heard people say that about him too. But like, bro, when he says things like, "Oh, you flat earthers are also raising your arm at the sky and saying, look, container," no, we are 1000% not doing that. It's part of the reason why you critique flat earthers is because we're the ones giving you examples on a small scale where a container is required, whether it be a can of soda, a car tire, a propane tank. That's why they even bring up like, well, I'm not God, I don't have a planetary thing. They're saying that like, well, you guys are only demonstrating it on a small scale. So when he said things like, well, you're also saying, look, container. No, we're absolutely not. We're giving you every single example that we can possibly think of that requires a container. When we ask you for evidence of your claim, you give us what? And the other guy was like, well, you guys don't believe in gravity, and they do. That's not the issue here. The issue is the one side is able to demonstrate what the hell they're saying, and the other side can't. Literally impossible.
Wait a second. I'm just reading the comment from Grim. What students? What kind of teacher is he? Is he like a professor somewhere?
Yeah.
Oh my god, this explains a lot. This is one of the people who cannot stand not being the authority figure or not being the all-knowing. This is a professor type, and no offense to Flat Lloyd, but the majority of them are like this.
Oh, Flat Lloyd, you gonna let him talk to you like that, man?
No, I said no offense to Flat Lloyd. I respect him. I had to talk with him today.
Nah, I'm just messing with that. We rock with Flat Lloyd heavy.
Yeah, he's cool.
Lloyd, jeez, man, I wouldn't take that.
But yeah, he has videos where he'll do these videos where like he'll be speaking as a regular globe believer, and then he'll put a hat on like sideways and be like, yeah, now I'm the flat earther and blah blah blah. So like he like makes videos and talks about flat earth and stuff online. So he's one of them. But Bad Dev, he used to do this thing where he would come in and kind of simp for us. He'd be like, yeah, you guys are right. You know what? You're right. I do have a belief. You know what? You're right. The globe is a belief. Right. So he would kind of cuck and like simp like that. But now it seems like he's just gotten a little bit more salty over time. You saw it, right? No.
Yeah.
We all agree there's no container. What? No, we don't. Fine, then I'm leaving. He wasn't always like this.
I'm starting to believe there is a little bit more to the story. Like, yes, there is a such behavior here, and to explain it better, you know how like NASA or like how a government agency always has online agents, and if they want to spread certain amount of information, they have those online agents go into the opposition groups and start mingling and getting into those groups, seeing what the groups are about, and then spreading their information or collecting information about those groups. NASA does the same thing. So they have online people who go into flat earth groups and try to fish as much information as possible, and they try to pretend to be friends either with or kind of against, the same way he's acting. And I've seen this back in 2015 and 16 a lot, especially when Eric Dubay and in his Facebook groups and everything, we were in there and we would catch people doing this exact same thing, and then we would literally follow the accounts and find out they are connected to NASA. So they have people who infiltrate groups to collect information, and when somebody is behaving like that and they're still hanging out with us, if he thinks we're so stupid and everything we say is wrong, then I'm gonna have to start thinking maybe he's one of those people.
Alright, I'm back.
Who's that?
Me.
Captain Cook? How are you, sir? Hey, listen, man. We finished up with Reet. He kind of dipped out, but Welcome back, man. Listen, can I ask you something?
Yes. Always.
What is it that's gonna have you take a topic like this in a more sincere way? What is it that's gonna make you take it seriously?
Well, what do you mean take it seriously?
I get the sense that you're having a good time. Like this is fun for you. You know, it's not a serious thing. You like it's a joke.
Why do you gotta make it a
I could be wrong.
serious thing?
I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But
No.
I just get the sense that this is like fun, like a joke for you. And listen, I have fun too, but I also am a sincere person. So like what I'm
Right.
picking up from you is that you're not being like, okay, maybe you are a sincere person, but you're joking
No.
around right now. You're having a good time. This is fun for you.
Creative.
Like, all right, go ahead.
It is fun, but most things
Yeah.
I do are fun, even if I'm being serious. Why do you gotta be so serious about flat Earth?
No, we
Even
have a
if
good
it's
time
true.
too, bro. We have a good time. I think sincerity is the word that I'm looking for. Seriousness. You don't have to
All right,
be
why do you think?
serious, but like
Why do you think I'm not being sincere?
sincerity. Okay, that's a good question. Let me try to answer that.
You can be
Because
honest.
the first like couple questions, the interactions we had, you're like, well, I believe this pilot, and he got in a plane and told me he saw the curve, and he takes flat earthers. You know what I mean? That's where you started off with. If you're done with that, that's cool. But I'm just saying that's the vibe I'm getting from you is like you're just trolling, like, but you're not ready
No.
yet. You're not a bad troll. It's just that you're joking around because you're not ready to like take it in a more sincere or serious way. And I understand that, but I just say get serious, bro. Like, bro, pick a day
All right.
when you're ready to like take it
But
seriously, and we can help you.
that I was serious about that. That guy, I literally talked to him
You don't
because I was
believe
talking
that.
about him. No, I can give you his I can give you his Discord. I was talking to him about flat Earth, and he was like, "Why do you think flat Earth is real?" And I was like, "Well, the curve has never been mentioned or measured." And then he
Okay.
said, "Well, actually, I fly planes, and I've been 40,000 feet, and I've taken flat Earthers up there, and they've seen the curve." And
You
he has
realize
like
he's
his
lying?
license.
You realize he's lying, right? Because like, here's the thing. He may be a good guy. He may be a sound cool dude. I'd have a beer with him, whatever. But soon as he says you can see curvature at 40,000 feet, his wig, he had a wig on, and it's now flopped off onto the ground because it now reveals he doesn't even know how big the Earth is claimed to be. Have you heard the saying it's too big to see curvature? The Earth is too big to see the curve. That's what they say. You've never heard that?
Well, I know it, but like I never heard people say.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, the Earth is too big to see the curve. That's what they say. And that means even in an airplane, that's not high enough. Think about it this way. You're in an airplane. Your pilot, bro, he's sitting in the front, the cockpit. He's looking straight out. You're sitting on the left side of the plane, looking out the left side of the window. I'm sitting on the right side of the plane, looking out the right side of the window. Okay. I look out to my right. I see curvature, left to right, hump. Okay, you look out your side, you see curvature, left to right. The pilot looks out the front, he sees curvature, left to right. Try to connect those curves.
Wouldn't it just be a circle?
No, I wouldn't, because now you've got like instead of like a W, it's like a upside down triple U. Because on the left side you've got the hump, front side you've got a hump, and then
Oh,
the
okay.
back,
I know
the
you're
right side
talking
you.
about.
So that doesn't even connect. So seeing curvature and
Right.
altitude don't really even make sense like that. From my research, like even let's say I was a globe earther, I wanted to try and put my wig on and go around and pretend to be a globe earther and stuff. If I was going to do my best job at that, I most certainly would not go around to people saying, you can see curvature, you can see curvature, you can see curvature. Like, just get in an airplane. Like, that doesn't match
Right.
the claims. That's too low. Okay, so like your pilot friend is he's probably a good guy, but he doesn't understand that. Well, if you're going to see curvature on a airplane, the globe would have to be so much smaller than it's claimed to be, and
I
so
only
yeah.
I only brought him up because he actually showed me the license. He did show me that he flies like those
That's
old
cool.
wars.
I believe him. I believe him that he flies planes and stuff like that, but he ain't seeing no curvature, bro. Like even as like
Right.
a flat earther, if I wanted to try and like represent the globe as best as I could, you better not be telling people you see curvature. Like the most honest folk, even Matthew, if we could get him to rejoin, he'll tell you you don't see curvature from no airplane, bro.
Oh, okay. So right before I went in my meeting, I looked at this YouTube short, and he brought up a good point. Is that in Australia? I just want to see what you have to say for this. In Australia, the moon is like I believe flipped or something because Australia is upside down. It has like a different moon than us. Like
Yeah,
it looks different.
I've heard this. Does anyone know? I mean, I've heard a couple of things. I don't have the best technical response, but I've heard things like
I
the
have a meme for
moon
it.
does. Perfect.
Let
Yeah,
me
grab
just find it.
that. You've heard that song? Big wheel keeps on turning. Sun keeps on burning. Okay, so the big wheel that keeps on turning.
Proud
What I heard is
Mary.
the moon. I've heard that the moon turns actually like like a wheel. But I listen. I don't want to go too deep in that. I don't know shit about that, to be honest. I don't know what the moon is, but from what I understand, the moon does turn like a wheel. But also, let's say this: if you have a 6 on the ceiling, right? Let's just put a 6 on the roof of your not the roof, but the ceiling. And I've got my back to the wall on this side, and you're on your back to the wall on the opposite side of me. I look up, I see a 6. What do you look up and see?
If my back is turned to you.
Yeah, no, me and you are facing each other. Our backs are
Oh.
to the walls. So I'm on one side. We're in a room, right? Let's just say it's a box room. Right. Ceiling 6. I'm on one side of the wall, my back. I'm looking at you. You're on your back to the other wall. We're both looking up in the middle of the room. I'm looking up. I see a 6. What do you see?
A 9.
There you go.
So are you saying Australia is looking at the same moon we are, but at a
Same
different?
face. Same face
look
of
at
the
the-
moon, but different location.
Yeah, look
Oh.
at the meme that I posted and the meme that Miguel posted. It's not perfect scale, but it shows you the idea.
Where?
Right. Live
And
stream voice
the
text.
live stream
Oh, you know
voice
what?
text.
I might need to help him out with that. Give me 1 second, friend. I'll help you out with 1 second, Cap, because you were in the cognitive dissonance. So let me just help you out with that 1 second. This will be in the live stream voice text in 1 moment. All right, you should be able to join Cap Cook. Cap and Cook.
Even I did the observation. So
Oh, he doesn't have the VC verified. Hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead. Pick up.
even at night, you will see like the moon going, appearing to tilt. You have to count perspective, because when it's at east, you will see it different when it's at west. So you have to count even that perspective. So I was looking north. Okay, so let me see. I was looking at the moon at my right. I was facing east. Sorry. So at my right, my arm light right. I was looking the moon half shadow and half illuminated. But a few hours ago, the moon was going away, and I was watching the moon like tilted forward. So you have to account the perspective to understand that.
Nice.
So yeah. I did put a long time ago. I did put a draw of the moon, the face of the moon, on my at the top of my roof. So yeah, and he tried to look different. Like the creation bear, he did explain like that. You can draw a 6, but if you move in that room for another location, you will see the same face but different view.
But when the moon passes by Australia, they would see what we see then, because it keeps tilting. I'm looking at the image the guy sent above the beam of like how there's 3 different people looking at the moons. Wouldn't if the moon if it kept going in that direction, then the people that are at the most left dot, they would eventually see the side of the moon that the people in Europe are seeing, right?
Don't try to change the way reality currently is. Just keep that in mind. Like the flat earthers are flat earthers because of the way the earth behaves. So
yeah,
like be careful when you're like, well, if it's flat, it should behave like this, right? Like, no, it just what it's the way what it's doing is the what we're accepting the what it does, and so we're not as flat as saying, well, reality is behaving weird. Since it's flat, it should do this, but like we're not doing that.
Exactly, and no one saw the other side of the moon, and that doesn't make any sense on that ball spinning.
If I could,
Go ahead.
I guess I can't. Like, can I? No, I can't live stream, so I can't like visually show you. But
You
see the
can
meme I'm talking about, right?
the one at let me make sure we're on the same page. The two moons on top with the sideways Earth with the moon on the left.
No, the one that it's the one above the 6ix9ine meme. The other guy.
6ix9ine. Oh yeah. I'll repost it. Yeah, I got you. This is from Miguel. I got you, dog. Yeah.
I can
Here you
post
go.
again. Okay.
So what are you saying, that we should like see the same thing or what?
So the people in Europe are saying like this side of the moon, right? The bright white side.
Okay.
And if the moon keeps going, and I assume it goes in a circular thing on this model, right?
I don't know. I don't know what the moon is.
Yeah.
Let's go with this. Let's say yes. What's your point? Continue your point.
Go ahead.
Is that if it kept going in that circular direction, the people on the leftmost dot would eventually see what the people in like Europe see, right? Because they would be behind it. They would be at the same perspective that Europe would have been.
With slight difference, but yes. What is the point?
So then why don't we see like? Then why are the moons different at all? If they're gonna eventually have the same perspective we do, given enough like time, why?
But we're talking because we're talking about the exact same moment in time. We're not talking about eventually. These three dots that you're seeing, or the meme above that I posted, the two dots, they are looking at the moon at the exact same time. So this is why was to explain to you what you said earlier about the upside down look. So the reason it's upside down, or it looks like it's upside down, is simply perspective, and different locations looking at it from a different angle. That's all it is.
Oh. Creation, do you have it? So you said, well, we can't explain how it works, right? I'm not trying to well, I'll say it. It seems like you don't like have an accurate model if you're gonna say like we don't know how these things work. So are you
Yeah.
you don't have like a model?
Yeah, I'll quadruple down. There is no model. Of course. Yeah, we don't have a model. Yep.
So you just don't
Facts.
understand how the sun.
No, I don't understand what the moon is. Yeah, facts. No one does. This is the thing. I don't feel bad, nor am I going to feel bad, because why? You don't know either, right? And that's not a bad thing. No one knows what the moon is. I am just as up to speed as you are on the lore that it's claimed to be a rock, landed on it, it shined light from the sun. I know all that stuff just like everyone else does. I can regurgitate that like you. But the problem is that's not information. That's a story. So like you and I were standing outside, we look up at the moon, and you like bump my elbow. You go, hey bro, what is that? I'm gonna turn to you and I'm gonna say, I have no clue. I don't know. But if I turn to you and say, well, what do you think that is? I think I mean, a lot of folks are really willing to just simply start regurgitating the bedtime story over like it's never been heard by anybody. Listen,
right.
Even when I believed in the globe, I heard this quote: the greatest mysteries known to man, the sun, the moon, the stars. I believed it back then, but I also thought that I knew what stars the sun and the moon were. Now, as a flat earther, that quote makes even more sense. Don't nobody know what the moon is. Don't nobody know what the sun is. And don't nobody know what the stars are. Not anyone that's ever been born or died. And that's my hot take. So if you're like, well, you don't know what the sun is? Yeah, no, I don't. And neither do you.
I'm not saying that. I'm just asking. So is flat Earth basically just a deconstruction of? You're not trying to you're not trying to make claims. You're just trying to break down already existing claims.
Yes and no. There's two sides to that. Yes.
Find out the truth.
That is a big part of it. Yeah, because there is a claim on the table. Like if I told this whole panel, CB is 6'7", well, now we've got a claim to go and address. If y'all actually came to Ohio, you meet up with CB, and you're like, damn, this nigga's short, bro. Like, you're not 6'7". Well, yeah, then you've debunked my claim. You don't really have to come up with something new. Although, yes, that is part of it. Yeah, we're going out. The Earth is claimed to be a certain height, size, we can go out and debunk that. But we also have taken the next step and measured the Earth to be flat. That's why people are like, we'll say we know it's flat. I'm a flat earther, confidently, because you can measure the surface of the Earth. But this doesn't mean, though, here's the important part. People have this idea that like, oh, you're a flat earther now? You must know like how everything works in reality. No. If you have questions about how reality works, what is the stars? What is the moon? Get your ass in line. I want to know just as much as you do. I don't have those answers. I didn't make the Earth. I'm not the creator. I'm part of the creation, which is
That makes
why I made
sense.
my So
It's just because I've been around a lot of maybe these aren't the majority, but a lot of flat earthers I've met, at least, they always have some sort of model they use that can explain everything. So are they like
yeah,
BS?
yeah. Nah, they're less careful. I think they're less careful, and I think they might be new. Like, and there's also a lot of ideas out here. For example, like think about like if you have a baby, right? You have their crib, and then above the crib, oftentimes there'll be like a mobile, and on that mobile you can. I've seen mobiles where it's like planets and an astronaut and the sun and all this stuff, right?
Right.
Is that a quote model? Not really, but it is an idea that could help someone or help introduce someone to the idea of like how the world may work. And so the way I look at like even our server icon right now, right? I don't like the icon. I'm trying to work on having people make me a flat earth logo and stuff like that, but you look at our icon. And so it's like that is like the baby mobile. It's an idea that might help someone that has a new mind understand. But we're not saying, hey, this is the Earth, this is the model, believe it, here's a Hot Wheels of the Earth, go play. Like we definitely don't know what the Earth looks like from any outside perspective, right? Just like with the universe. I can't say, well, the universe is shaped like this. No one knows, no one has that perspective. So I can't make like a Hot Wheels of reality. So that's why you're never going to find a model of flat Earth, because there's no way to model all of reality. You can't even look at it like you can put a puppet on your hand and say, well, I can spin it around and look at this puppet from all angles from this outside perspective. You most certainly cannot do that with reality. So you're never going to get a model of flat Earth, really, but you'll get tons of ideas of like, well, here's a dome and here's ice and
Right.
a circle, and like, bro, those ideas they're ideas for fresh minds. That's what I say.
I guess I'm
yeah.
I'm a fresh mind because I think models are important if you want to predict how things are gonna like turn out in a day or 2 days or a month, or you know what I mean.
Here's the thing though. Even the globe says they make predictions, right? Well, one of those predictions is where the geometric horizon is supposed to be. And people say, oh, the globe is accurate because it makes accurate predictions. Well, it does also make a prediction on where the horizon is supposed to be. And what we do is, just like if I told you I was 6'7", you just go test that. Well, then you have to be 79 inches tall then. So if I go to measure you and you're not 79 inches tall, well, you ain't no 6'7", period. And so just like that's what we're doing with the Earth, is like we're just going out and testing that claim. So
You don't like inside of your head, you don't have like a head canon for how the model is.
Nah. I think that's actually a bad idea, because like what's the point of closing your eyes and imagining what you think it should be? Just open your eyes and absorb whatever it is that it's displaying itself to you. There's no way for you to like try to imagine all of reality as a whole. So no, I definitely don't try to come up with head canon and imagination. And then I'm definitely not, even if I did, I would not offer that to someone else. And I'll be honest with you, bro, I definitely don't close my eyes and imagine what reality looks like. I'm gonna post something in the chat. It's called Shexy. There's a meme that like a lot of flat earthers like, and I'm gonna tell you I don't like it. Let me post this here. It's called Memes Shexy. So what you'll see is a dome type of flat Earth, ice surrounding, and look at the perspective, right? I've been saying this whole time that you can't look at reality like you can look at a puppet on your hand. But what is this point of view? looking at reality like it was a puppet on your hand. So no, I don't have headcanon. I don't close my eyes and imagine things like this. I don't think it's even possible. And I doubt that you do that for, let's just say the Earth is a globe right now. Let's go back to our old globe beliefs. I doubt that you do that for the globe, like where you close your eyes and imagine what all of reality is
I
like.
didn't mean like close your eyes and like visualize it. I mean when you look at the moon, instead of thinking like, oh, I don't know what that is, you're like, oh,
Oh.
that's a moon that's orbiting.
Oh, okay,
So,
okay. I'm down for the mystery, bro. I'm down for the mystery. Like, I could just ask you, what's happening during a new moon? Like, if it's a rock, and we can all look up and see it and all this stuff, and then a new moon takes place. What's that?
well, see, yeah, I guess if I can't use the globe, then I don't know.
So, I mean, I'm down for the mystery. I look at the moon and go, wow. I see a shooting star and I go, oh, whoa. I see the sun and I'm like, damn. But I definitely don't know what those things are. Nor, I mean, to be honest, I say this to people all the time. The answers aren't up there. The answers aren't up in the sky. If you want some answers to how reality works, well, they're probably here on the ground. First of all, go measure the surface of the earth. If that's flat, well, then that's a good starting point. You can definitely do that. But what you can't do is go up there and find out what the sun is, find out what the moon is, find out what stars are. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. That stuff is beautiful and amazing, but I don't think those where the answers are.
Look, I'll say it like this. I'm not against models in the sense that yes, it helps new people, or even it helps people who are not new in order just to quickly reference something, or to help. Oh, I don't know how this works. Let me flatten it and make it a quote unquote disk. But as long as you realize it's just a reference point, it's just a meme, it's just to illustrate a point, it's not actually saying this is reality or this is how it has to be, then it's fine. And this is the biggest difference between us and globe people. Globe people are willing to go to the imagination part and using that in their argument. We are not. For example, I like the idea that it might be like there is a dome and it's probably bigger, but maybe the dome is closed, and that perspective I have no problem with. I like the idea of the old maps, like long before the globe model, there was a lot of maps and people were using those maps. So if I think about a map, I think about those maps, but I will never use that as evidence. I will never use that as a form of arguing with the globe, because he can immediately go back at me, well, how do you know that is true? And he would be right. I don't know it's true. I just use it as a reference for a meme or for an idea. But I'm never going to use that as fact. And this is why we always bring them back to, is this a fact? Can you demonstrate it? If not, then you have to let it go.
What does that meme mean, by the way? Shooting stars never travel vertically from below the Earth.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one, bro. Hey, think about it this way. We're on a planet, a globe Earth. We're in a big galaxy. Shooting stars should honestly come from all different types of directions, right? Left to right, diagonal up and down, all over, right? We're living in a huge galaxy where we should be able to we see stars all over the place. Below us, above us, left to right. So like the shooting stars ideally would be just shoo, 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 like all over the place, right? But when you see a shooting star, what do you see? It's typically coming either across the sky above you, or maybe like diagonally down to the right or down to the left. What you don't see is any shooting stars up, like from the bottom shooting up or anything like that. Why would that make sense on a globe Earth? Well, again, it's a globe, so they would come from any direction. There's no like objective down or up. Any shooting star or meteor or whatever could come from any single direction, including when you're standing looking at the horizon, a shooting star could come straight from that direction up. Right.
So it can come from like the bottom and like go upwards, is what you're saying?
Well, they say like sometimes if it gets close enough, it'll like catch Earth's gravity and then like kind of swing around the Earth, right? So that would mean all different types of directions. If it came from any direction and caught Earth's gravity, well, it's going to go around the Earth somehow. But that would be in lots of different directions. It wouldn't make sense if there was like a highway and all the meteorites go all this exact way right? That doesn't make sense. If we're in outer space on a globe, there's no like objective direction all the meteorites should be coming from. They can come from any random direction, right? Any part of the galaxy. They just launched by us or whatever.
Yeah, just think about it like if you're standing on one part of the globe and from your vantage point it appears to be going down, but on another part of the globe it would appear to be going up. Depends on where you're looking at it from the globe, but we don't see that. It always looks the same. It's always coming down.
And like, so let's say the Earth is flat, right? Because the difference between a flat earther and a globe earther is you as a flat earther, we don't look down at the ground and think, well, there's more sky underneath there, right? For the globe earther, they look down at their feet and think, well, there's more outer space down there. The sky is down there. There's people down there, right? So that means that like those people that are down there looking up at their sky, if they see a shooting star, right, that potentially, and it's underneath you, why it should come up as well, right? From the bottom side, come up, and you should be able to see it come up from the horizon. Now, if the Earth is flat, nothing's coming from below you. So it would make sense that you're never going to see a shooting star come from up, like from the horizon and go up.
You think that on flat Earth there's nothing below the Earth on a flat Earth?
Again, well, the context was on a globe Earth. If I look down, right? Think about it. Wherever you are, let's just imagine the Earth is a globe. You look down at your feet. If you point under there, there's also, right? So we have to get through the layers of the Earth, the core, et cetera, et cetera. But once we get to the surface on the other side, well, now there's people, there's buildings, there's a sky, there's also more outer space, all down there, right? Their sky is below you.
Mm-hmm.
So the things that they see in their sky, like a shooting star, right? That's taking place underneath there. So if it goes across their sky, right? To like it would make sense. Right, but there's gravity, right? There's gravity in orbit. So like if I threw a baseball at the globe, right? The baseball maybe catch the gravity and then go around the globe and then maybe come back, like make a parabola around the globe and come back my direction potentially because of the gravity, right?
Right.
So that's what they're saying is like if meteorites go around the globe, they don't have to specifically come from any direction. They could come from any direction at all, right? It's a sphere. Throw a baseball around a sphere. Well, if there's gravity, it'll go around the sphere any direction I want. I could curve it from the right to the left or left to the right, up from the bottom. I could like do a little granny underhanded toss to the globe and then it would go up above the globe over the top. You know what I'm saying? Like stuff like that. So you don't see that though, do we? We don't see meteorites or shooting stars coming from the ground or like below you and then shoot up.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
If
It's
you're
a
in
really
the
interesting point. But
if you're in the business of deconstructing beliefs that, so you said you can't see the curve at 35,000 feet, which is 17 miles, right? Or something like that.
35. No, it's 35,000 feet. I don't know how many miles that is.
Because each mile is like 2,000 feet, right? So it's like 17 miles. But satellites are supposedly 22 million miles above. So wouldn't they be able to see the curve?
22 million? I have to look that
No,
up.
that's a wrong number.
That seems far. That seems far.
But isn't that how they're able to like ping from one location on the Earth to another location on the Earth?
They do a lot of stuff from what I've learned. A lot of that takes place through underwater sea cables, towers, but also. So you're referring from satellites. You're referring to satellites. It says the majority of satellites orbiting the Earth do so at altitudes between 160 and 2,000 kilometers.
That's a huge margin.
What about the International Space Station? How high is that?
They claim to be at 250 miles. Okay, damn. 2,000 kilometers is kind of far. That says 1,242 miles. Fuck. That seems like a lot.
Right.
But on the low end, it said what? 160? 160 kilometers to miles.
All those videos that you see from the like ISS, do you think they're like fake?
Okay, here's the thing. From my research, the ISS is not high enough to see curvature either, just like an airplane. And so if you see footage from the ISS that shows curvature, well, what's going on there? Number two, I really enjoyed movies like Interstellar. Obviously, we realize that those movies were not filmed in real time in outer space or anything like that, right? They were filmed here on the Earth, on the ground. So if they can make movies that look really good like that, where is this idea that we can't? Oh no, they definitely can't be doing that for the ISS. It's not even half the quality, and so how is it? Why is it not possible or plausible that these dudes are just in a studio somewhere on the ground, just like these movies? So, I don't take the ISS as a default position that there's guys in a tin rocket going 17,000 miles an hour in the sky.
They've launched people into it when those people have died if they just got launched into space.
Say what?
They launch people like into the ISS regularly, back to and from it.
Really?
Yeah, that's how they get up there and get down.
I don't. To be honest, I don't know a lot about that. I don't know much about that. I've not seen any astronaut go there. For example, I have a. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll go pull something up for you. 1 second.
The average cycle, I believe it's only like 160 days that you're supposed to stay up there because your bones will become like bad or something. So they regularly like launch them up and down. So if it wasn't up there, if it wasn't like in a studio, then they're just launching people into space to just.
Okay. I want to say this.
Die?
There are different types of ESS. For example, I'm going to post this. What happened? This is the ESS. So suddenly, what happened? You know what this is? The G airplane.
Right, the G plane. Yeah, forgot about that.
And we have videos. They are using harnesses. I used to see when I was a kid. I used to see live stream at the television, live streams from the ESS, and I never understood. I saw these solar panels. They were curved, but I knew that they are straight. So what happened? Because of course you can put a camera at the bottom of an airplane, and shooting Earth and the horizon with that camera lens, it will be curved. So those solar panels, they are curved because of that.
I have a quote. Okay, let me read this off for you guys. Okay. So because you said like, well, we have astronauts, they go up and they go away for a while. Here's the quote. This is from an Alan Watts lecture. And I'll try to give some more context afterwards. So he says, when a hero goes on an adventure and he leaves his people and is going to a strange land, he can go away and just hide himself around the corner in an obscure house and then appear a year later and say, I've been on a heroic journey, and tell all sorts of tales. And they say, prove it, because they expect him to bring something back, something which nobody has seen before. Okay, this is a lecture from Alan Watts. He's talking about how if you experience bliss, awakening, some type of epiphany, well, then you're saying you've gone on this adventure, this journey. And if you're going to come back and claim you've gone on this journey, well, you better bring something back. And in the lecture, he's like, let's say you smoke something and you have an epiphany. Oh my gosh. Like, well, you better come back with something more than man. Right? And so like if the globe earthers are going to space, if these astronauts are going to space, it's the same thing. Well, you better be coming back with something, man. You could have easily just gone around the corner, hide yourself for a while, and come back and say, well, look, yeah, I was away in space. Well, you're going to have to prove it. That's what we're saying. You have to prove it. You can just tell all types of stories, but we're not here for the stories. You need to bring something back that shows or proves or validates that where you went is true.
Okay. I can take the satellites not being that. So do you believe there's no satellites, or that they're just not that high?
I think you can have tech in the sky, right? Flat earthers don't deny that there can be technology in the sky.
All right, then that makes sense. I guess I could buy that. But here's
Cool.
something that when I was a kid, my uncle tried to tell me the Earth was flat, and I did a bunch of like research to see that it wasn't. And one of the things that proves we went to the moon was that NASA
No.
they shoot lasers up to the moon, and then the lasers.
No.
How fast is the moon?
Listen. I'm just asking.
How
Like,
fast
is
is
that
the moon moving perpendicular to your position when you're looking at it?
Huh?
How fast is the moon moving perpendicular to your position as you're looking at it?
I don't know the exact distance.
Thousands of miles per hour.
You don't think they can just move the laser in
Hold
accordance
on.
to that?
Oh, the laser's hitting the moon. Is it reflecting back at them?
No, it's like reflecting in a different direction, though.
Reflecting in a different direction. Okay. What's reflecting?
They have mirrors
they
that
have
they
a
put
mirror.
on the moon.
Have you seen?
No,
Have you seen this purported mirror? 1 meter by 1 meter mirror, right?
Yes.
Across how many miles?
Quarter of a million.
Quarter of a million miles, and they hit a 1 meter by 1 meter target at a 250,000 miles. That's moving 1,600 miles per hour.
Bro, Tom Brady can't even do that. Tom Brady ain't about to do that. Come on now.
Tom Brady's a human being. They have automated lasers.
This is a
Automated
fantasy
lasers,
story.
nigga.
This is a fantasy story.
You say that they hit it, even before the mirrors were up. They said that
This
they hit it. And
this is something that is. Hold on. If that's your proof, you have no proof. That is a fantasy.
Wait.
but-
Yeah, wait. You're missing the point. Yeah, Tom Brady is a human being, and he can hit a freaking target that's even smaller. But no, dude, listen. These guys are not shooting lasers to the moon. How did they even get to the moon in the first place?
A rocket.
A rocket.
That's what I just.
Have you ever been to the Smithsonian? Have you ever been to the Smithsonian Institute?
No.
I have. Have you ever seen the actual lunar module or the Apollo capsule?
No.
Okay. Do you know how thin the walls are on them?
No.
3 sheets of paper of aluminum. And by the way, they're riveted together. Have you ever seen the walls of the vacuum chamber in the United States? Do you know what it takes? Do you know what it takes to depressurize that? It takes 8 foot of concrete, steel reinforced concrete, and 3 days, and it still sucks the air in through the concrete.
Yeah, but 3 sheets of aluminum can cover that, Mimas. You don't understand it.
I don't think you understand the magnitude of force.
Is that the real rocket, or is that a replica?
No, hold on.
No, this is the actual. This is an actual vacuum chamber.
What?
Listen,
I meant the rocket.
Vacuum chamber.
Not
requires
everyone.
8 foot of concrete.
The one at the stadium at Goddard Space Museum is the real one that they flew to the moon, and that's what they say. What I was saying is they got a signal back from the moon before they went to the moon. They said they bounced the laser off it before they went there,
Yeah,
and then they.
By the way, that's just true. Oxford was firing lasers at the moon and bouncing them back. They were firing radio waves at the moon and bouncing them back. The moon was reflecting everything before then.
And I heard the moon's a black body, but let's just
reflect a laser if it's a rock.
Exactly. That's what I was just gonna get into. Listen, not everyone even agrees. Real quick. Not everyone even agrees that the moon is a rock. Okay, and this isn't even coming from just flat earthers. Even back in the day, before they claimed they were gonna go launch themselves to the moon, people were like, "That's not true." And I'll try to dig it up. There's a German like engineer or some scientist or something back in like 1968. He's like, yeah, they're not gonna land on the moon. It's not land. Now, I was very much a globe believer, just like most other people. I ain't never believe in no moon landing, bro. Are you serious? Like, how many of you guys in here also were like that too?
Oh, wait, I'll put it to you like this: I believed in the moon landing, but I did not believe that anything they showed us was real because I knew it wouldn't work.
Okay, that's perfect because actually we were playing a clip earlier where this girl was saying, I mean, they asked the girls on Fresh and Fit, "Do you girls think we went to the moon?" And only one of them was like, "Yeah," and the rest of them said no. Okay, let me just play that real quick actually because it's super funny. Here, let me play it.
All right.
Why now?
We got why now goes. What are your
different
thoughts
ladies.
on the moon landing, real or fake, or y'all don't have the brain cells to answer? Okay. How many of you think that the moon landing was real? Raise your hands.
It was real.
Okay, one. Only one. The rest of you guys don't think the moon landing was real?
No.
What? I believe it happened, but I don't believe the pictures were real.
Oh my god.
I don't believe it happened, and I don't believe.
Why
it
would they
was
fake the
real.
pictures?
How would they fake the picture? It's funny.
TikToks may explain this shit. They explain the whole of
Why
how
would they
the
fake the
shadow is
pictures?
off and da 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 da.
They're so proud of that. Why would they fake it?
Okay. All right.
Moving
So
on.
Yeah, next.
Because
five.
they don't want y'all to know what the real moon
Only
looks like.
only one person think the
Why?
moon landing was real.
Yes.
Well, one girl on panel.
Okay, so like even like it's not common that everyone just believes, yeah, we landed on the moon. First of all, and don't let me sit here and try to compare the moon to a rainbow, but you can't land on a rainbow, right? Not everything is an object. So I certainly don't think the moon is a rock or land or dirt. I look up in the sky and I do not think there's earth or dirt or land up there. There's no land to land on anyway. And so that's not uncommon. A lot of people do not think that there's dirt up there to go quote land on, even if they believe in the globe.
It just looks like a rock, doesn't it?
No, does it? No, it doesn't.
How does it look
think
like a
think
rock?
of a new
It has
moon.
craters. It has.
Wait,
Hold on, I have a
wait.
huge rock collection. I'm a rock hound. I collect gemstones. I've never seen a rock with craters.
Wait, hold on. Wait, Captain, what is a new moon?
Isn't that the black one?
Yeah. So what's happening there? If it's a physical rock, how come nobody sees it for like however much time that is? I heard it's up to like 3 days. You don't even see the moon. If it's a physical rock.
Because the sun, it's not shining on it.
Nobody on the earth can see it?
Not the people in that location, no.
So if the moon's not like hiding behind the earth or anything, or like, what do you think causes the phases of the moon? Is it the earth or what?
It's the moon turning and the earth. It's orbiting the earth.
No. From my understanding, it's not has to do with the earth blocking the sun. Am I right, boys, or what? They're saying
what
that
it is their claim is that the moon is tidally locked with the sun. And so it always, no matter where it's facing on Earth, doesn't matter, it's always facing the exact same position to the sun.
Or the earth or the sun?
The sun.
Okay.
So its spin is tidally locked not to Earth, but to the sun.
Okay.
And so as it spins around Earth, it's always only ever facing the sun.
Okay.
On the one side.
And so, like, if it's a rock that shines from the sun and not being it's not like the light's not being blocked by the earth. What's going on with the new moon? If it's a rock, right, glows from the sun, and it's like dark for 3 days. Nobody sees it. We're all on the earth, different sides of the earth. How come we don't see it? Like, that's what I'm saying. Is I don't think the moon is what people think it is. We don't know what it is.
Well, there's no proof that there's anything going on in the sky other than something visual. We don't know we don't know what any of the celestial bodies, that's all I refer to them as, because I don't know what they are. I don't even begin to speculate that I know what they are. They're celestial bodies. I don't know what they are. I don't know their nature. I don't know what powers them. I don't know if they self-illuminate. I don't know if they are illuminated.
Right.
These are unanswerable questions because we cannot reach them to test them.
Right.
I mean, why does it make you? I can tell you're a little irritated. Why does it make you irritated?
No. You can't tell that it makes me irritated.
Wait, I want to hear what were you trying to say?
CB, do I sound irritated, or is this just how I always sound?
You're always like this, but I'm curious.
Yeah.
What were you going to say? Irritated when what? Irritated when what?
When I say the moon landing is real.
Oh, we're not irritated. It's just
Oh
that
no, I'm not irritated at that.
I'm not
What you
irritated
said was
There
a
was a
fantastical
smart
nonsense.
philosopher. He said,
because
"I know that I don't know."
I like
Yes.
that. But like, I'm not irritated. It's just that like it's not a default position. Even people who believe in the globe like staunchly, which was me, never believed in the moon landing. You heard those girls on Fresh and Fit. Do you think those are flat earthers?
Well, they were on TikTok. They said they got it from TikTok. TikTok
No,
tells you
that's
to do
not.
which thing.
I understand, but like you understand. Even in that clip, there were 7 girls on that panel. Only 2 of them. One of them thought the moon landing, as it was presented, was real. One of them said, "You know what? I don't think what they presented was real, but I do think we went to the moon." And the other 5 girls said, "Nah, it's cap. I don't believe in the moon landing." So the only purpose me bringing that up is to say that it's not a default automatically default position that yes, we landed on the moon. Not everyone agrees with that. Even I believed in
Sure.
the globe, but never believed
I didn't say it was
moon
a
landing.
default. I was asking why he was mad. Sure, I'll buy that it might not be true, but then I guess this is the common question that comes after is like, why did Russia and the United States spend so much money and kill so many people trying to get there?
They
Especially the
didn't.
United States.
What do you mean?
If it
What
was
do you
just gonna
mean?
be on the studio,
Wait. What do you mean
they
spend so
blew up
much
the
money to get
Challenger.
there?
They blew up the Challenger.
The
All the
Challenger
money
wasn't
towards the
going to the moon.
rockets and NASA.
Hold on. Let's say I own a big giant corporation and I want to hide my money and I put it into all this research and development that I want to hide. And so I just say I was doing something else with it when the tax man comes.
But it
You don't know
wasn't
what
okay.
you don't know what they spent that money on, right?
The rockets.
Really? Do you think
There's a bunch of
the U.S. Air
employees
Force?
and
Do you think
okay,
the U.S. Air Force? Hold on. Do you think the U.S. Air Force spent $12,500 on a toilet seat?
okay, that's the Air Force spends a lot of money ridiculously,
Oh
but
no.
a
I'm not
rocket
talking
that
about just the
size.
Air Force. I'm talking about the Air Force. I'm talking about NASA. I'm talking about the Pentagon in general. I'm talking about the government. Whether it's the executive, legislative, or judicial branches, there's a lot of graft. There's a lot of fraud. There's a lot of write-offs that don't make any sense. You know, did you know we have 750 public military bases in other countries, not in the
Yeah,
United States?
yeah.
750.
That's how we
public
control
ones.
them.
There's another 150 that are purportedly secret or unmanned. The black budgets we have are unbelievable. It would blow your mind. The United States could go to war with the entire rest of the world and win.
I fucking love memes, dude.
Maybe not.
Said
Maybe not
China, of
China.
course.
China has an equal.
No, China is a big fat paper tiger. China
China
has
asshole.
nothing. Yeah,
Well,
China number 3.
They can send human waves for days, bro, and nukes.
No, human
Don't
no,
trust
listen.
China asshole.
Listen. Let's debunk this one thing. There will never ever be, and there could never ever be, any kind of invasion on the continent of North America, ever.
No,
Well,
hell
of course,
no.
but they wouldn't win the war, and especially they couldn't even win Vietnam with the technology and they had no technology back then in Vietnam. So, what makes you think they could take over the whole world? But this is irrelevant. But yeah,
Hold on. First of all, the United States. I have to say this too. Did you know the United States was not at war in Vietnam?
Oh shit.
Oh, so millions of soldiers are just lying.
Well, first of all, it was 78,000. Okay, but on the other hand, let's put it like this. Let me put no. Hold on. Every official statement is the conflict in Vietnam. The soldiers were called advisors, and war was never declared.
Oh, okay,
Wow.
that's interesting. Sure, but we
Yes,
just blow up
war was
everything
never
over.
declared. It was a conflict, and when the United States went in there, French rubber interest and German oil interest were immediately protected. So, what was the purpose of the conflict in Vietnam?
To stop communism.
Okay, I mean the real purpose. What did they do? They protected German and French interest. They protected their commercial allies.
The French have been kicked out of Vietnam for 300 years before that.
They were protecting their commercial allies. That is the job of the United States. It is not to win wars. It is to protect commercial interest.
And they brought millions.
They still lost, is my point.
I mean, bro, we're on YouTube, so we can't go too deep into this. But just look at the last 3 years. I'm gonna have to speak in code because we're on We're on YouTube, so I got to speak in some code.
Oh
We're not.
man.
So
So you're
listen,
saying the military stuff in Afghanistan was smart? So you're saying they
No,
were doing something wrong?
no.
No
I'm
way.
saying I'm saying that they lost even they lost in Afghanistan. They lost in Vietnam. They lost
yeah,
all these
but
wars, man.
listen,
So,
yeah,
so you say they don't do it with strategy? They don't know what they're doing, but they
But
know
Hold
what.
on.
But
this
they
is
know what
irrelevant
Assad
to
does.
The
the fire thing
purpose,
anyway.
hold on. The purpose of the United States military when it acts in interest of its European partnerships, which is what it was doing in Afghanistan, that's what it was doing in Vietnam. The last time the United States went to war for any kind of what they would call legitimate reason was Korea. That's the last time. After that, it's always only ever been for the commercial interest, mostly of its European friends.
Do you live in America?
Yes, I'm extremely American.
Do you love your country?
I adore my country.
All right. So why are you talking shit about it then?
I'm not talking shit. I didn't say I disagree with any of this.
You're
I'm just
saying that
giving you the
America
facts.
is not
I am not.
fighting for freedom.
Here's the problem: is that when you look at the function of the empire, when you look at how it functions, you're automatically thinking
He's
of it
like
in
the people
terms.
talking
You're,
about.
you're
He's
thinking
like
of
the
it.
people talking about Cat Williams. Oh, why is Cat Williams coming after Black excellence? No, these motherfuckers just lied and stole jokes. It's not that deep, man.
Yeah.
Right. Well
So,
said. What up, Elijah? Good to see you, man. Go ahead.
what's up,
Go ahead,
Elijah?
Enos.
But anyway, you're assuming that the purpose of the United States going to war is actual warfare, when the reality is it's just the joke. They are the world police.
Yeah.
We are
Yeah,
the
and
world
what do you
police.
think? Yeah,
It is not our job to win a war because it's not wars that we're fighting.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Just look at the last 3 years. Let me just say this real quick. This is a quick point. The last 3 years, I guess it was 2024, so 4 years. But people try to say, oh, well, Russia was going against America. Like, no, dude. They all work together. Lockstep.
Yeah, one big group, one big
Mhm.
group.
Oh, Russia doesn't like America. Well, how come they all literally moved in lockstep? Like, what do you mean? No, the whole world is a stage.
China definitely does not like America. That's a fact.
Mm.
They're only in it for the money.
What did they did exactly what America did the last 3 years, right?
Look,
This
from the
whole
position-
juju.
Yeah, they've been trying to invade Taiwan, and America's been saying no. Now they're
Look,
gonna
from
do
the
it.
position, there are positions in this world of power and those who are segregated from power or isolated from power, people like you and I. And if you're thinking as someone who's never seen power from behind the scenes, you probably don't understand that how it works at the top. Between nations, there are no laws and there are no rules. There is no government of the world. All of these nations act in completely anarcho interest. They act in their own interest. And a lot of times these interests line up. And so you'll find lots of cooperation between what everyone down below the houses of power thinks is conflict when it's really not.
Donald Trump is the whistleblower in all this. Do you think Donald Trump is the savior of America?
No.
All right, so you're a liberal.
No.
You say also you're not a Christian. I assume you're liberal. If you're not a Christian,
Hell
don't like Donald
no.
Trump, you have to be a liberal.
Who said I didn't like Donald Trump? You asked
said
if he
he's
was
not
like the
the
leader
savior
of
of
the free
America.
world. No. Doesn't mean I
Okay,
don't.
first of all, the savior of America is going to be America's collapse.
No. It's gonna be
Yes.
Donald Trump bringing Christianity back and
What
stealing it from
the
the crazy
fuck?
No.
people.
Oh, okay. Well, let's say if Donald Trump manages that, that's going to be collapse.
No,
It's going to be collapse.
We are always a Christian nation, and we will return to that.
Look, hey, you're thinking I'm disagreeing with you, but I'm not. There's a
How's that a collapse?
significant, but unless you've read about things like the Spanish Civil War, then I don't think you understand just what kind of precipice we're actually on.
Okay, how is Christianity going to be the collapse of America?
You asked about Trump, dude.
Yeah, I said
Bro.
he's going to bring back Christianity and save this country from the crazy gay
He
people.
already been in office for. He's already been around. He's already been around. He didn't do that already.
But back then he didn't have the power. He didn't have the power.
The United States, no matter what you hear from the talking heads, the United States is 74% Christian. over 50% of Americans even believe in a young Earth. This is still a Christian nation. Just because there's some loud people screaming.
Oh, and they have a
doesn't
lot of
mean it
influence.
isn't.
The
They have a lot of influence in.
abortion, transgenders.
Bro,
Okay,
Trump is
did,
funny
These are
and
all
shit, but he's
legal.
not that.
hold
He's
on.
not that dude.
He is.
He's not.
Well, let me
And
ask you this.
when he was
That's the
president,
guy,
he
bro.
fixed our economy. When he was president, he fixed our economy,
Look,
right? And he was
I'm gonna say this.
planning
I'm
to
gonna
get our
say this.
soldiers out of Afghanistan, and Joe Biden finished what he started in Afghanistan.
Look, here's what I'm gonna say is Trump actually did replace 2 circuits of judges. The 5th and 6th courts, he basically replaced. And he also made the Supreme Court conservative. They overturned Roe versus Wade.
Days.
He actually did replace a lot of the federal power in which liberal legislation was being passed down to the public. Now, in that sense, he actually upheld a lot of his end of the bargain, and nobody wants to think about that. I know there's a lot of haters who are like, he didn't do anything.
Liberals,
No, they're not
children of the
liberals.
lie.
They're
They are
not
children
liberals.
of the lie. Liberals. Their father is
No,
Satan.
they're not liberals. They're just idiots.
Yeah. What do you think
liberals,
liberal
bro.
means?
I know
Yeah, liberal.
I know plenty of conservatives who are stupid.
Right, but I only know stupid liberals.
That's true, but I do know plenty of stupid conservatives too.
Yeah, and just like with flat Earth, it doesn't give you a free pass, right?
Yeah.
Like being a flat earther does not give you some free pass to just say whatever you want. You can be a weirdo and be a flat earther too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you're also lumping in together middle ground liberals with far leftists. There's a difference there.
Yeah, that's a good point, Grace, because we've met some certain flat earthers that are a little bit more. They're not as
Centrist.
conservative. They're a little bit more, yeah. And so,
I
like,
call
it's
them
not a
centrist. Yes,
Mhm.
they're centrist people.
There's lies, and then there's the truth. You can't be somewhat in a lie. You are a liar. You are working for the father of lies, Satan. No such thing as middle liberal. You think Donald Trump's not a whistleblower, but when COVID was happening, we all knew it was a phony virus, and he was the only
Hey,
person
whoa,
in
we're on
politics
Rumble. We're
saying
on
that.
YouTube, bro. We're on YouTube. You gotta chill out. We're on,
Yo,
speak.
we gotta do
Let's
a fashion
not talk
fit.
about that. Let's skip that subject. Let's skip that subject.
Yeah, we're not on Rumble, bro. So you gotta
We
chill
gotta
out.
pull a
Skip
fashion
that
fit. Let's go to Rumble.
He was
Let's go to Rumble.
he was Mr. Vaccine back then.
Whoa,
No, he
whoa,
wasn't. No, he
you gotta
wasn't.
speak hey, listen. We're on YouTube, guys. Be careful, man.
Right.
Like, if you want to
The-
make a point about that, you got to speak in code. You can't say those words when we're on YouTube.
The Flovid virus was
Now, they
fake.
can't even say the V word, but like, just easy, man. Chill out. But listen, Trump. I listen. I rock with Trump, but he's not that dude. Like you're trying to say. Like, oh, he's gonna
What
save
has
us
he
all.
done that?
Look,
What has he done that's not that dude? What has he done that's not that dude? That's not
Listen, if I were to, if you're 100 years from now, if there's a historian looking back, let's say 300 years from now, Trump is the predecessor of something that's coming. He's not the guy, but something's
But he
coming
has to set
after.
up.
I like him.
Trump is doing a layup. He's setting the ball up for someone to slam dunk it. That could be true. That's something that could be true.
It's like Trump is like Moses. He's setting up Jesus to come.
Now, let's not be retarded here. These are not.
How?
These are not. These are not. These are not biblical people.
Or if I'm gonna be more accurate, Trump is like, well, I'm not saying he is, but he is like Jesus. He's setting up Joseph Smith to come.
No, I don't think so. Are you a Mormon?
Yeah.
Okay.
I grew up as a Mormon. I know some Mormon stuff.
Base.
Trump's not that. I mean, I rock with Trump like a lot of the people do, but not to the level of like he's gonna save us. I need him, type of thing.
Yeah, I definitely not. I don't think you should look at any man. I don't think you should put that kind of trust in any man.
Yeah, dude, it should be on you. Like,
yeah,
put that trust in yourself.
I should be on Jesus, and it was prophesied by Kim Kimberly that Donald Trump was going to be the savior from Jesus for America. That's what I believe.
Who's Kim Kimberly?
It's a prophet. It's an American prophet.
No, we don't know that.
No.
But she has prophecies that have came true already, so I don't know.
Like what? Like what?
I could pull up a whole list.
Drop a channel. Drop a link. Kim Kimberly. But yeah, listen. I mean, We don't need some guy to save us.
Yeah.
You know, at the end of the day. So he's not telling
What
the
are
people the
you
earth
gonna
is
do?
flat either.
What are you gonna do when the liberals take over and BLM starts moving to your city?
Do you
Take over
want
burning
how?
your
to
building?
hear? I'm going to give you a cold. This is going to be a good reality check for you.
My city's
All
based,
these
so we
people,
good.
all these people who are liberals and these crazy BLM people and these feminists, all of their ideologies are going to die with them in this generation because they don't have children.
Ooh, shit. How are they gonna
That's a good.
take over? Take over how?
Well,
With
it's gonna
what?
be a
Like doing
it's gonna be
slut
a
marches in the
revolution.
street? They're gonna
No,
do
burn,
slut. They're gonna
bro.
do a.
Liberals are more powerful than that. Have you seen BLM, bro? They will burn your whole city to the ground to get what they want.
No,
No, but see,
those things
see,
are
my
unleashed
town.
on the public
See,
in
but
order to unify the public against them.
oh, that's good. But see, here's the thing. It depends on where you live. Because where I live, fucking, it's based. It's like Texas. I live in Ohio. It's like Ohio. It's like Texas 2.0. We rock with guns. We rock with legislation. We're not about to
Nobody's gonna
let some
even
liberals
try
take over.
stepping foot in Ohio, bro. No one's gonna invade Ohio. Don't worry.
Nobody's taking over Ohio or Texas. Like I'm
No,
not worried
nobody
about
wants to.
that.
Yeah, I'm in
No,
Georgia,
Ohio's lit.
and
Ohio's
the
lit.
only stuff that happens here is maybe you get some spray paint on a Confederate monument. That's about it.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
No, Ohio's lit.
Isn't
I
that where
mean,
they?
don't be hating, bro.
Isn't
I'm
that
just
where they put
saying.
the George Floyd statue up?
No,
Oh, might be wrong with that one.
there's no George Floyd statue
But
here.
see, but
There
listen,
was.
like there's places like even after the Coco thing, legislation was created to say this ain't never gonna happen again. They did that in Texas. They did that here in Ohio. So liberals ain't about to take over shit. At least not here. You know. So.
Bro, isn't Texas becoming liberal now? Isn't Houston like 100% liberal?
No, you're thinking of Austin.
In
Oh
California.
yeah, Austin.
And Austin was always weird. Austin was always the little blue spot on Texas. It always was.
It's not like Houston, right?
No, not Houston. Houston's super red.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like there's places where I don't think there's a place you can escape to. But there are going to be places that are more based than others.
Yeah.
And so like obviously California is not that place, even though geographically.
Also, too, you have to understand that this is part of living as a human on Earth in the material world.
Right.
This place, heaven was not meant for Earth. You will never find utopia or perfection here.
It's inside of you. Heaven is inside of you.
Earth is always going to be a struggle. Because if it weren't, then you have no growth. If you weren't born into a world like this, you would never realize yourself.
Do you look at this like a training ground, or what do you think the purpose of a life like this is then, Mimas?
It's a test.
If we just call it a training ground, as a training ground, I think that satisfies all the prerequisites.
Okay.
You can say that. Yeah, I view it more as like a test, if you want to be with God or not. But I'm a Mormon, so it's not like you'll never be with God.
Well, see, that's
I
why
like
training
that.
ground is fine, because that covers everything.
Right.
Yeah. Some people say it's
But
not
even
like a school, but I tend to think it is probably closer to that. But I don't have the answers. Although I do like what you said there. You said like, what did you say about getting closer to God? I like that. I think
if you
that's
wanna
part of the
be with
mission.
God,
Yeah.
you have to. Yeah, that's the Mormon belief. Is that we came down
That's
here. We used to have
cool.
lots of heaven.
I resonate with that a lot, actually. I'm Creation Bear. I rock with the creator. But I do think part of the goal is getting closer and closer to that creator. Although we see that a lot of people are trying to run away from that. So
That we used to all be in heaven. Well, this is the Mormon belief. We all used to live in heaven with God. We had lives in heaven, and then our memories got wiped when we came to earth. And now it's like it's a test to see if we really want to be with Him, because you can't know if you've been in heaven if you really want to be there, right?
I like that. It's so deep.
I actually know the Mormon lore.
Do you rock with it, or you disagree?
It's not for me.
Well, are you gonna bring up the black people?
Well, based off what he said, what do you disagree with me, Miss? I don't know much about Mormons, but what he said though seems to like resonate with me, that you want to like, do you rock with the creator or not? You know. And we see a lot of people are running away from it. They're like, no, I want to try and avoid that. I want to go against the grain. I want to be agnostic. I want to do nasty things, and so I do resonate with that. Although I
Every
don't know anything
human
about
being.
Mormonism.
You say you watch Jesse Lee Peterson?
A little bit back in the day.
Then you would know every human being is possessed by that same nature that the liberals have. You have it inside of you. It just manifests in different ways.
Probably, I
That
wouldn't
possess
doubt that.
fallen nature.
I wouldn't
So
doubt that. Fallen state.
the liberals want to have gay B-sex or like
Yeah,
segs
we're on YouTube.
with a G.
Yeah.
and you want to do whatever sin you do, right? It's the same possession. All sins are equal. But are we getting off? I know you're on YouTube. Is this a flat Earth
we're off
live?
topic.
That's deep. That's deep. That's
We're off
interesting. But
topic.
save us, Mimas. Yeah.
Yeah. What
This is a
what
flat
was
Earth live,
our main
right?
topic was? See, I know in Mormon theology that planets are necessary.
We don't own our own planets. We might, but it's not really like a. We
I
don't care
know,
about
but
it.
planets are necessary for the theology, right?
How so?
Well, some Mormons do get planets, right?
We could be like, well, we're like angels ruling over them. We don't create the planets, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So I mean, there's a big interest in keeping it that way, and so I rarely meet a Mormon flat earther because it's directly against their theology.
I can't
Right.
say I've met
Like I
one.
said, the Earth is a realm. I just can't get over the programming, bro, because I just cannot see the Earth being anything other than a globe.
Well, here, if I took away space, then like if it's let's say it's space, let's just delete outer space. Because they say the Earth moves, right?
Yeah.
So we take space away. Like, how does the globe move then? Right? It's like how we don't have a moving Earth because it has to be moving through an outer space, right?
Right.
So if there's nowhere for it to move through, then what? So what we're trying to say is like that medium. You first off, you have to delete outer space because what a lot of people do when presented with flat Earth is they take the globe. They've got the sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars. But they take Earth, smash it down into something flat, and they go, "Well, so you must be thinking this, right?" And I think that's where a lot of people get confused. What we're saying is that there is no flat Earth floating around in outer space. The Earth doesn't move. Like, so, I can understand why it would be difficult if you think, well, there's still outer space. So how does it all work? Like, take away space, and what are you left with? You're not left with just a globe Earth just sitting there by itself.
But
So
how can you just take out like the crucial thing?
it's not crucial. That's the important. It's actually the thing that you need to. It's like I think it's the most important thing to take away. Probably is the outer space. And so here's the question we asked Homeboy earlier: can you have gas pressure without a container?
No, it would go everywhere.
There you go. You have to have some sort of container for gas pressure. Well, what they're
So
saying
what-
with the globe Earth, let's just help you out. Because like maybe you've heard of like rap music, right? I'm riding around on 24s, right? They got big rims and stuff like that, right? So what they're saying with the globe Earth is they're riding around on 3959s miles. Their rims are so big, they're saying that they don't need tires anymore. And we're saying that sounds crazy. Like at what point, how can you just take a rim with a tire, right? You've got the tire, you've got the high pressure inside the tire. Well, let's just increase the size of it. So now it's the size of a planet. You can just take the tire off. You don't need a tire anymore. The gas pressure will just stay there. That's what they're saying. We're challenging that, saying
Where's
that
the
doesn't
gas
seem to
pressure?
make sense.
What are you talking about? Gas pressure.
The gas pressure is what you breathe right now. You're breathing air.
You exist at about 14.7 psi right now.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's because my science teacher said because the air stacked on top of it weighs down. That's why there's air pressure.
That's not how gas works.
It doesn't work that way.
Gas is constantly expanding in every direction at 2,000 miles per hour.
You said it yourself.
But gas has a weight, right?
No. Gas moves
So
freely in all directions.
we've measured weight. We've measured the weight of air.
Yes,
Though.
we compress it. We
Very
compress
easy.
it and put it into what? In order to
A
weigh it, we compress it and put it into what?
A balloon.
a container.
No, container. Because the only way to weigh gas is to pressurize it and put it into a container.
Because yeah, okay, I get what you're saying, but like because then you'd be measuring the entire air, and they have done that rather than just a specific
They've
sample.
never
of air.
measured. They've never weighed the entire atmos.
Well, the fact that you
ever.
know that we exist at 14.5 psi is how they
No,
measured
that's
it.
measurement of pressure.
Yeah, that's not
Right.
weight.
This is great. Actually, I love the rubber's finally meeting the road here tonight. So you're starting to realize here's the problem. We're saying that to have any air pressure here on the Earth, if you want to demonstrate gas pressure, it's going to have a container. We're saying if you want to extrapolate that out, increase the size of the Earth, it still has to have a container. The Earth is contained. There is no outer
The
space.
Earth. But okay, how can the Earth be? Can it be contained and have outer space?
No, because outer space is the vacuum. There's no what if we look at the pictures from space? There is no container there.
The atmosphere is containing the Earth.
That is the air that
Yeah,
needs
the gas
to be
is not the
contained.
container. The gas is not the container.
That is the gas. The atmosphere is the gas. Okay, we're saying that atmosphere must be contained. Has to be. That's how gas laws work. And there's no way to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. And so what they're saying is like, well, you can just make it bigger, and then you don't need a container anymore. I'm calling cap. I'm calling cap.
Let me just help you out a little bit. Let's imagine that, like you're saying, the gas is holding the gas, which is completely incoherent. But at the boundary on the edge, where space is, that gas would fill the available volume as per gas laws. It would expand to fill the space. So that now there's no gas holding that other gas down, and so that gas would expand to fill the available volume, and so on until you have no gas.
They say that because air has mass, we know it has mass, that the Earth's gravity pulls on it, and that's why it doesn't fly out into space, because the Earth is pulling down on it.
We know what they say.
Yeah, we know what they say, but when we test it in reality, under experimental conditions, you can get vacuum chambers and you can get gas, and you can see if the gas is held down where gravity is strongest. It's not held down at all. It violates all known gas laws.
You're
How do you
creating a
simulate it?
vacuum.
Yeah, also
on
with a
Earth.
container. Also with a container. You don't even get a vacuum without a container. So there's that too. You
Because
must
you're creating the
have a
vacuum
container.
on a planet that already has gravity.
No, it doesn't.
Hold on, let's do this. Well, let's do this. What's gravity?
Gravity is when bigger things, they have a stronger pull on smaller things.
Nope.
Give
us an example.
Gravity.
Give us an example.
So the
Give me an
sun is
example.
bigger. The sun
Nope.
is bigger than the Earth.
Don't give me the lore. Don't give me the lore. Give me an
All
example of that.
right. I'll give you an example.
Give me an IRL example.
When you get a blanket and you put a ball on it, a big ball, and you put a smaller ball, the smaller ball will go in the hole of the bigger ball.
You're talking about the trampoline demonstration of a bowling ball in the middle of a trampoline, and all the other balls fall towards it.
That's
right?
the bending and warping of space time. That's not
that's
mass
not a
attracting mass.
force. That's
No.
Okay. First of all, let's just get this straight. You described mass attraction, which was overturned in 1914 because it doesn't work, and then you described the bending and warping of space time, which is a conceptual dimension that can't be proved to exist.
Okay,
I don't know. Hold on, wait, real quick, Cap. We just need to highlight this real quick, and we'll tell you how it was disproved in 1914. You might not realize there's actually two versions of gravity. You hit on both of them, actually. The first one you represented was mass attracting mass. This is Newton's version, that heavier things, like a bigger mass, will attract a smaller mass. And I asked you for an example. Obviously, this doesn't happen. You've met fat people. They don't attract you, not literally and figuratively. You're not attracted to them.
Because They're not as
right?
big
Because
as the
mass
sun.
does not attract small. Mass doesn't
No, because
attract mass.
they're not big
Now
enough to have such a strong.
doesn't
There
matter.
is a.
Doesn't matter.
I think they've measured
Because
it.
I
There
can
is
give
a
you bigger.
minor gravitational pull.
I can hold on, real quick, because I can give you bigger things like buildings. You're not like magnetized to buildings or bigger masses. Okay, so that's just it. You need to know that there's a difference between that and then the sheet of trampoline with the heavy ball. That's what they're trying to do with that is highlight this bending and warping of space-time. Mass attracting mass and bending and warping of space-time are two different versions of gravity. That's Einstein's version, and then you have Newton's version, which is mass attracting mass. They're not actually compatible.
Let's take the first one. You said why do buildings attract? Because they're not big enough. If you look at the Earth, bring up your boy Neil deGrasse Tyson again.
Don't give me lore.
If you look at the Earth,
I would want an example
hold
of this
up.
in real time.
Hold on a second. No.
Right.
We can't do mass attracting mass because it's been overturned.
Okay, I'm asking.
Yeah, they don't
you,
even
how
rock
does
with
it get
that anymore. Einstein. They moved on to Einstein's
They
version.
moved on to Einstein. They claim it's the
How did it
bending
get
and
overturned
warping
in
of
the first
space-time.
place?
Like with the
How did
sheet,
they
with
what?
the sheet of trampoline and the ball. That's the new idea now.
That's the new idea.
But just
That's
because they
not.
made a new idea doesn't mean the old one gets overturned.
Yeah,
Yes,
it
it
does because they're
does.
not different.
That
I
just
can
means
read
now
you a
there's
quote.
two ideas.
Bro,
Now there's
bro,
two ideas.
I can read you.
Somebody post the article and read it.
Yeah, I can read you a quote. First of all, Newton and Einstein's, they're contradictory. They don't have the same reference frames. It doesn't work together. Here's an introduction to General Relativity by Lewis Ryder from Cambridge. Since Newton's theory is inconsistent with special relativity, it must be abandoned.
Oh shit!
What? How? They just said that.
It's inconsistent. It doesn't work. You can only have one or the other.
Right,
The two
because
don't work.
Newton's gravity
Also,
was
who wrote that
incoherent.
article?
Newton's gravity was
Who wrote that article?
incoherent with reality. That would mean you would have to have instantaneous force across billions of miles.
Hey, Captain
Who wrote the
Cook,
article? What?
how can an anvil weigh more in a vacuum chamber when all the gas is sucked out? If gas has weight, if gas has physical weight to it.
How does an anvil weigh more?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking. If that happened, then I guess I'd be wrong. But I don't know what
Well,
you're
if
talking about.
what happens to an anvil in a vacuum chamber when the air is sucked out? Does it weigh more or less?
I think it'd weigh less.
It weighs more.
Well, you also have to realize that we
No,
factor for
no.
the air. The
If it
scales
weighs
factor for
more,
the air.
yes. Okay, the thing you have manipulated is what? The medium in which it exists.
Can you show me where the anvil weighs more?
Just look it up, man.
Yeah,
It's everywhere.
yeah, we can get it for you. We'll get it for you, brother.
Yeah.
Does anybody have it in the chat panel? You guys have the GIF of the anvil and the Mercury.
Yeah, just like
Awesome. Hey, I just want to say, Cap, appreciate you, man. I did see you joined from. For anyone that is not familiar or aware, I sent a ping to the Cogdis room and said, hey, if anyone wants to come out of Cogdis, join the VC. And so him and another guy joined, and this has been a good conversation. I'm actually curious. Well, I'll have to take a look at why you got timed out. But this has been a good conversation, man. This is what this is all about. We're not trying to make you a flat earther, but we definitely want to give you some critical thinking skills, and you can go, do your own thing. The goal is not to have you believe what we say. We're trying to get people out of this just believe what dudes say mode anyway. So, like, you should go out on your own and, okay, you know what, they're saying it's a globe, and I hear maybe that's not true. Let me go and let me do my own little thing. Let me find out.
Yeah,
But what people
my only goal is for everyone to realize that all these voices in academia, it's all just some guy. That's it.
and
It's
that
some
guy
dude. That's it.
that guy actually is a lot like you, which you probably don't realize. In his mind, he's thinking there's some other guys out there
Yeah.
that have the answers figured out, and you think that just like he does. You're thinking, well, there's some other guys out there that figured it out. That, there's science and experts, and I know it sounds weird. Like it must be difficult to think that how could these flat earthers, this little Discord, how could these guys have figured out when there's so many smart people? Well, they may be smart, but they also just believe like you, or like most people do, and that's not a bad thing. Most people just believe, and so what people don't do is go out and check to see if whether their beliefs are true. So that's what you should do. We're not saying just believe what I say. I'm not trying to wave a magic wand over your head and say, become a flat earther. Yes, now we've got one more. It's more like, hey, bro, if you're a critical thinking person, then go out and check for yourself. And then if you never want to speak about flat Earth ever again, and you go out and oh shit, and you keep your mouth shut, I'm not even gonna be mad about that either. That would honestly not be dumb. That'd be smart if you kept your mouth shut. So, but like, we're just here to let you know, man. What they're telling us is not true, and you don't have to believe us. But one of these days, you'll go to the beach or something, a lake, and you'll be like, you know what? Let me just real quick. Let me take a look, and you might have that oh shit realization that a lot of us had too. So,
I
and
do.
look,
No, you can finish.
I'll just wrap it up. So, you can obviously see that flat earthers are getting spit on. It's like no one really wants to sign up to be a flat earther. Why would I be a flat earther in the first place? Well, I had that oh shit moment. So I have to just tell the truth. That's just what I do. So
That's a
maybe
very
you're yeah, go ahead.
that's I do appreciate that. It's very similar to Mormonism. Because a lot of people, even Christians, make fun of Mormons. But if you actually looked into it and stopped believing just what the Pope tells you just because he told you, you would see Mormonism is like the closest thing to the true Christian church, even though it's made fun of. So I think we're the same people fighting for different sides. I
Cool.
guess.
And flat earth doesn't even have to be like the main mission. A lot of people think, oh, why do you flat earthers? This must be the only thing you care about. Of course not. Some people like football, some people like different things, right? I like martial arts. I like flat earth.
You do
It's
Muay Thai?
huh?
Have you tried Muay Thai?
I do it all, man. I love it all. Like so, and sparring is a lot like debating, right? You're mentally sparring, and so there's a reason why I'm in here too. I want to spar with people. I want to have that back and forth. So, we're not necessarily here to get the numbers up, and we need one more flat earther today. It's more like it's great if you can go out and because you'll probably impact other people. A lot of this is indirect impact. We're on YouTube and Rumble. If I impact you a little bit, you might actually go out and impact indirectly 5, 6, 7, who knows, dozens of people just because of your behavior from this point on. So there's a lot.
Is there a scientific experiment I can do, like without much equipment? I don't have much equipment, right? But is there something I can do to see this for myself?
Go ahead, boy. Go ahead, boys.
Just think in your head how to bend water.
Water bends on
No,
its own due to
the
hydrogen.
problem here is it's a category error. You can't do experiments because experiments are a way to figure out a cause and effect relationship. You can test it and know that you are correct that the Earth is flat, but that you can't do that with the globe. You just have to take that on faith. Just like with gravity, Newton got debunked, and then Einstein got debunked, but they, in order to try to salvage the religion of the globe, they invented dark matter and dark energy, but it still doesn't work. So that's why they're looking for quantum mechanic or quantum gravity, because special relativity doesn't work with quantum mechanics. And we have experiments that prove that.
How do you explain gravity? I guess you don't explain it. You just say that it's like we don't know, right?
Yeah, you can even listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson tell you, I don't know what gravity is.
Do we even have to assert that there's something that there is something we don't know? We have density. Why do we have to add anything to that?
Because doesn't density imply gravity?
No. You're thinking of buoyancy. And buoyancy is a later addition.
Yeah.
Density is all we ever needed. and it's
Yeah.
what we use.
First, it was understood as Archimedes' principle.
And the helium balloon doesn't work on gravity somehow.
Then we went into relative density and we used it to measure things. And then it got called specific gravity with the advent of gravity. They've always incorporated this because this is the reason why things go up or down. Then they wanted an explanation for why there's a vector of up and down, and they invented the whole theory. It's not a scientific theory because it lacks any experimentation to actually validate it. It's just a layman's theory.
Yes, your life would not be any different. There would be no engineering principles and no buildings and no technology. Nothing in life would be remotely different if you had never heard of it.
It's a blanket laid on top of reality.
That
build
is
stuff,
interesting.
to build stuff, most people used to use water to build it flat. Now we use laser, but when you want to build something that's flat, you used to use water.
Yes, they would dig a water channel and make parallel lines off of it.
Let's see what that's the only thing. But yeah, I'll definitely have to look into it more because you have deconstructed some of my beliefs. I can't explain them at least. Is that all? Am I no longer a cognitive dissonance?
Yes,
no, you're out.
Correct, bro. I released you a long time ago. Amazing.
Yeah, just for coming here, you're out.
Yeah, bro. That's what this is all about.
Mad props to you,
Always
Cap.
the conversation. The conversations is where the rubber meets the road. We are not trying to recruit people, any of that. So the conversation is where the like I said, the rubber meets the road. We're on Rumble, YouTube. So the content, yeah, man. I value that a lot. So appreciate you
All
stopping
about
by.
content, man.
Go ahead.
I'll wait. Is it over? Because I'll stay in here. I'll just mute my mic if it's not. Listen.
If you have questions, man, the floor is yours. So obviously, if you have questions, just chime in. But you know how we do. We shoot the breeze and all that stuff. I might get some clips if it slows down. But if you have questions, there's a lot of people here that'd be willing to try and share what they know. It's like being in an NFL locker room. These guys have built themselves up in ways that you just think about it, right? You don't get to an NFL team unless you were kind of like a JV star, little league star, all these things, right? You've made it to the big leagues, and so there's a lot of people here with value to share. So I think questions are a good way to extract that value. So if you have some, throw them out there. There's plenty of people here with different angles to help you out with that. Go ahead, Sonny. What up, man?
Yeah, go ahead and ask us now. If you have any questions in mind right now, just go ahead and ask right now. Open floor.
This isn't really. It is kind of related. Do you think that NASA is going to the moon to send the first person of color and woman to the moon?
Personally,
we never was.
It's
they
all
never,
propaganda.
they never
will.
could go to. Yeah, they never could go to the moon. They didn't go, and they would never be able to go. So that's my
So what
stance
do
on
you
it.
think is going to happen in 2024?
They're not going to the moon. I guarantee it.
What's going to happen in 2024? There's going to be a lot of shouting on television, and everybody's Thanksgiving and Christmas dinners are going to be ruined. And there will be some kind of social revolution. That's about it.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm also already pretty sure they pushed that back again.
Yeah.
And only the Indians were on the moon. Only the Indians.
Kind of like
only the Indians.
Kind of like the social engineering that
7-Eleven on
we.
the moon.
Sorry, Mimas.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say it's kind of like the social engineering that you were speaking of. Almost like the last few years that we know about. The last 4 years or whatever. That kind of like where that ruined everybody's Christmas and Thanksgiving for a while there. So I can agree. I could see that. It'll just be another one of those.
Everyone has had millennials and older Zoomers coming home from college, ruining their dinners. Call me by my real name. Yeah.
Yeah, uproar in classrooms, literally. From the mouths of babes, there'll be truth.
So like there was some girls who got into like transgenderism in one of the local schools here, and the school shut them down, called the parents, and put them all in counseling. So like this idea that it's happening in all the schools, it's really not. It's just a few in the country.
So you're saying there are no chicks with dicks?
Yes, there has never been a chick with a dick.
That's a man.
Damn, that's homophobic and all this stuff, man.
Yes, facts. Yes.
No cap detected.
I think that's a CGI thing, by the way. Stop the cut. I don't think that's an actual thing.
You want to know what a woman is? Your mom.
An adult human female.
Your mom.
Yes.
Right. Good point, Jumpsy.
But
correct.
Right to the point.
But there are moms with dicks, no?
No. Can we get back on track though?
Yes.
Somebody save us, please. Gemsy, what up, man? Good to hear from you. And Sonny, good to hear from you as well. It's been a while. Richie, I don't think we spoke a lot, so what up, Richie? Mimas, man.
Hello.
You're the captain of the ship tonight. Well, let's go.
I'm the captain.
It seems like he still thinks that you can go to the moon, but the Van Allen radiation belts would supposedly kill anyone who went through them, and if you X-ray their so-called spacesuits, you can see right through them. So they had zero protection from any radiation. So how are they alive?
I think they got cancer. A lot of them get cancer, don't they?
No more than the public.
Yeah.
But isn't it like a coincidence that like a lot of them, like what is it, like 70% or something? I gotta look up the.
Of who? You say of them? What do you mean? Who?
Astronauts.
Nigga, no one's going anywhere. They're not getting cancer because of outer space, dude. They can just say whatever they want in the headlines. The fact is, outer space is completely capped. It's not a real thing. No one's going anywhere. You can't leave
Outer space.
reality.
Outer space is a story to replace something in your human soul that wants you to explore the world.
Yep.
And so what they do is
Yes.
they give you this thing to watch, this thing to see, and it serves as a metaphorical replacement for a desire to go into the unknown or to conquer or to find a new land and be a pioneer. Right?
Yeah, there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. Just give us money and we'll go for you. That's how they act. And you see these guys
Right.
walking into this rocket, but what you don't know is there's actually a slide that leads all the way down into a bunker underneath.
Yeah. You know what's funny is you could fit the entire population of the world comfortably in Texas.
Right.
In one American state, Texas.
I don't think they'd be comfortable, but
No, it's with less
still.
population, with less density than Paris, France.
Yo, this is why I like shows like Attack on Titan. They explore that idea that the wanting to get out of here. You know, test your boundaries. I think if you put a human being in a box, they're gonna want to try and poke the edges and the corners and
Yes,
see
they want to get to
its
the edges.
boundaries. 100%.
Yeah,
So what
NASA
they
is like
did-
the church of the walls. Don't go out beyond the walls.
Yes.
Exactly, Drace. You said it perfectly. Oh, we'll do it for you. You know, let us handle it. No. We found the book that says there's more to life. Sorry, I'm out of here.
It's funny because if you go driving around the United States, you're going to find just wide open sky country with nobody all over the place.
Get in an airplane. You'll see it in 2 seconds. You'll fly from your airport, right? You'll leave your little metro city or whatever. Get in a plane. Bam. Patches of land everywhere. Like, I mean, that's what it is for me. Ohio. You fly out of Cincinnati. Oh, wow. There's tons of nothing everywhere.
Yeah, and
So, like,
rather
yeah.
than rather than people going and wanting to explore and homestead and like build a new life somewhere. Rather than people getting together and doing those things, they've got them looking off into a place that satisfies that need. And Socrates would have called it the noble lie.
Not in Utah. In Utah, that you could basically own any land if you're a Mormon.
Yeah, I know. That's pretty basic of Utah, but still. And you can do that in there are some states where you can just, if you homestead for 3 years, you that's yours.
Do you think flat Earth is necessarily it has to be like an atheist or like a agnostic position to believe that the Earth is?
No.
Not flat Earth. My bad. Globe Earth.
No, it's not. No, I mean, for me, globe Earth is so complicated and so complex. It's in dire need of a creator too.
Right, but I mean,
even Matthew will say that.
Because they believe the Big Bang created everything, and then now there's planets.
I know, but even with their Big Bang, there's the Kalam cosmological argument, isn't there?
Right, but atheists they don't want to.
But you know what? You know what? First of all, atheism is shrinking. We got to put that out there right now. Atheism is not growing. There's not this big atheist movement that has any teeth. It's shrinking. Because
but atheism did grow with NASA and all this stuff.
It did grow for a while, and now atheism is now on the decline. It's on the outs again, and people are starting to on an intuitive level. I think people just know it's crap.
But I mean, if you're a globe earther, and somebody tells you that space is not real, gravity isn't real, and all these things, and you're still an atheist, it's like it's very hard to be an atheist and learn the truth of flat Earth, right?
Look, frankly, I think it's hard to be an atheist with anything. If you're an atheist, nobody's an atheist because of proof. They're atheists because of some emotional issue they have inside themselves, but it has nothing to do with evidence of anything. That's not why people are atheists. No one said, I saw an experiment and became an atheist.
No, that's what they say, but...
Well, no, but they're lying. When someone says they're an atheist, that's the first indicator that nothing else they can say you should ever believe, because to say you're an atheist is a lie. There's no such thing.
Yeah, I love the creation versus atheism debates.
They say the universe, you can explain it, but it's not a good explanation. But they say that the universe it's a cycle that keeps going with the Big Bang and then the Big Crunch, and then it just restarts.
That's a cool story. Cool story, bro. And that's all I say. Cool story. Where's your proof?
But then they'll ask you, where's your proof of God?
No, big existence.
Oh, well, we can do that.
And they'll say, well, we exist. We exist just because we exist. The universe exists.
No, that's a very sloppy answer. That's a very sloppy answer because
incoherent,
you can see God's work.
Yes.
Well, I understand it. I understand that, but you can't prove that to them logically.
No, that is proof.
Yes, you can.
A self-evident reality. All things that have law written into them are created by a mind. And the entirety of existence is information.
Yep. Information cannot exist without an informer first. Matter cannot exist without a maker. Laws cannot exist without somebody setting those laws.
Yes, these are natural.
Exactly. And you witness those matter. You witness the flowers. You witness the fruits, the berries, the nuts that you eat. That's God's work.
Yeah, the atheist is just either a degenerate or a moron. But it's only those two options.
What, do you guys debate atheists here? Or no, just flat Earth?
Rarely, because honestly, an actual atheist is very rare.
Right.
Are you talking about someone who genuinely doesn't believe versus someone who just hates God?
Yeah, most atheists just hate God. They're mad because they don't look good or they have a little dick or something. That's atheism.
Yeah, many of them don't want to be held accountable for anything they do, so naturally they don't like it.
Yeah.
You got to give them a little credit. I mean, some of their
no credit.
My uncle,
no credit.
His child died.
I argued with atheists Since 1996 on the internet, I have been arguing with atheists, and
Oh my.
my conclusion is they are either mentally diseased, right, or they're morons, or they're just complete degenerates.
You got to realize though, some of them. I understand they're completely illogical, right? But that the illogic comes from the fact that like maybe their children died at like a young age or something, or maybe they went through a lot of like
Oh,
suffering, and it's very
that just
hard for
makes
them
them
to
stupid.
understand.
That just makes them stupid, though.
Okay,
If you
sure, they
if
can
you
be
misapply
stupid.
logic, if you misapply logic for something so major in your life, that just makes you stupid.
And is that what you say to them when they tell you their kid died? You say, "Yeah, you're stupid, bro. You're
Yeah, of
misapplying
course.
logic."
Because for one, they're lying. So
Yeah,
yeah, of
they're
course.
appealing to
Of course
emotion.
an
They're
atheist
not
is
actually
gonna
being
cancel.
logical. The kid died for a reason. There's some consequence that caused the kid to die, and they hold some responsibility as the parents. They just don't want to
No,
face
like
that.
Yeah.
you know, kids can just die sometimes, like instantly when they're born.
Yeah.
How's that the parents' fault?
And were the parents super healthy? No.
Yes, some of them are. Some of them
Or
they
how
just die
about this? How
sometimes.
about this?
Most
Shit
people aren't
happens.
fucking healthy.
How do they not take into account the entire shit happens in life?
They do, and they think is that there's no God doing it. They think that it's
Okay,
just
well, see,
random.
okay, well, you know what that makes them narcissist,
How?
because they think that that God revolves around them and that they were targeted, that it's their child, that it's their suffering,
It
that they're
was
not
though,
part
right?
of some greater human community.
Yeah,
As
that's
hu-
right.
as
You cannot blame God for all the disasters that are man-made. You cannot blame God for that at all. Don't bring God into it. He created a beautiful
okay.
flat earth with nourishment for you to eat, clean water, free food. Now it's been hijacked. You're paying your taxes, and now you have to pay for that food that was built there for free. That's your problem. Deal with it. Don't blame
Right.
God.
As Christians, though, we understand that it actually is God that's doing everything, right? Or do you disagree with that? Or He's allowing everything to happen, basically.
Okay, well, allowing
No,
things
God
to
is not
happen
allowing
and doing
anything to happen.
everything.
God created the earth. He's giving you the right to think for yourself, the will to do the right thing or the wrong thing. You can't blame God, because later on, He's going to ask you, what did you do on that beautiful flat earth that I made for you to do? How did you enjoy? What did you do?
Are
You
you
start
aware of the
complaining, you're going down to hell.
Are you
Right.
aware
You're
of the
preaching.
concept, Cap? Are you aware of the concept of Moira?
No.
Okay, it's like fate, right? It's like the divine plan, right? So
Yeah,
okay,
I
so
believe God has a
I
plan.
get that's probably not big in Mormonism, right?
No, it is. We
It
believe God
is.
has a plan for everyone.
Okay, yes, God has a plan for everyone, right? Now, if you're everyone else would call it fate or Moira or your lot in life, right? It's
Right.
it's the fate that you were born into, and you basically have a choice. You can either work with or against fate.
Yeah. You're preaching to the choir because I understand this, but from an atheist point of view, even if it is
But there
illogical,
is
you
there. What I'm
saying
saying is
that they're stupid.
there is no atheist point of view. They're lying.
I don't know, man. I've met some.
No.
Even if it,
They are vampires. Their goal is to waste your time by lying. There are no atheists.
really,
Really. Truly.
I've met at
No,
least
you have
one
met
that could not.
vampires. You have met vampires who are bitter and angry and want to drag you down.
But that's not. That's they're possessed though. That's not their fault.
Yeah, it is their fault.
No, it's not.
It is 100% their fault that they are
Do you
vampires.
sin? Do you sin?
Everybody sins.
Okay, and non-belief
Sin is
is just
and by the
a
way,
sin.
sin itself is a state of existence.
You sin, and all sins are equal, right?
Are all sins equal? I don't think
Yeah,
all sins are
they
equal,
all
buddy.
send you to hell, right? Even one sin sends you to hell, right?
No.
So not one sin. So then, when Adam and Eve did one sin, they were promised death.
They weren't promised hell.
You know what? Yeah, I'm arguing from a Catholic point of view, but I don't believe people go to hell anyway as a Mormon.
Yeah, I don't believe in. Well, first of all, the Bible only says that those who were never written down in the book of life go to that place, which
Second of all,
automatically
it's a flat Earth book.
which automatically excludes all humans ever born, because to be born meant you were in the book of life already. So those who were never written down in it are the ones who go to that place.
You don't think he can
No,
take
no,
you
no.
out of it?
That means he's not talking about humans who are going to that place.
Right.
Right. So hell is not for humans.
Some only a very small percentage of humans go, and that's the humans who understand the Holy Spirit 100% and still choose to reject it. Why would God allow them to want to be with Him if they choose to reject it, knowing the 100% truth?
Hey, I'm not going to sit here and pretend to know God, and I don't think you do either.
Right, and that's why even if I became an atheist, I would not go to hell because I did not know the full truth of God. But some people have known the full truth of God in history, and if they reject it after that, then
yeah. Well, see, I don't think they're going to hell either.
if they don't want to be with
Because
God after
look,
knowing the full truth.
it says in the Bible that only those who are going there, the ones who are going there, are not humans. They were never human.
So you don't think he could take someone's name out of the book of life?
Oh no! Hold on. You can take his name out of the book of life, but the only ones going there, it says their names were never in it. That means they were never born as humans. What does that make them?
Demons.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. That's where even in
Or
Mormonism,
also called the neverborn spirits. That's who's going to hell.
Yes.
Humans are not going to hell. Human spirits do not go to hell.
Right.
Period.
Right. Dude, you're a Mormon already. What the heck?
No, I'm not.
What are you?
I am non-denominational.
Oh, yeah, Mormonism is knocking on your door, bro.
No, it's not. Believe me.
Trust me.
I know about
Non-denominational?
Mormonism, and I know about Mormonism. I have Mormon friends.
You're gonna go non-denominational, then Seventh-day Adventist, then Mormon.
No,
Trust me.
because I don't believe in Adventism. I think that's a load of hooey.
Why not?
Because the foreshadowing, like from the book of Daniel and things like that, for predictive ends of the earth, no, that's not true.
So you don't think Jesus is gonna come back?
I'm not going to get into any of that here. I will tell you this. There's buildings at the bottom of the Euphrates River because the Euphrates River has already gone dry.
Right. And springs have come up in the desert, like it also said in Revelations.
Well, this can be a touchy
yeah.
subject. This can be a touchy subject. And there are plenty of Christians who think I'm a heretic.
Oh yeah, bro. Oh yeah. Don't worry. Don't worry about being a heretic.
Go again.
Being called a heretic is like being called homophobic to gay people.
Well, that may be true, but to think that anything's knocking on my door, it isn't. I promise.
Well, I just said that because that's the path I went down. I was just joking. You might.
No. I left Adventism a long time ago.
We're not still streaming, are we?
Yes.
Oh, we always live, baby.
Yeah, we're always live.
I was gonna bring up the phony war happening in the Middle East.
Oh, wait till we're on Rumble for that one. We need to get this train back on track because I'm sending out pings to everybody to join this panel, so we need to make sure people are focused. Okay, so
Let's bring it
Bennett,
in.
what
Let's
up?
bring it in.
Yeah, let's get this train back on track, boys.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, the funny thing is, all ancient religions had a flat Earth basis.
Yes,
it's not
did.
until
Shit.
much later that the globe was imagined.
What do you think about that, Juju Boo? I don't know if I'm saying it right. Maybe I gotta. Is it Jujibu or what up, man? How are you? Welcome to the panel. Have you seen some of those like cosmology depictions from the past? I can post them for you.
W flat Earth.
He's speaking my language. Let me get those posts for you real quick because I want to get a reaction from you. So let me just type. I'm gonna go to Google and I'm gonna type what ancient cosmology or what?
Hey, Jujibu, I have a question for you. What's the G stand for?
Oh my.
I thought the PFP was cool, so.
Oh, okay.
All right, I got that screenshot for you, and some other guys have posted some stuff as well.
It's just for the record. It's
But
gnosis.
I like that.
Gnosis. Gnosis. It means knowledge.
Right. So to say that you're an agnostic is to say that you're non-knowledge, or you
Yes, you
don't have
lack
knowledge.
knowledge or lack a belief.
Right. So let's see, Juge. I need to give you some roles to see these posts here. So all right, we're in the live stream voice text. You should be able to see it in here. Jace has posted a bunch of examples. I went to Google, just screenshotted so you could see that this comes right up. Ancient cosmology. Boom. Have you seen this before? Can we get a quick reaction from you? And I can tag you in the chat.
See what?
Find it.
I don't see nothing.
Did you find the chat? We're in here.
Only one doesn't match.
Only one doesn't match. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, Jace has posted a bunch of examples and then 27 minutes past the hour from Creation Bear. That's the screenshot from Google, but Jace is posting the actual like what those posts are. He's posting the full screen version.
Oh, the
So yeah.
Islamic one actually makes sense to me.
Okay, Islamic. Okay, let's take a look. Islamic, yeah, Drace posted that one here. I'll repost it. So yeah, can we get a reaction? Just a quick reaction from you there. What do you think about stuff like this?
Let me look at it. This. It's pretty weird to think about since like we hear about like the globe every single day.
Right.
So it's hard to imagine this.
But do you experience it?
What do you mean experience?
You hear about it every day, but you never experience it, do you?
No, never seen.
Also, can let's real quick. Let's compare that to this. I just searched Google flat Earth, right? So yeah, this might be better if I just do a smaller screenshot. But yeah, you see the problem here.
Yeah, it makes it look dumb.
Let me just drop this one instead. But yeah, what we're trying to present is probably a little bit closer to, the ancient cosmology search as opposed to these pizza pancakes. But the problem is most people, when you go to them and you say flat Earth, this is what they hear. This is what they see. This is what they think. They don't realize that, I mean, even the quote flat earthers in the past didn't think of it like that.
Just the floor.
Right.
7 Earths.
So what is it that, I mean, you were in the Cogdis room, so like, is there something about flat Earth that kind of like rubs you the wrong way? Is there, you had beef with another flat earther? What's your deal?
Who are you talking to?
You.
Me?
Yeah.
I ain't never to talk to no one.
You don't have beef with flat Earth?
No, I think it's cool.
Some of these guys, some of these guys just got caught by guard dogs. That's all that happened.
That does happen, actually. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just take a look at the chat history. I'm gonna go to your first post. Let's just see here what
Whoa.
kind of juicy good stuff we got. Earth is flat. I feel it in my balls. My soul speaks to me. It says there is an ice wall blocking the penguins from the other side. It says why why must you keep me contained in this cage? You must lock me, no shackle me in this small container we call ice. Who locked me in this cage we call ice? Let me out. Let me out, they scream. I mean, bro, what what the hell is this, dude? What about the enemies on the other side of the water?
It's an Attack on
Okay.
Titan reference.
Okay. You know what? That's lit. I talk about Attack on Titan a lot here, so that's
Yeah.
cool. Let's
And
see
there's
what
like
else we have
well,
here.
so that's what I was talking about.
So you and I spoke this. You said I used to watch Fresh and Fit for hours. Okay, so all right. So you've before coming here, you have already been somewhat exposed to flat Earth. Then
Yeah, I saw a documentary and it was like calling them dumb.
was it which documentary on Netflix or something?
No, it was on YouTube.
YouTube. Was it the one with Logan Paul?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen any of those, but
I was watching like a stream and it just like popped up. So
so what kind of
Couldn't
stuff
remember.
did they say in the documentary that you can remember? Like, to
It was
like
basically just
from
making fun of flat
yeah.
earthers.
So that kind of influenced you to think, okay, this must be how flat earthers are.
Thought it was funny, so
Okay.
I looked
From what
into
you've
it.
seen here, like speaking to people here, does that seem to match what you saw in the documentary?
There was one guy in the comments. He said in this chat, he said that the people here just like to act like they're smart, and I do get that a little bit.
Does it sound like I'm acting? Do I pretend to be the smart guy? You think?
No, you act pretty chill.
Well, I'd always say that I'm not like the technical person. I feel like I'm the layman's layman. Like I don't come here. I'm like according to the factual bending of the back quadratic formula. Like I don't be hitting people with stuff like that really. So I try to keep it pretty simple. I joke about like water hills and shit like that. You know what I mean? So I'm not trying to sound smart. It's the Globers that we talk to. I literally have a soundboard clip that's super funny. It's called Sound Smart because the people that we talk to, that's what they do. They're like, oh well, according to the quadratic of the backwards of the quadrilateral of the equilibrium of the like, dude, what are you trying to do here with this? Let me play this clip for y'all.
Or maybe I'm just being rhetorical.
No! No, you're not! God, it's like you just use words you hear randomly to try and sound smarter.
Well, now you're just acting transcendent.
Well, now you're just acting transcendent, like, bro. Like that's what it's like talking to a Glober sometimes. Just like throw out random words, mean nothing. So I definitely don't try to sound smart.
I got a
Go ahead,
clip for
George.
you. This is a real Glober, anti-flat earther who's argued with us for a while. Listen to this.
You know the hole in a donut? That's space-time.
You're a moron.
No, that's true.
You're
the
a moron.
hole
Shut up.
in a donut
Shut up. Don't
is
say anything
space-time.
else. Don't make me remove you. Shut up. You've got nothing more to add. You're a
Hole
moron.
in the donut,
I couldn't
Brenda.
care less.
Wow.
You're a moron. Don't
The
add
hole
anything more.
the hole in a donut.
Shut
the
up.
Hole
I don't
is
want to
Swiss
have to
cheese.
eject you.
Space
If
time.
you want to continue spouting shite about holes in donuts, I'm going to kick you out. Last chance. Shut up.
Yeah, he's mad because this is not the first time this anti-flat earther has brought some insane stuff that makes no sense. He thinks shoes are a natural phenomenon. That would mean that shoes just appear in nature.
Wait. 1 second. 1 second. Is that guy in your PFP from Full House?
My PFP?
Yeah.
No, that's me.
What? That's not Jesse?
I don't know who you're talking about.
I'm gonna have to show a picture.
Oh, Jesse? Nah, that doesn't look like Jesse. You think? I don't think it looks like Jesse. It looks more like, to me, it looks like the what's that guy from American Psycho?
Christian Bale.
That's what it looks like to me when I look at
John
it.
Psycho?
No, Christian Bale. Anyway. Where were we?
I can't show pictures.
Who is this? Jew?
Yeah.
All right, do not abuse the perms. I'll give it to you now.
Don't worry.
I will take it away. But yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Chad for sure. I remember watching that when I was younger.
He looks a little like me, but he has a bigger jaw. And his nose is a little bit different. Mouth shape's a little bit different. I have thicker eyebrows, I think.
I forgot how glorious the hair was in the 80s, man.
A lot of hairspray, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you get a thick head of Italian hair, like just a
True.
hair dryer will give you that.
There's a Fullerton Informer YouTube channel. He seems like an Italian guy. Super thick head of hair too. Kind of the same vibe that you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know if y'all are familiar with him. I'll see if I can get a picture for you. He came right to mind. You said Italian guy? Yep. Fullerton Informer. Okay, bright up. All right, what's on your guys' mind? Somebody go.
I gotta take a whiz.
This has been a great discussion, guys.
Yeah, that is some wop hair if I ever saw it.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's a W though. I'm not gonna lie.
I bet he could get an entire bottle of canola oil out of that. It's what I use on my pizza pans.
I think it's time for another ping, a major ping to the panel. We got too many legends in here. We got Drace, we got Mimus, Sonny's in here, Flat Lloyd, and then we got a couple like freshmen in here as well. Like we got Dynamic Drums trying to get his feet wet. We got, El Jefre, a couple other people. So I'd love to see some more people join the panel. So let's.
My brother's gonna be home in a few minutes. Can you debate him because he's a hardcore Globey?
That'd be great. Make sure he has. Does he have his? Can he have it on his own mic and stuff like that?
Yes.
Or are you just gonna give him your phone or something?
No, he has his own account.
Yeah, he can join. Yeah, for sure.
All
Have
right,
him
bet.
just join the call and let us know who he is.
All right.
We got him. I'll give you a link too. Man, you setting him up, boy. He's about to. He's not gonna sleep tonight. Like that's.
What's that?
No.
He said he wants his friend to join Mimus. I said
Oh,
his friend's not gonna sleep tonight, probably.
No, he's not.
If he joins. It's weird. Honestly, guys, I wish I could go back and know what it's like to go and try to debate y'all. I never had that experience. I wasn't that stupid. Rush in here and get smoked by a flat earther. I didn't know who flat earthers were in the first place. I did not make the assumption that most people do. Oh, these guys must be the dumbest of the dumb. I heard flat earth and I'm like, yeah, I don't know what that means. Like, let me just kind of like figure that out first. But most people, what do? Oh, you flat earthers are idiots. Like I did not do that. But I would be very curious to know what it was like to debate. I would not want to debate like a Kiwi, a Mimus, an India, a Drace. Like I'm not that stupid. So But I'm curious to know what that's like on the other end. Probably not a fun experience. I wouldn't even want to debate myself. Just being honest. Like, I'm like, yo, man, chill out, bro. Damn. Cause, bro, like, I don't know, bro. I like that smoke. What up? There was a problem. How are you?
Yo, what up, man? Hey, what do you think about the idea that believing in the globe is like by definition a mental disability?
Damn. I think if you are presented with the truth and then you go against it or something like that, I think then you have a problem. But if you just don't realize it yet, because that's most of us, right? You probably believed in the globe yourself. Did you have a
Right.
mental disorder that? No, probably
Well,
not.
in a sense, I mean, you do, right? Because you believe in nonsense. So, like, I totally hear what you're saying, but I mean, like, I'm just kind of thinking, like, you're delusional, right? Like, you have, like, you believe in shit that's not real. But I do get what you're saying about if somebody's presented with it, you almost have to be willing to throw them in the cog dish room before you can label them like that, I guess.
Yeah. Well, did you have another option? You know, I wasn't even presented with a flat Earth until 2017. Like, what the hell is that? So most people they don't even have any other option to consider. You know, so I'm not too hard on someone that just believes it. It's the guys that are like, the anti-flat earthers. That's the guys we like absolutely lay into.
But I feel like it's just these people that they're not even like. Sometimes when I meet somebody and I'm like the first flat earther they've ever met in real life, and I'm super chill about all my shit, and so I don't. It's just weird how they look at you like again they treat you like you're a joke, and then like you present them with really logical like information, and it's just like they still just I don't know. It's so weird how they just can't get past it. And like they still just like condescend to you. And it's like, well, wait a second. So we can sit over here, like we say I just had an hour-long conversation, like philosophical conversation, like an intelligent conversation with someone, and then somehow that happens, and then it keeps going, and then we merge back into like the old like we broach the topic of flat earth, and I make a couple points, and they're like, oh yeah, and then we merge back into some other unrelated topic, and everything seems to be going fine, but then it's just like out of the blue they'll just like take a little jab and like say something. I'm like, well, wait a second, you're the one that thinks that rivers flow uphill, like. Yeah, but you're trying to make me be out to be the dumb person. I don't know how to say that, but it's like it's a super weird kind of.
I believe you're thinking of anti-flat earthers, not just globe earthers.
How do you really know the difference if it's just like some rando person?
Well, random persons may have some snide remarks and then they just forget about it and don't think about it again.
So you think it's like if they categorize you as like that's the number one trait of your personality?
Yeah, like I mean, we've met the anti-flat earthers. That's who they are. That's all they are. There's nothing else to them. It's like that is their golden life, and they are like, for one, they're the most degenerate people I've ever encountered. They're worse than the atheist I ever encountered too. Like Jim Panda's server proved that a long time ago.
Like, in what sense do you mean degenerate?
Degenerate, like they are actual like furries and scalies and weirdos.
I guess I always think of that as like drunks and gamblers and stuff.
Oh no, those are downright noblemen compared to the modern degenerates. Nah. I take a drunk over a furry any day.
Yeah, well, I agree with you completely, but just another reason why I stay in my house for the most part these days. Try my best. It's weird though. It's a really weird.
We have lost you.
Does this mic work?
Can you hear?
Hey, CB, introduce yourself with the meaning of your name or the etymology of your name. Not your real name, just the meaning of make your full name into a sentence or into like a title for yourself.
Like Creation Bear? I saw you guys
No,
talking
no.
about that in the chat.
You take your real name and do it. Just change don't use your real name, but just like the meanings of it.
Huh. Can you go first?
Yeah, I'm precious gift from God. The chief of 10, Elfin King.
Can I look that up should I know that already?
Oh no, leave it a mystery. Because my first name is an ancient Hebrew name, so
I can make it up because I might have some ideas.
I'll help you. CB. Your first name is Defender of Humankind.
Okay. I like that. I rock with that.
yeah. So like, if your name is, if somebody's name was out, like everyone knows, my son's name is Alexander. So his first
That's
title
my name, sort of.
Oh, it is.
That's my middle name.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I was wondering.
I go by Alex.
Okay. Yeah, Alex. Yeah,
Yeah,
that means
I go by
defender
Alex.
of mankind.
Okay.
And so then you take your middle
Hell
name
yeah.
and then what you do is just share the titles of your names. So mine was precious gift from God, chief of 10, Elfin King.
Oh. Seems fitting. From what I know about you.
They're all just awesome, aren't they?
I think the last part is the best part.
Yeah.
Elfin King.
Yeah. Oh, believe me, I was surprised when I found that. I was like, oh man, that is awesome.
I know you like a little elfin girl too, huh?
Yeah, little wood elf. Little wood elf.
Yes, sir.
I don't mess with them high elves.
Juju says, free me from my shackles. Sugar addiction. Christ bearer of the glass makers would be mine. Says Flatloid, right?
That's pretty cool. That actually is really cool. Christ, bearer of the glass makers. That sounds like a boss in a game. It's a Dark Souls boss.
Wow. Okay. I'll see if I can piece mine together here. This should be interesting. I see what y'all are doing now. All right.
I've been looking at it. Seems like your second name means God is gracious.
Oh, wow. What came up for me really off just the first search is an avid desire or appetite for. So like a hunger
Yeah,
or some
that's
type
the
of
slang that
desire.
came about later, but the original Hebrew meaning is God is gracious.
Wow. Oh, that's awesome. Let's see.
Are you looking at Hebrew name meanings?
No, what we're doing is we're taking the etymology of our names.
What is that?
That's the origin of your name.
Oh, I can tell you guys what I can tell you what your destiny is based on the letters in your name in Hebrew.
Interesting.
Anyone want to go?
Sure.
All right,
Wait,
how do you spell
it
your
has to
name?
be Hebrew letters or your
No,
what?
I translate your name as it is into Hebrew, and then each letter in Hebrew means something, and then when I put it all together in a sentence, it will say what your destiny is from God.
Yeah, my name is already Hebrew.
What is it?
So you need my name or my initials?
Your name, your first name.
Alex.
All right.
It'd be Alexander, right?
No.
Oh, just
Well,
Alex?
it's kind of a really interesting story, guys. I won't go into depth on it because, well, there's a cover story because there's actually multiple celebrities with both my full legal name and my. I mean, my parents have always called me Alex, but that's my middle name. My middle name is Alexander. So it's not really, I don't go by Alexander or anything like that, but everyone calls me Alex ever since I was a kid. So it's kind of a weird story, but yeah, Alex is the name for sure. Like, I don't go by anything else. So, but yeah, I don't know if it's if you have friends like this too, Mimas, where you have, because my old boss, he would go by his middle name Michael or Mike, but his first name was Brian. Brian, Michael, whatever. But his parents just wanted a nice formal name and they called him Michael. So mine is the same basically. I have like a first, a middle name, but my
Right.
parents called me a chunk of the middle name.
I see.
And that stuck. Yeah, so
At work, I usually just go by Nate.
Nate, cool. I
Nate.
like that. All the Nates that
Instead
I've
of
met have been like cool, super cool.
it's a cool name, Nathaniel. So that's the first one right there.
Okay, nice. So what are you gonna type it out for us, Cap, or what? Or who
Yeah,
was that?
I'm putting it in right now.
Cool.
But already I can tell that you because the first letter is Aleph, so I could tell you're gonna have a close connection to the divine.
Let's go. Yeah,
Wait for it to,
better than tarot readings.
because it's Hebrew, bro. God made the universe using Hebrew, and He made you using Hebrew as well. And all right. See.
Also, welcome to the panel, Florida Man Mage. Good to see you as well.
What's going on, brother?
Yeah, welcome to everybody. This is a nice little panel, a little intimate panel, 19 deep.
You
I'm gonna
stream
send out
this?
a ping. We're live on Rumble and YouTube.
You get
Make sure you
views?
follow the Rumble. Yeah, bro. We could. Hey, hold on, man. Don't be talking. Let's put some respect on my name now.
Let's get ready to rumble!
I'll drop a link in the chat though. The Rumble channel definitely stays live.
My brother's here. He's the John Corta, whatever his name is, John Corta Jarena. And
Hey.
Jalen, remember they're streaming on Rumble and YouTube right now, so don't be cussing.
It's okay. It's okay if you cuss. It's just try to keep in mind like the microphone. We want to share the microphone back and forth, and try not to like have audio playing in the background and mute your microphone if there's just stuff going on, all that stuff. We're live on air. Treat it like a radio show if you could.
Wait, but are you like how many followers or how many people do you have watching right now?
I'll put the links in the chat and I'll just give you perms to see that chat so you can just go and check it out.
You can't just
Alex,
I can just
says that
hold on. I'm juggling a couple things at once. I can do it for you once.
I just got the
Rumble's fairly new. We have 7,000 engagements, 38 thumbs up on the current live on Rumble. I mean that number goes up to like I've seen 40,000 here. We had a video there, 100 thumbs up,
how many
40,000
people are watching
views.
right now, bro? Like right now.
Right now live.
Yes.
Let's see.
I think it's like
So right now 14 on Rumble and let me see the YouTube. It fluctuates like high tide and low tide, sometimes it's high, sometimes it's low.
All
14
right,
on Rumble and YouTube's loading. Let's see, 27 on YouTube.
Wait, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why do you believe in flat Earth, bro?
Oh, that's a good question. But I would first say that you probably don't really know what flat Earth is.
I do, man.
So you do?
Yep.
Okay,
What is
can you
it?
describe it? Can you describe it to us?
It's the belief of a flat Earth.
No, that's not. Hold on. If I
No.
say, what is X? And you say X is X, that's not. We're looking for the
No,
value of
that's
X.
not what I
So,
said, though. I said it's the belief of Earth being flat, bro.
which is
Not that
what?
hard. Earth being flat, bro. You're like
Okay,
overcomplicating.
no, I want you to
No, hold on.
describe when someone says flat Earth. I want you to describe what you see.
I don't know, man, because a lot of flat earthers, they all have like stupid pictures of like, some of them will be like a disc, and then some of them will be like weird stuff like that.
Can I ask him how many people have you spoken to, like actual people that you've sat down and talked to about flat Earth that were flat Earthers? You've met someone in real
one.
life?
Probably one.
Okay, he was a real like this is in real life. You met a flat
Yep,
Earther?
this was in real life, man.
Okay,
And
so
he
no
said,
flat
How is it
Earthers.
probably then?
So no flat Earther has shown you disc in space.
No, but they told me that it could be like a disc.
No, because flat Earthers don't believe that.
No.
How do you know that, man? Can
'Cause
you
I'm a
speak for
flat
every
earther.
flat earther on Earth?
Yeah, I can. Yes, I
Yeah,
can.
we can.
That's a bold claim, pal.
No, hold on. Wait. Here's the thing. You have to apply discernment. You go on Google, search flat Earth. I posted it in the chat. Let me make sure you can see this. You should be able to see the chat. Can you join the live stream voice text right above this VC? 57 minutes past the hour. This is just a Google search, flat Earth. This is what comes right up, right? Pizza, pancake, some type of ice cream cone, water falling off, some type of frisbee in space. Now, you have to apply discernment. I'm here to tell you, yeah, I can speak for flat earthers. If you're a genuine flat earther, you do not think this.
Well,
So
bro, you gotta
if
watch.
someone comes to you and they're like, hey, I'm a flat earther, bro, look, I can jump off the edge. You must apply that discernment and say, okay, well, could this person just be like trolling? Yeah, of course. Like,
Do you know what
you should
discernment
be
is?
able
That's
to.
actually a good question.
You should be able to detect here that the people are not. I'm going to try to be as genuine as I can with you. I'm not going to present to you this pizza planet in space. No one thinks that.
Hey, dude, wait, dude. Let me tell you something. All right, let me tell you something. All right, bro.
Asking something?
Yeah, I'm asking something. My bad. You can't how can you say, well, if you're a real flat earther, then you would believe this because other people would just have the same beliefs on you, bro.
Because
If you
you
believe
can't
that
have
the Earth is
vacuum. You
flat, then you're
cannot
a
have
flat earther, bro.
vacuum. You cannot have vacuum next to a pressurized system.
What is that even? What is that even about?
Do you believe that there is the infinities of space around Earth?
What do you mean by that?
Do you believe in space?
Yup.
You believe there is a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr sitting next to a pressurized gas.
I mean, that's technical.
I
Mimas,
believe
ask
that there's
him.
space. Like, what do you mean?
Do you think flat earthers think that space is? Do you think flat earthers think there's space? That's the real question.
No, they
Do you
don't.
think flat Earth?
They don't.
Yeah. So if
Right.
they show you a pizza planet in space, is that a flat earther? No,
Yup.
it's not.
It's
That's
a
the
flat
point.
Earth. A flat
No,
Earth.
that you don't know what flat Earth is. That's the ultimate.
What is
That's
flat
the
Earth? What
starting
is flat
point.
Earth?
There you go. That's a better starting
Flat
point. There you
Earth
go.
is the measurement of the environment around you. Has nothing to do with stars or planets or anything else.
What? The
It is the
measurement
measurement of the environment.
Wait, so let me ask you this, right?
Earth
If
measures flat.
Wait, so let me ask you this. If I measure my tree outside, I'm a flat earther. That's flat Earth right there.
No, that's retarded.
I mean, that's your
Is that where the
definition.
wait, John, is that where the curvature is? John, is that where the curvature is?
Is the tree the Earth?
That's not the curvature of the Earth. The tree.
Yeah.
The curvature.
The curvature of the Earth is supposed to be the oceans. You look at the space pictures, right? Shows curved oceans. So you go out and measure the ocean. It's not curved, bro. They're not saying trees are the curvature of the Earth. So pay attention. It's the
No,
oceans.
I'm not talking about that. That's an entirely different thing.
Yeah,
I'm
it's the
saying his
curvature of the Earth.
definition
We
of
know.
flat
That's what
Earth.
we're
That
talking
is what
about.
flat Earth
No, his
is.
definition of
Flat
flat Earth
Earth.
was
Flat
Is
Alright,
the water, the
Flat
oceans.
Earth
his
is
definition of
the
flat Earth is
water.
measuring your environment, bro.
Jalen,
Yeah,
Yeah,
your
Jalen,
environment.
oceans.
Where do you live?
Where do I
Yeah,
live? I'm not
you
gonna say my
interpreted that
address.
incorrectly because you weren't listening very well. We're
I
not
was
talking about
listening. That's
trees.
literally base value what he said, bro.
Jalen, just say what your points of contention are, because Flat Earth doesn't believe in space knowledge. Just say why you don't believe in Flat Earth.
Yeah, if you look at all the planets and you see that there's spheres, why the hell would Earth be fucking?
See,
Why would it be
you've
a
gone
disk?
now back to
What do the
space. You're
lights
back
in
to
the
space.
sky have to do with the
Wait,
ground that you're standing on?
now you put the Earth back in space. You're comparing a
It is
flat disk to all these other
space.
planets that are not
Not
disks.
clown.
Space can't exist. It's a fictional place. You can't have a vacuum next to a pressurized area.
Hey, space can exist, bro. It's the space
Space
between
can't
Mars and
exist.
Earth,
It's a
dude.
vacuum. How can a vacuum exist next to gas pressure?
What do you mean by vacuum, bro?
How can a vacuum exist next to gas
The
pressure?
vacuum of space.
So that's what the mainstream tells you, is that space is a vacuum. If space is a vacuum, how come all these things that don't exist
What do
in
you mean by
vacuums
vacuum?
exist?
What do you mean by vacuum?
Is there
Space.
any air in
Outer
space?
space.
Zero air in space. It is a vacuum.
Zero air, zero pressure. That
I
means a
mean,
vacuum.
vacuums kind of have a
Not
lot
a
of air.
Dyson, bro.
Have you ever seen
What do you think when you mean by vacuum?
one of those chambers where they suck all the air out of them? That
Yep.
would be space constantly. No air. Constant pressure.
He doesn't know what a vacuum
It
is.
doesn't need pressure. It's just there's like no trees or algae to produce oxygen.
No, listen.
trees are algae.
What
Space,
the fuck is he talking
space,
about?
space in the
Like what?
paradigm that you believe, space in the paradigm that you believe has no pressure, no gas, nothing. It is emptiness. It is a vacuum.
What about it?
How can a vacuum exist next to gas pressure?
What is the gas pressure in question?
You live at
Earth
What you breathe.
14.7 psi here on Earth.
Oh my god.
What do you mean
Can
by
I hit him
gas
with the
pressure?
street
And when
shit? Let
you
me
look
let me
up,
hit him with the street shit, bro. Come on, dog. Let me hit him
you
with the
look
street shit
up,
because
you're
he's
standing
not
there,
technical yet.
you're standing
Let's
there,
let
you exist
Scooby
in gas
handle
pressure,
this.
you look up at the sky and say, that's a vacuum.
I never did that before, but
Do you believe space is a vacuum?
a vacuum meaning like no air?
No air.
Meaning a vacuum.
Yeah, I believe there's no air in
Okay,
space.
so
bro.
when you look up from your area in which 14.7 psi, just pounds per square inch pressure, you look up and you think there's no air up there.
Yep. It's called an atmosphere, buddy.
Bro, hell no.
God.
It's called how can the oxygen go all the way up there, dude? Like there's like less oxygen like the further you go up. So if you go all the way in space, the
What weighs
oxygen
more,
can't reach there,
oxygen
bro.
or hydrogen? What weighs more, oxygen or hydrogen?
Hydrogen.
No, it's oxygen.
Oh yeah, oxygen. My bad. I
Yeah.
misclicked. I misclicked. My bad.
So if oxygen's more dense than hydrogen, what's going to be higher up?
Probably the oxygen.
No, hydrogen. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, I meant to say that. My bad. I meant to say that.
Brother man, how old are
He
you?
doesn't know his own model.
Brother man.
Yeah.
I'm 10 and a half.
It sounds like it. That's why you don't know half the things you're talking about.
Hold on, bro. What is your actual age? What is your actual age? Because that's
I'm
not
14.
Discord TOS, bro.
I'm 14, bro.
Okay, I
All
believe
right,
that.
chill out. All right, listen. Let me just say this, because you know video games. So, like, you ever had a GameCube or something when you were like real little? GameCube, those old tiny little CDs. You remember those? Shit, am I too old for that? Am I too old for this nigga? That's crazy.
Hey, look,
GameCube
14,
too old, bro. Isn't that?
14 is too
Listen.
old. That's a
All right,
zoomer.
listen.
14's
You
too old.
cannot put an Xbox Halo exclusive only game in a PlayStation. Okay, you can't put Halo in a PlayStation. They're not compatible. That's not the right system. So you can't put Flat Earth into outer space. So when you say things like, "Well, how come all the other planets are globes?" Well, what you're going back to trying to load a disk into outer space and say, "Well, how come there's just one disk and all these other things?" That's not Flat Earth, brother. So you have to ask, well, hey, well, what is flat Earth? That's my first challenge to you. You say, well, I don't think it's flat. Well, I don't think you know what flat Earth is. To say it's not that anyway.
Dude, the
Right.
pictures that you sent, like, show me your picture of flat Earth.
I
bro.
got
Show
you.
me
I
your
got
picture.
you. I got you. I got you. This is easy. This is easy. Go outside.
It should be,
Right?
bro.
Because
It should be.
if I were to ask you for a picture of all of reality, you know you can't give me that. Your reality does not consist of just a globe, does it? There's this outer space, galaxies, and all this stuff. It's a huge place that hasn't even been fully explored. You can't go out and take a picture of all of that from some outside place. Neither can I.
I get it, bro.
So
Send
don't.
the thing. Send the
There is
picture,
no
bro.
picture of that. There is no picture of that. That's what I'm trying to
He's
say.
not listening. He's not
Wait,
listening.
so you're going off absolutely fuck shit, bro. You're
You no
going
no hold
off
on wait
nothing
John
on what your
John
friends
you and I
like,
are the same. Hold on. Let's just make this clear. You and I are in the exact same boat. Neither of us have a picture of all of reality, my friend.
dude. I'm not asking for the picture of all reality. I'm asking for a
Yeah,
picture
you
of
are.
Earth.
Yes, you
Because
are.
the
Yes, you
Earth
are.
is all of reality.
Remember, it's not a disk in space. So you're asking about, oh, well, go to outer space, turn around, take a picture of the disk. When I'm telling you that's not our position, we're saying just like you can't put a disk into space, there is no outer space. So we're saying Earth is the whole place, bro. This is it. Earth is
Bro,
it.
that's copium. That's copium, bro. You're coping right
That's
now.
not cope. There's nothing in
By
the sky.
definition,
Let
you're
me just
coping.
finish this and I'll throw it back to you guys. There's nothing in the sky. You look up and you see these quote planets. There's not a single resemblance to the Earth. You look at the Earth, you see trees, like you brought up trees, right? You look up there, you see any trees up there? Hell no, you don't. There's not a single resemblance. The Earth is not like those things, so you shouldn't even be comparing the Earth to those things in the sky. The Earth is built different. This is the place, and we are not in the sky. So Earth is the place. It's not a floating disk in a giant space. If you want to think about flat Earth, this is basically the Earth is the universe.
Let me ask
What
you a
about
question.
Deep Space Voyager and all their
Hey,
pictures
wait.
of all the other planets?
No, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, right? If you drop a gumball on the floor and it's dirty, right? And then you get another gumball that's completely clean. Is the one that's dirty still a gumball, bro?
Nigga, you know those are gumballs already.
Yeah.
No, is it still a gumball?
You
Yes
know
or
those
no?
are gumballs already. You have knowledge of
I
the
don't
gumball.
understand.
You
I don't
14-year-old
understand his
mongoloid.
analogy.
What's
No,
wrong
the
with you?
analogy
Wait,
is
Mimus,
how
Do
are
you
you
not
gonna
know how
say I can't?
analogies work? Do you not know how an analogy works?
Hey, let me speak,
Do you
bro.
not know how an analogy works? Do
well,
you
that's
not know?
me.
Know
That's
how it
me.
works,
I
bro.
don't understand what he's trying to say with that. What is he trying to say?
He's
But you
trying to
all
compare
cut me
two
off.
gumballs, two
You're
things
Because
where
cutting
a
me off like
clown.
bastards,
you
bro.
can fully test, you can touch, you can analyze them, you can see them, you have knowledge of them. Those are two
Is this
things that you know exist that you can hold in your hand and physically verify that they exist. It's not an analogy.
these are the flat Earth incels right here, not letting me speak, dude.
Incels. I
Wait,
have
John,
3
can you just
kids. I'm
explain
gonna
to
be
the
a
audience
virgin
what did you
forever.
Her
what were
voice
the
cracked.
gumballs a reference to? What are you trying to
It's
say with that?
still a gumball, even though it's different, bro. You said that I
Okay.
can't compare Earth to Mars because it's not livable on Mars. It's still a planet, bro.
We're
Whoa.
It's
trying to
No, no,
tell
still
no,
you
no, no,
Mars
no.
don't
That's
exist,
what I'm
Wait,
brother.
here,
saying. Is
let me
he
rip the
doesn't
Not a
bandit off.
planet.
Let me just rip
he
the bandit
doesn't
off. Let's rip
understand that the Earth is all there is.
what?
the Earth is not a planet. The Earth is not a
Yeah.
planet. Let's rip the
Yeah.
bandit off. The Earth is not a planet. What is a planet?
It
Something that first of all moves. Okay, the Earth does not freaking move at all. And number two,
What?
planets are also they like,
Yeah.
look at a planet. Like look at the sky. These bitches are glowing. They're light or something. I don't know what that is. The Earth doesn't do that. Okay, the Earth is not a planet. Period. So
Then what the hell is Mars, bro? When you look up in the sky with the
it's
Tell us,
not
hold on, you
dirt.
Mars,
tell
It's
what is
us,
not
that?
earth.
you tell
It's
us,
not
you tell us,
ground.
you tell us what Mars is. Go ahead.
I was asking y'all, but
Tell us what
It's
Mars
not
is and
ground.
tell us,
it's a
tell
planet.
us what Mars is and tell us how you can independently verify that that's what it is.
It's a planet. When you look in a telescope, it's a big
When you
ball
look in a
of stone
telescope,
in
you see
space.
an orb. You see an orb of light.
You see light,
That's what you
bro.
see in a telescope because I've looked through them.
No, that's what the sun is reflecting
John,
off of Mars. That's how you see.
I have a
how you
running
see,
joke
bro.
called
Oh my.
telescopes don't whisper in your ear. Because what you just said, telescopes do not provide. You look at Mars just like I do. It doesn't say, oh, that's a rock, that's dirt, that's rusty, right? You're adding all those details. So I look at Mars just like you do. I don't know what that is. You don't know what that is. Okay, what it isn't is dirt or
Common sense.
ground,
Just believing
bro.
stories from NASA, bro. That's it.
I'm
It's
not,
not
Believe that.
ground.
I'm
It's
not,
not
dude.
land.
It's
It's called
literally
can't
all
go
you
there.
can
It's
do.
just
It's
you
called
By
can't
common
go
sense.
there.
definition, you can only believe stories from NASA.
Common sense not so common no more, bro. Y'all are tripping.
Common sense not
That's not
so
common
common no
sense,
more, bro.
Oh my.
That is common,
bro.
bro.
Why are you
It's not.
appropriating black culture with your slang here?
First of all, that's not.
Appropriate.
You're not using any senses to
CB,
determine
do you
what
approve
Mars
of this?
is. Hell no.
Bro, Mars
He's a
is a
quarter
planet,
black.
bro.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is a planet, but Earth isn't.
Earth isn't a planet. What is Earth?
Earth is
Earth
it.
is
This
Earth.
is the place. Earth
The
is
floor
the
of the
whole
universe.
thing, bro.
Just like you said earlier, bro. You can't. I asked you
Do
what is
you
Earth,
have
and you
proof of
basically answered
curvature?
Earth is Earth. You
Hey,
said
kid,
Earth
do
is
you
Earth.
have proof of curvature on Earth? Where's your proof of curvature?
All right. So I'm assuming you guys are like a cult against NASA. So I'm not gonna bring that up.
Cult against NASA.
Yes, you are, bro.
That
Y'all
sounds
hate
like
NASA.
something a cultist would say right there.
I'm not
Bro,
in a cult.
if NASA said the Earth is flat, we wouldn't just
Are you a
believe
cult
that.
against NASA? Are you a cult against NASA? That sounds freaky. That's creepy, man. What's wrong with
I
you?
mean, y'all
Bro,
don't accept what NASA's saying, bro, because y'all don't believe in any of it.
Y'all don't believe
Okay,
in
but if
any of
NASA
it.
said Earth was a triangle, would you go with that, Juju? If NASA was like, all right, you know what? Now it's a triangle. You just gonna go with whatever they say?
He would.
Nah,
would.
but I
But
wouldn't
it,
put up a
bro,
fight.
they
What
haven't said that.
we're not doing is
You're
it's
just
not
making up
opposite day
things.
for us.
You're making
It's
up.
not opposite day. No,
I
listen.
got one. Hold on. I
It's
got one.
not
I got
opposite
one.
day.
John, I have a question for you. If NASA said it was raining diamonds on Saturn, would you believe them?
Yes.
All right, can you stop answering for me, jackass? Let me
Okay,
speak.
if
All right,
NASA said it's raining diamonds on Saturn, would you believe them?
Probably, yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay, well,
No,
I
because
mean,
you got to think about the
that's it right
environment in
there.
Saturn. It
That's it. There
condenses
you
like
go.
rocks and then
There
makes
you
like.
go.
Think
Hey,
about you mean
it
imagine.
can rain diamonds. You believe it can rain diamonds?
Bro, you're
Yeah,
crazy,
I think it
bro.
can,
There
bro. I
you
think
go.
it can.
Well, I don't think we have anything to talk about anymore. You believe it can rain diamonds?
You
Not on
believe
Earth.
anything,
I
you're
mean, now you're
fucking
twisting my
cold.
words. You said on
No, you
Saturn. So
think
you're
it
saying
can rain diamonds on a
on
place
Saturn,
that
yeah,
you can't, on a place you can't even validate exists.
I can. It's a telescope.
Really?
No, you can't, because the
So
telescope
the
doesn't whisper in
telescope
your
is like
ear.
Terminator vision, where it's like relaying information to you.
You have to
I
put the
mean,
earpiece in your ear and it'll tell you what you're
hey,
looking
y'all
at.
ever
Yeah.
heard of common sense? If you see a
You're
circle,
not
you're like,
It's not
okay,
using
let's
common
any
sense.
senses.
Common sense tells me that 14-year-olds don't have any.
I have more common
You're
sense
not
than you,
using
bro.
any
Because I'm not,
senses. Hold on,
because I'm
bro.
not
Come
sitting
on.
on a
Be
flat
real
Earth
though.
Discord
What
server.
Bro, listen, John.
What sense is telling you that it's raining diamonds on Saturn when you're
I
looking
never
through a
said that,
telescope?
bro. You brought up
You said
a
you
You
would
did. You
believe it
believe
if
that
saying
it
that if
rains
it
maybe.
did,
diamonds.
would you
You believe
believe
it
it?
rains diamonds. You believe it
I
rains
never
diamonds on
fucking said
Saturn.
You
that.
said you
I never
would.
said that,
You
bro.
said you would. You
Hey, let
said
me
you would
speak. Let me
believe
speak.
that.
Let me speak. Let me speak. I said I
Hold on.
would believe it if NASA said it. And
Okay,
now
so
you're
if
saying,
NASA,
That's
well,
the
so I believe
problem.
it rains diamonds. I never said that, bro.
what we were
I never
saying is
said that.
you only believe what NASA says, and we were right.
No, I don't. I don't.
Yes, you
You just
do.
said you would.
I
You
don't.
just
I
said you would
don't.
believe that.
That doesn't
You
mean I
said
believe
you would
everything.
believe if NASA
That
said
doesn't
it
mean
was
I believe
raining
everything.
diamonds on Saturn, you'd believe them, which just verifies that you're just believing them
How does
just
that mean
because
I
they're
believe
NASA.
everything they say? How does that mean? How does that like correlate to me believing
If
everything
somebody
they say?
can look you straight in the face and say, you know, it's raining diamonds on Saturn, and you say, cool, I believe you, that verifies that you would believe anything they say.
No, it's because NASA's a big ass company with a lot of resources and government funding, and you
That's a
just
great
use your
reason
common
to
sense.
bave them. Wait, is that
You
a
just
good
use your
reason to
common
believe them?
sense, which you don't have.
Hold on. Is that a good reason to believe them?
Yep.
Why?
What do you mean? Why, bro? I literally just told
said
you.
they're a giant corporation that works for the government, and that's your good reason.